I accidentally traveled to this world where ghosts are revived and demons are rampant. I was also spotted by a female ghost in red, who threatened to have sex with me tonight. I didn't want to be sucked dry, but fortunately I awakened the strongest tattoo system at the critical moment, but to activate the system, I need to tattoo the 9 dragons pulling coffin. I took the tattoo to a tattoo parlor, and the tattoo artist was horrified when he saw the tattoos, because there were not only red-eyed Guangong, but also 9 evil-looking 5-clawed black dragons pulling a black coffin and other extremely ominous patterns. He advised me not to get the tattoo, and said that someone got hit by a car and died after getting a tattoo of Guangong with open eyes, but I had no choice but to give him 10,000 yuan to get it done in one day. The tattoo process was painful, but after it was completed, I activated the system and gained the power of the white tiger. My face became ruddy, my body was full of strength, and the murderous aura emanated from my body. I was looking forward to the duel with the female ghost at night. Could my tattoo stun her? Hey boy, are you sure you want to get these tattoos? Inside the tattoo shop, the tattoo artist wearing black-framed glasses looked more serious than ever before. There are many taboos in their line of work. Guangong with open eyes is not tattooed, evil dragon is not tattooed, hungry tiger is not tattooed. Because these 3 things are too fierce, people with weak destiny cannot bear them at all. If an ordinary person gets a random tattoo on his body, it could lead to bloody disaster at best, or even the destruction of his family at worst. And these tattoos the young man gave him. Not only is Guangong's eyes open, but his eyes are a pair of blood red. As the saying goes, Guangong will not open his eyes, otherwise he will kill people. If it has red eyes, it will be even more vicious and want to kill everyone in the world. Besides that, there are also 9 evil 5-clawed black dragons pulling a strange black coffin. On the coffin board sat the crying and laughing Tang monk, followed by the black and white impermanents. There is a headless Xingtian on the chest, his right hand is pinching the neck of the Jade Emperor, his left foot is stepping on the head of Tathagata Buddha, and there is a monkey king sitting under his butt. The supreme green dragon in the left hand is staring eagerly. The killing white tiger in his right arm roared to the sky. Fierce. It's really fierce. To be honest, he has been in the industry for 50 years and has never seen such a ferocious tattoo. Sure. Opposite the tattoo artist stood a young man in a white shirt. The young man looked pale and listless, but he nodded firmly. To be honest, if there was no other way, he wouldn't want to get such a fierce tattoo. His name is Chu Tian. He accidentally traveled to this world where ghosts are revived and demons are rampant. Because he was too handsome, he was unfortunately targeted by a female ghost in red. She left behind a golden hairpin and a pair of red shoes, and threatened that she would spend her wedding night with him. And the ghost cave? Isn't this just a joke? If he really became Ning Saichen, wouldn't he be sucked dry? Fortunately, at the critical moment, Chu Tian awakened the strongest tattoo system. But to activate the system, one must tattoo the 9 dragons pulling coffin pattern given by the system. Chu Tian knew that this tattoo was very fierce. You may not be able to carry it by yourself. But it's death anyway. Chu Tian doesn't want to be sucked dry. Young man, you are not going to use this tattoo to drive away ghosts, are you? Let me tell you, a few days ago, a young man who was haunted by an evil spirit got a tattoo of Guangong with open eyes on my body. As a result, he was not killed by the ghost, but was hit and killed by a car when he went out. I advise you, if you have encountered a ghost, you should go to the 749th Bureau. It is more useful than this tattoo. The tattoo artist saw Chu Tian's pale face and seemed to understand something, so he kindly advised him. Bureau 749 is an official organization that specializes in solving supernatural cases. Similar to a police station. However, as ghost spirits revive, incidents of evildoers harming people become more frequent. Bureau 749 is too busy to handle it all. In comparison, Chu Tian still believes more in his strongest tattoo system. Stop talking nonsense. I'll give you 10,000 yuan and get your tattoo done within one day. Do you want to take this job? If not, I'll find someone else. Chu Tian was too lazy to continue talking nonsense and directly threw out 10,000 yuan. If this tattoo shop had not been established for decades and had not been of the highest quality, Chu Tian would have left long ago. Go, go, go. No one can resist money, so the tattoo artist immediately agreed. Accompanied by waves of tingling pain, the tattoo officially began. The most difficult tattoo to get is the 9 dragons pulling a coffin on the back. Even though the tattoo artist has decades of experience, it still takes half a day. Then there is the image of the god of war Xingtian on the chest. Then there is the azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right. By the time all the tattoos were done, the sky had already darkened. I have to say that the craftsmanship of the master craftsman is excellent. The 5-clawed black dragon and the red-eyed guangong on the back look exactly like the real ones, lifelike and extremely ferocious. If a timid person saw this scene at night, he would probably pee his pants out of fear. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the 9 dragons coffin tattoo has been activated, and the strongest tattoo system has been activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of the white tiger. As a mechanical system sound rang out in his mind, an inexplicable energy suddenly appeared out of nowhere in Chu Tian's body. Under the nourishment of this energy, the originally pale face became visibly rosy. At the same time, an extremely sharp murderous aura emanated from his body. With the terrifying tattoos all over his body, the old tattoo artist next to him shuddered at the mere sight of him. The white tiger belongs to the element of metal and is in charge of killing. Chu Tian at this moment. Like a sharp sword, unstoppable. Not only that. Clenching his right fist, Chu Tian felt that he was now full of strength. Killing a cow with one punch is no problem at all. The killing white tiger on the right arm also became more real, as if it was about to appear. Hiss, this is only 10% of the white tiger's power. I'm already looking forward to the female ghost tonight. Chu Tian licked his lips. According to the system introduction, he only gained 10% of the white tiger's power when the system was just activated. If you want to gain more power from the white tiger, or even activate magical powers, you have to kill monsters and ghosts to gain soul energy and merit points. Soul energy can unlock more white tiger power. Merit points activate other tattoo powers. Thanks, boss. After sorting out everything, Chu Tian put on his clothes and walked out the door. Hey, young man, be careful with cars when you go out, good luck. The tattoo artist looked at Chu Tian, who walked to the door, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. He was really worried that Chu Tian would be hit by a car and killed as soon as he went out, just like the guy a few days ago. Don't worry, boss. I, Chu Tian, can carry this tattoo. After walking out of the tattoo shop, Chu Tian walked straight towards home. The Chu Tian in this world has just turned 20 years old and is a sophomore at Tsingsha University. Although both his parents passed away, fortunately they left behind a 2-bedroom apartment and a considerable amount of savings, allowing him to live a comfortable life. It took Chu Tian 30 minutes to get back to the community. As soon as he got on the elevator and opened the door, he was stunned. I saw that the originally simple room was now filled with red lanterns hung by someone. There was also a red blanket on the floor. Red candles are burning on the cabinets and tables. It looks very festive. But in the festive atmosphere, there was an inexplicable weirdness. Especially the pair of red shoes and a gold hairpin placed on the coffee table in the living room. It makes people shudder just by looking at it. Chu Tian walked into the room as if he saw nothing, sat on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. There is no need to guess, there will definitely be a big battle soon, so he needs to get enough rest now. Soon, it was 12 o'clock midnight. Hoo-hoo. In the originally closed room, a gust of cold wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere, making an unpleasant wailing sound, blowing the red lanterns left and right, and the candlelight flickered. Here it comes. Chu Tian suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the red shoes and gold hairpins on the coffee table. The next moment, the red shoes and the golden hairpin suddenly disappeared out of thin air. The auspicious time has arrived, Chu Lang, I am here. At the same time, a faint female voice suddenly sounded. Chu Tian looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a woman wearing a bright red wedding dress, red shoes, and a golden hairpin appear at the door. It's bad, Chief, there is a ghost aura in Wangqing Xingchen community. The initial assessment shows that the intensity is C. In Bureau 749, a member of the monitoring team wearing glasses was sitting in front of a computer and reporting to a middle-aged man beside him with a serious face. What? A sea-level ghost? The middle-aged man was startled. After the revival of ghost energy, the official authorities uniformly divided the strength of demons and monsters into 9 levels. They are SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F respectively. In today's world, ghost energy has begun to revive, and most of them are E-level ghosts and F-level residual souls. These are relatively easy to solve. D-level evil spirits are already a bit tricky. Ordinary members of Bureau 749 are simply unable to deal with it. Class C are evil spirits that can cause harm to others. In the huge Xingsha city, there were only a dozen of them in total. But these dozen or so have already made them extremely anxious. Every time it appears, it will cause a bloody storm. It's over. Ishan, Luo Ding, and the others have all been sent to the cemetery. We can't spare any manpower to deal with this evil ghost now. I don't know how many people will be in trouble now. Just when the director was frowning, a guard suddenly came in quickly and said, "Director, reinforcements from Longhu Mountain are here." "Oh. Come on, please." When the middle-aged man heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. The ghost energy has revived, and ordinary bullets are completely ineffective against evil ghosts. Fortunately, with the revival of ghost energy, the former Taoist and Buddhist sects have also revived. Longhu Mountain is a legitimate Jingyi Taoist sect, and its disciples are extremely powerful. Now I really need a pillow when I feel sleepy. Chu Lang. A night of spring is worth 1,000 gold, let's get started. Xingqian Community, Building 7, Unit 1, Room 202. The female ghost in a bright red wedding dress, with her pair of dead fish eyes without pupils, stared at Chu Tian and slowly floated towards him. At the same time, inside the room, countless red strips of cloth suddenly appeared from somewhere, covering Chu Tian and the female ghost. Playing tricks. Chu Tian frowned, looking annoyed. He had had enough of all this. "Since you want to play, I will play with you to the end." Chu Tian shouted angrily and tore his shirt to pieces. "Come on. Have fun." Ah. As the shirt was shattered by the powerful force, the extremely ferocious 5-clawed black dragon and the red-eyed Guangong filled with resentment and anger were revealed. The female ghost was so frightened that she screamed and fell to the ground with a thud. Then, from those eyes, which had only the whites, a line of blood and tears actually flowed slowly. The sad crying sound echoes in my ears. What's going on? Chu Tian, who had just raised his right hand and was about to take the opportunity to attack the female ghost, was stunned. This female ghost seemed to be scared to tears by her own tattoo. "With such guts, you dare to harm others. You, what are these things you have tattooed?" The wedding dress ghost asked in a crying voice. In her entire life, as a human and a ghost, she had never seen anything so ferocious. Especially Neza, who was showing his mouth full of sharp teeth and was having his skin and tendons pulled out. It was as if he was grinning at himself. Although she is a ghost, she also has emotions and desires. That moment, a boundless fear took over my heart. She still feels scared until now. "It's going to kill you." Chu Tiansai was too lazy to explain to the female ghost. He clenched his right fist and smashed it hard on the ghost's head. Roar. At the same time, a strange phenomenon occurred. The white tiger on Chu Tian's right arm seemed to come alive at this moment. It turned into a phantom and attached to Chu Tian's fist. The poor female ghost hasn't come to her senses yet and has no time to dodge. And she didn't need to dodge. She is a soul, so as long as she doesn't want to, any physical attack will be ineffective against her. Ah. But the next moment, accompanied by a scream of pain, the female ghost in wedding dress was directly knocked away by Chu Tian's punch. How could you possibly hit me?" The female ghost looked at Chu Tian in disbelief. This was the first time she was hit by a human attack since her ghost energy was revived. And Chu Tian's punch was quite powerful. Just one blow was enough to almost scare her to death, and her body and soul were unstable. There is no doubt that if he gets hit with another punch, it will definitely disappear into thin air. Hee hee. Chu Tian sneered. Without any extra explanation, he clenched his right fist and stepped forward again. Seeing this, the female ghost did not dare to be careless and quickly dodged. Chu Tian took advantage of the situation and pursued the enemy relentlessly. Soon, the wedding dress ghost was forced into a corner. At this moment, the bright red scene in the room had long returned to normal because the ghost girl in the wedding dress had lost her ghost energy. Similarly, due to the lack of ghost energy, the female ghost in the wedding dress couldn't even pass through the wall at this moment. He could only shrink in the corner, trembling as he looked at Chu Tian, becoming a lamb to be slaughtered. Chu Lang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have set my sights on you. Please, let me go. She is a ghost, not stupid. People can be reincarnated after death, but when a ghost dies, it will really disappear into thin air and will not enter the cycle of reincarnation. So the wedding dress ghost was panicked, completely panicked. He didn't even have the dignity of a ghost anymore, he just knelt on the ground and begged humbly. Ha ha. Let you go. Then 5 minutes ago, did you ever want to let me go? There was a hint of ruthlessness in Chu Tian's mouth. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Today, if he hadn't awakened the system, he would have become a mummy by now. Chu Tian, don't push your luck. I advise you to let me go. I am the Ghost King carrying the coffin. If you kill me, after a month, when the ghost energy is fully revived and the Ghost King carrying the coffin is born, he will not let you go. Seeing that her begging for mercy was in vain, the wedding dress ghost once again revealed a ferocious look and threatened Chu Tian. Ghost King carrying a coffin. Ha ha. I have a system, so why would I be afraid of you? Chu Tian snorted coldly, too lazy to continue arguing with this stupid female ghost. He clenched his right fist and punched out suddenly. In an instant, a white tiger shadow emerged from Chu Tian's left hand and swallowed up the wedding dress ghost in one gulp. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have killed a sea-level evil spirit. Merit plus 1000, white tiger power unlocked 10%. Hiss! This feeling of increased strength is so great. Chu Tian clenched his fists, looked down at the white tiger shadow on his right arm, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. If it was said that it took 2 punches to deal with the wedding dress ghost before. Now, Chu Tian, who has mastered 20% of the white tiger's power, is confident that he can kill the beast with just 1 punch. A sea-level evil ghost increases the power of the white tiger by 10% and 1000 merits. In other words, if I can get 8 more sea-level evil spirits, I will be able to obtain the complete power of the white tiger. As for the power of other tattoos, Chu Tian took a look and found that the cheapest Supreme Azure Dragon required 10,000 merit points to activate. It's a long and arduous journey. With a sigh, at this moment, Chu Tian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left wrist. He frowned slightly, raised his left hand, and found that there was a black coffin mark on his wrist. I didn't expect that this little ghost girl has a backer behind her. Chu Tian thought that the words the red-clothed female ghost said before she died were just to scare him. I didn't expect that there really was a background. C-level evil ghost, B-level ghost general, A-level ghost king. Now, with 1 punch of my full strength, I can easily kill a C-level evil ghost. If you calculate it this way, my current strength is very likely close to level B, or even level B. And the stupid female ghost just said that after a month, the ghost energy will fully revive and the coffin-carrying ghost king will be born. With a full month, I might be able to improve my strength to A level, or even S level. By then, what will the little ghost king be afraid of? The haze lingering in his heart dissipated, and Chu Tian instantly felt a direction in his heart. The top priority now is to find the evil ghost and improve our strength. Although it is 12 o'clock midnight. But midnight is also the time when ghosts appear, so Chu Tian plans to strike while the iron is hot. Chu Tian took out his mobile phone and went directly to the official website of Bureau 749. There is a column inside that specifically marks the areas where evil spirits appear, to prevent ordinary people from entering. Moon Bay Cemetery, right here. After a while, Chu Tian found a suitable target. A cemetery very close to him. Because the ghost energy has revived, the undead inside have revived. The most important thing is that there is more than one sea-level evil spirit inside. Fortunately, due to the restrictions of heaven, they can only move within the cemetery. Otherwise, who knows how many people will suffer. It's perfect. If I can eliminate all 5 sea-level evil spirits in the cemetery, I can obtain 70% of the power of the white tiger. By then, maybe I can easily kill the B-level evil spirits. Chu Tian is definitely a man of action. After determining the target, he quickly put on his clothes and headed towards the cemetery. Hiss! Such a strong murderous aura. Just 5 minutes after Chu Tian left, a young man in a purple Taoist robe came to Chu Tian's door with 4 Taoist priests in green. This is weird. Junior Master, didn't you say there was a sea-level ghost? Why can't I sense even a trace of ghost energy in this place? Could it be that Bureau 749 made a mistake? One of the Taoist priests in green looked at the young man in purple robe in confusion. Those who wear purple robes may not be the strongest, but their status is definitely high. In Taoism, only the direct descendants are qualified to wear purple robes. Otherwise, no matter how high your cultivation level is, you can only wear red or white Taoist robes. The young man called Junior Uncle Master is none other than this generation's Heavenly Master's last disciple, Zhang San. I'm specially ordered by my master to go down the mountain to exorcise demons and monsters. No. Bureau 749 didn't make a mistake. Zhang San frowned deeper and deeper, and explained solemnly. It should be that the ghost energy here has been completely devoured by the killing energy. What's the meaning? Someone got there before us and killed the evil ghost in advance. And judging from the strength of the remaining killing aura, the person who killed the ghost is extremely powerful, at least C-level, or even a B-level expert. What? The 4 Taoist priests in green were all shocked when they heard this. At least C-level, very likely B-level. You must know. Now, on Longhu Mountain, only a few of the second-generation disciples have B-level strength. And even though their Heavenly Master's last disciple was a genius, he had only just reached C-level strength. Unexpectedly, as soon as they came down the mountain, they met a master who was very likely to be of B-level strength. Sure enough, the experts are among the people. Bite. Just then, Zhang San's phone suddenly rang. He looked down and saw that it was Bureau 749 calling, so Zhang San answered the call directly. As soon as the call was connected, the director's cheerful voice came from the phone. Master Zhang is indeed a high-ranking warrior from Mount Longhu. He actually managed to kill a sea-level evil spirit in such a short time. It is true that heroes emerge young. With Master Zhang in Qingsha City, we will have a worry-free future. He felt a little embarrassed to be praised by the director. But the problem is, he was not the one who dealt with this evil ghost. Just as I was about to explain, the director's voice came over the phone again. Master Zhang, I have something else I want to ask of you. What's up? Zhang San asked subconsciously. There is a cemetery near Xingqingwan community, and there are 5 sea-level evil spirits in it. One of the sea-level evil ghosts is about to break through to the strength of a B-level ghost general. If he were allowed to break through to level B, the ghost general would be able to break through the restrictions of the cemetery and walk out of the cemetery, with disastrous consequences. Therefore, tonight I sent 2 teams from Bureau 749, Group A and Group B, to eliminate these ghosts. But after a few days, the strength of the evil spirits in the cemetery has increased a lot. We in Bureau 749 can't take it anymore. So I hope that Master Zhang can give me some help. The director explained. No problem. Zhang Sen agreed immediately. He was already a little depressed about the female ghost, and this was a good opportunity for him to go to the cemetery to get back at his lord. At the same time. Moon Bay, Cemetery. Drink. Hey ha. 10 people in black uniforms are being besieged by a group of undead. Among this group of undead, most of them are EF-level imps. There are only a few dozen D-level evil spirits mixed in. As for the 4 C-level evil spirits, they were watching from a distance. The 10 people in black uniforms were obviously well prepared. Even when facing a siege from hundreds of ghosts, they remained orderly. Someone used Taoist magic to fight against the evil ghost. Some people also threw out yellow talismans, EF-level imps, which would burn if touched. Some people even took out pistols loaded with mahogany bullets and shot them one by one. The most stunning thing was a woman with a stunning face. In the left hand is the boy's urine water gun, in the right hand is the fireball technique. One fire and one water. Even a D-level evil spirit can't survive more than a single round in front of her. In a moment, the 100 besieging ghosts had been completely wiped out, leaving only 4 C-level evil ghosts watching. These C-level ghosts are quite smart. They know how to use the little ghosts to consume us first. At this time, a young man holding a peachwood sword suddenly came to the side of the beauty. Oh! What's the point of being smart? Today is the day they die. The beauty's name is Ishan, and she is the leader of Group B in Bureau 749. With the revival of ghost energy, not only people from Taoism and Buddhism can practice again. Some people with special physiques will awaken their special powers and become superpowered people under the impact of spiritual energy. Ishan, this is the kind of person. Her awakened superpower is fire control. She can manipulate flames and is the absolute nemesis of ghosts. Hey, why are there only 4 evil spirits here? Didn't the director say there were 5? The young man's name is Luo Ding. He is also a superpowered person, but he only has ordinary strength-enhancing talent. But with the century-old peachwood sword and a series of equipment equipped by Bureau 749, it is also able to fight against the existence of C-level evil spirits. Who cares? Let's take care of these 4 first, and then we can slowly find the remaining 1. Ishan said expressionlessly. Group B, follow me. Immediately, Ishan took the lead and rushed towards one of the C-level evil ghosts. However, Ishan had just taken a step when the entire cemetery was suddenly filled with cold winds and dark clouds blocked out the sun. The 4 evil ghosts all looked towards the depths of the cemetery. At the same time, a violent ghostly aura suddenly rushed out from the depths of the cemetery. Luo Ding's face suddenly became extremely ugly. This is the breath of a B-level ghost. Oh no, run away. Something big has happened, Chief. The ghost energy in the cemetery is close to B-level. There must be a C-level evil ghost about to break through. The monitoring team members of Bureau 749 came to the middle-aged director in panic and reported. Puff. What? Upon hearing this, the director, who had just taken a sip of boiled water, sprayed the monitoring team members in the face. Immediately, he came to the computer screen with a look of disbelief on his face. Looking at the ghost energy that was close to the B-level strength appearing on the screen, the director felt hopeless in an instant. It's over. It's over. A ghost general actually appeared. There are only a few B-level ghost generals in the entire Dragon Country. I didn't expect that our Xingsha city would be so unlucky to have one appear. This is really the end. B-level ghost general, able to command tens of thousands of ghosts. Often a B-level ghost general appears and will unite all the evil ghosts in an area to fight against humans together. To be honest, even if there are many C-level evil spirits, they can be dealt with alone. Once a B-level ghost general appears, he will deal a devastating blow to an area. The most classic example is Nagashima in the country of cherry blossoms. The first to appear was a B-level ghost general named Sadako. Under his leadership, half of the city fell in just 3 days. Countless devils became blood food for the evil spirits. Quick, notify the people within 10 kilometers to evacuate immediately. The director calmed down and gave orders quickly. It is a fait accompli and the result cannot be reversed, so all we can do is try to minimize the casualties. Yes. After the guard left, the director took out his cell phone again. With the power of their Xingsha 749 bureau, they would definitely not be able to deal with this B-level ghost general. Now we can only ask the general administration for help. He now only hopes to minimize casualties before reinforcements arrive. Weren't you having a great time killing people just now? You want to run away now? It's too late. At the same time, in the cemetery, a C-level female ghost heard Luo Ding's words and sneered. The next moment, he appeared in front of Luo Ding and others, trying to block their retreat. That's right. Brother Wang has become a ghost general. You can't escape. You'd better become our blood food. The other 3 sea-level evil spirits also came to Luo Ding and others at this time, staring at them ferociously. Humph. If I can't leave, then I won't leave. Today, even if I die, I will take you guys with me. Ishan snorted coldly, her expression was resolute and she showed no fear at all. As the saying goes, killing 1 is no loss, killing 2 is a huge profit. As soon as Ishan finished speaking, the boy's urine water gun in her hand shot towards one of the evil ghosts. Sister Shan is right. Since we can't survive, let's drag these guys down with us. Kill them. Upon hearing this, the other members of Bureau 749 drew their weapons and followed Ishan to rush towards the 4 evil spirits. As the saying goes, the soft are afraid of the hard are afraid of the tough, and the tough are afraid of the desperate. At this moment, all members of Bureau 749 were ready to face death and used all possible means. Even if it means exchanging injuries for injuries, I must tear off a piece of flesh from the evil ghost. At this moment, 4 evil spirits with sea-level strength were actually suppressed by 10 humans. The female ghost at the beginning was burned by Ishan's scorching flames, and her soul became much dimmer. These crazy people. The sea-level female ghost cursed angrily and fled into the depths of the mausoleum in panic. At this time, she no longer cared about the dignity of the evil ghost. After all, if the fight continued, she would soon die under Ishan's flames and her soul would be torn apart. Brother Wang, save me. While running, the sea-level female ghost shouted for help deep into the tomb. How dare you touch my woman? You're really courting death. As soon as the female ghost finished speaking, a gust of cold wind suddenly rose out of nowhere and hit Ishan heavily. Snort. Ishan snorted coldly, and regardless of anything, he summoned a ball of flame with his right hand and threw it at the female ghost. Even if she dies today, she must kill this female ghost first. But Ishan's idea was doomed to fail in the end. Because the next moment, a black ghost shadow appeared in front of the female ghost. A strong ghost aura emanates from his whole body. Ishan's flames can burn sea-level evil spirits. The moment it came into contact with the ghost energy, it was completely devoured. Puff. Ishan was also blown back by the strong cold wind, spitting blood. It's not just Ishan. Even the other 9 members of Bureau 749. He was also blown to the ground by the remaining power of the cold wind. Then he was attacked crazily by 3 other evil spirits. Hateful. Ishan spat out a mouthful of blood and looked unwillingly at the female ghost who survived the disaster. She was just about to replace that female ghost. But in the end, still 1 step behind. Bitch, aren't you awesome? Aren't you amazing? At this time, the female ghost, who was pretending to be powerful, came to Ishan in a show of strength and said tauntingly, "Aren't you going to kill me? Why don't you continue chasing me and beating me?" I. What do you mean by I? You little bitch, let me kill you with my own hands, and then your skin will be mine. Roar. Bang. The female ghost hasn't said a word yet. Suddenly, a white tiger shadow attacked from a distance. He swallowed the female ghost in 1 gulp. There is not even a slag left. What happened? The seriously injured Ishan was confused. What's going on? Where is the female ghost that big in front of me? Why did it suddenly disappear? Ah. Who? Who is it? How dare you kill my woman? I will cut you into pieces. The female ghost was beaten to death right under his nose. The evil ghost king instantly felt that he had suffered the greatest insult in his life as a ghost and started yelling like crazy. Moment. The entire cemetery was filled with cold winds and the sound of whistling was endless. Stupid guy, can you please stop bragging? It's so annoying. Chu Tian walked out from the shadows and threw a punch at Brother Wang with disgust on his face. These stupid ghosts just like to play tricks. The next moment, a white tiger shadow emerged from the body and attacked Brother Wang. Feeling the sharp murderous aura above, Brother Wang did not dare to underestimate it and immediately gathered Yin energy to resist it. Bang! The phantom of the white tiger collided with the thick Yin energy and gradually dissipated. But a large part of Brother Wang's Yin energy was also consumed. Damn it, who are you? How can you be so strong? Brother Wang looked at Chu Tian with astonishment. He could clearly feel the power of the punch just now. If it weren't for his breakthrough in cultivation, his strength would be several times greater than before. I'm afraid that one punch will kill me. And this is not just Brother Wang's doubt. This is also the doubt of Ishan and other 749 bureaus. Where did such a powerful person come from? Kill sea-level evil spirits with one punch. Even the evil ghosts who seem to be ghost generals seem to be no match for him. Be a slave. Haha, do you think I need it? As for the baby. Even if I kill you, you are still mine, right? Chu Tian sneered and responded coldly. Damn it. Damn human, I have already surrendered to the coffin-carrying Ghost King. If you kill me, when the coffin-carrying Ghost King comes to the world, he will definitely not let you go. Seeing that being soft was no use, Brother Wang reverted to his true nature and threatened Chu Tian viciously. The Ghost King carrying a coffin. Is that what you mean? Chu Tian raised his left hand, revealing the coffin mark on his wrist. What? You dare. Before Brother Wang could finish his words, he was turned into dust by the sonic attack of Tiger Roar and completely disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a sea-level evil ghost and gaining 5% of the White Tiger's power and 1000 merits. After fighting for so long, it turns out that you are only a C rank. Listening to the mechanical sound of the system in his mind, Chu Tian's face instantly turned dark. I thought I could gain a lot of White Tiger power and merit points this time. Who knew this idiot was only a C rank? What a loss. If I had known, I should have waited for this idiot to advance to B level before killing him. Chu Tian was very upset. According to the system's explanation, the strength of this C-level evil ghost has reached half a step to B level, and it is only a little bit away from being promoted to B level. That's why its strength is much stronger than that of ordinary C-level evil spirits. But it is only half a step to B level, and is still C level after all. Therefore, the reward given by the system can only be the reward for killing C-level evil spirits. As for why the White Tiger power obtained became less. This is because after unlocking the magical power, a C-level evil ghost can only provide 5% of the power of the White Tiger. Chu Tian looked depressed. At this time, the members of Bureau 749 came to their senses and hurried to Chu Tian and said respectfully. Thank you for your help, my friend. May I know your name? You're welcome. As for the name and stuff, forget it. We may not meet again in the future. Chu Tian shook his hands and said impatiently. Then he went straight to the depths of the cemetery. Now. He just hoped that the treasure that idiot just mentioned could give him a little surprise. This person is so rude. Luo Ding frowned and looked at Chu Tian's departing back. Chu Tian's attitude really made him unhappy. Just ask with good intentions. Who knew that Chu Tian didn't even say his name and didn't give any face at all? If Chu Tian hadn't been so ferocious just now, he probably would have thought he couldn't beat him, so he would have just rushed up and punched him twice. Looking at his expression, he seems a little irritated. Maybe he has something bothering him. Ishan stared at Chu Tian's departing back with a complicated expression and explained subconsciously. Upon hearing this, the other 9 members of Bureau 749 suddenly widened their eyes and looked incredulous. Because although Ishan awakened the ability to control fire, but in fact, she is an ice beauty. Normally, he was very rude and frugal with words when speaking to the director of their 749th Bureau. Today, she actually took the initiative to help him and explain. And he is a man with no manners. Damn it. Luo Ding immediately looked towards the depths of the cemetery with hatred. Ever since he saw Ishan for the first time, he fell in love with this beauty. However, Ishan's cold attitude made him think that Ishan had a cold personality. Who knows? Now she is defending a man like this. Luo Ding suddenly became jealous. Just when he was about to continue slandering Chu Tian, a group of Taoists in Taoist robes suddenly walked towards this side. The leader was none other than Zhang San in purple robe. Hey guys, are you from Bureau 749? Zhang San asked. Yes. Who are you, Taoist priest? Luo Di nodded, puzzled. I am Zhang San, a second-generation disciple of Mount Longhu. I have been entrusted by your director to help you exorcise demons. Zhang San explained, then looked around and said in confusion. Not long ago, I sensed a strong ghost energy erupting from this place. Why isn't there even a single little ghost here now? Could it be that they have all been solved by you guys? Zhang San's face was full of confusion. When he approached here before, he felt a monstrous ghostly aura. The ghost energy is so strong that it even exceeds that of a C-level evil ghost and is close to that of a B-level ghost general. This made Zhang San very excited, and he hurried over, thinking that he could do a great job. Who knew that after arriving, let alone C-level evil ghosts, there wasn't even a single EF-level ghost? Wait, this is this familiar murderous aura. Suddenly, Zhang San frowned slightly. Because he felt a familiar murderous aura. It's exactly the same atmosphere as before in Xingqian community. I see. However, the Taoist priest is late, ding ding ding, sorry. When Luo Ding heard this, he suddenly realized what was going on and was about to explain, but at this moment, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. After saying sorry to Zhang San, Luo Ding picked up the phone and saw that it was the director of the 749th Bureau calling. After all, he was his immediate superior, so Luo Ding didn't dare to delay and quickly pressed the answer button. Immediately, the director's anxious voice came from the phone. Luo Ding. Are you still alive? Luo Ding was suddenly filled with black lines on his face. Director, if I were dead, how could I answer your call? Oh. That's not what I meant. Oh, forget it. Tell me first, what happened there? The director was as anxious as an ant on hot pot. Because just a minute ago, the ghost energy monitoring team miraculously discovered that the ghost energy was close to the strength of Class B. Disappeared. Not only the ghost energy that was close to B level, but even the other 4 ghost auras of C level strength disappeared without a trace. While feeling flattered, the director was also filled with doubts. Then he thought of the 749 members he sent to the cemetery, and called him immediately. Upon hearing this, Luo Ding immediately understood the purpose of the director's call and quickly explained. Originally there were 5 C-level demons here, and one of them was suspected to have been promoted to B-level. Just when we were about to be wiped out, a mysterious man suddenly appeared and solved everything. The reason why it is suspected is because Chu Tian said before, it turns out that you, an old man, are only C-level. Although he felt that the strength of the ghost energy was probably B-level. But Chu Tian is stronger than him after all, so he would rather believe the judgment of a strong man. A mysterious person has been solved. The director was delighted when he heard this and said quickly. Is it Taoist Zhang San? It must be him. He is worthy of being the high priest of Mount Longhu. Even evil ghosts with ghost energy close to level B can be killed in a short time. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. With Taoist Zhang San, our Xingsha city will no longer have to worry. When Luo Ding said that a mysterious man suddenly appeared, the director immediately thought of Zhang San. After all, he had just asked Zhang San to go for reinforcement not long ago. And in the entire Xingsha, he only believed that this high-ranking Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain had such strength. When Zhang San, who was standing by, heard what the director said, his face suddenly turned dark. Especially the director's words of praise, which made him feel a little embarrassed. If it really is him, then forget it. The key point is, whether it was the incident in Xingqian community or what happened here now, it was not him who did it. Even. He didn't see a ghost. It's almost like eating shit is not as good as eating hot shit. But he was given such a high hat by the director, which made him very ashamed. When Luo Ding heard this, he knew that the director had misunderstood and was about to explain. Who would have thought that Ishan, who was standing by, would be the first to grab the phone and say, the director is not Taoist Zhang, but a mysterious young man. Originally, all 10 of us were going to die tragically at the hands of the evil ghost. Thanks to that mysterious man, we were able to save our lives. I'm your grandfather. Wang Gu responded with a fist as big as a sandbag. Chu Tian rushed to Brother Wang and punched him again. Roar. Accompanied by a tiger roar, the huge white tiger shadow pounced towards the ghost general again. Damn it. If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Even a clay figure would get angry, let alone him, a demon. Brother Wang immediately gathered a large amount of yin energy to fight against Chu Tian. Bang. 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 Accompanied by continuous loud noises. The people from Bureau 749 and the 3 sea-level evil spirits were stunned by the scene before their eyes. The people in the 749th Bureau had never expected that there would be someone so powerful that could fight hand-to-hand with a B-level ghost general. This completely shattered their perception. They had seen the video of the high-ranking masters from Mount Longhu and Mount Mao joining forces to kill a B-level ghost general. That's almost several Taoist priests with B-level strength. It took the combined use of formations, talismans, Taoist magic and other means to barely kill a B-level ghost general. However, they had never seen anyone like Chu Tian who could directly fight against a B-level ghost general. The 3 sea-level evil ghosts also did not expect that there could be such powerful humans, able to fight on par with B-level ghost generals. In their opinion, B-level ghost generals are several levels stronger than their group of sea-level ghosts. Even if there are a dozen sea-level evil ghosts, they may not be able to defeat a B-level ghost general. No. It's not that it's not certain, it's that it's definitely impossible. This is the huge gap caused by the gap between realms. Bang. 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 After a few more rounds, the men and the ghost tacitly kept their distance. Damn it. How could there be such a powerful human being at this stage? I rely on the elixir given by the coffin-carrying Ghost King and the treasure deep in the cemetery. Just barely broke through and reached the pseudo-B-level realm. But how did this human cultivate? Brother Wang looked at Chu Tian with a puzzled look on his face. That's right. Although his strength is much stronger than other sea-level evil spirits. But in the end, I didn't take that step. If he is given another 3 days, he will definitely become a B-level ghost general. But now, he can only be considered half a step to B-level at best. To be honest, Chu Tian's strength completely exceeded his imagination. If it weren't for the fact that it is located next to the cemetery, an extremely yin place, there would be a constant supply of yin energy. I'm afraid that he has already died under Chu Tian's white tiger power. No, this is not a solution. If we continue to waste time, something unexpected will inevitably happen. Brother Wang murmured in a low voice, and slowly set his gaze on the 3 sea-level evil spirits not far away. I originally wanted to keep them to help me find blood food, but now it seems that I have no choice but to devour them first, increase my strength, and get rid of the humans in front of me. This thought just popped up in the mind of the B-level ghost general. Next moment, Chu Tian has already rushed towards the 3 sea-level evil ghosts. After a fight, he also realized that it would be a bit difficult to kill the evil ghost in front of him with only 30% of his own white tiger power. In this case, it would be better to deal with the 3 sea-level evil ghosts first, improve your strength, and then deal with this B-level ghost general. Damn it. Did he see through my intentions? How is that possible? Looking at Chu Tian's figure like a cannonball, the B-level ghost general was horrified. Immediately, it quickly turned into a dark cloud and rushed towards the 3 sea-level evil spirits. Wow. Brothers, run away. Looking at the greedy Chu Tian and the ferocious Brother Wang, the 3 sea-level evil spirits were frightened at this moment. Turn around and run without hesitation. Oh no, benefactor, stop the evil ghost quickly, he wants to devour the evil ghosts and increase his strength. Ishan looked at Brother Wang's actions and instantly saw through his intentions. Ghosts are different from humans. They can devour each other and increase their strength. Not long ago, in Ganzhou, there was a B-level ghost general who devoured dozens of sea-level evil ghosts, and his final strength was infinitely close to that of an A-level ghost king. In that battle, more than a dozen B-level Taoist priests died, causing heavy losses to the human side. In the end, it was Zhang Tianchi of Mount Longhu who managed to destroy it with the Taoist treasures. What? You're trying to steal my experience. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian became furious and punched the ghost general fiercely. He immediately caught up with an evil ghost and with a casual punch, he beat it to death. At the same time, a powerful murderous aura emerged in Chu Tian's body again. What experience? These are all my rations. Faced with Chu Tian's provocation, Brother Wang was unwilling to be outdone. He gathered a ball of yin energy in his left hand to resist. Then he also caught up with an evil ghost and ate it alive. At this time, Chu Tian had already caught up with another evil ghost, and with a casual blow, he made it disappear into thin air. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing a sea-level evil ghost, gaining 10% of the White Tiger's power, and 1,000 merit points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 50% of the power of the White Tiger and unlocked the magical power Tiger Roar. Along with the mechanical system sound, the figure of a white tiger suddenly appeared in Chu Tian's mind. It roars to the sky, and all things submit. White tiger magical power, interesting. Chu Tian raised the corner of his mouth. The so-called Tiger Roar magic was actually a sonic attack. As for how strong it is, Chu Tian slowly set his gaze on the B-level ghost general not far away. Isn't this a good experiment? He, boy, your death has come. Being stared at by Chu Tian was a little creepy, and Brother Wang suddenly grinned at Chu Tian. Although he only devoured a sea-level evil ghost, his strength was greatly improved. Even though he was still not completely sure he could kill the human in front of him. But he was confident that as long as he was in this cemetery, he would never be killed by Chu Tian. This is not easy anymore. Brother Wang encouraged himself. Really? Then let's try it. Chu Tian slowly raised his right hand and aimed at the ghost general. Boy, what are you doing? Brother Wang felt confused. He had been attacking with clenched fists before, but what did it mean that he was just raising his hand now? Want to shake hands with me and make peace? This is not something that cannot be considered. Chu Tian didn't say anything. What answered Brother Wang was the shadow of a 3-meter-long white tiger. After all this time, this kid is going to use his ultimate move. Although he didn't understand it, Brother Wang felt a chill down his spine just by looking at the shadow of the white tiger, and it felt powerful. Subconsciously, the ghost general then gathered countless negative energies around himself to protect his own safety. At this time, the white tiger shadow also roared at Brother Wang. Roar! The long-lasting tiger roar shook the sky and the earth. It transformed into circular sound waves and attacked the ghost general. Ah! Damn it, why does his strength seem to have suddenly improved? And it has improved a lot. Brother Wang frowned because the circular sound waves were destroying the negative energy around him layer by layer. Feel the power of these sound waves. He dared to guarantee it with his personality as a fierce ghost. The current Chu Tian is definitely a level stronger than before. Damn it. I can't hold on any longer. In less than 10 seconds, the negative energy around Brother Wang was completely eliminated by the sound waves of the tiger's roar. Although it is supplemented by the negative energy of the cemetery. But that is just a drop in the bucket, totally not enough. He wanted to resist, but under the suppression of the tiger's roar, he couldn't even gather yin energy. Even if I wanted to move, I couldn't move at all. He could only watch his soul being destroyed bit by bit. Brother, I was wrong, don't kill me. A fear from the depths of his soul filled his whole body. Brother Wang instantly became timid and kept begging Chu Tian for mercy. Chu Tian was unmoved. Seeing this, Brother Wang became even more anxious and said quickly, Brother, please don't kill me, please, as long as you let me go, I will work like a cow or a horse for you. Moreover, I can also give you a treasure that can improve your strength, I guarantee you will be satisfied. What? Not Taoist Zhang San. How is it possible? Is there another master? The director was shocked. Yes, Chief. It wasn't me. I was a little late. Moreover, not only the evil spirits in the cemetery were not dealt with by me. Even the evil ghosts in Xingqian community were not dealt with by me. Zhang San spoke truthfully. They are people who practice Taoism and they value clarity of thoughts. This would be like always taking credit for other people's achievements and wearing the director's hat. I am afraid that his cultivation will not improve at all in the future. Who is that? How could there be such a powerful person in our Xingsha? The director was not surprised but happy when he heard this. The more masters appear in Xingsha City, the better it is for Xingsha. I don't know him, but that mysterious master is not only young, but also extremely powerful. In the battle, he almost suppressed the B-level ghost general. Finally, he used a sonic attack to instantly kill the B-level ghost general. Speaking of Chu Tian, Yishan's eyes subconsciously looked towards the depths of the cemetery, with admiration in her expression. Chu Tian saved her from the moment of life and death. He even killed 3 C-level evil spirits with thundering means. Finally, he killed the evil ghost who was suspected to be a B-level ghost general. The operation left a deep impression on her. Plus, Chu Tian is also good-looking. It can be said that the buffs are stacked up directly. In fact, she just has high standards, but she is not sexually frigid. Faced with such an outstanding man, I naturally feel infinite affection for him. So amazing. Great, Yishan, hurry up and recruit him. Recruit him into our 749th Bureau at all costs. The safety of our Xingsha will depend on him from now on. Upon hearing this, the director became even more excited. Suppress the B-level ghost general. This is something that has never been heard of since the revival of spiritual energy. And he knew Yishan's character well and would never exaggerate. In other words, that mysterious man is indeed a powerful master. And if there was such a master in charge of their 749 games, by then, they in Xingsha will no longer have to worry about being disturbed by evil spirits. You can set any conditions and give any gifts. I only have one request, which is to recruit this expert into the 749th Bureau. Understood, Chief. I will definitely do my best to recruit him. Yishan nodded affirmatively. She had this intention in mind originally. Now that she had the director's authorization, she was even more thinking about how to recruit Chu Tian. At the same time, Chu Tian has arrived deep into the cemetery. As we went deeper, the Yin energy around us became thicker. Even ghostly visions appeared automatically, and the sound of ghosts crying could be heard all around. Like resentment, like longing, like crying, like complaining, the ghost sound sobbing never stops in the ears. What a noise! Chu Tian, who was already annoyed, was made even more annoyed by this scene. He threw a punch casually and the white tiger phenomenon appeared. The original fantasy was shattered in an instant. At the same time, the source of the vision was revealed. A black stone. There is an extremely strong Yin energy attached to it. Chu Tian guessed that this was the treasure that the idiot had just mentioned, and he was instantly disappointed. With the system, he doesn't need to practice at all. This stone with strong negative energy is of no use to him. Uncomfortable. Just when Chu Tian was about to leave in disappointment, the voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have discovered the extreme Yin stone. Ultra Yin stone, the source of Yin energy, can turn a 10-mile radius into an extremely Yin place, which is detrimental to the harmony of nature. Destroying it will earn you 5,000 merit points. Hiss! Wow, I didn't expect it to be such a treasure, it actually has 5,000 merit points. After many twists and turns, there seemed to be no way out, but suddenly there was a new village. Chu Tian, who had originally lost hope, did not expect that this broken stone would bring him such a big surprise. You know, a C-level evil ghost is only worth 1,000 merit points. Such a small piece of stone can actually hold the weight of 5 C-level evil spirits. Without hesitation, Chu Tian immediately swung his right fist and smashed it hard at the Ji-Yin stone. Bang! With a loud bang, the Ji-Yin stone suddenly shattered into pieces. Ding! Congratulations to the host, destroying the extreme Yin stone and gaining 5,000 merit points. System, how many merit points do I have now? Chu Tian asked in his heart. 10,000 merit points. Great, I finally saved enough. Chu Tian heard this and immediately said impatiently in his heart. System, awaken the Supreme Azure Dragon. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have spent 10,000 merit points to awaken the Supreme Azure Dragon and obtain the Azure Dragon treasure technique. As the mechanical sound of the system fell, a green energy suddenly appeared in Chu Tian's body. At the same time, the blue dragon tattoo on Chu Tian's left arm also became more real at this moment, as if it was coming alive and flying in the sky. The Azure Dragon technique is interesting. Chu Tian slowly raised his left hand and extended his index finger. Swoosh! The next moment, a green beam of light as thick as an arm shot out. Bang! The blue light column accurately hit the extremely lean stone that was shattered into pieces. Moment. The shattered extreme stone turned directly into powder and disappeared into thin air. That's not all. A huge hole now appeared on the original ground. This power is so fucking great. It is worthy of being the power of the Azure Dragon. Chu Tian was stunned. He had thought that the Supreme Azure Dragon was very powerful, but he never expected him to be so powerful. Just by awakening 10% of the Azure Dragon's magic, its power is already close to 50% of the White Tiger's power. What's more important is, the greatest function of the Qinglong magic is not attack, but healing. According to the introduction of the system, the green dragon belongs to the element of wood and can heal everything. That's why Chu Tian can still use the Qinglong magic to cure diseases and save lives. It can be said that as long as that person still has half a breath left, Chu Tian can use the Qinglong magic to give him half of his life. Powerful, really too powerful. The Azure Dragon and White Tiger alone are already so powerful. How powerful would the tattoos of the Monkey King and the God of War Xing Tian be? Chu Tian was increasingly looking forward to the day when he could activate his other tattoos. Thinking of this, Chu Tianxia subconsciously looked at the coffin mark in his hand, which was darker in color, with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. By then. Not to mention the little coffin-carrying Ghost King. I'm afraid he might not be able to fight against the legendary 10 Kings of Hell and the 5 Ghost Emperors. Thinking of this, Chu Tian instantly became full of motivation. I immediately took out my cell phone, opened the official website of Bureau 749, and started looking for haunted places. Soon, he selected a suitable target. There is a construction site not far away, and there is a sea-level evil ghost in it. Moreover, this place is not far from his home. After finishing this order, he can go back and have a rest. Chu Tian did it as he thought, and left the cemetery decisively. However, as soon as I reached the door, I found that the previous members of Bureau 749 had not left yet. Not only did the people from Bureau 749 stay, but there were even 5 more Taoists wearing Taoist robes. But Chu Tianxia didn't want to get involved with them. He only wanted to kill ghosts and improve his strength. So he didn't even look at them and walked straight outside. However, Chu Tian ignored these people, but these people came up to him on their own initiative. Hello, benefactor. Ishan walked with her long legs to Chu Tian's side and spoke carefully. Why, is there something wrong? People are all double standard. When Chu Tian saw that the person who came was a woman, and a woman with a great figure and a beautiful face, his tone softened a lot. But there is still no stopping the pace of progress. Why do you treat Ishan like this and me like that? When Luo Ding saw this scene, he felt terrible. However, thinking about the brave Chu Tian just now, Luo Ding didn't dare to say it out loud and could only complain in his heart. Ishan's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she quickly followed Chu Tian's footsteps and said, "It's nothing serious. I just saw that you were so powerful, so I wanted to invite you to join Bureau 749. Our Bureau 749 benefits. Don't say it, I have no interest in joining any Bureau 749. Before Ishan could finish her words, Chu Tian interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Although Bureau 749 is an official organization, there will definitely be no problem with its welfare benefits. But the problem is, once you join Bureau 749, you have to obey Bureau 749's orders and abide by the above regulations from now on. Just thinking about it, Chu Tian felt a little horrified. In comparison, he still prefers to be alone and live a free life. What do you mean? How dare you reject our invitation from 749? After being rejected by Chu Tian, Ishan hadn't said anything yet, but Luo Ding on the side had already spoken out angrily. He had long been fed up with Chu Tian's arrogant look. Now Chu Tian rejected their invitation from Bureau 749 without even thinking about it. Isn't this clearly a sign of disrespect for Bureau 749? Luo Ding. Shut up and don't be rude to your benefactor. As soon as Luo Ding finished speaking, Ishan shouted. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Luo Ding with unkindness. Normally, because he has a crush on Ishan, Luo Ding would give in to her in everything. But now, Ishan defended Chu Tian in front of him, and he would not endure it any longer. He glared at Chu Tian and said righteously, "My friend, I know you are powerful. Therefore, you should join the 749th Bureau and work with us to protect the safety of the people of Xingsha City. Are you blackmailing me morally?" Chu Tian frowned slightly, a look of annoyance appearing between his brows. "Just because I am strong, I have to protect the people of Xingsha. Who made the rule? Madonna of Death." Moreover, he was a little confused, even though Luo Ding's words sounded righteous. But there was a deep hostility towards him in his eyes. This look made him very unhappy. What kind of moral kidnapping? As the saying goes, the greatest thing is to serve the country and the people. A real man is born into this world and should defend his country. Joining the 749th Bureau is your best choice. Luo Ding looked very righteous. It seemed as if Chu Tian would be a sinner for all eternity if he didn't join Bureau 749. Idiot. Faced with such a moron, Chu Tian only wanted to give him 2 words. Then he walked straight out of the cemetery. He was afraid that his IQ would be lowered if he said one more word to such a stupid person. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Luo Ding became even more angry. He quickly walked up to Chu Tian and blocked his way. Ever since he awakened his superpowers and joined Bureau 749, everyone around him treats him with respect. Even the director of Bureau 749 would greet him with a smile every time he saw him. And now, Chu Tian actually called him an idiot in front of so many people, which made Luo Ding feel extremely ashamed. After his blood boiled, even though he knew he might not be able to beat Chu Tian, he still stood up. "I'll give you one last chance. Get out of my sight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Chu Tian was already a little angry. "Luo Ding, what are you doing?" Ishan said to Luo Ding with a cold expression. "Come back soon." Looking at Ishan's cold expression when facing him, he recalled her friendly expression when facing Chu Tian just now. Luo Ding's anger suddenly grew even greater. "You want me to come back, right? Good. Then I won't come back." Luo Ding pretended to be deaf and still stood in front of Chu Tian, staring at Chu Tian with hatred. "You're welcome. I want to see today how you can be rude to me. Court death. It's hard to persuade the damned ghost with kind words. Chu Tian has already given him a chance. Since Luo Ding can't control himself, don't blame him for taking action." Without any hesitation, Chu Tian clenched his right fist and swung it towards Luo Ding. "Come on. Don't think I'm afraid of you." Luo Ding was equally unwilling to be outdone. He clenched his right fist and punched towards Chu Tian's fist. He is a superpowered person. The strength of a single hand has reached 2,000 kilograms. And Chu Tian. In his opinion, it was just that he had awakened some kind of white tiger supernatural power, so he could create the white tiger phantom. Moreover, that kind of white tiger phantom is specifically designed to defeat evil spirits, so it can easily deal with those evil spirits. If it were just a matter of physical strength, he didn't believe that Chu Tian was his opponent. This is also the reason why he dared to stand up and stop Chu Tian. Otherwise, would you really think he is mentally retarded and jumped out for no reason to scam a master? Bang. As the two fists collided, a huge roar occurred. Luo Ding, who originally thought that he could win easily, suddenly widened his eyes with a look of disbelief on his face. Because he actually felt an irresistible force from Chu Tian's fist. The next moment, there was almost no hesitation. Luo Ding flew backwards. He flew for dozens of meters before falling heavily to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. Feeling his numb right arm, Luo Ding felt disheartened. A feeling of despair, unwillingness, and regret filled my whole body. Because if he guessed correctly, after that punch, all the meridians in his right arm were severed, which means his right hand, was useless. How is this possible? Brother Ding is a super strongman, but he couldn't even withstand this guy's punch. Hiss. This is too strong. As expected, he is a tough guy who can suppress a B-level ghost general. He is really amazing. Brother Ding miscalculated this time. Not only did he fail to save face in front of team leader E, but he also lost both his wife and his troops. The members of Bureau 749 who were watching were stunned when they saw this scene. Originally, they had the same idea as Luo Ding. It is believed that Chu Tian is strong because of the white tiger vision. In terms of pure physical strength, he is definitely not as good as Luo Ding. Who knows? The final result surprised them. Hiss. Such a young B-rank expert. Zhang San's eyes were solemn and his expression was complicated. He is a rare genius in Longhu Mountain in a century. In just 1 month since the revival of ghost energy, he has cultivated from 0 to sea-level strength. But compared with Chu Tian in front of him, he found himself not even worthy of carrying Chu Tian's shoes. Nothing else to say. With just that one punch, Chu Tian could send him straight to the 18th level of hell. You are just a piece of trash, you don't know what's good for you, but you dare to stop me. With a contemptuous glance at the seriously injured Luo Ding, Chu Tian raised his foot and walked out of the cemetery. This time, no one dared to stop Chu Tian anymore. Even many people were still immersed in the power of Chu Tian's punch. As members of Bureau 749, they knew that Luo Ding could exert a force of 2,000 kilograms with a single hand. Chu Tian, with one punch, sent Luo Ding flying dozens of meters away. How powerful is this force? 3,000 Jin? 4,000 Jin? Or even higher? The members of Bureau 749 no longer dared to think further. There was deep fear in her pupils as she looked at Chu Tian's back. At this time, Chu Tian had already walked out of the cemetery and had no idea what everyone was thinking. 10% of the white tiger's power can give it 1,000 kilograms of physical strength. Chu Tian, who possesses 55% of the white tiger's power, can exert a force of 5,500 kilograms with just one hand. A true humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. 5 minutes later, Chu Tian arrived at the abandoned construction site. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. It was quiet at night and there was not a single person around. What's going on? Where's the C-rank evil spirit that was promised to us? Why is it gone? Chu Tian frowned slightly. He had already walked around the entire construction site. Not to mention C-class evil spirits. Even a DF-level imp was not seen. Is it because it has been resolved? Bureau 749 hasn't had time to update the information yet. Thinking of this possibility, the depressed Chu Tian had to return empty-handed and head towards the Xingqian Bay community. The continuous running around made him feel a little tired, and he didn't plan to continue looking for the next target. But on his way home, he passed by a street light that flickered. Suddenly a scantily clad pink lady appeared. "Brother, are you alone? Do you want to go home with your sister and play some games?" Seeing Chu Tian passing by, the pink girl's eyes lit up immediately, and she immediately came up to him, wrapped her plump breasts around Chu Tian's left arm, and said coquettishly. Chu Tian frowned slightly. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Although there are indeed a lot of chickens around here. But it's outrageous that people are still soliciting customers on the roadside in the middle of the night. But the strange thing is that Chu Tian did not detect any ghostly aura from the girl in front of him. Okay. Where is your home? Take me there to play. Chu Tian calmly stretched out his left hand and held the pink girl's slender waist. He wanted to see what kind of person this woman was and what tricks she was going to play. Don't worry, brother. My home is over there. Come with me. The pink girl smiled brightly upon hearing this, said a coquettish word, hugged Chu Tian's arm, and walked towards a dark alley. After a while, the two of them arrived in front of a dilapidated rental house. It stinks. Chu Tian frowned suddenly. As soon as he approached the rental house, he smelled a strong stench. But the strange thing is that Chu Tian still didn't notice even a trace of ghostly aura. However, although there was no ghostly aura, Chu Tian smelled a strange energy fluctuation inside. And its strength is not low, at least comparable to the ghost energy of a sea-level ghost. "Brother, come in, this is my home." At this time, the pink girl was still pulling Chu Tian towards the rental house. Chu Tian didn't waste any words and just went with the flow. As soon as I entered the rental house, I saw a charming woman lying on the bed in dishevel. When the enchanting woman saw Chu Tian, she immediately smiled, stretched out her delicate hand, and said charmingly, "Brother, come and play." "Brother, come on, we two sisters are free to play as you like." At this time, the pink girl next to him also pushed Chu Tian towards the bed. Chu Tian went with the flow again and came to the bed. She wanted to see what tricks these two women were going to play. The conscience of heaven and earth can be witnessed by the sun and the moon. He really just wanted to take a look and didn't really want to play. Although he thought so in his heart, Chu Tian's hands began to wander dishonestly on the bodies of the two women. After all, if you don't take advantage of a good deal, you be a bastard. At this time, the two women also entangled Chu Tian. One of them hugged Chu Tian's neck, and the other one unbuttoned Chu Tian's pants. But just when the enchanting woman was about to kiss Chu Tian's neck, Chu Tian's right eyelid twitched suddenly. As if sensing something, Chu Tianxia subconsciously glanced at the enchanting woman. I saw that at some point, two sharp teeth appeared from the enchanting woman's mouth, and she was about to bite Chu Tian's neck. There is something fishy indeed. Chu Tian's expression turned stern and he suddenly broke free from the arms of the two women. The two girls immediately looked at Chu Tian with confusion on their faces. "Brother, what are you doing? Come and play." Chu Tian's expression remained unchanged as he shouted at the two women. "You bold monsters, I've already seen that you are not human, look at me, the mighty tiger." As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, he immediately threw a punch. Roar! A white tiger shadow suddenly emerged from the body and pounced towards the two women. Hiss! I didn't expect that I was wrong. He turned out to be a master. Seeing this, the two girls stopped pretending, lost their original charming expressions, and looked at Chu Tian with cold faces. Faced with the power of the white tiger released by Chu Tian, the two women were able to sense its strength and immediately joined forces to resist it. But what the two did not expect was that even if they worked together, they still could not stop the white tiger. In the end, he was knocked away and fell heavily against the wall, spitting blood. At this point, the two women could no longer maintain their human form and revealed their true forms. They turned out to be two emerald green snakes. Each one is 2 meters long and as thick as a bucket, and looks terrifying. I was wondering why I couldn't sense any ghost energy. It turns out they are two snake demons. Chu Tian suddenly realized. In this world, ghost spirit has revived. Not only have the dead souls come back to life, but they have also turned into evil spirits. Many animals and plants also gained intelligence and transformed into monsters under the wave of revival of ghost energy. I just don't know if I'll get a reward for killing the monster. Chu Tian licked his lips and punched the two men without hesitation. The phantom of the white tiger suddenly broke out of the body and pounced towards the two snake monsters. "Brother Rat, save me." It was clear that Chu Tian's strength was not something they could resist. The two snake demons immediately shouted for help. As soon as the snake demon finished speaking, the wooden bed in the room suddenly exploded. Immediately afterwards, a 2-meter-long gray mouse jumped out from under the bed and stood in front of the two snake demons, trying to help them block the attack. But the gray mouse completely overestimated his own strength. The moment he came into contact with the white tiger's phantom, he was knocked flying and then smashed heavily against the wall, half dead and not knowing whether he was alive or dead. As the old saying goes, snakes and rats stick together. It's really true. Chu Tian finally understood why he smelled a foul odor in this rental house. It turned out to be this stinky rat. At this time, with the appearance of the stinking rat, the entire rental house was filled with a foul stench. Brother, we are wrong. Please let us go. We two sisters can serve you for the rest of our lives. Yes, big brother, I'm very good at blowjobs. I promise to make you feel great. Seeing that the rat demon, who was stronger than them, was no match for Chu Tian, The two snake demons immediately became scared and quickly begged Chu Tian for mercy. He even used the beautiful snake strategy directly. Blowjob. Hearing this, a strange picture suddenly emerged in Chu Tian's mind. He still remembered that there were people on the internet who specialized in using toothless snakes to do that. Yes, big brother, my tongue is very flexible, look. Hiss hiss hiss. Seeing that Chu Tian seemed quite interested, one of the snake demons immediately spit out its scarlet tongue seductively. But what responded to the snake demon was the shadow of a white tiger. After all, Chu Tian is not a pervert and doesn't like to do these things. The two snake demons, which were already seriously injured, had no ability to block Chu Tian's punch. In the end, he could only die tragically under the power of the white tiger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing two sea-level snake monsters and obtaining 10% of the white tiger's power, 2,000 merit points. Cool. Chu Tian's mouth corners slightly raised. He thought he had gained nothing tonight. I didn't expect to encounter monsters. Immediately, Chu Tian raised his left hand again and shot out a green dragon magic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the sea-level rat demon and obtaining 5% of the Azure Dragon's power, 1,000 merit points. Hiss! I didn't expect that before awakening its magical power, a sea-level demon ghost could only improve its Azure Dragon magic by 5%. If it awakens its magical power, wouldn't it only be able to improve by 2.5%? Chu Tian frowned slightly, feeling that the road ahead was long and arduous. It seems I have to work harder in the future. Muttering something in a low voice, Chu Tian walked out of the rental house. 10 minutes later, Chu Tian returned to Xingqian Bay Community. This time, we didn't encounter any monsters along the way. After washing up quickly, Chu Tian, who was tired after a night of work, fell asleep. The next day, at just 7:30, Chu Tian was woken up by the alarm clock. It's not that he doesn't want to continue sleeping, but because he still has to go to work in the morning. That's right, today is Monday, and I'm a sophomore student in the Department of Chinese Language and Literature at Tsingsha University. There are 6 classes today. Moreover, the first period of the 8th grade was taught by the counselor, so he didn't dare to escape at all. After washing up, Chu Tian just opened the door and was about to go out, but he was stunned. Because, at this moment, his door was surrounded by people. The leader was a middle-aged man with a square face. There are a few familiar faces behind him. For example, the long-legged beauty and the purple-robed Taoist priest who talked to him in the cemetery last night. Moment. Chu Tian immediately understood the intentions of these people. But before Chu Tian could say anything, the middle-aged man with a square face spoke first. Hello, classmate Chu, let me introduce myself first. I am the director of the 749 Bureau of Tsingsha City. The purpose of coming here today is actually very simple. I just want to invite you to join our 749th Bureau. Student Chu. Don't be so quick to refuse. Joining our 749th Bureau really has very generous benefits. Before Chu Tian could finish his words, the director spoke first. First of all, in terms of salary, 5 insurances and 1 fund, a salary of 500,000 yuan per month after tax. Secondly. Alright. No need to say more, director. I know you have good treatment and generous benefits, but no matter what the conditions are, I will not join the 749th Bureau. Chu Tian raised his hand to interrupt, still ruthlessly refusing. Why? Aren't you just a sophomore now? Aren't you tempted by such generous conditions? Ishan, who was standing by, became anxious upon hearing this. She sincerely hoped that Chu Tian could join Bureau 749 so that she could spend every day with Chu Tian in the future. Yes. 500,000 a month. It's hard to find such a good job in today's society. If you miss this opportunity, you'll miss it forever. The director also spoke with a puzzled look on his face. He really couldn't understand why a young college student like Chu Tian would refuse such generous treatment. Because I yearn for freedom and don't like being bound. If I join your 749th Bureau, I will have to face the rules and regulations of the Bureau. I don't like this anyway. Chu Tian shook his head. This. The director was stunned and didn't know how to persuade him. Bureau 749 is an officially established organization with strict rules and disciplines. Anyone who joins must abide by the Bureau's rules. Even the Heavenly Master of Mount Longhu is the same. However, although I won't join you, we can work together. Chu Tian changed the subject and said with a smile. Cooperation. What do you mean? Seeing that things were taking a turn for the better, the director quickly looked up and asked. You, Bureau 749, can tell me the latest information about the locations of ghosts and monsters in Xingsha City, and I will consider whether to go there and eliminate them. The incident of coming up empty-handed at the construction site last night made Chu Tian realize clearly that his intelligence ability was still too weak. It just so happens that Bureau 749 seems to have special means to detect ghosts. If we can cooperate with Bureau 749, this problem can be completely solved. Good. The director nodded immediately, fearing that Chu Tian would refuse. Although Chu Tian cannot be recruited into Bureau 749. But as long as Chu Tian has the heart to subdue demons and eliminate evil. In fact, what does it matter whether you join Bureau 749 or not? Director, don't rush to agree. I have another request. Chu Tian looked at the anxious director, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Whatever your request is, don't mention just one, even if it's 10, I'll agree to it. The director grabbed Chu Tian's hand and said heavily. Chu Tian broke free calmly and said. It's not a difficult matter, but I can't kill ghosts for nothing. Every time I successfully eliminate evil ghosts or monsters, you, Bureau 749, must pay me a corresponding reward. Okay, this is a small problem. From now on, as long as you kill a sea-level evil spirit, our 749th Bureau will reward you with 100,000 yuan. How about it? The director waved his hand majestically. Thank you, Chief. Chu Tian raised the corner of his mouth, stretched out his right hand and said. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. The director also stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Chu Tian. Commander, I have a request. At this time, Ishan on the side suddenly spoke. What request? That's that. A blush appeared on Ishan's face. Which one? The director's attitude towards Ishan is still very good. Not only is Ishan a superpower herself, but she also has an impressive background. Anyway, he can't be provoked. That is, can you let me be in charge of the cooperation with classmate Chu? Ishan said quickly, and after she finished speaking, her beautiful little face instantly turned redder. The director was an experienced person and saw through Ishan's little thoughts at a glance. But if Ishan could take down Chu Tian, does it matter whether Chu Tianjia joins Bureau 749 or not? Hiss. Why didn't I think of this honey trap? The director slapped his thigh, his face full of annoyance. What's wrong, Chief? Is it not possible? When Ishan saw the director's expression, she thought he disagreed and she immediately panicked. No. Okay, why not? This matter must be yours. You will be responsible for contacting classmate Chu from now on. The director spoke quickly, then looked at Chu Tian and said with a smile. Student Chu Tian, what do you think? Of course. Chu Tian shrugged. It didn't matter. And she's a beauty, so why not? Then classmate Chu Tian, let's add each other's contact information first. Upon hearing this, Ishan's face was filled with surprise and she quickly took out her cell phone and opened her WeChat QR code. Okay. When someone asked for his contact information, and the person was a beautiful woman, Chu Tian certainly wouldn't refuse. The matter was resolved. As Bureau 749 was busy with its affairs, the director did not stay for long and left immediately. Chu Tian looked at the time. There were still 10 minutes until 8 o'clock. It was impossible for him to get to school for the morning class. So he immediately sent a message to his good roommate to help answer the question, and then he slowly went out and headed towards Xingsha University. Half an hour later, Chu Tian finally arrived at the classroom. The counselor was speaking eloquently at the podium, and Chu Tian slipped in directly from the back door. Third brother. How come you look different after not seeing you for 2 days? As soon as Chu Tian sat down next to his roommate, Zhou Qiang, the oldest person in the dormitory, immediately spoke. Hey. Now that you mention it, I think so too. I seem to be stronger and in a better mental state. After hearing Zhou Chang's words, Wei Jiaming, who was ranked second in the dormitory, also looked Chu Tian up and down seriously. The fourth brother Tian Hai also nodded in agreement at this time. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian instantly understood what was going on. Yesterday, when he gained the power of the white tiger, his body was also strengthened. When a person's body becomes stronger, his mental state will naturally be better. Compared with the previous sub-health state, it is naturally very different. Has he become more handsome? Chu Tian raised his eyebrows at the three people. You kid. The three of them were at a loss whether to laugh or cry when they heard this. But I don't know how to refute it. Because Chu Tian is really handsome, and he is one of the most handsome guys in the entire department. Just like that, Chu Tian brought the topic to an end, and the four of them fell completely silent and listened to the class attentively. This is a demonic aura. But at this moment, Chu Tian felt a familiar breath. The aura is similar to that of the snake and rat demons we encountered early this morning. Chu Tian's expression instantly became serious, and his sharp eyes swept over everyone in the classroom. Finally, it stopped on a girl in a white dress. Chu Tian's face suddenly showed a look of astonishment. What? The campus beauty of Xia University is actually a demon. Xia Shaoxian, the recognized goddess of the School of Humanities and Media. She has a devilish figure and an angelic face. The undisputed #1 flower. But right now. However, Chu Tian felt an extremely strong demonic aura from her. There are only two possibilities for this situation to occur. First, Xia Shaoxian herself is a demon. Secondly, Xia Shaoxian was possessed by a monster. As if sensing something, Xia Shaoxian, who was sitting in the front row, turned around and looked at Chu Tian. With just one glance, Xia Shaoxian immediately looked straight at Chu Tian, unable to take her eyes away. Chu Tian frowned. Because this is not liking, but a way of looking at food. It was like the look of a very hungry person who suddenly saw a bowl of delicious barbecued pork rice. Probably sea-level strength, it's an unexpected gain. The corners of Chu Tian's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a surprise at school during the day. However, Chu Tian did not act immediately. After all, there are so many people here, and Chu Tian doesn't want to expose his strength in front of so many people. Soon, the first class was over. But surprisingly, Chu Tian did not attack Xia Shaoxian. Xia Shaoxian actually took the initiative to walk towards Chu Tian. Hello, classmate. Xia Shaoxian came and sat next to Chu Tian, and winked at him playfully. Hiss. Before Chu Tian could make a move, several good brothers beside him looked at the scene in surprise. Because just a week ago, when Chu Tian had not yet traveled through time, his predecessor had pursued Xia Shaoxian, but was ruthlessly rejected by Xia Shaoxian. Unexpectedly, today Xia Shaoxian, for some reason, actually took the initiative to find Chu Tian. Could it be that the third kid has really become more handsome? This thought popped up in the minds of the three people. Looking at Chu Tian's angular face, the three of them were suddenly jealous. Hello. What's the matter? Chu Tian was not actually surprised by Xia Xiaoxuan's approach. Whether it is a monster or a ghost, they can all improve their cultivation by devouring flesh and blood. Among them, human flesh has the best effect. This is also why after the revival of ghost energy, evil spirits and demons will frequently appear to harm people. Chu Tian's current body, after being strengthened by the power of the white tiger, is full of vigor and extremely powerful. For monsters and evil spirits, it is like a rare and precious medicine. After eating it, your cultivation level can be greatly improved. That's why Xia Shaoxian took the initiative to find him. And this is exactly what he wants. Nothing, I just want to ask you, are you free now? Can you do me a favor and go somewhere with me? Xia Xiaoxian gave Chu Tian a sweet smile. It has to be said that as the most beautiful girl in the school, Xia Xiaoxuan's smile is extremely lethal. Just a slight smile turned Zhou Qiang and the other two into pigs. However, Chu Tian has lived 2 lives as a human being, so naturally he would not be seduced so easily. Bang. But just when Chu Tian was about to agree, suddenly, a basketball hit the table in front of Chu Tian with a loud bang. Chu Tian, if you dare to agree, then next time, the basketball won't fall on the table. A sturdy man in a vest and shorts suddenly walked over from the side, staring at Chu Tian fiercely and threateningly. Chu Tian raised his eyes and glanced at the person who came. According to my memory, this person's name is Wang Yun, a junior, not from their department, but a member of the school basketball team. Because he has been playing basketball for many years, he has developed a muscular body, is tall and strong, and is a school bully. After threatening Chu Tian, Wang Yun turned to look at Xia Xiaoxian and said flatteringly, "Xiaoxian, if there is anything, I can go with you. With me here, no matter what happens, I can help you solve it." Facing Wang Yun, who acted like a bootlicker, Xia Xiaoxian didn't even look at him. Originally, Xia Xiaoxuan's target is Wang Yun because Wang Yun, as the captain of the school basketball team, is strong and has a lot of energy in his flesh and blood. But the moment Chu Tian appeared, Xia Xiaoxian discovered that compared with Chu Tian, Wang Yun was like a firefly on the ground, far inferior to the bright moon in the sky. "Classmate, how are you, please, please?" At this time, Xia Xiaoxian pulled Chu Tian's arm, pouting her little mouth, and rocked him gently. To be honest, at this moment, even Chu Tian, who had lived 2 lives, could not stop Xia Xiaoxian. He nodded subconsciously and said, "Good. Good boy, you are really looking for death. I will break your legs. Are you still going?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yun became furious. He grabbed the basketball and smashed it towards Chu Tian's head. Chu Tian frowned slightly, raised his right hand, and punched the oncoming basketball. Bang. Accompanied by a loud bang. The basketball was directly blown up by Chu Tian's punch. Fuck. Oh my god, is Chu Tian so fierce? This scene stunned everyone present, including Wang Yun. He smashed the basketball with one punch. What kind of fierce guy is this? He has never seen anything so cool in his life. Subconsciously swallowing twice, Wang Yun looked at Chu Tian with eyes full of fear. Chu Tian glanced at Wang Yun with disdain. He didn't even have the desire to take action against this kind of ant. "Let's go. Go quickly and come back soon." Chu Tian stood up and said to Xia Xiaoxian. He guessed that Xia Xiaoxian wanted to take him to a deserted place and absorb his energy or something like that. Exactly. That's exactly what he meant. The difference is, he wants her life. Just like that, under the stunned gazes of the students, Xia Xiaoxian hugged Chu Tian's arm and walked out of the classroom. Damn it. I must get this face back. Wang Yun came back to his senses and his face flushed red. He took the initiative to cause trouble for Chu Tian, but was instead knocked down by a punch. He felt completely humiliated. Wang Yun decisively took out his mobile phone and started calling people. Since one person can't do it, let's fight in groups. As the captain of the school basketball team, he has extensive connections. Humph. He just didn't believe it. No matter how good Chu Tian was at fighting, he could beat dozens of people alone. At this time, Xia Xiaoxian and Chu Tian had already arrived at the back mountain of the school. And the deeper we went, the less students we could see around us. There were only yellow fallen leaves and messy trees. Chu Tian saw that it was almost time and did not plan to continue walking. He stopped and said, "Xia University Campus Bell, I have a question, I wonder if you can answer it for me." Xia Xiaoxian put her hands behind her back, turned to look at Chu Tian, and said cutely, "What's the question?" Chu Tian ignored Xia Xiaoxian, who was acting cute, and said expressionlessly, "Where did the real Xia Xiaoxian go?" Xia Xiaoxian was stunned at first, but then she quickly reacted. The sweet expression on her face disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there was a weird smile. "He, I didn't expect you to find out. Answer my question. Where is the real Xia Shaoxian? Chu Tian took a step forward and stared at the flawless face with a cold expression. He is curious. Is Xia Shaoxian a human or a monster now? Or did the real Xia Shaoxian have already been killed? Why should I tell you? Xia Shaoxian sneered, showing disdain. Why? With 20 years of experience in this punch, you can't block it. Chu Tian looked stern and threw a punch fiercely. If you don't want to say it, then never say it. Xia Shaoxian was always paying attention to Chu Tian's actions. Feeling the power contained in Chu Tian's fist, she did not dare to be careless and quickly dodged. This is how he narrowly avoided the punch. Hiss. So strong. Looking at the huge hole on the ground blasted by Chu Tian's fist, Xia Xiaoxuan's pretty eyebrows suddenly frowned deeply. She guessed that Chu Tian might have some strength. But I never expected it to be so strong. The residual power alone has such great destructive power. If this hits your body, won't it explode immediately? Moment. Xia Xiaoxuan's expression when she looked at Chu Tian became more solemn than ever before. Chu Tian missed the first attack, but he was not discouraged. He clenched his fist again and chased after Xia Shaoxian. Xia Shaoxian knew that she was no match for her opponent, so she quickly fled deep into the back mountain. Chu Tian, I advise you not to do anything to me. Otherwise, if Xia Xiaoxuan's body is damaged, even the gods won't be able to save her. Chu Tian frowned slightly when he heard this. The situation was already very clear when Xia Shaoxian spoke like this. It turned out that Xia Shaoxian was apparently possessed by some unknown monster. But Chu Tian doesn't care about that. This body is broken, at worst I can use the Qinglong magic to restore it to its original state. The key now is to force the monster out of Xia Xiaoxuan's body. So when Chu Tian attacked, he still showed no mercy. However, the strength of this monster is obviously not weak. Even if he was possessed by Xia Shaoxian, he could still move at high speed. Even Chu Tian would not be able to catch up with him in a short period of time. In this way, the two of them chased each other and continued to go deeper for about 1,000 meters. Xia Shaoxian suddenly stopped and shouted towards the sky. Brothers and sisters, come out to receive the guests. When Chu Tian heard this, he was immediately delighted. There was also a surprise. Because just as Xia Shaoxian finished speaking, Chu Tian immediately sensed several powerful fluctuations of demonic energy. Its strength is at least at level C. Chu Tian, I admit that you are very strong, but unfortunately, this is my territory. Xia Shaoxian no longer had the panic look on her face. She looked at Chu Tian and said confidently, "Oh. I'm looking forward to it. How many monsters can you call?" Chu Tian raised his eyebrows provocatively. "Humph. That's enough to deal with you." Xia Shaoxian snorted coldly. "Chu Tian, I finally caught up with you guys, I'm going to beat you to death." Just when Chu Tian was about to continue speaking, suddenly, a rapid and violent shout came from behind. This made Chu Tian and Xia Shaoxian look behind them at the same time. At this time, Wang Yun was supporting his knees with his hands, staring at Chu Tian breathlessly. There were about 8 or 9 strong men of the same size as him around him. "Chu Tian, you dare to snatch a woman from me? Today, I will destroy you and let you know the consequences of offending me." After a few seconds, Wang Yun recovered a little, raised the baseball bat in his hand, and pointed at Chu Tian fiercely. "Idiot." Glancing at Wang Yun with disdain, Chu Tian uttered 2 words expressionlessly. "You dare to scold me? Come on, brothers. Beat this guy up. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame." Wang Yun, who was already furious, became even more furious after hearing this. Without saying a word, he rushed towards Chu Tian with a baseball bat. Seeing this, the 8 or 9 strong men behind him immediately waved their baseball bats and followed Wang Yun. However, the group had only taken a few steps when they immediately stopped. Then he looked behind Xia Shaoxian with shock. Because there, 4 foxes appeared. And each one of them is almost as big as a buffalo. What the hell is going on here? Am I dreaming? There are foxes this big in the world. Wang Yun was stunned and felt numb all over. Wow. There are quite a lot of customers today. Xiaowu, you did a good job. Leading the group was a yellow-haired fox. When seeing Chu Tian, Wang Yun, and his group, the fox's eyes as big as copper bells immediately revealed greedy eyes. Oh my god, the fox actually spoke human language. This is a monster. Mom. I want to find my mom. Woo woo woo. Run, brothers, there's a monster. Wang Yun and his group were completely furious when they saw this scene. Although the official has announced the revival of ghost spirits, there are still evil ghosts and monsters in the world. But this was also the first time they saw this thing. Moment. Fear, confusion, and helplessness filled the bodies and minds of several people. Then, subconsciously, he turned around and ran. Want to run? That's ridiculous. Seeing this, the yellow-haired fox jumped across dozens of meters and stood in front of Wang Yun and others. Bang. Wang Yun and others were all knocked to the ground by the huge airflow created by the yellow-haired fox when it landed. This moment. Without exception, everyone in the group had an expression of despair on their faces. And Wang Yun, although he is the captain of the school basketball team. But at this moment, I was so scared that I peed my pants. A pool of yellow liquid appeared under the buttocks. What a delicious blood meal. The yellow-haired fox licked its lips, looked at the few people with bloodthirsty eyes, and revealed a mouth full of sharp teeth. Ah. Seeing the ferocious yellow-haired fox, Wang Yun and his group of strong men who were over 1.8 meters tall screamed and were so scared that they fainted. What a bunch of wimps, but the quality of this flesh and blood is pretty good. The yellow-haired fox also felt bored when he saw this. Just as he was about to enjoy his meal, Xia Shaoxian suddenly pointed at Chu Tian and said, "Brother. Don't rush to eat, this guy is a master, we have to deal with him first." Oh. A master. The yellow-haired fox's eyes fell on Chu Tian and looked him up and down. Seeing this, Chu Tian also gave the yellow-haired fox a faint smile. Without hesitation, he punched him with all his strength. Roar. In an instant, a white tiger shadow emerged from Chu Tian's right arm and pounced towards the yellow-haired fox. Come on, let me see how strong you are. Seeing this, the yellow-haired fox immediately showed an excited look. Facing Chu Tian's attack. Not only did he not dodge, but he actively rushed towards the white tiger's phantom. Don't do it, bro. Seeing this, Xia Shaoxian hurriedly spoke out to stop it, but it was too late. The yellow-haired fox has already bumped into it. Just a moment. The yellow-haired fox immediately flew backwards and was knocked heavily to the ground by the white tiger's phantom. A huge 3-meter deep hole was smashed into the ground covered with dead leaves. The yellow-haired fox was lying in the middle of the pit, unconscious, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Brother. Upon seeing this, Xia Shaoxian screamed immediately. But because he was afraid of Chu Tian, he didn't dare to go over to check the situation. The other 3 foxes were the same and could only look at Chu Tian with serious faces. Second brother, third brother, fourth sister, let's go together and kill him to avenge our eldest brother. The fox demon possessed by Xia Shaoxian looked at Chu Tian with grief and anger, then left Xia Xiaoxuan's body and turned into a yellow-haired fox. For a monster, it still needs its true form to exert its greatest strength. Good. The other 3 foxes responded and then rushed towards Chu Tian together. In an instant, it covered the sky and the sun. Chu Tian was completely shrouded in the shadow of the fox. Ha. You really don't know how to live or die. A sneer appeared on Chu Tian's lips. He then clenched his right fist and punched hard into the sky. Roar. Accompanied by a tiger roar, a white tiger shadow pounced directly towards the 4 foxes. 55% of the power of the white tiger. It was already equivalent to a full-strength attack from a weaker B-rank monster. So, even when facing the siege of 4 sea-level fox demons, the white tiger shadow is still not at a disadvantage. Bang. The 4 fox demons only came into contact with the white tiger's phantom at that moment. In an instant, he was knocked away by an unstoppable force. So strong. Even if the four of us join forces, we are still no match for him. The fox demon possessed by Xia Shaoxian spat out a mouthful of blood, and then looked at Chu Tian with horror. She thought Chu Tian was very strong. But no one expected that Chu Tian could still easily defeat the four siblings. Run. Let's split up. Without any hesitation, knowing that it was no match for its opponent, one of the fox demons immediately shouted and ran towards the east with its seriously injured body. Upon hearing this, the other three fox demons turned around without hesitation and fled in the other three directions. This moment. They no longer care about avenging their eldest brother. After all, facing a ruthless man like Chu Tian, whether you can survive is a question. Want to escape? Haha, is it possible? Chu Tian sneered, immediately raised his left hand, and shot out 4 green dragon magic spells in the direction of the 4 fox demons. Although the power of the Azure Dragon's magic is temporarily not as strong as that of the White Tiger. But it is very useful for chasing enemies. I saw 4 green beams of light attacking the 4 foxes. It only took 2 breaths to catch up with the 4 foxes who were in a panic. Swoosh. Even a C-rank monster has a powerful body. But under the Qinglong magic, a huge bloody hole was still easily created. In an instant, blood spurted out and flowed like a gushing stream. The 4 foxes, who were already seriously injured, fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Seeing this, the 4 foxes originally wanted to beg for mercy. But immediately 4 more green beams of light attacked. And accurately pierced the heads of 4 foxes. Without even having time to say their last words, the 4 foxes went straight to report to the underworld. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing 4 sea-level fox demons. The Azure Dragon magic technique has awakened 20%, and the merit points have increased by 4,000. Comfortable. Listening to the system sound coming from his mind, Chu Tian raised his eyebrows and was very excited. I didn't expect that I could gain such rich rewards by going to school during the day. He then gave the dying fox boss in the pit another green dragon magic. The awakening level of Chu Tian's Qinglong magic has reached 30%. In terms of power, it is no weaker than 55% of the White Tiger's power. There is only 20% left to obtain the Azure Dragon magical power. I am really looking forward to it. 20%, that means 4 sea-level monsters or evil spirits. For him now. Killing sea-level monsters is easier than eating or drinking. I believe if I work hard tonight, I can easily achieve it. Recovering his composure, Chu Tian took out his cell phone and sent a message to Yishan, telling her what happened here and asking her to send someone to retrieve the fox's body. Yishan immediately replied yes, then sensibly asked Chu Tian for his bank card number and transferred 500,000 yuan. In an instant, Chu Tian's mood became even better. The purpose of his notifying Yishan was just for the 500,000. I was still wondering how to start the conversation, but I didn't expect Yishan to be so sensible. Now that the matter was resolved, Chu Tian planned to go back. As for Wang Yun and his group of idiots, he was too lazy to care about them. Just a bunch of clowns. Student Chu Tian. Just as Chu Tian was about to leave, a pleasant female voice suddenly sounded behind him. Following the sound, I found that it was Xia Shaoxian. At this moment, his face was pale and he looked at him with a pitiful look. When did you wake up? Ah, just now. In fact, she had woken up a long time ago. No, it should be said that he was not unconscious at all. In fact, the fox demon could not possess her, it just controlled her body. So she has always been self-aware. I also clearly saw everything that just happened. Originally, she thought Chu Tian would also be eaten by the fox demon. That's why he subconsciously pretended to be unconscious and didn't dare to wake up. Who would have thought? Chu Tian is actually so powerful. One person killed 5 fox demons. Now see Chu Tian is about to leave. Xia Shaoxian, who had just regained control of her body and was unable to move, quickly spoke. Can you take me back? Can you go? Chu Tian did not refuse, he was not a cold-blooded animal. But Xia Shaoxian is a woman after all, and it is not Chu Tian's style to leave a woman here alone. Cannot. Xia Shaoxian shook her head helplessly. She couldn't even get up now. Then shall I help you walk? Chu Tian held Xia Xiaoxuan's white and tender arm and helped her up. Xia Shaoxian took a tentative step forward. But when she just regained control of her body, her calves were so weak that she couldn't move at all. What should I do? Xia Xiaoxuan's cute nose wrinkled slightly. Simple. Chu Tian said this lightly, and then without giving any explanation, he picked up Xia Shaoxian like a princess. Why? Seeing this, Xia Shaoxian suddenly became anxious. All my life, I have never been hugged by a man, let alone held his hand. And now, she was actually being controlled by Chu Tian. This man, whose love confession she had just rejected a week ago, was carried like a princess. What? You don't want to? If you don't want to, then just stay here. Chu Tian glared at Xia Shaoxian coldly and pretended to throw her down. How hypocritical. What era is this? Still holding on to feudal ideas that men and women shouldn't touch each other. Hey, don't. Seeing that Chu Tian was serious, Xia Shaoxian panicked and her tender little white hands quickly grabbed Chu Tian's clothes. So are you still going to do it? Chu Tian looked down at the beauty in his arms with a serious expression. But he just wanted to scare the little beauty and not really throw her to the ground. Xia Shaoxian blushed and quickly shook her head. Then she buried her head deeply in Chu Tian's chest. Don't dare to look Chu Tian in the eye. Feeling Chu Tian's strong heartbeat. And a strong hormonal scent emanated from Chu Tian. Moment. Xia Xiaoxuan's face suddenly turned redder. But I don't know why. At this moment, staying in Chu Tian's arms, Xia Shaoxian felt particularly at ease. This was after she was controlled by the fox demon last night. Unprecedented sense of security. Seeing that Xia Shaoxian in his arms no longer resisted, Chu Tian walked straight towards the school. About 10 minutes later, Chu Tian walked out of the back mountain, and more students gathered on the roadside. Hey! Look, isn't that Xia Shaoxian? Hiss. It seems to be true. Didn't she say she wouldn't date during college? Why is she in a man's arms? Big news, shocking news. Xia Shaoxian, who claimed that she would never fall in love, is actually in love. I'm so envious. This man is so lucky to have the virginity of the campus beauty of Xia University. What's the point of being envious? Are you taller than anyone else? Are you more handsome than anyone else? My friend, it hurts. Xia Shaoxian is not only famous in the School of Humanities and Media. Even within the entire school, its popularity is quite high. She is ranked second on the list of campus beauties at Tsingsha University. So, even Xia Shaoxian buried her head deeply in Chu Tian's arms. Still, many people recognized him. Gossip is a basic skill that every college student must have. In an instant, people around started discussing it frantically. Some people even took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures. Can you walk by yourself? Chu Tian lowered his head and asked. Xia Shaoxian tried it, but found that her whole body was still soft and she had no strength at all. Not to mention walking, even talking was difficult. She could only shake her head helplessly. Where do you want to go now? I'll take you there. Here, take me to the dormitory. After hesitating for a moment, Xia Shaoxian said shyly with a blushing face. Even. Her little face is now redder than before. The students around were talking without any hesitation, which made Xia Shaoxian feel overwhelmed and nervous. She now just wanted to escape from this place quickly. Good. Nodding slightly, Chu Tian carried Xia Shaoxian towards the girls' dormitory. There are even more people near the dormitory. Seeing Chu Tian holding Xia Shaoxian, everyone looked at them in shock. The intensity of the discussion was no less than before. Upon hearing this, Xia Shaoxian could only bury her head deeply in Chu Tian's arms. But in the eyes of others, this scene seemed more like something was going on between the two of them. Chu Tian didn't care and didn't pay attention to these things. Taking advantage of the dormitory manager's unpreparedness, he rushed into the girls' dormitory and carried Xia Xiaoxian back to his own dormitory. Thanks. Chu Tian gently placed Xia Xiaoxian on the bed. Xia Xiaoxian pursed her lips, mustered up the courage to raise her cute little head, and looked at Chu Tian sincerely. It's okay. Have a good rest. I'll be leaving first. Chu Tian shrugged indifferently and walked straight out of the dormitory. As for Xia Xiaoxian, if her predecessor had saved her, she would definitely take the opportunity to get close to her. But now Chu Tian has no interest at all. This is a world where evil spirits are rampant and demons are revived. His only thought now is to become stronger. As for the love between young men and women, it's meaningless, and it's not as satisfying as beating a sea-level evil ghost with one punch. Chu. Xia Xiaoxian seemed to want to say something. But Chu Tian had already walked out of the dormitory. Xia Xiaoxian could only look at the dormitory door with a complicated expression. After leaving the girls' dormitory, Chu Tian returned to the classroom. The teacher was still speaking eloquently at the podium, and Chu Tian took the opportunity to slip in. Third brother, tell me the truth. What have you been doing with the campus beauty Xia University for such a long time? As soon as Chu Tian sat down, he was stopped by the other three brothers in the dormitory. The dormitory leader Zhou Qiang interrogated him with a serious face. What do you think a man and a woman alone can do? Chu Tian raised his eyebrows at the three of them. Damn it, you kid are not really going to eat it, are you? The second son, Wei Jiaming, looked extremely distressed. You guess. Chu Tian smiled but said nothing. I'm guessing. I'm guessing yours. Tell me, what did you guys do just now? Zhou Qiang grabbed Chu Tian's shoulders and shook him violently. It seems like the eldest, second and third brother really need to eat. At this time, the fourth brother Tian Hai suddenly said with a serious face. What's the meaning? Look. Tian Hai handed the phone to the two of them, and on the screen was a photo of Chu Tian holding Xia Xiaoxian walking on the road. Ah. Damn it. In our dormitory, the third brother was the first to find a date, and the girl he found was the campus beauty. The facts were before them, and no matter how unwilling they were to believe it, they had no choice but to admit it. The three of them immediately started howling like ghosts and wolves. Chu Tian was too lazy to pay attention to the three of them. This was an ancient literature class, nominally teaching poetry and songs, but in reality, the teacher was an expert at gossip, and spent most of the time talking about the romantic histories of literati, which Chu Tian listened to with great interest. Soon. After 2 classes, it was noon and Chu Tian was just about to go to the cafeteria to eat with his 3 good brothers. Ishan suddenly sent a message saying that the fox demon's body had been dealt with and she was waiting for him downstairs in the teaching building. It is said that she has sorted out the information about nearby ghosts. After hearing this, Chu Tian was no longer sleepy. Brothers, I won't have lunch with you. I have something to do. What's up? Are you going on a date with the campus beauty of Xia University? Zhou Qiang looked at Chu Tian suspiciously. No. Chu Tian shook his head seriously. Really? Wei Jiaming expressed his disbelief. Believe it or not. Too lazy to bother with the 3 of them, Chu Tian just stood up and left. Brothers, let's go, follow him. I want to see if he is lying to us. Zhou Qiang immediately called on the other 2 to follow. Chu Tian certainly noticed the 3 people, but he didn't care. However, to Chu Tian's surprise, as soon as he walked out of the teaching building, he found Xia Xiaoxian downstairs. And after seeing Chu Tian, he took the initiative to come forward and said timidly. Classmate Chu Tian, thank you for what happened today. Thank you for saving me. It's okay. They're just small things. Chu Tian waved his hand indifferently, then looked around for Ishan. He said he wasn't dating the campus beauty of Xia University. This third brother is really dishonest. From a distance, Zhou Qiang and the other 2 saw this scene and their back teeth were broken. They really wanted to criticize Chu Tian. But I don't want to ruin Chu Tian and Xia Xiaoxuan's date. I'll definitely give him a good beating when we get back to the dormitory tonight. Wei Jiaming said viciously. Looking at this situation, do you think that the third brother will return to the dormitory tonight? The fourth child, Tian Hai, suddenly said weakly. Ah. Damn it. This kid is really going to get eaten. Zhou Qiang and Wei Jiaming were stunned when they heard this, and then their faces were filled with grief. What's going on? At this time, Chu Tian saw Xia Shaoxian following behind her and asked subconsciously. Actually, it's nothing serious. I just wanted to thank you for saving my life, so I wanted to. Student Chu, I finally found you. So you are here. Xia Xiaoxuan's face flushed red, she looked down at her toes and said shyly. At the end, she mustered up the courage, raised her blushing little face, and looked directly at Chu Tian with her big watery eyes. But before she could finish, Yishan suddenly appeared behind Chu Tian and interrupted what Xia Shaoxian was about to say. Hello. When Chu Tian found out it was Yishan, he smiled at him. Then he looked down at Xia Shaoxian and said. What did you just say? Nothing, nothing. Is this your friend? Xia Shaoxian actually wanted to invite Chu Tian to dinner, but what she just said had exhausted all her courage. Now. Another heroic and beautiful woman like Yishan appeared. Xia Shaoxian didn't have the courage to mention this matter again. Yeah. I guess so. Little sister, we have something to do. I'll take Chu Tian away. Bye. As a woman, Yishan keenly sensed that Xia Shaoxian was interested in Chu Tian. Without hesitation, Yishan took Chu Tian's arm and declared her sovereignty. Chu Tian, the information is in my car. Let's go and have lunch while we read it. How do you think? Okay. Chu Tian naturally had no objection. He actually has a good impression of Yishan. I faced the evil spirit last night without fear of death. And today he was so smart again and directly transferred 500,000 to me. So even though he felt that Yishan was doing this on purpose in front of Xia Shaoxian, he did not offend her. Aha. When Yishan heard this, the smile on her face suddenly became even brighter. Holding Chu Tian's arm, he walked towards a Hummer parked in the middle of the square. Xia Shaoxian looked at the two people's backs with a complicated expression. I just felt empty inside, as if something had been taken away. She wanted to keep him, but found that she had no idea what identity to use. Especially since Chu Tian confessed his love to her 2 weeks ago and was rejected by her. To be honest. She already regrets it in her heart now. So the third brother didn't lie to us. He really wasn't dating the campus beauty of Xia University. Why do I feel that this beauty is pretty good too, not inferior to Xia Shaoxian at all? Damn it. Why did the third brother suddenly become so lucky in love? In the corner of the teaching building, Zhou Qiang and the other two who witnessed this scene were so angry that their back teeth were about to break. They were prepared for the worst. Who knows? Things turned out to be far more difficult than they had imagined. Especially this beautiful woman who suddenly appeared, she seemed to be a rich woman, and drove a Hummer to school. The residential building in Nanhu Community, Zhongshan Road, Yuelu District is haunted. There are suspected to be 2 sea-level ghosts. The Blue Sky Amusement Park in Yuhua District is haunted. There are suspected to be 3 sea-level ghosts and several EF-level ghosts. In the car, Chu Tian looked at the information given by Yishan attentively. I have to say, it's good to have an intelligence agency. Not only is the detailed location of the evil spirit marked on it, but even the level of its strength is clearly written out. Okay, classmate Chu, there's plenty of time to watch. How about we find a place to eat first and watch while we eat? Yishan winked at Chu Tian cutely. Snatching Chu Tian away from Xia Shaoxian made her feel very happy now. Okay, you pick the place and I'll treat you. Chu Tian said without raising his head. Today Yishan made him earn 500,000. Of course there is no problem in inviting someone to dinner. Okay. Then I'll choose. Yishan gave Chu Tian a sweet smile, then started the car and drove to a Western restaurant. It was the first time Chu Tian invited her to dinner. Of course, you have to find a place with a good environment to leave some good memories. The two of them sat down by the window. After ordering, Chu Tian said. Wait, what do you need? No. Ishan shook her head. That's fine. Then you can take me to Yushang Jiangnan later. Yushang Jiangnan is an old residential area very close to Chutian School. One of the residential buildings is haunted. According to the inspection of Bureau 749, there are 3 sea-level evil spirits inside. Chu Tian planned to take advantage of the lunchtime to solve it. Ah. Are you planning on killing ghosts during the day? Ishan was shocked when she heard this. Why? No way. It's not that it's impossible, but evil spirits will hide during the day, so it's usually hard to find them. During the day, the yang energy is sufficient, which will weaken the strength of evil spirits to a certain extent. This is also the reason why evil spirits choose to harm people at night. It's okay. I have my own way to lure them out. Chu Tian smiled mysteriously. Swoosh. Da-da. At this moment, suddenly, all the curtains in the restaurant were inexplicably drawn up. The lights on the ceiling also flickered. The whole restaurant fell into darkness and became extremely eerie. Woo-woo. Not only that. There was an inexplicable chilly breeze in the restaurant. Make a whimpering sound. It's like the howling of ghosts, so frightening. And the dark wind is getting stronger and stronger. White porcelain bowls, plates, transparent goblets, and chopsticks. At this moment, they all flew into the air, spinning inexplicably. Ghost. The strange situation instantly made the few guests in the restaurant panic, and they all wanted to flee the restaurant in panic. But when someone ran to the door. But I was horrified to find that no matter how hard I tried, the restaurant door couldn't be opened. At the same time. At some point, green paper money for the dead appeared in the restaurant and was waved in the air. There was a strange black light emanating from the ghost money. In the end, they all went towards Chu Tian and were neatly placed in front of Chu Tian. Money for life. Chu Tian looked at the ghost money that was emitting a strong black light and instantly realized what was going on. There is a rumor among the people that you should never pick up money on the roadside. Because it is very likely that it was thrown intentionally by an evil spirit. Just waiting for someone to pick it up, get involved in the karma, and then come to take their life in the middle of the night. Chu Tian, tonight at 3:15 p.m. is the day you die. Sure enough, at this moment, a strange, sharp voice exploded in Chu Tian's ears. Humph! How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? Chu Tian frowned slightly and snorted coldly. Immediately, a white tiger shadow emerged from Chu Tian's right arm and roared towards the sky in the restaurant. Moment. All the tableware that was originally floating and spinning in the air fell to the ground. The strange gloomy wind also disappeared without a trace at this moment. And from the southwest corner of the restaurant, a cold groan was heard. Haha, I found you. Chu Tian looked in the direction of the sound and suddenly saw an old ghost with a green face and fangs. It's just that the old ghost was in a very bad condition at the moment, his soul was dim, his expression was painful, it was a horrible sight. Chu Tian picked up the stack of ghost money, walked to the old ghost, threw the stack of ghost money hard on the old ghost's face, and sneered. You want to buy my life? I was wrong, big brother, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. Please, let me go. The old ghost quickly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, looking at Chu Tian with horror. He never expected that Chu Tian was so powerful. You know. He is a half-step B-level evil spirit. Just one step away from taking that step and becoming a ghost general. Who knew that he was almost killed by Chu Tian in seconds? Even during the day, the strength will be weakened to a certain extent. He couldn't believe that the gap between him and Chu Tian was so huge. Wrong. Too late. Chu Tian raised his right hand indifferently, and immediately prepared to kill him with a punch. Brother, please, spare my life. I can tell you a secret. I guarantee you will be interested. Oh. Chu Tian retracted his sandbag-sized fist upon hearing this. He was very interested in the secrets told by the evil spirit. Remember last night, that evil ghost in the cemetery said there was a treasure. Then he was given 5,000 merit points. And this life-saving ghost was not killed instantly by his magical power, the tiger roar. It was obviously not an ordinary sea-level ghost. Maybe it had some good stuff. Seeing Chu Tian stop, Lao Gui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, not daring to delay, he quickly said, "It's like this, big brother. I was actually bewitched by the coffin-carrying Ghost King, so I came here to kill you. Not only that, tonight we'll see the second revival of ghost energy, and a tide of ghost energy will erupt at midnight. By then, the strength of us evil spirits will be enhanced. The coffin-carrying Ghost King has arranged 5 half-step B-level evil ghosts, including me, to deal with you." What? Chu Tian was shocked. There is such a good thing. He was worried that it would be too troublesome to hunt down evil spirits one by one. The coffin-carrying Ghost King was so considerate and sent him an experience pack directly. The old ghost thought Chu Tian was afraid, so he kindly advised, "Brother, I know you are awesome. However, the tide of ghost energy tonight is definitely a great opportunity for us evil spirits. By then, maybe a half-step B-level evil ghost will break through to the level of a B-level ghost general. So I advise you to run away quickly. A B-level ghost general is simply not something that ordinary people can deal with. Is this true? Is there such a good thing?" After hearing this, Chu Tian was not afraid, but instead showed an even more surprised expression. To others, B-level demons are extremely terrifying. But for him, these are just big experience packs moving one after another. Good thing. The old ghost looked confused and stared at Chu Tian blankly, not knowing what was going on. "Do you have a chance to break through to become a B-level ghost general?" Ignoring Lao Gui's question, Chu Tian stared at him with sharp eyes. "Ah." Upon hearing this, the old ghost sighed heavily and said helplessly, "Originally, I also had a good chance to break through to the level of B-level ghost general with the help of tonight's opportunity. But brother, you hit me too hard just now, and I have lost only 1/10 of my strength. Don't even think about breaking through to become a B-level ghost general now. It's hard to say whether I can recover to the half-step B-level tonight." The old ghost looked at Chu Tian with fear, feeling extremely regretful. "I regret why I was so greedy and reckless and came to find Chu Tian in broad daylight. Wouldn't it be better to wait until the B-level ghost general breaks through at night and then safely get rid of Chu Tian? It's okay now." Not only did he fail to defeat Chu Tian, but he was seriously injured by Chu Tian. "Oh. Then you're useless." Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, and then shot out a green light without hesitation. The old ghost didn't even have time to react before he was instantly reduced to ashes. If Lao Gui has a chance to break through to become a B-level ghost general, Chu Tian would spare his life for the time being. But if not, then sorry. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a sea-level evil ghost. The progress of the Azure Dragon Treasure Technique Awakening has increased by 5%, and the merit has increased by 1,000. Chu Tian. I may not be able to send you to Yushang Jiangnan. Yishan came to Chu Tian with a serious expression. What's wrong? Didn't that life-saving ghost just now say that a ghost energy tide would erupt tonight? If what he said is true, then the strength of countless evil spirits will be enhanced tonight. So I have to report this to the director immediately and let him make preparations in advance. Although I can't be sure whether the old ghost's words are true or not. But it concerns the safety of the people of Xingsha City. Even if there is only a 1% chance, we must be prepared. Okay. Then I'll take a taxi later. Well. I'll be leaving first. I'll have the finance department call you the 100,000 yuan for this life-saving ghost when I get back to the headquarters. The matter was of great importance, so Yishan did not dare to delay and did not bother to continue her date with Chu Tian, and hurried out the door. One move instantly killed a half-step B-level evil ghost. It turns out that there are many experts among the people. The reception room of Bureau 749 was now full of people. In addition to the members of Bureau 749 wearing black uniforms, there were 8 or 9 Taoists wearing Taoist robes and 3 or 4 monks with shaved heads. The person who just spoke was a middle-aged Taoist priest wearing a white Taoist robe. He is the second-generation disciple of Mount Longhu, and his Taoist name is Qing Feng. It was specially created to solve the disaster of Xingsha City Cemetery. What he didn't expect was that when he arrived in Xingsha City, he learned that someone had already dealt with the half-step B-level evil ghost. It's still a nearly overwhelming solution. You know. As a second-generation disciple of Mount Longhu, after the revival of his ghost energy, he relied on his previous profound accumulation and broke through to Class B strength in one fell swoop. It is not difficult to get rid of a half-step B-level evil spirit. But it is absolutely impossible to kill it instantly with one move. Don't say it's him. Among all the second-generation disciples in Longhu Mountain, they had never heard of anyone with such strength. If you want to achieve this level, maybe only the old Taoist priest can do it. So that means, even if that person's strength has not reached the level of the old Taoist priest, it is probably not much different. How could he not be shocked when such a master appeared among the people? Amitabha. Indeed, I just don't know if this person has any affinity with my Buddha. Opposite Taoist Qing Feng, a middle-aged monk nodded expressionlessly. He is a senior monk of Keifu Temple in Xingsha City, with the Buddhist name Yuanjun. He also has B-level strength and came specially to help because of the disaster in the cemetery. Director Wang, I wonder where this young man is. Could you help introduce him to someone? In today's world, demons have revived, evil spirits are rampant, and dangers are lurking on every side. If they could recruit a master to join their Keifu Temple, it will be beneficial to both him and Keifu Temple. You bald ass, why don't you spend your days getting rid of harm to the people, and instead do these crooked ways? Taoist Qing Feng immediately started cursing. What he despised most was this group of hypocritical monks. I am clearly in Xingsha City. But he was one step slower than me and reached the 749th game. Now that he sees a master, instead of thinking of joining forces to deal with the evil spirit, he starts to think about attacking the master. So disgusting. Amitabha. Monk Yuanjun looked at his nose with his eyes, and then at his mouth with his nose. He seemed to not care about the insults from Taoist Qing Feng and simply ignored them. Then his sharp eyes fell on Director Wang. Bang. Director Wang looked a little embarrassed and was about to speak. At this moment, the door of the reception room was violently pushed open. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice and saw Ishan, with a serious expression, hurriedly walking in. Chief, something terrible has happened. Ah. What happened again? The director was startled, but when he looked at Taoist Qing Feng and Monk Yuanjun beside him, he quickly regained his composure. Now they have the help of Taoism and Buddhism in Xingsha City. No matter how big the matter is, it's not a big deal. Don't worry Ishan, take your time, Taoist Qing Feng from Longhu Mountain and Master Yuanjun from Keifu Temple are both here. Upon hearing this, Ishan looked at the two groups of people, nodded slightly at them, and then looked at Director Wang and reported. Director, classmate Chu and I were having dinner outside just now, and suddenly we ran into a ghost who wanted to save our lives. Student Chu is as powerful as ever. He found the hidden life-saving ghost with just one move. Then he used another move and beat a half-step B-level evil ghost half to death. Speaking of Chu Tian, the corners of Ishan's mouth suddenly turned up unconsciously, and her eyes were full of little stars. Is this student Chu the one who killed the half-step B-level evil ghost in one move last night? Taoist Qing Feng looked at Ishan, who was infatuated with him, with a strange expression on his face, and asked curiously. Yeah. That's him. Mr. Chu is really amazing. He is the most amazing person I have ever met. Student Chu. Could it be that he is still a student? Taoist Qing Feng asked with a smile. That's right. Chu Tian is a sophomore at Xingsha University. A sophomore? Doesn't that mean he can kill a half-step B-level demon in seconds at the age of 20? It's true that heroes emerge from youth. Taoist Qing Feng was shocked when he heard this, and then said with emotion on his face. That's not true. Ahem. Let's get down to business, Ishan. Speaking of Chu Tian, Ishan was very excited and wanted to continue to argue with Taoist Qing Feng. Director Wang saw this and quickly reminded her. Ishan came back to her senses and stuck out her tongue at Director Wang embarrassedly, then continued to report. Student Chu beat the half-step B-level evil ghost half to death. In order to survive, the evil ghost told a secret. Ishan quickly recounted what happened next. At first, everyone looked normal. But when it comes to the second revival of ghost energy and the ghost energy tide, everyone's expression changed at the same time. What? There is such a thing? Is the information reliable? Director Wang no longer had the composure he had before, and he looked at Ishan in disbelief. Now with Taoist Qingfeng and Master Yuanjin here, to be honest, they are not afraid even if a B-level ghost general appears. But the second revival of ghost energy, the ghost energy tide. This is not just a B-level ghost general. By then, perhaps several half-step B-level evil ghosts will break through to the ghost general realm. Not only that, those EF-level imps may also be able to break through to the CD level. If they attack the people again, then the consequences will be disastrous. Perhaps the entire Xingsha city will become a living hell. No. It's not just Xingsha city. Because the revival of ghost energy is happening across the country. By then, I am afraid the whole country will be in dire straits. Director Wang immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. His expression became more solemn than ever before. That life-buying ghost said this himself, it can't be false. Ishan nodded seriously at Director Wang. Before I came out yesterday, my master observed the sky at night and said that something big was going to happen, so I had to be careful. If I am not mistaken, what my master has calculated should be the second revival of ghost energy. Taoist Qingfeng spoke in a heavy voice. Upon hearing this, Director Wang's expression suddenly became more serious. Taoist Master Qingfeng is the second-generation disciple of Mount Longhu. The master he mentioned is the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. There are only a few people in this world who possess A-level strength. He can be said to be one of the strongest people in the world. There is no way his inference could be wrong. Chief, what should we do now? Ishan looked at Director Wang. Director Wang's eyes darkened. He could be the director of the 749th Bureau, so he must be no ordinary person. He immediately ordered. Arrange a monitoring team to monitor the traces of evil spirits throughout the city, especially those that are about to break through. At the same time, all combat members of Bureau 749 are dispatched to subdue demons and try to nip the evil spirits in the bud. Finally, notify all residents of the city, issue a level 1 alert, distribute ghost exorcising equipment and props, and try to get one to everyone. Yes. Ishan nodded and immediately left the reception room. Director Wang's sharp gaze immediately fell on Taoist Qingfeng and Master Yuanjin in the reception room, and said solemnly, "Everyone, can you lend a helping hand to Xingsha City and strangle those evil spirits that are about to break through in the cradle?" Amitabha. Director Wang, I may not be able to help you. We have suppressed a B-level ghost general in Keifu Temple. If a ghost tide really breaks out tonight, causing the B-level ghost general to increase in strength and escape, that would be a disaster. So I have to go back and tell the host about this, and work together to deal with that B-level ghost general first. As soon as Director Wang finished speaking, Master Yuanjin shook his head, then decisively left the reception room with a few young monks. Looking at the backs of Monk Yuanjin and others as they left, Director Wang's face looked extremely ugly. As the director of Bureau 749, how could he not know whether there were B-level ghost generals in Keifu Temple? According to their monitoring team, it was at most a half-step B-level evil spirit. Monk Yuanjin is leaving now, probably because he is unwilling to work for Bureau 749 to avoid losing troops. Damn it. You keep saying Amitabha and morality, but when something bad happens, the first ones to run away are you monks. Director Wang was so angry that he was shaking all over. That's right, these damn bald donkeys. They are just a bunch of ungrateful wolves who can never be tamed. Taoist Qingfeng looked at Monk Yuanjin's back with a bad look and cursed, then looked at Director Wang and said, "Don't worry, Chief, even if these bald asses are gone, we still have Longhu Mountain. I will tell the old master about this and ask him to send all the brothers on the mountain to help. Good afternoon, everyone in the live broadcast room. I am your old friend, Kiki." In front of a lifeless apartment building, a sweet-looking girl wearing ultra-short shorts and showing off her long legs is holding a selfie stick and waving to the camera. "Hello, Coco. My wife is so beautiful. I can play with her long legs for a year. Hey. Coco, where are you? Hiss. Why does that building behind you look more and more terrifying the more I look at it? Kiki is an outdoor anchor who has accumulated a large number of fans with her good looks. So even though it had just started, hundreds of people quickly flocked into the live broadcast room. Moreover, this number is still increasing rapidly at a rocket speed. At the beginning, the netizens' attention was focused on Coco's long, white and tender legs. But when they accidentally glanced at the apartment building behind Coco, they suddenly felt uneasy and their hearts began to beat fast. Did you also notice this apartment? Yes, our theme today is live broadcast of catching ghosts. The building behind me is a haunted building in Arshingsha City. It is said that there are 3 terrifying ghosts inside. Coco looked at the barrage and explained. As the ghost energy revives, the superpowered ones awaken. The topic of demons and monsters is getting more and more popular. In order to attract more traffic, Kiki also specially arranged this live broadcast program. Hiss. Kiki, stop it. If I'm not mistaken, this apartment should be Yushang Jiangnan, right? I remember the official website of Bureau 749 said there is a C-level evil ghost and 2 D-level evil ghosts in it. Yes, Coco. Ordinary people can't even deal with an EF-level ghost, let alone a C-level evil ghost. Coco, don't seek death. Don't be stupid, honey. Go away. Don't go in there. Upon hearing this, the netizens immediately became anxious. After all, this is an officially certified haunted building by Bureau 749. The official website records that the 3 ghosts here have harmed more than a dozen people. Because he was hiding in the apartment, even the members of Bureau 749 were unable to deal with him for a while. Not to mention a young female anchor like Coco. Going alone is a sure death. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I won't joke about my life. Tap, tap, tap. Look, who is this? Coco looked at the comments and instead of being scared, she smiled even more brightly. Because this was exactly the effect she wanted. Immediately, she turned the camera around. A bald monk wearing a cassock and holding Buddhist beads suddenly appeared in the picture. The bald monk looked at the apartment in front of him calmly, looking like a high-level monk. Who is this? A monk. Hiss. What monk? This is a master. If I'm not mistaken, this seems to be Master Yuan Jing from Keifu Temple. That's right. It's absolutely right, it's Master Yuan Jing. The last time Jia village was haunted, it was Master Yuan Jing who took action. I saw him exorcise a C-level evil ghost with my own eyes. No wonder Kiki dared to come to the live broadcast to catch ghosts. It turns out that she brought a master with her. The master has C-level strength. The evil ghosts in this apartment are only C-level at most. This wave is stable. The netizens were very powerful and quickly recognized the monk's identity. The heart that was originally hanging in the air was instantly put at ease. That's right. This is Master Yuan Jing from Keifu Temple. He is very powerful. Today we are going to follow him to catch ghosts live. Coco smiled widely as the gimmick titled her Catching Ghosts followed. At this time, 20,000 people had poured into the live broadcast room, reaching a new high in her career. And this number is still soaring. It was worth it that she spent money to ask Master Yuan Jing to take her with him when he caught ghosts. Thinking of this, Coco secretly glanced at Master Yuan Jing. Because don't be fooled by this harmless monk's appearance. But when it comes to asking price, it's really ruthless. She was just following him live, but this monk wanted 500,000 from her. 500,000. She may not even make back her investment from this live broadcast. Amitba. Remember to follow my female donor closely after you go in. Otherwise, if anything unexpected happens, I can't guarantee anything. Master Yuan Jing said this without turning his head, and then walked into the apartment. Kiki then came to her senses and hurriedly followed Yuan Jing. Because no one had lived there for nearly half a month, the apartment didn't look desolate. However, the thickening energy made the apartment feel eerie everywhere. Coco held the selfie stick tightly, not daring to breathe out of nervousness. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but it makes her feel that everything she sees is abnormal. It seemed as if an evil ghost would jump out at any time. Soon, Monk Yuan Jing finished searching the rooms on the first floor and found no trace of the evil ghost, so they headed to the second floor. The Yin energy on the second floor seems to be a little heavier than that on the first floor. There were signs of a fight and dried blood in the corridor. It seems that a great war once took place here. Coco's heart was pounding when she saw this. Even the steps I took became cautious. If it weren't for Master Yuan Jing who paved the way for him. Coco promised herself that she would turn around and run. Bang, bang, bang. Just when the two of them found a room. Suddenly a blood-stained ball rolled out from nowhere. And it stopped precisely at Master Yuan Jing's feet. Here. Looking at the fresh blood on it, Master Yuan Jing murmured softly, then raised his head with a serious expression and glanced around. Coco was trembling all over. He clenched his teeth tightly, feeling extremely scared. Although I have been mentally prepared. But this was the first time she encountered a ghost in her life. It's impossible to say I'm not afraid. Here it comes, the ghost is coming. Don't shake, Kiki. Don't be afraid. Master Yuan Jing is here. That's right, Coco, hold on, let us watch Master Yuan Jing show off his skills. Compared to Coco's fear, the viewers in the live broadcast room were screaming with excitement. Looking forward to the appearance of the evil spirit. Although it has been half a month since the ghost energy was revived. But not many people have actually seen ghosts. I want to, but I can't control my body at all. Coco's face turned pale and her whole body was still shaking uncontrollably. This is a fear that comes from the deepest part of one's heart. As soon as Coco finished speaking, the sound of children's laughter was heard. I found you. Master Yuan Jing, who was always on guard, shouted loudly and immediately threw the Buddhist beads in his hand towards the sofa. Bang. Sizzle. Ah. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, a little boy with gray skin and lifeless eyes appeared on the sofa. At this time, the little boy was curled up on the ground, and the place where he was hit by the Buddhist beads was emitting green smoke and making crackling sounds. Master is awesome, he made the evil ghost grimacing with just one move. Is this a ghost? It doesn't look scary at all. Why is it just a child? He looks so pitiful. Get down from the dead saint upstairs. The official website of Bureau 749 records that this evil ghost killed more than a dozen people in the apartment. Do you still feel pity for him? I'm going to kill you. The child ghost who got rid of the Buddhist beads stared at Master Yuan Jing with a pair of resentful eyes. With his mouth full of sharp teeth bared, he roared and rushed towards Master Yuan Jing. How dare you, little boy, speak so arrogantly? Today, I will help you to be liberated. Master Yuan Jing shouted with an expressionless face. He immediately took off his cassock and threw it at the child ghost that was rushing towards him. After all, he is a C-class evil ghost. He can pretend to be cool in front of netizens, but if he underestimates his enemy, he might die without knowing how. Ah. The cassock is also a ritual instrument, and is burned with incense day and night in Keifu Temple. As soon as the child ghost touched the robes, green smoke immediately came out of his body and he grimaced in pain. Damn it. I must eat your blood and drink your flesh. The child ghost who got rid of the robes has lost his mind. However, the deep hatred in his bones once again supported the little ghost boy to pounce and kill him. Amitabha. Facing the attacking child ghost, Master Yuan Jing remained calm. After chanting the Buddha's name, he decisively stretched out his right hand and struck out with a palm. I saw a swastika engraved on the palm of Master Yuan Jing's right hand. The next moment, a brilliant golden Buddha light burst out. The child ghost had been hit by two magical instruments, the Buddhist beads and the cassock, and had suffered considerable injuries. He had lost his mind at this moment, and faced with the sudden bright Buddha light, he couldn't dodge it at all. He could only watch helplessly as he was hit by the Buddha's light, and finally flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. After a series of heavy blows, the child's ghost body became dim, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. I'm lucky today. I actually encountered an evil ghost that was just promoted to sea level not long ago. If I catch it, feed it with blood, and then devour it, I should be able to step into the half-step B level. Master Yuan Jing showed a strange smile on his face, but then quickly put it away. Then he took out a cloth bag from his waist and walked towards the child ghost step by step. Awesome. Is this the master from Keifu Temple? It was a near-crushing battle. For a moment, I felt like ghosts weren't that scary anymore. With the master here, we in Xingsha City no longer have to worry about evil spirits invading. At this moment, all on the screen was the master's awesomeness. Coco is not afraid anymore. He courageously followed Monk Yuan Jing and walked towards the child ghost, wanting to observe it up close. Huff. At this moment, an unknown cold wind suddenly appeared in the room. What's going on? Where's the wind coming from? Coco shuddered subconsciously and looked around with confusion on her face. Master Yuan Jing did not answer Coco's question, but looked at the location of the child ghost with a frown. The next moment, the evil wind stopped, but two evil ghosts appeared again beside the child ghost. A man and a woman. They all have blue skin, gray eyes, and are shrouded in yin energy. The two ghosts that appeared ignored Master Yuan Jing and Coco, but immediately squatted down with a look of heartache on their faces and sent negative energy to the child ghost. What? There are actually two sea-level evil ghosts. And judging from the intensity of their ghost energy, they are much stronger than the child ghost just now. Master Yuan Jing's calm expression finally changed, and he looked at the two evil ghosts, a man and a woman, in horror. I didn't expect two more evil ghosts to come. Are they the parents of the child ghost? After the little ones are beaten, here comes the old ones. Kiki and the others are in danger. What are you afraid of? Isn't there Master Yuan Jing here? That's right. With Master Yuan Jing here, no matter how many evil spirits there are, they will all be saved. The netizens were not panicked at all when they saw the two evil ghosts appearing again. I'm even looking forward to the battle scene again. Mom and Dad. Kill them for me. I want to drink the blood of that old bald donkey. Under the transmission of negative energy from the two ghosts, the child ghost recovered a little and immediately pointed at Monk Yuan Jing and said viciously, "Don't worry, son, we will definitely avenge you." The two ghosts stood up and cast cold eyes on Master Yuan Jing. "You old bald donkey, how dare you hurt our children? Die." As soon as he finished speaking, the two ghosts immediately pounced towards Master Yuan Jing. Master Yuan Jing frowned, looking grim. He did not dare to underestimate the two ghosts that were rushing towards him. He immediately picked up the cassock on the ground, put it on, then raised his right hand and released the Buddha's light. But these two ghosts are much stronger than the child ghost. And he was much smarter than the little kid and dodged immediately. It was just touched by the edge of the Buddha's light. Although it lost some yin energy, it was completely harmless. At this time, the two ghosts were already close and attacked Master Yuan Jing's neck, trying to deliver a fatal blow. Hateful. Master Yuan Jing cursed inwardly and immediately raised his hand to block it. Master Yuan Jing had the Buddhist pattern engraved on both his hands. In addition, there is the profound Buddhist blessing of Master Yuan Jing over the past few decades. Even with two ghosts, they could not cause effective damage to Master Yuan Jing in a short period of time. In this way, the two ghosts fought against each other and it was hard to tell who would win. As expected of a master, he fights two ghosts alone and still holds his own. That's right. Let alone two ghosts, even if we call the grandparents of the child ghost over, it won't matter. The master can easily handle it. I estimate that it won't take long for the master to deal with these two evil spirits. The live broadcast room is still relaxed and cheerful. He didn't take these two evil spirits seriously at all. But the next moment, many netizens were dumbfounded. Because the master, who was omnipotent in their eyes, who was about to deal with the two ghosts, actually escaped. Inside the room, the master, who was originally fighting with two ghosts, found an opportunity and threw out the cassock he was wearing. Envelop both evil spirits. But just when many netizens were asking Master Yuan Jing to take this opportunity to kill the two evil ghosts, Master Yuan Jing, however, ran away in a flash under the gazes of many fans. Master. Kiki looked at Master Yuan Jing's running back in disbelief. What should I do if you run away? Donor Kiki, I am not capable of defeating these two evil spirits. Hold on for a while, I'll bring reinforcements and save you. Master Yuan Jing said without turning his head. I didn't even dare to look back. After the brief fight just now, he has already figured out the strength of the two evil ghosts. The female ghost was not so bad. If it was a one-on-one fight, he could deal with it with some effort. But that male ghost's strength is infinitely close to half-step B level. If he didn't have the cassock as a magical instrument, and decades of profound Buddhist blessings, I'm afraid it has already become blood food in their mouths. Coco was full of questions when he heard this. Can I hold on for a while? What can I use to support myself? I'm just an ordinary person, let alone a C-level evil spirit. Even an EF-level imp can't do it. What? Let Coco hold on for a while. Master. Are you kidding me? Master. This damn monk. What a beast. He actually abandoned Coco and ran away alone. I knew that foreign religions like Buddhism are unreliable. Why don't you ask our own Taoist masters to catch ghosts? It's over. It's all over. My wife is going to die. In the live broadcast room, the comments that were originally praising Monk Yuan Jing suddenly stopped, and everyone started cursing. This result was something they had never expected. The master who was originally expected by everyone, unexpectedly left Coco behind and ran away without hesitation. It's Amitabha as promised. What happened to saving all sentient beings? Damn monk, I spent so much money, but he failed at the critical moment. Coco also cursed in a crying voice. She was now deeply regretful. If she had known that this so-called master was so unreliable, she would never have come to live broadcast ghost catching. At this time, looking at the struggling cassock, Coco was filled with despair. Fortunately, after breaking free from the restraints of the robes, the ghost couple simply glanced at Coco with disdain and quickly chased in the direction where Monk Yuan Jing fled. Thank goodness. This couple doesn't seem to have a high level of hatred towards Coco. Kiki, take this opportunity and run. Yes, as long as we run fast and get out of this apartment, there is still a chance of survival. Seeing this, Coco quickly stood up, suppressed her inner fear, and ran towards the door with all her might. My blood food, where do you want to go? But just as Coco stood up, the child ghost appeared at the door in a flash, bearing its fangs and claws at Coco. Looking at the child ghost's cyan face and dead eyes, Coco was immediately frightened and fell to the ground. It's over. I almost forgot about this kid ghost. This little ghost was just severely injured by Monk Yuan Jing, and now is the time for him to eat. Oh! God is really going to kill my wife Coco. When the netizens saw this, their hearts sank to the bottom in an instant. Coco also felt cold all over, and looked at the child ghost who was approaching step by step with fear on her face. Ah! Don't hurt me, please, I'll burn a lot of paper for you, okay? Faced with life and death, even the beautiful anchor did not care about her face and begged for mercy miserably. Burning paper. If the underworld is gone, what's the point of paper money? I might as well eat you and use your flesh and blood to help me restore my strength. But the energy contained in your body is too little. I don't think I can even recover half of my strength. Although the child ghost said that he disliked Coco, his body was very honest. He quickly came in front of Coco, opened his bloody mouth, and prepared to bite Coco's white neck. Coco's whole body was trembling, her face was filled with endless despair, and she had completely given up resisting. Faced with a creature like a ghost, she had no idea how to resist. Or is death also a kind of relief? Coco closed her eyes, thought sadly, and waited quietly for death to come. But 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. There was still no pain in my body. Ah! Moreover, not only was she fine, she also heard a shrill scream. That voice seems to be that of the little ghost. What's going on? Coco opened her eyes subconsciously. Suddenly, a sturdy figure appeared in front of him. And that figure was currently strangling the child ghost's neck with his left hand. The arrogant kid before was now just like a little child in front of this man and could only struggle helplessly. So cool, catching a ghost with one hand. And he's so handsome, who is this? I don't know, but looking at this handsome guy's strength, Coco seems to be saved. Great. Coco doesn't have to die. The viewers in the live broadcast room looked at the men who suddenly appeared and became curious. But no matter who comes. But it seems Coco is saved. What do you think of my flesh and blood? The person who came was Chu Tian. He actually arrived when Coco and Monkey Wan Jing were searching the first floor. However, he did not reveal his identity, but planned to use the two as bait. Unexpectedly, 3 sea-level evil spirits were actually caught. Later, when the 3 evil ghosts came out together, they wanted to see the strength of the so-called Master Yuan Jing. So I didn't take action immediately. Who knows? He was stunned that the damn bald donkey actually ran away. Woo, woo, when my parents come back, I will let them kill you. Although the child ghost is a soul, Chu Tian possesses the power of the white tiger, so he was still extremely uncomfortable being pinched by Chu Tian and could only stammer. Handsome guy, quickly take care of the kid ghost and run away with Coco. Yeah. His parents seem to be pretty awesome. While his parents are chasing that damn bald donkey, you guys should take the opportunity to run. The little ghost's words reminded the viewers in the live broadcast room. They all posted comments asking the two to run away. Although Chu Tian, who suddenly appeared, looked quite fierce. But the Master Yuan Jing, who was so powerful before, was beaten away. They didn't think that this strange man who suddenly appeared was more powerful than Master Yuan Jing and could defeat the ghost couple. The safest plan now is to quickly get rid of the child ghost before the ghost couple comes back, and then escape from here. Coco saw these comments and thought they made sense, so she quickly said, "Brother, why don't we run first? Otherwise, when the ghost kid's parents come back, we won't be able to escape. Run. There's no need at all." Chu Tian shook his head contemptuously, and then increased the strength in his hands. Ah. The next moment, the child ghost suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. He just wanted to lure the ghost couple back and catch them all in one fell swoop. What is he doing? He seems to be torturing a child ghost. Could it be that he just wants to force the couple back? Brother, are you stupid? You still want to fight 3 people alone? Can you please not drag us down when you are seeking your own death? The viewers in the live broadcast room were not stupid. They looked at Chu Tian's actions and directly analyzed Chu Tian's motives. Suddenly, the netizens who were originally praising Chu Tian began to attack him. And Chu Tian's method seems to be very effective. Just 3 seconds later, an unknown cold wind suddenly swept through the room. Immediately, the 2 ghosts, a man and a woman, appeared at the door. Looking at the child ghost being tortured by Chu Tian, the ghost father said angrily, "Boy, let my son go, or I will tear you into pieces." It's over. The ghost father and ghost mother are back. My poor wife Coco, you are doomed to die, right? Is this damn man an idiot? Looking at the sudden appearance of the ghost couple, the hearts of the viewers in the live broadcast room fell to the bottom again. Let go. Is that so? A strange smile appeared on Chu Tian's lips, and he immediately let go of the right hand that was holding the child ghost. The child ghost suddenly fell straight to the ground. But just as the child ghost was about to fall to the ground, Chu Tian raised his left hand. Next moment, a blue light containing a destructive aura burst out. Don't want. The ghost mother instantly realized the danger and immediately rushed towards the child ghost. But it's too late. Bang. Ah. Accompanied by a loud explosion. The child ghost turned to ashes with a shrill scream. Awesome. Is he this handsome? What is that blue beam of light? A laser beam. It's so powerful. If I'm not mistaken, this big brother should be a superpower, and the blue beam of light just now should be his ability. But here comes the question. This handsome guy killed the child ghost, which undoubtedly angered the ghost father and mother. Can he defeat these 2 evil ghosts? See the little kid ghost get blown up with one hit. Those netizens who were originally criticizing Chu Tian also stopped. They all started brushing at the same time. Awesome. Things seemed to be taking a turn for the better. This strange man who suddenly appeared seemed really unusual. Ah. I want you to die. I want to pull out your tendons and peel off your skin. To commemorate my son's soul in heaven. When people die, they either go to the underworld and reincarnate, or they become ghosts and cause trouble to others. But when a ghost dies, it is really dead. The soul is scattered and disappears into thin air. And now, they watched helplessly as Chu Tian beat their son to death. The irreconcilable hatred made the two evil ghosts extremely angry. In an instant, the entire room was shrouded in a thickening energy. Even the temperature in the air dropped by several degrees. Bang. Bang. Not only that, under the influence of Yin energy, the table in the room was overturned, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the mirror, and all the dishes in the cupboard fell to the ground with crisp shattering sounds. This moment, the hatred between the ghost couple seemed to materialize, affecting the entire room. Coco was so scared that her face turned pale and she was trembling. At this moment, the viewers can feel the anger and terror of the two ghosts even through the screen. It's over. These two ghosts are going to go crazy. I wonder if this handsome guy can handle it. If I can't handle this, my Coco wife will die young. Playing tricks. Chu Tian frowned slightly. He didn't want to continue to tangle with the two ghosts. He had to go back to school for classes in the afternoon. Don't hesitate anymore, just raise your right hand. The next moment, a 3-meter-long white tiger shadow emerged from Chu Tian's arm, and then roared towards the sky. Roar. Accompanied by a series of circular sound waves, they attacked the two ghosts. The originally thick Yin energy quickly dissipated, and the uneasy furniture returned to its original state. The ghost father and mother were suppressed by the circular sound waves and could not move. Even the ghost father, who was half a step to be level, couldn't break free. He could only watch helplessly as the negative energy in his body was quickly devoured by the circular sound waves. This handsome guy is so strong. He actually summoned a tiger. Awesome. With just one move, he was able to suppress the two evil spirits. Looking at the situation, it probably won't be long before this handsome guy will take care of these ghosts. The netizens who were originally frightened were instantly shocked and speechless when they saw the ghost father and mother unable to move. They could never have imagined that this young man who suddenly appeared was so powerful. The evil ghost that even the monks of Keifu Temple cannot deal with. It was actually solved with one hand by the young man in front of me. Damn it. Husband, we have to find a way. Otherwise, we will die. The ghost mother is not as powerful as the ghost father. Her soul is extremely dim at this moment. It is estimated that it won't be long before her soul is shattered. The ghost father frowned and thought of a solution. There's nothing we can do now, right? The person opposite is too strong. The strength is completely in a different dimension. Hubby, why don't you just eat me? That way you at least have a chance of survival. The ghost mother suggested tragically that this was the only possible solution now. This. The ghost father looked hesitant. It's okay. As long as you stay alive and kill him, avenge me and my son. The ghost mother said resolutely. Good. The ghost father nodded heavily. What a loving couple. A disdainful smile appeared on Chu Tian's lips. How could he give the ghost father this opportunity? He decisively raised his right hand and shot out a beam of green light. The ghost mother that was hit disappeared into thin air. Ah. Boy, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. He watched his wife vanish into thin air before his eyes. The ghost father completely lost his mind. But under the suppression of the tiger roar magical power. It's nothing but an incompetent roar. Apart from showing off his verbal skills, the ghost father can't do anything. In the end, under Chu Tian's attack of the Qinglong magic, the roar of the ghost father came to an abrupt end, and it was completely turned into powder and dissipated between heaven and earth. Hiss! So strong. So terrifying. No wonder he dares to challenge the ghost father and ghost mother. Is this the strength of a superpower? He is more than one dimension stronger than Master Yuan Jing from Keifu Temple. He is really amazing. It's okay that he's strong, but he's also so handsome. What door has God closed for him? The netizens who witnessed everything were shocked beyond words. Two evil ghosts that made the monks of Keifu Temple retreat step by step. But in front of the young men in front of him, he was like a toy. Easily wiped out. For the first time, they felt that the evil spirits did not seem so scary. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 3 sea-level evil spirits. The awakening level of the Azure Dragon magic technique has increased by 15%, and the merit points have increased by 3,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Supreme Azure Dragon has awakened 50% and obtained the magical power, Calling Thunder. As the Ghost Father disappeared, the mechanical sound of the system appeared in Chu Tian's mind as expected. At the same time, a supreme blue dragon soaring into the sky appeared in Chu Tian's mind. I saw it roaring towards the sky, and the next moment, the originally cloudless sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Lightning bolts as thick as buckets blasted the earth into huge black pits one after another. So strong. Looking at the image of thousands of thunders flashing in his mind, Chu Tian took a breath. The white tiger belongs to the element of metal and is in charge of killing. But the power of the thunder-calling ability of this supreme Azure Dragon seems to be far more powerful than the tiger's roar and the Azure Dragon's magic. When the terrifying thunder fell, Chu Tian estimated that even a half-step B-level evil ghost would die immediately if it touched him. Thank you, hero. Just when Chu Tian was immersed in the joy of the supreme Azure Dragon's magical power, Coco, who had recovered from her shock, came to Chu Tian and thanked him sincerely. If there was no Chu Tian, I'm afraid she has already reported to the underworld. After expressing her thanks, Coco quickly bowed again. The attitude is extremely respectful. It's a small matter, but I advise you not to do such dangerous live broadcasts in the future. Chu Tian was in a good mood as he had just obtained the Azure Dragon magical power. Besides, Coco is also a great beauty, and Chu Tian gave her a rare reminder. Even if it's a live broadcast, we have to find a reliable person. These bald donkeys are not our own sect in China after all. Hey. I see. Thanks for the reminder. Coco stuck out her tongue and nodded embarrassedly. Okay. In that case, now that the matter is resolved, I'll leave first. Nodding slightly, Chu Tian raised his leg and walked towards the door. Hey. Hero, can you please take me out? When Coco heard this, she immediately became anxious. I just went through such a horrible thing. She still feels scared now. Everything I look at feels wrong. I always feel like an evil ghost will jump out from time to time. What if Chu Tian left her alone? She must be frightened to death. Then follow me. Chu Tian did not refuse and continued to walk out the door, just slowing down his pace. However, before Chu Tian walked out of the room, Monk Yuan Jing appeared at the door with 4 or 5 monks. Looking at the 2 people who were safe and sound in the room, especially seeing Coco who was still intact, Monk Yuan Jing's eyes widened immediately. This little girl is not dead. You bald ass, how dare you come back? When Coco saw Monk Yuan Jing, who was still frightened, was instantly filled with anger and pointed at Yuan Jing and cursed him angrily. Donor Kiki, please be patient. I am back with reinforcements to save you, right? Facing Coco's rage, Monk Yuan Jing didn't care and spoke in a neutral tone. Humph. Save me. If I had really waited for you to save me, I would have been eaten by the evil spirits. Coco gritted her teeth. Don't be anxious, don't worry. You are still alive, which means you are not destined to die. Misfortune is the root of blessing, and blessing is the root of misfortune. Monk Yuan Jing clasped his hands together, looking like a highly accomplished monk. If I hadn't just been sold out by this monk, she might really be fooled. However, what Monk Yuan Jing said was flawless. Coco didn't know how to refute when she was directly confronted. He could only stare at Yuan Jing with a pair of eyes that were almost spitting fire to express his hatred. Is this the master? He was the one who sold out his teammates, but in the end he took all the blame. What master? He's just a liar. It's a good thing he didn't do pyramid selling, otherwise who knows how many people would be deceived. MLM. Isn't Buddhism the biggest MLM organization? They trick people into shaving their hair and converting to Buddhism. It's so abominable. After hearing Monk Yuan Jing's twisted logic, the viewers in the live broadcast room were filled with righteous indignation and started cursing. Now, they finally realized the hypocritical faces of these monks. Amitabha. Benefactor, what on earth happened here? Junior brother Yuan Jing said that there are 3 sea-level evil ghosts here, so I rushed over to help as soon as possible. But why did I not sense any evil spirits when I came to this building? At this time, a middle-aged monk behind Yuan Jing stepped forward and asked in a kind tone. He was the monk Yuan Jin who had appeared in the reception room of Bureau 749 earlier. After leaving Bureau 749, he originally planned to return to Keifu Temple first. But suddenly he received a message for help from his junior fellow apprentice Yuan Jing. So I rushed over as soon as possible. But after arriving, I found that there was not even a single sea-level evil ghost, let alone an EF-level ghost. Dead. Coco said unhappily. She now has no good feelings towards this group of bald donkeys. Dead? What happened? Monk Yuan Jing was full of confusion. Among those 3 evil ghosts, the strength of one of them has reached half-step B level. Even he couldn't solve it. Now Coco says she is dead. How is this possible? Could it be? Subconsciously, Monk Yuan Jing set his eyes on Chu Tian. After they came in, there were only Chu Tian and Coco here. Coco is just a weakling in combat. Let alone dealing with a sea-level evil ghost, she will probably die if she encounters an EF-level ghost. So, the only one who has the ability to deal with the 3 sea-level evil spirits is this strange man. That's right, no need to guess. It's this handsome guy. Humph. After you, the old bald donkey, abandoned me and fled. Luckily this handsome guy came. Otherwise, by the time you come back to save me, the flowers will be cold. Coco looked at Monk Yuan Jing in a weird way. All right, pretty. I'm leaving now, do you want to go? Chu Tian was too lazy to continue wasting time here, so he raised his leg and walked out the door. Go, go, go. Coco hurriedly followed, and when she passed by Monk Yuan Jing, he snorted at her smugly. Donor, wait a minute. Monk Yuan Jin came in front of Chu Tian and suddenly spoke. What's the matter? Chu Tian glanced at the old monk. He could sense that this old monk possessed B-level strength. However, the old monk's aura was impetuous, and it seemed that he did not cultivate normally. You are so young, yet you can kill a half-step B-level evil ghost. You are indeed a genius. Monk Yuanjin said with a very kind smile. Is there something wrong? If so, say it. If not, get out. Chu Tian frowned slightly. I wonder what this old monk is up to. He flatters himself right from the start, which clearly shows his ill intentions. Awesome handsome guy. That's how you should scold these hypocritical bald asses. That's great, bro. None of these bald asses are good people. We shouldn't treat them well. That's right. Insult him handsomely. Chu Tian's tone made the viewers in the live broadcast room applaud. But Monk Yuanjin didn't mind at all, and continued with a smile. The donor is very talented, and my Keifu temple has a secret method of cultivation that can help people quickly improve their strength. I wonder if the donor is interested. If one can kill a half-step B level, then he must at least possess the strength of the peak of C level. Moreover, judging from the unfathomable aura of the young men in front of him, it is definitely more than C level strength, and its strength may even be above mine. In these troubled times, the situation is turbulent. Only by preserving and improving your strength can you better cope with the coming catastrophe. This is also why he rejected the request of the director of Bureau 749 to exorcise the demon. And now, he wanted to recruit this powerful young man to join their Keifu temple. Secret method. Chu Tian frowned slightly and looked Monk Yuanjin up and down. No wonder this bald donkey has such a restless aura. It must have been forcibly enhanced by some secret method. Chu Tian was dismissive of this. With the system, he possessed the most powerful secret method in the world and did not need anything else. Puff. Just when Chu Tian was about to refuse, Monkey Wan Jing behind Monkey Wan Jin suddenly vomited blood. Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Monkey Wan Jin quickly turned around and supported Yuan Jing, who was about to fall. When I was being chased by that half-step B-level evil ghost, I was hit by him and suffered internal injuries. Yuan Jing said with a wry smile. What? Why didn't you say anything? Yuan Jin frowned. I wanted to deal with the 3 evil ghosts first. But I didn't expect that I couldn't suppress the injury so soon. Yuan Jing sighed helplessly. It's okay, junior brother, hold on, I'll take you back to the temple to heal. Yuan Jin supported Yuan Jing and walked out the door. But at this time, Yuan Jing suddenly broke free from Yuan Jin's hand. No need, senior brother. There is actually another way to help me heal. What is the solution? Let me eat you. At this moment, Monkey Wan Jing's voice sounded like a demon from the deepest part of hell. Cold, evil, and heart-pounding. Monkey Wan Jin was shocked and immediately moved away from Yuan Jing, saying in disbelief. Junior brother, you are possessed by a demon. Possessed by a demon. Ha ha ha. I just took back everything that belonged to me. Monkey Wan Jing laughed grimly. It was like countless ghosts howling. At the same time, blacking energy began to appear around him. Inexplicable black lines appeared on his face. There is a cold ghostly aura flowing slowly inside. So horrifying. Yuan Jing today no longer looks like the enlightened monkey once was. Instead, he became like a demon. Old man. Now it's my turn to eat you. Monkey Wan Jing gathered a large amount of cold ghost energy around his body, and then suddenly pounced towards Monkey Wan Jin. What's going on? Possessed by a demon. Is it something like the inner demon in TV dramas? Okay, I just like watching these hypocritical bald asses kill each other. When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they were stunned at first, and then they became excited. Chu Tian also raised the corners of his mouth and felt happy. Because just when Monkey Wan Jing was emitting ghostly aura, the mechanical sound of the system suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the ghost monk was found. Ghost monk, a product formed when a person eats a ghost and is eventually possessed by the ghost's residual thoughts. People who eat ghosts will lose their virtue, but killing them will gain merit. Ghosts can increase their strength by eating humans. If people eat ghosts, not only will they not gain any benefits, they will also be disturbed by the ghost's own negative energy, which will affect their mind. Combined with the secret method mentioned by Monkey Wan Jin before and the current appearance of Monkey Wan Jing, Chu Tian roughly guessed the ins and outs of the matter. The secret method of improving strength mentioned by Monkey Wan Jin is most likely a secret method of improving strength by eating ghosts. Just now, Monkey Wan Jing was seriously injured by the evil ghost, and his mind was exhausted, causing the remaining evil ghost obsession in his body to take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble, occupying his body, and eventually evolving into the current situation. This Keifu temple is really a place of fun. Chu Tian watched Yuan Zhen and Yuan Jing fighting with great interest. Although Yuan Jing was only at sea-level strength before. But after transforming into a ghost monk, the combination of men and ghost made his strength skyrocket, and he was promoted to Class B. So, even though Monkey Wan Jin had B-level strength, he was unable to do anything to Yuan Jing for the moment. Donor, can you please help me suppress my possessed junior brother? Seeing that this was not a solution, Yuan Jin quickly asked for help from Chu Tian, who was watching the show on the side. I'm sorry, master. I just fought with 3 C-rank evil spirits and was seriously injured. I can't do anything now. Chu Tian spread his hands pretending to be helpless. He wasn't hurt, nor did he seek revenge on those bald asses. He just wanted to use the ghost monkey Yuan Jing to seriously injure Yuan Zhen. If Yuan Zhen is eventually possessed by the evil ghost's obsession and turns into a ghost monk, he can destroy it and gain more merit points. Well done. Yeah, that's right, handsome guy, can't help at all. You just let your junior brother escape from the battlefield, and now you want to ask for help. No way. The netizens didn't know what Chu Tian was thinking, they just felt that his words were very satisfying and they all applauded. Monk Yuanjin's face darkened. He knew that this was Chu Tian's excuse, but he could do nothing about it. After all, this is Keifu Temple's family affair, and they have no obligation to intervene. Drink! Monk Yuanjin shouted loudly, and without holding back, through the cassock he was wearing out. The cassock has been exposed to the fragrance of incense and baptism of Buddhist teachings day and night, and has long become a ritual instrument. Plus, the ghost monk has just entered level B. So when faced with Monk Yuanjin, who was firing at full power, he was immediately beaten back. After the two had fought for 49 rounds, when the ghost monk was about to be subdued by Monk Yuanjin, Chu Tian quickly raised his right hand and whispered, "Calling thunder." The next moment, a bolt of green lightning landed on the ghost monk's head. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening bang, the ghost monk was directly beaten to ashes by the Supreme Azure Dragon's magical power, summoning thunder. It's not just the remnants of the evil spirits that were eaten by Monk Yuanjin. Also involved is the body of Monk Yuanjing himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the B-level ghost monk, merit points increased by 10,000. Cool. Chu Tian was overjoyed. I didn't expect that after dealing with 3 C-level evil spirits, there would be such a surprise. 10,000 merit points. You have to kill 10 C-level evil spirits to get them. And it's so easy to get. While the ghost monk was being beaten to death by Monk Yuanjin, he went straight up to pick up the head. There is simply nothing more refreshing than this. The only pity is that Monk Yuanjin did not become possessed by the devil and turned into a ghost monk. Otherwise, I would have made a lot of money today. However, Chu Tian is not in a hurry. Since this group of monks in Keifu Temple have embarked on the crooked path of eating ghosts, they will sooner or later suffer the backlash. Donor, you. Watching his fellow apprentice brother, who had been with him day and night, turn into ashes, no matter how high Yuanjin's cultivation was, he still glared at Chu Tian. Master, please be patient. Didn't you ask me to help you just now? I risked getting injured and used all my strength to help you. Why are you blaming me? Facing Yuanjin's unfriendly gaze, Chu Tian asked back. You can help, but why did you destroy his body? Yuanjin looked at Chu Tian angrily and said word by word. I already said it was a full-strength attack, how could I know he was so vulnerable? Although Chu Tian was explaining, his tone was full of disdain. Then he imitated Yuanjing's tone and said seriously. Master. Calm down. As the saying goes, misfortune often brings blessings, and blessings often bring misfortune. Now that Master Yuanjing has passed away, I am also very sad. But all this is his creation, his destiny. As a Buddhist, don't you understand? Monk Yuanjin was almost angry to death when he heard this. But I don't know how to refute it. After all, just now, his junior brother Yuanjing used these words to perfunctorily deal with Coco. Helplessly, he could only glare at Chu Tian with his cloudy eyes. What do you mean? You want to fight? Come on. Old man, don't think I'm afraid of you. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows at Monk Yuanjin and challenged him arrogantly. He just wanted to irritate the old monk. Once the old monk takes the first step, he will have a reason to take action. Even if Coco wasn't here and wasn't still live streaming, Chu Tian might just attack this stupid bald guy directly. Awesome, handsome guy. Just for what you said, I will be your lifelong fan. You are dumbfounded, you bald ass. You have nothing to say now. What a bunch of hypocritical monks, they are so double-standard. They were so calm when talking about Coco just now, but now it's their junior brother's turn, they are so angry. The viewers in the live broadcast room also started to make sarcastic remarks. Even Coco couldn't help but say, "Today I finally see the true colors of you Buddhists, humph." Monk Yuanjin gritted his teeth and looked at Chu Tian deeply, but in the end he did not have the courage to take action. The attack that Chu Tian used to deal with the ghost monk just now, in terms of power alone, was far beyond his full-strength attack. He estimated that he was no match for Chu Tian. And After all, he has lived for most of his life. How could he not see Chu Tian's obvious provocation? Chu Tian obviously wanted to force him to take action. After thinking it through, of course he would not fall into the trap again. Hey! Master Yuan Zhen, why are you here? At this moment, Yishan suddenly walked in from outside, looked at Yuan Zhen with a gloomy face, and spoke with a puzzled look. Snort. Monk Yuan Zhen snorted coldly, turned around and left with a few young monks. If you can't beat Chu Tian, staying here will only bring humiliation upon yourself. However, before leaving, Monk Yuanzhen looked at Chu Tian deeply. I remembered Chu Tian's appearance firmly in my mind. He must avenge this grudge. Although I can't beat Chu Tian now. But after tonight, that may not be the case. They opened the Keifu temple and raised so many little ghosts. There are many C and D grades among them. As long as the ghost tide arrives as expected tonight, the strength of these evil spirits has increased. If he devours it again, he might have a chance to glimpse the A-level threshold. By then, let alone one Chu Tian, even if there are 10, what would that matter? Student Chu, what happened here? Looking at Monk Yuanzhen and others who left while suppressing their anger, Yishan looked puzzled. Nothing. It's just that the old man's fellow apprentice died, so he was very angry. Chu Tian explained in a relaxed tone. Dead? Who did it? Yishan was stunned, her face full of disbelief. You know, Monk Yuanzhen has B-level strength. Who else could kill Monk Yuanzhen's fellow apprentice in front of him? I'm afraid he may not even be a B-level ghost general. Immediately, as if she had thought of something, Yishan's incredulous gaze suddenly fell on Chu Tian. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't the hero who killed him. Oh, that's not right. It was that bald guy who was suddenly possessed by a demon. He seemed to have turned into a ghost, and then was killed by the hero. So the old bald donkey was very angry. But he didn't dare to attack the hero. I could only leave angrily. Seeing that Yishan suspected Chu Tian, Ku hurriedly explained. Oh. Yishan suddenly realized and said. But actually, even if it was you, Chu, who did it, it's okay. Just now, our director asked them to ask Keifu Temple for help. Master Yuanzhen refused without hesitation. So the director has blacklisted everyone from Keifu Temple. Why are you here? Chu Tian waved his hands, showing no interest in these. I have already put that. Yishan was about to explain, but she noticed Coco standing beside her and the selfie stick in her hand, so she stopped immediately. Chu Tian understood, turned to look at Cuckoo and said. Beauty, I'll send you out first, and then you can go back. Yes. Thank you, hero. Looking at the two people talking familiarly, Coco guessed that the identity of this new beauty was not simple, and immediately nodded obediently. Handsome hero. Can I add your contact information? Walking out of the lifeless apartment building, Coco immediately regained her original youthful vitality. She jumped in front of Chu Tian with a sweet smile on her face. Why, is there something wrong? Before Chu Tian could say anything, Yishan, who was standing beside him, immediately came forward and asked with a frown on her face. But soon, Yishan realized that she had crossed the line. He quickly stepped back and stuck out his tongue at Chu Tian embarrassedly. Chu Tian didn't care about it, instead he felt secretly happy. It's nothing serious, it's just that the hero saved my life today. So I want to add your contact information, find a time, treat you to a meal, and express my gratitude. Coco waved her hands quickly, then looked at Chu Tian sincerely. Coco is as good-looking and has the best figure as Yishan. Faced with such a beauty, Chu Tian would certainly not refuse. So I happily took out my cell phone. Goodbye, hero. I'll treat you to a meal next time you're free. After adding WeChat, Coco achieved her goal and left with satisfaction. I'll treat you to dinner next time. After Coco left, Yishan imitated Coco's tone and spoke in a sarcastic tone. What's wrong? Chu Tian looked at Yishan, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Nothing. I'm just a little envious of someone. I see that girl is so enthusiastic. I guess she will treat you to a meal next time, and after dinner, she will marry you to her in the evening. Ishan pouted and said with an unhappy look on her face. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Chu Tian winked at Ishan. No. When Ishan heard this, her face turned red and she quickly turned her face away. If not, then send me back to school, Miss Ishan. Chu Tian walked up to Ishan, stared into her eyes that were as bright as gems, and spoke word by word. Okay, okay. Smelling the strong scent of male hormones on Chu Tian, Ishan's face turned even redder in an instant. He quickly hid far away and stammered in response. Then, as if remembering something, he hurried back and said, By the way, I'm looking for you for something serious. What business? Didn't I go back and tell the director about the ghost tide? The director did this to avoid a riot after the ghost tide tonight. We will send all combat members of Bureau 749 out to exorcise demons and eliminate evil spirits. We must nip the evil spirit in the bud. So what you mean is that I should not go to class this afternoon and go kill ghosts first? Chu Tian interrupted Ishan, who was about to explain, and guessed. Yes. Chu, you are very powerful. If you can kill all the sea-level evil spirits in Xingsha City. By then, even if the ghost energy tides up, as long as no evil ghost can break through the B-level, our Xingsha City is completely safe. Ishan nodded affirmatively, and then immediately added. Besides, our director said so. If you kill any ghost before the ghost tide tonight, your bonuses will be doubled. No. You should send me back to school. I have my own plans. It can be seen that the director of Bureau 749 spent a lot of money to ask himself to take action. But compared to the double bonus, Chu Tian is more eager to improve his strength. What he wanted was for a C-level evil ghost that was half a step from B-level to be promoted to B-level. In this way, if you destroy it, you can gain more merit points and awakening progress. Ah. Ishan was stunned. She didn't expect Chu Tian to refuse so straightforwardly. I have my own plans. Don't worry, Xingsha City won't be in chaos with me here. Chu Tian touched Ishan's little head, then said with a smile. So now, just take me to school. Feeling the gentle touch of Chu Tian's big hand, Ishan, who had originally returned to normal, instantly blushed again. It looks like the sunset on the horizon, so beautiful. Good. Ishan nodded blankly, then walked quickly towards the car, not daring to look back at Chu Tian. Oh right. One more thing, remember to evacuate the people around Keifu Temple. I think something big is going to happen there tonight. On the way to school, Chu Tian suddenly said with a serious expression. Yuan Jing is definitely not the only one in Keifu Temple who has used the secret method of eating ghosts to increase his strength. And tonight, with the tide of ghost energy, the strength of ghosts will be enhanced. The obsession of the evil spirits eaten by the monks of Keifu Temple might become even stronger. If he could seize control of the body and transform into a ghost monk, he would surely cause great suffering to all living beings around him. Ah. Keifu Temple. Impossible, there are B-level monks there. Even a B-rank ghost general wouldn't dare to go there and cause trouble. Ishan said with a puzzled look on her face. Do you believe me? Chu Tian turned his head and stared at Ishan's perfect profile. Yes. Ishan nodded without hesitation. She trusts Chu Tian unconditionally. Since you trust me, then do as I say. You'll know why tonight. Okay. I'll report to the director later. Ishan nodded obediently and didn't ask any more questions. Soon, the car arrived at the school gate. After Chu Xia got off the car, Ishan left directly. Her original mission was to persuade Chu Tian to help kill ghosts. But Chu Tian didn't want to, and she couldn't force him. As a member of Bureau 749 and the leader of Group A, she now has a heavy task. We must eliminate as many threatening ghosts as possible before 12 o'clock. As for Chu Tian, after getting off the bus, he went straight to the classroom where he would have class in the afternoon. Although the class has not started yet, there are already quite a few students in the classroom. Xia Shaoxian was among them, seemingly waiting for Chu Tian. After seeing Chu Tian walk into the classroom, Xia Shaoxian immediately walked towards Chu Tian. Then, in full view of the crowd and under countless envious gazes, he sat down next to Chu Tian and said softly. Student Chu Tian. What's wrong? Chu Tian nodded slightly. Can you please do me a favor? It seemed like something very important was going on. Xia Shaoxian frowned and looked serious. It's expensive to ask me for a favor, beautiful lady. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows. Although Xia Shaoxian was very beautiful, he was not a bootlicker, so how could he help her for free? Ah. Xia Shaoxian was stunned. She had thought about Chu Tian refusing, and she had also thought about Chu Tian agreeing. But I never expected that Chu Tian would actually ask for more money. One shot, 100,000. Chu Tian raised his right hand and extended his long middle finger. Okay. No problem. What Chu Tian didn't expect was that Xia Shaoxian nodded without hesitation. Let's make the payment first. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, took out his mobile phone and opened the payment QR code. Xia Shaoxian quickly took out her mobile phone to pay. When Chu Tian saw that 100,000 yuan had been deposited into his mobile phone account, he looked at Xia Shaoxian in surprise. I didn't expect this little girl to be serious. Tell me, what's the matter? But the words have been spoken and the other party has transferred the money, so Chu Tian naturally will not go back on his word. Chu Tian became more interested in what Xia Shaoxian meant by busy. What on earth was going on that made Xia Shaoxian spend 100,000 yuan to ask me to help? Can we go out and talk? Looking at the classmates who were talking around her, the thin-skinned Xia Shaoxian couldn't stand this atmosphere. Okay. Of course Chu Tian had no problem with that. He stood up and walked outside. The two of them came to a deserted place on the playground, and Xia Shaoxian told him the whole story. It turned out to be a distant cousin of hers, who seemed to have encountered a ghost. Ever since he called her 3 days ago and told her that he was haunted by a ghost. Xia Shaoxian could never contact this cousin again. Although this cousin has an average relationship with her. But my cousin's mother, her aunt, was very kind to her when she was a child. Coincidentally, she and her cousin were attending college in the same city. Her aunt asked her to take good care of her cousin. Now that her cousin seemed to be in trouble, she certainly couldn't just ignore it. The only person she could think of to help deal with this kind of supernatural incident was Chu Tian. After all, she saw with her own eyes Chu Tian slaughtering the fox demon that could speak. Taking money from others to help them get rid of disasters, just like that, Chu Tian followed Xia Shaoxian to the single apartment her cousin rented outside. Bang, bang, bang. Cousin, are you in there? Xia Shaoxian kept knocking on the door, but got no response. Xia Shaoxian frowned slightly, then took out the spare key, opened the door and walked in. The room was empty, even the dining table and sofa were covered with dust. It seemed like no one had lived there for a long time. But there were strange noises coming from the bedroom. Chu Tian followed Xia Shaoxian to the bedroom and finally found his cousin hiding in the closet with disheveled hair and shivering. Don't come over here, don't come over here, I was wrong, I will return all the money to you, please let me go. When my cousin saw Chu Tian and Xia Shaoxian, her whole body began to tremble violently. He kept muttering to himself. He looks just like a mental patient. Cousin, it's me. Xia Shaoxian hurried forward to comfort the woman. Chu Tian searched the room carefully. After a tour, Chu Tian discovered that although there was ghostly aura in the room, the level of ghostly aura was very weak. It was at least left over from 2 or 3 days ago. So even if Xia Xiaoxuan's cousin encountered a ghost, it should have happened 2 or 3 days ago. However, Chu Tian became confused again. Judging from the strength of the remaining ghost energy, the person who came was at least a D-level evil spirit. If Xia Xiaoxuan's cousin had encountered this, she would have been dead for sure. How could she still be alive now? Wait, what is this? Suddenly Chu Tian discovered that there was a strange energy beside his cousin. That energy is not ghost energy, spiritual energy, or demonic power. But he really stayed by the side of his cousin Xia Shaoxian. It seems like he is protecting his cousin. Who dares to play tricks in front of me? Chu Tian frowned slightly and shouted loudly. Then he quickly walked up to the ball of energy, clenched his right fist, and slammed towards the ball of energy hard. Want to destroy it. However, the moment he came into contact with the energy, Chu Tian quickly withdrew his hand. Immediately, Chu Tian's face quickly turned gloomy. A minute later, Chu Tian looked at Xia Xiaoshuan's cousin with anger, suddenly stretched out his right hand and slapped her. You gold digger, you're such a beast. Pa. Accompanied by a crisp slap. Xia Xiaoshuan's cousin was slapped away by Chu Tian. It flew for more than 10 meters before crashing heavily into the wall, spitting blood. Student Chu Tian, what are you doing? Xia Xiaoxian looked at Chu Tian with confusion. Then he quickly came to his cousin's side. He wiped the blood from his chin with a tissue. Do you know what she did? Chu Tian clenched his fists tightly, suppressed the anger in his heart, pointed at his cousin and spoke word by word. What did you do? Xia Xiaoxian still looked at a loss. Look for yourself. Chu Tian reached out and grabbed the ball of energy and threw it at Xia Xiaoxian. Moment. A memory that did not belong to her appeared in Xia Xiaoshuan's mind. The story begins with a fat boy who was asked by Xia Xiaoshuan's cousin to play King of Glory with her. After a few games, my cousin seemed to be attracted by the fat boy's gaming skills. So every day I would ask the boy about his well-being on the phone. From time to time, I would give boys some small gifts. These simple little beauties deeply touched the hearts of boys who have been lacking love since childhood. Gradually, the boy became dependent on the girl. After another joke, the boy confessed his love to the girl. The girl agreed without hesitation. But everything changed after the two became boyfriend and girlfriend. The girls began to ask for things from the boys with different excuses. At the beginning, it was just cosmetics worth a few hundred yuan, but in the end, it was necklaces worth thousands and bags worth tens of thousands. Girls' demands are becoming more and more excessive. But the boy still gives without regrets. Even to save money for girls. The boys spend 20 hours out of the 24 hours a day taking orders to play with girls. I only eat $10 worth of takeout every day. But the girl used this as an excuse, saying that the boy didn't accompany her, and took the opportunity to ask for more money and property. In order to make up for girls, boys can only work hard to earn money for them. But this still cannot satisfy the girls. In order to hook up with boys, girls coax them to come to their city. We had clearly agreed to live together in advance. But the girl changed her mind at the last minute. There is no other way, the boys can only rent a house by themselves. This stay lasted for several months. During this period, he only met the girl twice and watched one movie with her. Later, it seemed that the girl got tired of the boy, so she broke up with him. At this time, the boy has been completely trapped and can't leave the girl at all. So I tried my best to save it. But it still doesn't help. The indifferent girl deleted all contact information of the boy. But boys are paranoid and think that they are not good enough to girls. So he worked hard to take orders and make money, hoping to use the money to win the girl back. What a pity. Before the day of redemption came, the boy died suddenly from playing solo day and night. When the woman found out, she didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. Instead, she took away the boy's only remaining savings. Cousin. You. After learning the truth, Xia Xiaoxian looked at the woman with a red and swollen right cheek in disbelief. She could never have imagined that her cousin was such a gold digger who played with people's feelings. Humph. Such a scumbag girl doesn't deserve to live in this world. Chu Tian frowned, extremely angry. From his point of view, Xia Xiaoshuan's cousin had been contacting boys with a purpose from the very beginning. In the end, she gradually drains the boy dry and then abandons him without hesitation. It's absolutely abominable. Today, he will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Anyway, the world is in chaos nowadays. It's no big deal if 1 or 2 people die. However, just when Chu Tian was about to take action, that ball of gray energy suddenly took shape as a man. The man was about 1.7 meters tall and had a large build. It is estimated that he weighed about 170 to 180 kilograms when he was alive. And at this moment, after seeing Chu Tian about to attack the girl, but it is like the most solid shield. He immediately stood in front of Xia Xiaoxuan's cousin. Don't hurt Xiaoli. An anxious voice came, and the fat man stared at Chu Tian with a vigilant look. Love-brained, how terrible. Chu Tian curled his lips, feeling speechless for the first time. He now understood what the gray energy in front of him was. Obsession. After the fat boy died suddenly, he did not turn into a ghost. But his love-stricken mind turned into an obsession, and he always stayed by Xia Xiaoxuan's cousin's side. Why? Chu Tian sighed lightly, but ultimately did not take any action against the poor man. Don't you understand yet? She has been using you all along. She doesn't like you at all. Chu Tian tried to persuade. I know. Who knew that? The man nodded without hesitation. Ah, you knew. So you were still deceived. Chu Tian frowned, his face full of confusion. I know Xiaoli doesn't love me, but I love her. I find that I can't live without her at all. The man kept on babbling, telling how much he loves this scumbag woman. Chu Tian felt a headache. Today he witnessed the power of love brain. Fat cat. I have broken through to the sea-level evil ghost. Today, you can't protect her, Wang Xiaoli, she will definitely die. Just when Chu Tian was thinking about how to deal with the two of them, a cold wind suddenly swept through the room. Immediately, an evil ghost surrounded by black evil energy appeared in the room out of nowhere. Ah! Don't kill me, I know I was wrong, I will return all the money to you, and I will never dare to do it again. Seeing the evil ghost, Wang Xiaoli, who was originally dazed by Chu Tian's slap, suddenly woke up. He immediately knelt down in front of the evil ghost, trembling all over and begging for mercy. Humph. Bitch, what use is money to me now? Besides, even if I lose the money, what about my life? The evil ghost snorted coldly, gathered his negative energy, and rushed towards Wang Xiaoli without hesitation. Seeing this, the obsessed fat cat immediately rushed forward and tried to stop it. Although the fat cat is just an obsession, but his ultimate love brain makes this obsession extremely strong. It has the strength of sea level. So even if this evil ghost is sea level, it cannot break through the fat cat's defense and hurt Wang Xiaoli for a while. Chu Tian watched coldly from the side. Through the conversation between the evil ghost and Wang Xiaoli just now, he probably understood everything. The one who really wanted to hurt Wang Xiaoli. In fact, it was this evil ghost that suddenly appeared. And it is obvious that this evil ghost who suddenly appeared was also killed by Wang Xiaoli, and eventually turned into an evil ghost to seek revenge. But he was stopped by the fat cat. So 3 days later, his strength was upgraded to sea level and he came back for revenge. Student Chu Tian. Xia Xiaoxian looked at Chu Tian with a complicated expression. As a top student at Xingsha University, she also sorted out everything. Originally, she wanted to help Wang Xiaoli. But the fat cat still has the matter of the evil ghost in front of him. But it made Xia Xiaoxuan's heart waver. If I guessed correctly, it's because of her cousin. This ultimately resulted in the tragic deaths of 2 good boys. Moreover, we can only see the tip of the iceberg. Wang Xiaoli is a gold digger. It's definitely not just these 2 boys who have been harmed. So everything she is experiencing now is what she deserves. But Wang Xiaoli is also her cousin. Her aunt asked her to take good care of her cousin years ago. Legal principles. Sense. For a moment, Xia Xiaoxian was extremely conflicted. Let me help you choose. Seeing Xia Xiaoxuan's dilemma, Chu Tian touched her little head and said softly. Next moment, he raised his left hand without hesitation and shot out a cyan beam of light towards the fat cat. Bang! The cyan light hit the fat cat accurately. Chu Tian's Qinglong magic has now reached 50% awakening level. Even a half-step B-level evil ghost would not be able to withstand its power. But Chu Tian finally softened his heart and sympathized with this poor love-brained guy, so he did not use his full strength to attack. So the fat cat didn't turn into ashes immediately, he was just beaten so badly that he couldn't get up. Humph! Wang Xiaoli, it looks like God wants to kill you today. The evil ghost didn't realize that it was Chu Tian who took action, and thought that the fat cat was getting his retribution. He laughed loudly, jumped over the fat cat, and pounced towards Wang Xiaoli. Don't want. The fat cat screamed at the top of his lungs. He wanted to pounce on it and continue to stop the evil spirit. But Chu Tian's attack, even with his waterproof hands, left him seriously injured. At this point, let alone helping, I couldn't even move. All he could do was watch helplessly as the evil ghost's bloody mouth emptied out. He swallowed Wang Xiaoli's arm in one bite. Ah! Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. A strong smell of blood suddenly appeared in the room. Ah! Xia Xiaoxian, who was originally timid, was so frightened when she saw this scene that her face turned pale. She screamed and threw herself into Chu Tian's arms. She buried her little head deeply in Chu Tian's chest. Chu Tian watched all this coldly. If he wasn't afraid of dirtying his hands by killing Wang Xiaoli, Chu Tian would definitely do it himself. Xiaoli! The fat cat wailed miserably. But at this moment, he was completely powerless to stop it. I could only watch Wang Xiaoli being devoured mouthful by the evil spirit. I'll let you cheat me, I'll let you cheat me of my money, I'll let you cheat me of my feelings. I'm going to eat you alive, bite by bite. I want you to feel my pain. The evil ghost was eating Wang Xiaoli's flesh and blood in big mouthfuls while venting his inner hatred. Listen to Wang Xiaoli's screams and look at the painful expression on her face. The evil ghost felt that he had never felt so happy. Soon, 1 minute later, a living person was completely eaten by the evil ghost. Only a pool of black and red blood was left, proving the existence of Wang Xiaoli. With the death of Wang Xiaoli, Fat Cat felt disheartened. The gray body gradually dissipated. His obsession originally existed because of Wang Xiaoli. Now that Wang Xiaoli is dead, there is certainly no need for him to exist. Ha ha ha. Wang Xiaoli is dead. I finally got my revenge. The evil ghost had blood in his mouth and was laughing crazily. As he laughed, his eyes fell on Xia Xiaoxian. A pair of resentful eyes stared at Xia Xiaoxian's back and said coldly, "All women deserve to die. There is no good woman in this world. I will kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the evil ghost rushed straight towards Xia Xiaoxian. At this time, Xia Xiaoxian closed her eyes, pressed her fair face tightly against Chu Tian's chest, and her body trembled slightly. The scene where her cousin's arm was eaten in one bite just now left a big shadow in her heart. It's even more terrifying than the fox demon I saw that day. But the good thing is that as long as she holds Chu Tian, stays in Chu Tian's arms, and smells the rich hormone scent on Chu Tian, she will feel very safe. Even if the sky falls, she is not afraid at this moment. Court death. Chu Tian frowned slightly. He originally felt some sympathy for the evil ghost and was thinking about letting him go. After all, he is also a miserable man. He was deceived by the money-gathering queen Wang Xiaoli, and eventually ended up dying tragically and turning into a fierce ghost. But he set his sights on Xia Xiaoxian. That's like turning on a light in the toilet, seeking death. He raised his right hand and punched out casually. A white tiger phantom appeared and ate the evil ghost that was rushing towards him in one bite. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing a sea-level evil ghost. The progress of the Killing White Tiger Awakening has increased by 5%, and the merit points have increased by 1,000. Okay, it's settled. Can you please let go first? Gently patting Xia Xiaoxian on the back, Chu Tian reminded her with a helpless smile. Although Chu Tian felt very comfortable with the warm and soft beauty in his arms. But Xia Xiaoxian, this girl, was probably too scared, so she hugged him very tightly and her whole body was shaking, making Chu Tian feel uncomfortable. Ah, oh. Xia Xiaoxian finally reacted and quickly loosened her hands, then left Chu Tian's arms with a red face. Let's go. Chu Tian shrugged and led the way out the door. I have to say, it was really easy to earn these $100,000. And he can also tell Ishan about this. By then, another 100,000 yuan will be deposited into your account, which will be so cool. Ah, okay. Xia Shaoxian nodded obediently, then looked at the empty bedroom as if she remembered something, and asked in confusion. Where's my cousin? Eaten by the evil spirit. Ah. Xia Shaoxian was shocked. She thought that at least there would be a body left of Wang Xiaoli, but who knew that there was not even a hair left? What's wrong? Nothing, let's go back. Xia Shaoxian said with a complicated expression. Okay, these are all what Wang Xiaoli deserves. Don't worry about it. She is just your cousin, not your biological sister. Just pretend you don't know about this. Chu Tian saw through Xia Xiaoxuan's worries at a glance and immediately comforted her softly. Oh, I know, it's just a little bit. Xia Shaoxian nodded, but still looked worried. She understood the truth, but she didn't know how to explain it to her beloved aunt. Even if you don't say it. How sad the aunt must be when she finds out her daughter has passed away. Alas. All I can say is that those who do evil will eventually suffer the consequences, so don't blame others. Chu Tian didn't know how to persuade her, and was too lazy to do so, so he simply ignored it and took Xia Shaoxian back to school. Thank you for today, Chu Tian. After sending Xia Shaoxian to the door of the girls' dormitory, Xia Shaoxian suddenly looked up and looked directly into Chu Tian's eyes and said seriously. It's okay. You paid. If there is such a thing in the future, as long as you can afford it, I will help you. Chu Tian smiled and spread his hands. He likes this kind of easy work. Xia Shaoxian was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect Chu Tian to answer like this. I'm here being sentimental and you're talking to me about money. Student Chu Tian, can you close your eyes? I have prepared a surprise for you. Xia Shaoxian rolled her eyes at Chu Tian, took a deep breath, mustered up her courage and said with a slightly blushing face. What's the surprise? Chu Tian asked curiously, but still closed his eyes obediently. Just after Chu Tian closed his eyes, he suddenly felt a soft touch on his left cheek. Chu Tianxia opened his eyes subconsciously, but Xia Shaoxian had already turned around and ran towards the dormitory door, leaving him with only a beautiful back. This little girl. Touching the face that was kissed by Xia Shaoxian, Chu Tian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Xia Shaoxian is beautiful and has a good figure. The key seems to be that she is a rich woman who can take out 100,000 yuan without saying a word. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. Let it be. After watching Xia Shaoxian go upstairs, Chu Tian turned around and left. But compared to the love between young people, he has more important things to do now. Improve your strength. In these troubled times, if you don't have enough strength, how can you protect those who love you and those you love? It just so happens that it is getting dark now. It's the time when the evil spirits are active. And when Chu Tian came into contact with Yishan in the morning. In addition to Yushang Jiangnan, there is another place he has his eyes on. Blue Sky Amusement Park is 5 kilometers away from Tsingsha University. According to the investigation of the 749th Bureau, there is a sea-level evil ghost hidden in the haunted house of the amusement park. Moreover, that evil ghost had just been promoted to sea level. Therefore, even if the ghost energy tide rises tonight, it will probably only rise to half a step to be level at most. For Chu Tian, there was no loss at all. After selecting his target, Chu Tian quickly walked out of the school gate. It seems like I need to buy a car, otherwise it will be inconvenient to go out and catch ghosts. Chu Tian arrived at the school gate and wanted to take a taxi. But when the drivers heard that it was the Blue Sky Amusement Park, they immediately shook their heads and refused. Helplessly, Chu Tian could only go there on foot. Fortunately, after awakening the killing white tiger, Chu Tian's physical condition has been greatly improved. If you run at full speed, it only takes 5 seconds at most to run 100 meters. So it only took more than 5 minutes to arrive at the entrance of Blue Sky Amusement Park. After it was discovered that there were ghosts in the amusement park, the place closed down. But strangely, the big iron gate of the amusement park was opened at this time. It seemed like someone had slipped in. After Chu Tian walked in, he found a beautiful girl with long yellow hair, tinkering with a blue and white ceramic jar in her hand. Another internet celebrity trying to create a live broadcast effect. Chu Tian frowned slightly and made a rough guess in his mind. Because he could sense the presence of two humans around the girl. Upon seeing this, Chu Tian immediately hid himself, hid in the distance and observed everything quietly. Instead of rushing in and looking for ghosts aimlessly. It would be better to let these troublemakers be bait. This will save you the effort of searching. At this time, the beautiful girl holding the ceramic jar, after fiddling with it for a while, put the jar directly on the ground and cast a spell. The next moment, a strong smell of blood emanated from the ceramic jar. She doesn't seem to be an internet celebrity. Chu Tian frowned slightly and looked at the beautiful girl's clean and neat gestures. He is probably a Taoist. In this case, the purpose is probably the same as mine. They all come to Blue Sky Amusement Park to exorcise demons and ghosts. Roar. And at this moment, as the strong smell of blood gradually spread out, waves of low animal roars came from the depths of the amusement park. In a moment, a zombie dressed in Qing dynasty clothing, with shriveled skin, a green face and fangs, jumped in front of the beautiful girl. Hiss. Zombies. It was also the first time that Chu Tian saw a zombie in the real world, and he couldn't help but look at it curiously. He was completely black, with a green face and fangs. Judging from its aura, its strength should be similar to that of a D-level ghost. When the beautiful girl saw the real enemy coming, she quickly threw the ceramic jar in her hand to the zombie, and then quickly withdrew from the zombie's attack range. The zombie reacted quickly and discovered that the ceramic jar was the source of the bloody smell. He immediately took a small step forward and used his straight arms to catch it. After catching it steadily, the zombie raised his arms without hesitation. The ceramic jar immediately rolled down the zombie's arms and landed near his mouth. The zombie immediately opened its bloody mouth to taste the contents of the ceramic jar. But after taking a sip, he found that the red sticky liquid inside was not blood. He immediately threw the ceramic jar aside in anger, roaring angrily. Subconsciously, the zombie wants to find the beautiful girl. But the beautiful girl had already run far away. He looked at him provocatively and said sarcastically, "How is it? Little zombie, is the red potion delicious?" Roar. Although zombies cannot speak human language, they can understand human language. He roared to the sky and rushed towards the beautiful girl. Shiqianjiang, the sun rises in the east. I grant you a magic talisman to sweep away all evil, the fire of the Kui Mountains, the light of the flying gate, to lift up monsters from all over the world, to break the plague, to eat the diamond, to subdue the demon formation, rise. But at this moment, the two people who had been hiding in the bushes suddenly jumped out with peachwood swords in their hands. What shocked Chu Tian was that the two people who jumped out were actually two female Taoist priests wearing yellow Taoist robes. The two women, one on the left and one on the right, double-teamed the zombie. At the same time, he was muttering something. The next moment, golden lines appeared under the zombie's feet, and golden threads appeared around its body, binding the zombie tightly. Roar. The zombie struggled angrily and rushed around in the demon-subduing formation. Suddenly, the entire formation began to crumble. Oh no! This zombie's strength is close to sea level. It seems that we can't restrain him at all with just the two of us. The female Taoist priest standing on the left, wearing a yellow Taoist robe, said with a serious expression. What should we do then, senior sister? On the right, the younger female Taoist priest tightly grasps the golden thread in her right hand and pinches the magic formula with her left hand, continuously supplying magic power to the formation. We can't capture him alive. We can only try to kill him or seriously injure him. If we let Miss Lu try again, maybe she will succeed. The female Taoist priest who was called senior sister thought for a moment and spoke quickly. No problem. Senior sister, watch me. Upon hearing this, the junior sister immediately rushed forward with a peachwood sword in hand. Schwer, slow down, let's go together. Upon seeing this, the eldest sister quickly spoke. But it was too late, Schwer had already rushed forward. A sword stabbed at the zombie. At this time, the zombie was struggling hard and did not notice Schwer's sudden attack. So the peachwood sword stabbed directly into the zombie's belly. Sizzle. Accompanied by a sizzling sound, white smoke suddenly came out of the zombie. The zombie also howled in pain. "Sister, I stabbed him." Upon seeing this, Schwer excitedly turned around and shouted to the senior sister. "What a stupid teammate." Seeing this, Chu Tian could not help but hold his forehead in silence. This female Taoist priest looks like a novice at first glance. You stabbed him, not killed him. Why are you taking credit for it at this moment? Isn't this just seeking death? Really? Although the zombie was stabbed by Schwer, it was not fatal. At this moment, taking advantage of the moment when Schwer turned around, the zombie immediately roared and grabbed towards Schwer. Schwer was still in the excitement of stabbing the zombie and didn't notice that the zombie was attacking her. "Get away from Schwer." Seeing this, the eldest sister quickly reminded. But it was too late. Schwer was only 30 centimeters away from the zombie. Faced with the zombie's sudden attack, Schwer had no time to react and was directly strangled by the zombie. The sharp gray nails immediately pierced into Schwer's fair and tender neck, and countless bright red blood flowed out from the wound. Ah! Schwer screamed in pain. Roar! But zombies don't know how to be gentle with women. He just wanted to suck blood, to heal his injuries. With a low roar, the green-faced, fang-toothed zombie opened its bloody mouth, revealing its cold fangs, and bit towards Schwer's neck. Bold monster. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the eldest sister arrived in time and stabbed the copper coin sword in her hand into the zombie's mouth. This is how he saved his junior sister Schwer at great risk. Immediately, the eldest sister took out several yellow talismans from her pocket and threw them at the zombies. Bang! Crackle! As the explosion sounded, bursts of green smoke suddenly rose from the zombies. Roar! The eldest sister's move successfully attracted hatred. The angry zombie threw the dying Schwer away. Then he pounced on the senior sister without hesitation. Look at the sword. The eldest sister's pupils shrank slightly, and she rushed forward with a copper coin sword in hand. The eldest sister is far superior to the younger sister Schwer in both strength and experience. So even if the zombies have strength close to sea level, I couldn't defeat the senior sister for a while. The two men fought each other and it was difficult to tell who was better. However, zombies do not feel pain and do not get tired. Chu Tian estimated that if the two continued to fight, the female Taoist priest would be defeated sooner or later. Why didn't the C-rank demon show up? Chu Tian frowned slightly and muttered to himself with a puzzled look on his face. According to the information provided by Ishan, it is clearly recorded that there is a C-rank evil spirit hiding here. But why didn't the strong smell of blood just now attract it out? After observing for another 2 minutes and still not finding any trace of the evil ghost, Chu Tian walked out. After a fierce battle, the female Taoist priest was already at the end of her strength. If Chu Tian doesn't take action, the female Taoist priest will probably become food for the zombies. Let me do it. After catching the female Taoist priest who was knocked back by the zombies, Chu Tian stared at the zombies not far away with an expressionless face. Okay. But be careful, this zombie's strength is close to sea level, it's very difficult to deal with. Although I don't know who this strange man who suddenly appeared in front of me is. But now she is simply unable to fight again. Now that someone has taken over her battle against the zombies, it's great for her to take a break. Don't worry. Just kill the little zombie with a flick of the hand. Chu Tian said with disdain. Forehead. The eldest sister was stunned when she heard this, her mouth corners twitched stiffly, and her brows furrowed even deeper. Although I don't know how strong this stranger is. But this person's personality seems to be very pretentious. People who like to show off are usually just good-looking people. Moment. The eldest sister has no hope for Chu Tian. Instead, he gasped for breath, took the opportunity to rest and recover, and thought about how to fight the enemy. Roar. At the same time, seeing Chu Tian being so arrogant, the zombies rushed up with roars. The zombie responded with a fist as big as a sandbag. Chu Tian clenched his right fist and suddenly punched the zombie's head. Bang. The next moment, under the eyes of the eldest sister in disbelief, the zombie's head was actually smashed to pieces by Chu Tian with just one punch. In an instant, black blood mixed with white brain matter splattered everywhere. Only a headless corpse was left, falling down unwillingly. The eldest sister looked at the scene in disbelief. Even though she was a girl, she couldn't help but swear at this moment. Because this mysterious man who suddenly appeared actually blew up the zombie's head with one punch. You know, even the most common white zombie cannot be harmed by ordinary swords and knives. Not to mention blowing it up with one punch. Moreover, the zombie in front of him was not an ordinary white or black zombie. But it's a jumping zombie with iron skin and bones. According to rumors, jumping zombies have skin and bones of steel, are invulnerable to swords and guns, and are not afraid of sunlight or fire. Extremely difficult to deal with. Not to mention, this jumping zombie is a top-level jumping zombie that is about to be promoted to a sea-level flying zombie. Very powerful. Even if she and her junior sister joined forces, and with the suppression of the demon-subduing formation, they still couldn't defeat him. Now someone actually punched him in the head. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't even dare to think about it. Don't be so shocked, your sister seems to be dying. Chu Tian smiled helplessly and pointed at the female Taoist priest lying not far away. At this time, the female Taoist priest looked pale and bloodless, although the wound on the neck has stopped bleeding. But countless black lines spread out from the wound. Obviously, he is deeply poisoned. Junior sister. Upon hearing this, the eldest sister came to her senses and hurried to the side of the junior sister. She took out a handful of glutinous rice from a yellow cloth bag beside her and covered the junior sister's wound with it. Sizzle. Suddenly, there was a sound of burning gunpowder at the junior sister's neck. At the same time, there were wisps of green smoke rising. Sister, don't waste sticky rice. It's useless. The corpse poison has spread to my brain. It won't be long before I turn into a zombie. Junior sister spoke weakly, her face full of despair. No, there is still hope. There must be hope. I will take you back to Maoshan. Master will definitely find a way. The eldest sister didn't cry when facing the zombies, but when she looked at the dying younger sister, her eyes turned red instantly and she spoke in a tearful voice. No need, senior sister. The junior sister took out a peachwood sword from under her body and handed it to the senior sister, saying, Senior sister, please kill me. You know I love beauty the most. I don't want to turn into an ugly monster like a zombie. The eldest sister was already in tears and sobbing. However, he still slowly took the peachwood sword from his junior sister's hand. She knew that killing her junior sister now would be the best relief for her. How about letting me try? Chu Tian came behind the senior sister and said softly. Alas, I'm getting old and I can't stand this kind of scene of separation between life and death. Ah. The eldest sister was stunned. Chu Tian simply squatted down, then stretched out his left hand without saying a word and aimed it at the wound on his junior sister's neck. The next moment, a green energy came out from Chu Tian's left hand and covered the wound of his junior sister. Qinglong belongs to wood. Therefore, the Qinglong magic not only has extremely strong destructive power, it also has stronger healing abilities. At this moment, the green energy contained a healing aura that was completely different from before, quickly clearing the toxins from the junior sister's body. Not only that, the little face, which had turned pale and weak due to excessive blood loss, now became visibly rosy. 5 minutes later, Chu Tian withdrew his left hand, and the corpse poison in his junior sister's body was completely eliminated. How is that possible? The eldest sister looked at the scene in disbelief. You know, according to the records in ancient books, when corpse poison enters the body and invades the heart and brain, even the golden immortal cannot save him. And now, how could it be cured so easily by this mysterious man in front of me? What's impossible? Just look at your junior sister and you'll know if it's possible or not. Chu Tian smiled and stood up. You actually broke my zombie. Who are you? Who told you to attack my zombies? Just when the eldest sister was about to check her junior sister's body, the beautiful girl with long yellow hair suddenly ran over angrily and yelled at Chu Tian. You're zombie. Chu Tian frowned when he heard this, and immediately looked at the beautiful girl with murderous eyes, and said coldly. So, it is you who controlled the zombies and killed innocent people indiscriminately. In the past 2 days, Chu Tian has killed a lot of ghosts and monsters. The body is surrounded by hostility and evil spirits. So, the beautiful girl was only glared at. But I felt like I was being stared at by the most terrifying ghost. My back felt cold and I couldn't help but shiver all over. I'm not in control of this. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation. The beautiful girl looked at Chu Tian in fear and said in a timid tone. So you said this zombie is yours? What does that mean? Chu Tian still stared at the beautiful girl. The beautiful girl suddenly felt an overwhelming evil energy pressing towards her. Subconsciously, he was frightened and took several steps back. Don't be angry, benefactor. This zombie is definitely not controlled by her. The senior sister standing by saw that Chu Tian was about to attack the beautiful girl. He quickly stood up and explained. Benefactor. This is actually the case. This Miss Lu is from the lineage of corpse carriers from western Hunan. After the ghost energy revived, Miss Lu wanted to control a powerful zombie. So she went to Mount Mao and asked me and my junior sister to help her catch zombies. I see. Chu Tian suddenly realized what was going on when he heard this, and then he withdrew his aura. Who? The beautiful girl suddenly felt lighter all over. He immediately gasped for breath. Just now facing the angry Chu Tian. The pressure, like a mountain and an ocean, almost suffocated her. Benefactor. My name is Lin Qinger, and this is my junior sister Lin Shuer. We are both disciples of Mao Shan. I still don't know your name or where you learned from. Lin Qinger came to Chu Tian and asked respectfully. He was very curious about which powerful force it was. It turned out that they were able to cultivate such a young and powerful person. Destroy D-level zombies with one hand. This was something she didn't even dare to think about. Chu Tian, a casual cultivator. Chu Tian looked at Lin Qinger carefully. Have to say, these female Taoist priests still have charm. A clean face that has never been polluted. And because of practicing Taoism, her curvy figure could not be concealed even by the thick Taoist robe. Chu Tian couldn't help but take a few more glances. It turned out to be Brother Chu. We, the brothers and sisters, will always remember Brother Chu's life-saving grace today. If Big Brother Chu needs help in the future, we two junior sisters will definitely do our best. Lin Qinger was shocked. She didn't expect Chu Tian to be a casual cultivator. But on second thought, it should be impossible for such a strong person to appear among the independent cultivators. Perhaps Chu Tian was unwilling to reveal it, so Lin Qinger was sensible and did not ask any more questions. Well, you guys go ahead and do your work. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. These two people are disciples of Mao Shan, so they can be considered to have a good relationship. Chu Tian nodded slightly and walked towards the depths of the amusement park. He wanted to see where the sea-level evil ghost was hiding. Okay, take care, big brother. Lin Qinger naturally did not stop him. No, you can't leave. But the beautiful girl from Xiangxi who was driving corpses nearby became anxious. Chu Tian frowned slightly and glanced at the girl with annoyance on his face. This corpse driver from Western Hunan has a completely different style from the two sisters from Mao Shan. Not only did she put on light makeup on her face, but her hair was also dyed yellow. Pair it with a navel-bearing short-sleeved shirt and ultra-short jeans. She looks youthful and beautiful. But Chu Tian had no good feelings towards her at all. Before Lin Qinger and Lin Shuer were in danger. The first thing this corpse driver from Xiangxi did was to run away. Then watch from a very far distance. Later, Chu Tian was seen dealing with the zombies. Then he ran back. After coming back, she did not show any gratitude to Chu Tian who saved her life. Instead, he opens his mouth to blame. Senior sister Lin was about to take care of this zombie. He's going to become my puppet soon. But as soon as you came, you beat him to pieces. The prey I had been tracking for several days was gone just like that. Looking at the ferocious Chu Tian, the beautiful girl felt a little scared. However, when he saw the completely destroyed zombie corpse, he mustered up the courage to question Chu Tian. So what? Chu Tian's frown deepened. So you have to compensate me. Pay me a zombie, and it has to be a D-level one. The beautiful girl said unreasonably. Lu Yanyan. Stop confusing right and wrong. If it weren't for Brother Chu, we might all have died at the hands of zombies. It was Brother Chu who saved us. How could you make such an impolite request? Lin Qing'er, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore and questioned the beautiful girl angrily. That's right. Lu Yanyan, I didn't expect you to be such a person, arrogant and unreasonable, an ungrateful person. Even Lin Shuer, who was lying on the ground, looked at Lu Yanyan angrily. I don't care. Anyway, my zombie was destroyed by him. He just wants compensation. When Lu Yanyan heard this, her face turned a little ugly. But he still insisted. She had just seen Chu Tian's strength clearly. Punch the zombie's head to pieces. The strength is definitely at sea level. Damn these two sisters from Maoshan, she hasn't subdued even a single D-level jumping zombie in several days. Lu Yanyan naturally didn't have any expectations. So he set his sights on Chu Tian. If Chu Tian could help, controlling and subduing the jumping zombie would be a sure thing. Even flying zombies are not impossible. Okay. I'll pay for it. Chu Tian seemed to have noticed something, frowned slightly, and then suddenly smiled mysteriously at Lu Yanyan. Ah. Really? Lu Yanyan was shocked when she heard this and looked at Chu Tian in disbelief. Brother Chu, there's no need. Lin Qing'er quickly persuaded. Ignore this ungrateful bastard. That's right, Brother Chu, we two sisters were wrong to help this kind of person catch zombies. Just ignore it. Lin Shuer also said hurriedly. No problem. Chu Tian waved at the two of them, indicating that it was okay. Then he looked at Lu Yanyan and said with interest. How about I compensate you with a zombie, and a sea-level flying zombie? Okay. As long as you can compensate me with a flying zombie, you will be my big brother from now on. At this time, Lu Yanyan's expression completely changed, and she looked at Chu Tian with a flattering expression. Okay. Chu Tian agreed with a smile. Okay. Then Brother Chu, let's go find the zombies now. Lu Yanyan said excitedly. Keep the change, please. Chu Tian shook his head. Ah. What do you mean? Lu Yanyan was stunned when she heard this, looking confused. There was a faint smile on Chu Tian's lips, and his eyes looked into the depths of the amusement park. In a moment, a zombie with a pitch-black body, green face and fangs flew over from the depths of the amusement park. No. It's not flying, but jumping. It jumps dozens of meters in one step, which looks no different from flying. Hiss, this looks like a C-rank flying zombie. Great. I don't even have to bother looking for it. Brother Chu, help me catch him. I will use my secret method to subdue him. Seeing this, Lu Yanyan became even more excited and quickly gave instructions to Chu Tian. Okay. Chu Tian was surprisingly obedient and went towards the flying zombie. Brother Chu, don't be impulsive. This is a sea-level flying zombie. It is much stronger than a jumping zombie. Be careful. Seeing this, Lin Qing'er quickly reminded. No problem. With a calm wave of his hand, Chu Tian had already arrived in front of the flying zombie. Seeing a person suddenly appear in front of him, Fei Zhuang subconsciously pinched Chu Tian. But Chu Tian dodged it flexibly and came behind the flying zombie. Then Chu Tian grabbed Fei Zhuang's neck and threw him towards Lu Yanyan like a chicken. Okay, the corpse chaser from Xiangxi. No. Brother Chu, I asked you to catch him and give him to me. If you leave him to me like this, I won't have the chance to perform the corpse driving technique. Looking at the zombie flying towards her with bared fangs and claws, Lu Yanyan was stunned. I don't care. I've already compensated you for the zombies. Whether you can subdue them or not depends on you. A playful smile appeared on Chu Tian's lips. Puff. Brother Chu, you are so mean. Lin Shuer couldn't help but chuckle when she saw this. At this time, the flying zombie had already fallen at Lu Yanyan's feet. Lu Yanyan ran away without saying a word. Joke. They are corpse drivers, and their strength lies in the corpses they drive. He is a complete loser in combat. Not to mention this sea-level flying zombie. She might not be able to defeat even the lowest level white zombie. Roar. The flying zombie fell to the ground and stood up quickly. Originally his target was Chu Tian. Because Chu Tian killed his little brother. But Chu Tian is obviously not easy to mess with. So the flying zombie changed its target to Lu Yanyan, who was nearby. He wanted to suck blood first, increase his strength, and then deal with Chu Tian. Ah. Chu Tian, you bastard, you will die a miserable death. No matter how naive Lu Yanyan was, she now understood that Chu Tian was just playing tricks on her. Suddenly, the previously well-behaved and enthusiastic face disappeared, and returned to its original sarcastic nature. Cursing Chu Tian madly. I'm going to die a miserable death. You should worry about yourself first. Chu Tian sneered. Deal with this arrogant and unreasonable ungrateful person. We must give others a taste of their own medicine. Ah. I was wrong. Brother Chu, I know I was wrong. I don't want to pay any more. Please, save me. Lu Yanyan is just a weak woman. How can you outrun a C-rank flying zombie? Within 5 seconds, he was caught up by a flying zombie and then swept away with a single sweep. At this moment, he looked at the flying zombie that was approaching him step by step. Lu Yanyan no longer had her previous arrogance and quickly asked Chu Tian for help. Hee hee. Chu Tian sneered and crossed his arms across his chest, showing no intention of attacking. Sister, Lu Yanyan is so pitiful. Should we save her? She is also a human being after all. Lin Shuer felt a little bit sorry when she saw this. Shuer, there must be something hateful about pitiful people. Did you forget just now? She didn't come to save you when you were almost killed by zombies. Instead, he fled. Everything that happened now is just what she deserved. Lin Qinger said coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer stopped talking. And at this moment, the flying zombie had already arrived in front of Lu Yanyan and grabbed the already unable to move Lu Yanyan with both hands. Ah! Save me quickly, my father is Lu Tianxing, if I die, he will not let you go. The pain of the zombie's sharp nails piercing her skin made Lu Yanyan completely panic, with endless despair on her face. But still no one paid any attention. Prick. But zombies don't care who your father is. He bit Lu Yanyan's neck directly. Lu Yanyan's face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. 30 seconds later, Lu Yanyan completely turned into a mummy, lifeless. Roar. After sucking the blood, the zombie roared to the sky. The aura all over his body was much stronger than before. Then, Fei Jiang set his eyes on Chu Tian. He could smell the scent of his younger brother on Chu Tian. No need to guess, it was Chu Tian who killed his younger brother. He wants to avenge his younger brother. That's not all. Chu Tian's blood was vigorous and his whole body was like a sun. For the zombies at this time, it is a rare and precious medicine. If he could suck Chu Tian's blood, his cultivation would definitely be able to reach a higher level. Roar. With a roar, the flying zombie waved its bloody claws and rushed towards Chu Tian. Humph. Then take my punch first. Chu Tian's pupils shrank slightly, he clenched his right fist, and suddenly punched the zombie's head. Bang. The zombie, which was originally so arrogant, was suddenly knocked away by Chu Tian's punch. It seems that the sea-level flying zombie is much stronger than the D-level jumping zombie. Looking at the intact zombie not far away, Chu Tian muttered to himself. Because the flying zombie was hit by Chu Tian's full-strength punch, it was surprisingly intact. You know, the power of Chu Tian's single-handed punch has reached 5,000 pounds with the enhancement of the power of the white tiger. The D-level jumping zombie had its head blown up by his punch. Even sea-level evil spirits will be reduced to ashes. But the flying zombie was unharmed. Moreover, zombies do not feel pain. Not only did Chu Tian's punch fail to cause effective damage to the zombies, but it completely angered the zombies. The flying zombie roared again and attacked Chu Tian. Brother Chu Tian, this is a flying zombie. It has surpassed the realm of bronze skin and iron bones and has reached the level of diamond indestructibility. It's hard to destroy it with human power, you have to use this. Seeing this, Lin Qinger quickly came to Chu Tian and handed him the copper coin sword and peachwood sword. No problem, I'll just use it to sharpen my knife. Chu Tian shook his head. Since the power of the white tiger was useless, he would try something else. Chu Tian raised his right hand as he spoke. The next moment, a 3-meter-long white tiger broke out from Chu Tian's right arm and roared towards the dark night sky. White tiger magical power, tiger roar. Suddenly, circular sound waves attacked the zombies. But what Chu Tian didn't expect was the zombies were still unharmed and rushed towards Chu Tian at a rapid speed. Sonic attacks are ineffective, right? Chu Tian frowned slightly. The tiger roar is a sonic attack, which is very effective against soul-type creatures. And zombies, those who are dead but not decayed, are called zombies. Zombies have long lost their souls, so the tiger's roar naturally cannot cause any harm to them. In that case, then try my Azure Dragon magic again. After thinking everything through, Chu Tian decisively raised his left hand. The next moment, a green beam of light suddenly shot towards the zombies. Bang! The power of the Azure Dragon magic is so great that even a C-class flying zombie has an indestructible body. A piece of flesh was torn off from his chest. Ah! Obviously, the Qinglong magic was effective, and the zombie immediately let out a low roar. Luckily I have many tricks up my sleeve, otherwise I really can't deal with you. Chu Tian said thankfully, and then shot out another green light. Bang! The Qinglong magic once again accurately hit the zombie's chest. Although it did not pierce the flying zombie directly, it also caused a considerable wound. Roar! After suffering 2 losses in a row, Fei Jiang knew that he was no match for Chu Tian. If I rush forward recklessly again, I will be shot to death by the green light sooner or later. With a demonstrative growl, the flying zombie turned around and ran, jumping into the depths of the amusement park. Want to run? Have you asked me? Chu Tian snorted coldly and hurriedly chased after the flying zombie. But just when Chu Tian was about to catch up with the flying zombie, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. A strong ghostly aura appeared above Chu Tian and Fei Jiang's heads. He. I finally got this chance. A headless evil ghost suddenly appeared in front of the flying zombie. Chu Tian could feel that this evil ghost was probably of sea-level strength. As expected, it was the evil ghost recorded in the 749th Bureau's documents. And at this moment, the evil ghost laughed evilly and rushed towards the flying zombie without hesitation. Lin Qinger, who was chasing behind him, saw this and her face suddenly changed. She hurriedly said to Chu Tian anxiously, "Oh no, brother Chu, quickly stop that evil ghost, he's trying to take over the zombie's body. If we let them merge and turn into ghost zombies, everything will be over." Ghost zombie? What does that mean? Chu Tian asked doubtfully. Evil ghosts are spirits that can become invisible, pass through walls, cast spells, call the wind and rain, and turn beings into soldiers, but they have no physical form. Zombies are physical entities. They are not stiff even after death. They have iron skin and bones and are extremely powerful, but they have no souls. Therefore, zombies become the best containers for evil spirits. If the evil spirit successfully takes over the body of a zombie, destroys the zombie's mind and regains its physical form, then the power of the evil spirit will skyrocket. Lin Qinger came to Chu Tian's side and explained quickly. "Oh! Is there such a good thing?" Chu Tian was delighted when he heard this and asked, "Then what do you think? After the two of them are combined, can the power of the evil ghost break through to level B?" Ah! Lin Qinger was stunned and even suspected that she had heard it wrong. She looked at Chu Tian in disbelief. Brother Chu. What did you just say? Good news. Hey. Don't worry about it. I can definitely deal with this little zombie. Just answer my question now. After they combine, can the ghost zombie's strength reach B level? Chu Tian understood Lin Qinger's concerns. But he was too lazy to explain too much. Now he just wants to find out how powerful the ghost zombie is. If you can break through level B, then give this evil ghost a chance. If you can't even reach rank B, then you might as well die soon. Forehead. This time Lin Qinger heard it clearly. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch stiffly. I don't understand what Chu Tian wants to do. But he quickly replied. This zombie is a sea-level flying zombie, and that evil ghost is also a sea-level evil ghost. The two combine to form a ghost zombie. The effect is definitely 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, the ghost zombie's strength should reach level B. But I'm not sure, I've only seen creatures like ghost zombies in ancient books. This is the first time I've encountered this in real life. Lin Qinger's pretty little face was full of worry. Although Chu Tian is very strong, he can blow the head of a D-level jumping zombie with one punch, and he can also suppress the attack of a C-level flying zombie. But the strength of B-level ghosts is far beyond that of C-level. Even a dozen or even dozens of C-level evil ghosts cannot defeat a B-level ghost general. This is the gap in strength between realms. So Lin Qinger was very worried. If a B-level ghost zombie really appears at that time, can Chu Tian be a match? Ha ha ha, that's good. Chu Tian burst into laughter when he heard this. He had long wanted to fight a B-level powerful ghost. I finally have the chance today. But when Chu Tian turned around and looked at Lin Qinger, I saw that her pretty little face had turned bitter color. Don't worry, little Taoist priest. He's just a small B-level ghost zombie. I don't even take him seriously. Why? Looking at Chu Tian's confident look, Lin Qinger didn't know what to say. In the end, it can only turn into a long sigh. Anyway, it was Chu Tian who saved this life. The worst that can happen is that Chu Tian won't be able to defeat him. She just accompanied Chu Tian to die. Thinking of this, Lin Qinger's frown suddenly relaxed. He secretly looked up and glanced at Chu Tian. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with dying together with such a handsome and strong brother Chu. Lin Qinger comforted herself in her heart. Roar. At this time, not far away, the sea-level flying zombie was surrounded by black-ine energy. Those black-ine energy are like cold and poisonous snakes. Madness drilled into the flying zombie's body through the wound that Chu Tian had caused on the flying zombie. Fei Jiang wanted to stop it, but it was of no use. He was seriously injured and could do nothing to the evil spirit. He could only watch helplessly as his body was continuously taken over by the negative energy. Stop struggling. Little zombie, become one with me. A wild laugh came from the zombie's body. Upon hearing this, Fei Jiang roared angrily towards the sky. Originally, it is extremely difficult for a ghost to take over the body of a zombie. Although zombies have no souls, they do have consciousness. Sanity is hidden in the deepest part of the zombie's mind. Zombies are formed when a person dies but does not decay or decay. A body of iron. The head is particularly hard. It is a fantasy for a ghost to destroy the mind of a zombie and take over its body. Because the evil ghost's attack methods are mostly magic attacks, it is difficult to break the zombie's defense. And today, this flying zombie was unlucky to meet Chu Tian. Being controlled by Chu Tian's Qinglong magic, several holes were made in the indestructible body. This gave the evil spirit an opportunity to take advantage. The negative energy around the flying zombie is increasing. Gradually, all that could be seen was a figure struggling frantically and roaring angrily in a black fog. 2 minutes later, the flying zombie suddenly stopped struggling and roaring. At the same time, a terrifying aura came from the yin energy. Boom. There was suddenly lightning and thunder in the sky. It seems that even God is afraid of the birth of this creature. Done. Chu Tian looked towards the black fog curiously. Sure enough, the flying zombie originally needed to jump. At this moment, he looked like a normal person and slowly walked out of the black fog. This body is so powerful. Fei Zhuang raised his right hand and clenched his fist. He felt the power contained in his body and was extremely excited. Powerful. Then let me try it out. How powerful is it? Seeing this, Chu Tian raised his left hand without hesitation and shot out a green dragon magic. He could sense that the ghost zombie in front of him was even more powerful than the half-step B-level evil ghost he had encountered in the cemetery before. If my guess is correct, I should have entered Class B. Chu Tian was also very excited when he thought about the generous rewards after killing the B-level ghost. Call out. The ghost zombie was still immersed in his own power at this time. He didn't even notice Chu Tian's sudden attack. The Qinglong magic instantly and accurately hit the ghost zombie's chest. Bang! Accompanied by a violent explosion. The ghost zombie was hit by Chu Tian's Qinglong magic. He only took 2 steps back. The part that was hit only had a small wound. And after the evil ghost and zombie combined. Unlike previous zombies, they can only repair their wounds by drinking blood. Now the ghost zombies can still use Yin energy to recover from their injuries. I saw a thick cloud of Yin energy covering the wound. The next second, after the evil spirit dissipated, the wound was surprisingly intact. What a terrifying recovery ability. Lin Qinger was stunned when she saw this. It's quite impressive indeed. Chu Tian's eyes sank slightly, and he had to admit that the ghost zombie in front of him was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered. Roar! Human, you actually dared to attack me by surprise. You are really courting death. After recovering, the ghost zombie cast a cold gaze on Chu Tian. After a cold snort, the ghost zombie attacked Chu Tian like a cannonball. What a fast speed! Chu Tian's pupils shrank. He didn't dare to be careless. He immediately raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and suddenly slammed towards the attacking ghost zombie. Bang! Chu Tian's punch was powerful and hit the ghost general's head accurately. But the imagined upside-down flying scene did not occur. The ghost zombie only took a few steps back. Interesting. Chu Tian looked at the ghost zombie in horror. Before, the sea-level flying zombie was hit by his punch and was knocked back dozens of meters. And now, after the flying zombie combined with the evil ghost, he just took a few steps back. The gap in strength between them can be imagined. Damn human, I want you to die. Gue Jiang didn't expect that he would suffer such a big setback just after coming out of the mountain, and he roared angrily. In an instant, the wind began to rise and clouds began to surge, and large patches of black Yin energy began to rise around. Woo-woo. After a while, Chu Tian and Lin Qinger were surrounded by black Yin energy. Visibility. There was no visibility at all. At this moment, the two of them seemed to be in a dark room and could not see anything. All you can hear are the screams of ghosts and wolves howling coming from the negative energy. Brother Chu. Lin Qinger grabbed the corner of Chu Tian's clothes in fear. She had just tried to use Taoist magic to dispel the evil spirits. But it was of no avail. She is just a little Karami with D-level strength. There was no way to stop the evil spirit released by this B-level ghost general. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Gently touching Lin Qinger's little head, Chu Tian immediately raised his right hand. The next moment, a 3-meter-long white tiger shadow appeared in the black Yin energy. The white tiger shadow roared towards the sky. The originally thick Yin energy was gradually eliminated under the attack of sound waves. Die. The ghost zombie had no intention of trapping Chu Tian with its Yin energy. He just wanted to take advantage of the shielding effect of the Yin energy and take the opportunity to get close to Chu Tian. At this time, the ghost zombie had come to a position about 1 meter in front of Chu Tian. The strategy has clearly been successful. Although Chu Tian's magical power, the tiger roar, made his soul uncomfortable. But it's not fatal. Suppressing the discomfort in his soul, the ghost zombie approached Chu Tian, stretched out the sharp nails on his right hand without hesitation, and stabbed Chu Tian's neck fiercely. Humph! How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? I have to admit that this ghost zombie has some intelligence. At the same time, its strength is not weak either. This sneak attack was impeccable in both speed and angle. But it's a pity. The enemy he encountered was Chu Tian, a man with a system. Drink. Chu Tian let out a low shout, clenched his right fist, and suddenly punched out. The latter struck first, and the punch hit the ghost zombie's chest. The huge force made the ghost zombie retreat several steps. Finally, he stabilized his body. Good boy. The ghost zombie looked at Chu Tian with eyes full of horror. He never expected that all his killer moves were actually neutralized by Chu Tian. He's a tough guy indeed. The ghost zombie snorted coldly and attacked Chu Tian again. Chu Tian countered each move. If the ghost zombie uses the power of a ghost, it gathers negative energy and launches magic attacks. Chu Tian then used his magical power, the Tiger Roar. If the ghost zombie wants to engage in close combat, Chu Tian will use the power of the white tiger to make the ghost zombie unable to resist. By the end of the fight, the ghost zombies were completely subdued and turned around and ran away. Boy, just wait for me. I will come back to seek revenge on you in a few days. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to Chu Tian, the ghost zombie left a cruel word, gathered a group of negative energy, and fled towards the depths of the amusement park. He had just taken control of the flying zombie's corpse. Although his strength has reached level B. But if you give him some more time, let him take complete control of this body, his strength can definitely be improved to a higher level. This is worthy of being Brother Chu. At this time, Lin Qinger, who was watching the battle on the side, finally understood why Chu Tian had always been so fearless. This strength is really too strong. He actually beat a B-level ghost zombie, and all he wanted to do was escape. Want to run? Have you asked me? Of course Chu Tian would not let go of such a fat sheep that was right at his fingertips. He slowly raised his left hand and murmured in a low voice. Call the thunder. The next moment, a black cloud gathered above the head of the B-level ghost zombie. Moreover, there were flashes of white lightning in the black clouds. What's going on? Is it going to rain? The ghost zombie thought subconsciously in his heart. However, the next second, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket suddenly fell from the sky and struck him straight at him. What's going on? The ghost zombie was confused. Why did it suddenly thunder? And why was the thunder striking directly at him? Without time to think, the ghost zombie dodged quickly. Only then did he narrowly avoid the attack of the thunder. It's not bad. Fortunately I wasn't hit, otherwise I would have been seriously injured if not dead. Looking at the huge pit on the ground with a radius of at least 2 meters that was blasted by the thunder, Gue Jiang said with lingering fear. In fact, the power of this thunder is secondary. The main thing is that heavenly thunder is yang, the strongest and most yang. It has a restraining effect on both evil spirits and zombies. As for creatures like ghost zombies, if you get hit, it will be a critical hit. Boom. However, before the ghost zombie could catch his breath, another bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket came straight at him. What on earth is going on? If you say that a lightning strike is an accident, then twice is definitely not a coincidence. The ghost zombie immediately thought of Chu Tian. Turning around, he saw Chu Tian looking at him with a cat playing with a mouse look. Roar. Damn it, you damned human, just wait for me. The ghost zombie roared, and then he moved his body in a panic to avoid the thunder. However, he had just escaped a disaster, but before he could finish his words, another bolt of lightning struck above his head. Helpless, the ghost zombie could only dodge quickly. Just like that, the ghost was trapped under the dark clouds, dodging the attack of the thunder in a panic. Oh my god, was this thunder summoned by you, Brother Chu? Lin Qinger looked at this scene in disbelief. Certainly. Chu Tian smiled without comment, then walked towards the ghost zombie. It's time for him to go to hell. In fact, Chu Tian did not use all his strength in the previous battle. Instead, he used this B-level ghost zombie to practice. Exercise your combat experience. Otherwise, he would have used the Azure Dragon magical power long ago, and the ghost zombie would not have been able to survive until now. And now, looking at the ghost zombie looking like a clown, in a miserable state under the dark clouds, Chu Tian shot out several Qinglong magic spells without hesitation, making things even more difficult for him. Bang. Ah. Damn human. You are so hateful and despicable. The ghost zombie was so focused on the thunder that he didn't even notice Chu Tian's sneak attack. As a result, he was hit hard by 4 or 5 Qinglong magic spells. Moreover, all these Azure Dragon magic techniques fell on the same position on the ghost zombie's back. Suddenly, a huge bloody hole appeared on it. Even if the ghost zombie uses Yin energy, it cannot restore it to its original state in a short period of time. Bang. Ah. As soon as the ghost zombie finished speaking, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket fell from his head. This time, the ghost zombie didn't have time to react and was hit accurately by the thunder. The ghost zombie suddenly let out a shrill scream. What's even more terrible is that under the bombardment of the extremely strong and masculine thunder, his whole body's energy became extremely weak. And at this moment, a ray of lightning gathered above the ghost zombie's head again. After the previous attack, he was already seriously injured. At this moment, there was no chance of avoiding this attack. Without any hesitation, the ghost zombie knelt down in front of Chu Tian and begged for mercy. Brother. I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Please let me go. I am willing to be your slave. As a newly promoted B-level ghost zombie, he still has a bright future and a bright future. He doesn't want to die. Give me a reason not to kill you. Chu Tian looked at the ghost zombie with great interest, wanting to squeeze out every last bit of value from him. When Gue Jiang heard this, he immediately understood that Chu Tian wanted him to offer treasures or give him benefits. But he has a fucking treasure. If he had a treasure, it wouldn't have taken him half a month to revive his ghost energy before he could break through to level C. I am willing to sign a master-servant contract with you, to work like a cow or a horse and serve you for 1,000 years. The ghost zombie said sincerely. It seemed that the only thing that could be considered a treasure was himself. As a ghost zombie, it is not within the 5 elements and is not within the 6 paths, so it has unlimited potential. Oh. So it's of no use to you. Chu Tian frowned when he heard that. The next moment, the thunder above the ghost zombie's head fell down without hesitation. Don't want. Feeling the endless breath of destruction above, the ghost zombie shouted in despair. But in the end, it was ruthlessly submerged by thunder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a B-level ghost zombie. The awakening level of the Supreme Azure Dragon has increased by 10%, and the merit points have increased by 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a B-level ghost for the first time. You will be rewarded with the magical power of the Monkey King, fiery eyes and golden pupils. As soon as the system finished speaking, a mysterious energy suddenly appeared out of thin air and injected into Chu Tian's eyes. Next second, Chu Tian's pupils turned into a bright gold, with a strange energy flowing in them, making him look mysterious and noble. Hiss! Is this the fiery eyes and golden pupils? Chu Tian discovered that now he could see even every speck of dust on the ground clearly. Not only that. Looking up into the distance, although it was late at night, I could still clearly see the insect hairs on the leaves hundreds of meters away. So terrifying. According to legend, the fiery eyes and golden pupils belonged to the Monkey King Sun Wukong, who was thrown into an alchemy furnace by the Jade Emperor and burned with the Samadhi fire for 49 days. Possessed the ability to see through falsehood and distinguish truth from falsehood. And as Chu Tian obtained this magical power, also understand its capabilities and usage. Simply put, the fiery eyes and golden pupils have 3 functions in total. The first one is the clairvoyance, which makes Chu Tian's eyesight better. The second is that it can enable Chu Tian to see through illusions and see the essence of all things. The simplest example is, if a demon transforms into a human form, Chu Tian can see his true form at a glance. As for the third function, it is even simpler and more crude. Perspective. That's right, it's perspective, looking directly through the phenomenon and seeing the essence. For example, now. Chu Tianxia subconsciously looked at Lin Qing'er beside him. Hiss. A very bad omen. Chu Tian took a deep breath and his nose started bleeding unconsciously. Although I had already guessed that Lin Qing'er had a good figure. But Chu Tian never expected that Lin Qing'er was actually the legendary Devil King S. Brother Chu, what's wrong with you? Lin Qing'er looked at Chu Tian, who suddenly had a nosebleed, in confusion. Brother Chu, did you use too much magic just now? I have a small pill here that can restore your mana, so eat it now. The kind-hearted Lin Qing'er quickly took out a thumb-sized black pill from the yellow cloth bag. Ah, it's okay, I don't need it, I just need to rest for a while. Chu Tian waved his hands awkwardly. Amitba, good, good. It is better to use the X-ray function less in the future, after all, it is not good for your health. Really? Otherwise, Brother Chu, you should just eat it. You must have consumed a lot of energy just now to deal with the B-level ghost zombie. Lin Qing'er still insisted on handing the pill to Chu Tian. But Chu Tian did shake his head. Because he doesn't need this kind of thing at all. There is no magic power in his body at all. Whether it is releasing the White Tiger magical power or the Azure Dragon magical power. He actually relies on physical and mental strength. Just now, he continuously released the Azure Dragon's magical power to summon thunder. It did put a considerable burden on his body and soul. But this kind of burden can actually be recovered by just taking a rest. This is also the fundamental difference between him and ordinary monks. Ah! Help, sister! Just as Chu Tian and Lin Qing'er were struggling, a sharp cry for help suddenly came from the entrance of the amusement park. The voice seemed to come from Lin Qing'er's junior sister. Not good. When Lin Qing'er heard this, her face suddenly changed and she quickly ran towards the source of the sound. Her junior sister had just been seriously injured. Although the corpse poison had been eliminated, she was still extremely weak. If you encounter danger, you will definitely die. Seeing this, Chu Tian hurriedly followed. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the amusement park. I saw a zombie, about 2 or 3 meters away from Lin Xuer, with its fangs and claws bared. And this zombie was none other than Lu Yanyan, the corpse driver from western Hunan whose blood had been sucked dry by the flying zombie. Fortunately, Lu Yanyan, who had just been infected and turned into a zombie, was just the lowest level white zombie. Although Lin Xuer was extremely weak, she relied on the peachwood sword in her hand, and Lu Yanyan did not dare to move forward. He could only stare at Lin Xuer eagerly, waiting for an opportunity. After Lin Qing'er arrived, she took out a piece of yellow talisman paper and stuck it on Lu Yanyan's forehead. Lu Yanyan suddenly seemed to be under a spell of immobilization, maintaining a strange posture, motionless. Brother Chu, is there any hope for Lu Yanyan? Helping her junior sister Lin Xuer up, Lin Qing'er came to Chu Tian's side. This Lu Yanyan is the only daughter of the Lu family, a corpse carrier from western Hunan. If her father Lu Tianxing knew that his daughter was killed by us, they will definitely take revenge on us. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian raised his left hand and shot out a green dragon magic. The Qinglong magic accurately hit the immobilized Lu Yanyan. The next moment, Lu Yanyan was blown to pieces. This way, no one will know that Lu Yanyan was killed by us. After doing all this, Chu Tian shrugged and said with a smile. This. Lin Qing'er looked at this scene and didn't know what to say for a moment. But then again, what Chu Tian said seemed to make sense. So Lin Qing'er took out a few pieces of talisman paper from the yellow cloth bag without hesitation and threw them at Lu Yanyan's shattered body parts. Wow! The moment the yellow talisman papers came into contact with the shriveled corpse, they immediately caught fire. In a moment, it will burn out completely. As the wind blew, Lu Yanyan's ashes disappeared without a trace. Good job. Chu Tian gave a thumbs up and praised. A bright smile suddenly appeared on Lin Qing'er's face. Just then, Chu Tian's phone suddenly rang. When I took it out and looked at it, I found that it was Ishan calling. Without any hesitation, I pressed the answer button. Student Chu, where are you now? As soon as Chu Tian answered the phone, Ishan's anxious voice came from the other end. What's wrong? Chu Tian guessed that Ishan was in some trouble. A B-level ghost general appeared at an abandoned construction site in Yuhua district. Most of the fighters from our Bureau 749 are heading here now. Chu, can you come and help me? Ishan explained quickly, then asked tentatively. Their 749th Bureau and Chu Tian are just partners. And now an extremely dangerous B-level ghost general has appeared. She was not sure whether Chu Tian would come to help. What, a B-rank ghost general? Chu Tian was delighted. Yes, it's a human-skinned ghost. Originally she was just a C-level evil ghost. We in Bureau 749 want to get rid of it before the ghost energy tide comes tonight. Who would have thought that all the team members we sent over would be killed by it? After further investigation, it was discovered that this human-skinned ghost had actually broken through to level B. Taoist Qingfeng from Mount Longhu has already rushed over. Student Chu, do you have time? Ishan explained calmly and in detail. Chu Tian heard this and nodded immediately. Send me the address and I'll be right there. B-level ghosts can not only increase the awakening progress by 20%, but also increase 10,000 merit points. Chu Tian looked and found that he now had 18,000 merit points. To activate the Monkey King tattoo, 30,000 merit points are required. If we can kill this B-level ghost general, then he was only 2,000 away from 30,000 merit points. By then, if he can deal with 2 C-level ghosts, he will be able to activate the Monkey King tattoo. This is the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. Just the fiery eyes and golden pupils are already so powerful. If he could activate it, what kind of terrifying power would he gain? Miss Lin, I have something else to do, so I may have to leave first. Without hesitation, Chu Tian said goodbye to the two of them. Okay. Brother Chu, if you have something to do, just go ahead and don't worry about us. Lin Qinger smiled at Chu Tian. That's right. After all, this corpse-driving man from Xiangxi followed you two down the mountain. What if Lu Tianqing follows this clue to find you two in the future? You two are putting the blame on me. I want to see how capable this corpse chaser from Xiangxi is. Chu Tian sneered. He didn't even run away from the A-level Ghost King, so how could he be afraid of a small Xiangxi corpse driver? No need, Brother Chu, we in Maoshan are not to be trifled with. What if Lu Tianqing really comes to me at that time? I will naturally ask my master to come forward, Brother Chu, you don't have to worry. Lin Qinger felt warm in her heart. The look he gave Chu Tian became more gentle. Brother Chu is such a good man. At times like this, he is still thinking about us. That's great, I'll leave first. Chu Tian didn't notice Lin Qinger's change. He agreed and left without looking back. Oops. I forgot to ask Brother Chu for his contact information. It was not until Chu Tian's back completely disappeared that Lin Qinger came back to her senses. She slapped her head and said with a look of regret. Indeed, I can only ask Brother Chu for it next time I see him. Lin Shuer also looked regretful. I don't know if I can meet you again next time. Lin Qinger was a little worried. I'm sure I won't meet him again. Just as Lin Qinger finished speaking, a sharp voice from a girl suddenly came from behind the two of them. Lin Qinger's expression suddenly changed, and she shouted, Who? Who is talking? Of course it's me. The sharp voice was heard again, and Lin Qinger and Lin Shuer looked in the direction of the sound. They saw that it was Lu Yanyan who was standing not far away, unharmed, looking at the two of them with a sinister smile on her face. Why is it you? Aren't you dead? Lin Qinger's face changed drastically and she asked in disbelief. Dead? That's right. I am dead, but in order to seek revenge on you, I am alive again. With a scream, Lu Yanyan showed her bloody mouth and pounced towards the two men. And at this moment, Chu Tian had already walked out of the amusement park and had no idea what had happened to Lin Qinger. He was heading towards the address Ishan had sent him. What's going on? Why am I back here again? But what confused Chu Tian was that 5 minutes later, he was back at the entrance of the amusement park again. Brother Chu, why are you still here? Coincidentally, at this moment, Lin Qinger supported the weak Lin Shuer and walked out of the gate of the amusement park. Seeing Chu Tian, he was immediately surprised. I don't know, I remember I was heading towards Yuhua district. How come it came back again for no apparent reason? Chu Tian frowned, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. This was the first time he encountered such a strange situation. Chu Tian, I will kill you with my own hands and eat your flesh and your blood. As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, an angry voice suddenly came from behind him. The harsh voice was mixed with extreme anger and resentment. Chu Tian looked back. He saw that the ghost zombie that had been struck to ashes by his heavenly thunder was actually standing intact several meters away from him, surrounded by Yin energy and a terrifying aura. What on earth is going on? Chu Tian frowned. I don't understand why the dead ghost zombie came back to life again. But the most urgent task now is to deal with the aggressive ghost zombie in front of us. Humph. No matter what kind of monster you are, if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Without hesitation, Chu Tian raised his left hand and summoned heavenly thunder. The next moment, a dark cloud appeared above the ghost zombie's head, and then a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket fell down with a loud bang. Bang. With a loud bang, the ghost zombie turned to ashes again. But what surprised Chu Tian was the ghost zombie that had been blasted to pieces by the thunder unexpectedly came back to life again, standing alive several meters away, staring at him with hatred on his face. Chu Tian, you can't kill me. I forgot to tell you that I am actually immortal. The ghost zombie smiled coldly, his face full of pride and disdain. What on earth is going on? Chu Tian's frown deepened. This was also the first time he encountered such a strange situation. For a moment, I didn't know how to solve it. Humph. I don't care about your immortality. If you can be resurrected 10,000 times, I will kill you 10,000 times. Looking at the ghost zombie that was about to come before him, Chu Tian didn't think any more. He snorted coldly, raised his left hand again, and summoned the thunder. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Force can defeat skill, he wants to use force to break the law. Boom. Another bolt of thunder struck. The ghost zombie was reduced to ashes. But soon, the ghost zombie appeared in front of Chu Tian intact again. He, I told you, you are killing. Boom. Before the ghost zombie could finish his words, Chu Tian summoned another bolt of thunder and blasted it into pieces without leaving any trace. That's all. The ghost zombies keep resurrecting. But every time he was resurrected, he would be killed by Chu Tian with a thunderbolt. He just didn't believe that ghost zombies could really be resurrected infinitely. Even if the ghost zombie has a secret method to resurrect, there must be some limitations. As long as we kill it more often, we will be able to completely eliminate it sooner or later. He. Chu Tian, as long as you can't kill me, I will be able to eat your flesh and drink your blood sooner or later. After dozens of kills, the ghost zombie looked at Chu Tian with a sinister smile. Call. Chu Tian was breathing heavily. The Azure Dragon's magical power is extremely powerful. But at the same time, the consumption is also not small. Even he was a little overwhelmed after being struck by dozens of thunderbolts in succession. No. We can't go on like this, we must find a way out. Chu Tian carefully thought about the source of the weirdness in his mind. Things seemed to start when he left the amusement park and headed for Yuhua district. He ran at such high speed that 5 minutes was enough to cover several kilometers. But in the end, he mysteriously returned to the entrance of the amusement park. He dared to guarantee that during this period, he never looked back. Instead, he just kept running in one direction. Wait, am I stuck in a maze? An idea suddenly came to Chu Tian's mind. Die, Chu Tian. At this time, the ghost zombie came to Chu Tian again. He swung his sharp nails and stabbed towards Chu Tian's neck. This time, Chu Tian did not dodge or evade, but directly opened his fiery eyes. Chu Tian's originally black pupils instantly turned golden. The next moment, the terrifying ghost zombie disappeared. It turned into a fist-sized rock and flew towards him. Okay. So that's it. Chu Tian suddenly realized. The so-called infinitely resurrected ghost zombies are nothing but an illusion. The ultimate goal is actually to consume one's own physical and mental strength. How dare you tease me? Don't let me catch you. Chu Tian clenched his fists tightly and glanced around angrily. This was the first time he had suffered such a big defeat since he came here through time. He must find the mastermind today. Have a good taste of his power. However, what puzzled Chu Tian was that after he looked around, he did not find any traces of ghosts. Wait, this breath is... Suddenly, Chu Tian keenly sensed a familiar breath. Evil spirit. That's right, it's definitely a demonic aura. Chu Tianxia subconsciously looked in the direction of the evil spirit. Unexpectedly, the evil spirit actually came from Lin Qinger and the other girl. And at this time, with his sharp eyes, Chu Tian also saw the true colors of the two people. Although these two people are Lin Qinger and Lin Shuer. But there were two fox demons attached to them. A male and a female yellow-haired fox. I see. No wonder he didn't sense any ghostly or evil spirit. It turns out that it was not a ghost that caused all this, but a demon. But who cares what it is? Chu Tian is a vengeful person. If you dare to let Chu Tian suffer such a great loss, then pay with your life. Get out of here. Chu Tian shouted loudly, clenched his right fist, and suddenly rushed towards the two women. Brother Chu, what are you going to do? The two women were startled and quickly stepped back. What? Kill you, of course. Chu Tian snorted coldly, and a white tiger shadow emerged from Chu Tian's right arm and pounced directly towards the two women. Chu Tian's punch was fast and fierce. The two women had no way to hide. He could only watch helplessly as a ferocious white tiger with hanging eyes pounced on him. Ah! With a scream, the two evil spirits were driven out of the two women's bodies by the power of the white tiger. Finally, they fell to the ground and turned into two yellow-haired foxes the size of buffaloes. How did you find out? The male fox looked at Chu Tian in disbelief. In order to trap Chu Tian, they used up all their skills and finally created this illusion. Enough to trap any B-level ghost or person. Even those with A-level strength may fall into their trap if they are not careful or have a weak mindset. However, it was broken by Chu Tian in such a short time. The two fox demons felt that their spiritual hearts were somewhat damaged. Haha. You two have such a strong body odor, isn't it easy to see through you? Chu Tian showed sarcasm on his face. Without hesitation, he clenched his right fist again and suddenly attacked the two fox demons. The strength of these two fox demons is that of a C-level demon that is half a step away from B-level. Under normal circumstances, Chu Tian would have spared their lives. After tonight, when they are promoted to Class B, Chu Tian will come back to reap the benefits. But these two fox demons almost made him fall flat on his face. If he hadn't noticed something was wrong in time and used his fiery eyes to see through the illusion. It's really possible that he could fight that so-called ghost zombie to the death. Finally, he was exhausted and was taken advantage of by the two fox demons. So, there is no way Chu Tian would spare their lives. Run! Feeling the murderous aura emanating from Chu Tian, the female fox turned around and ran without hesitation. They had seen how powerful Chu Tian was. They had already arrived when Chu Tian fought the ghost zombie before. Even a ghost zombie with B-level strength is no match for the human in front of him. The two foxes decisively gave up the idea of fighting Chu Tian head-on, and instead chose to use most of their strength to create this illusion. It's a pity that in the end, I was still one step behind. Let's split up and run for the wife. Upon hearing this, the male fox ran towards the depths of the amusement park without hesitation. The reason why they came to find Chu Tian. In fact, it was because Chu Tian killed their 5 children in the mountains behind the school. But what they didn't expect was that Chu Tian's strength is so terrifying. Want to run? That's ridiculous. A hint of disdain appeared on Chu Tian's lips. Then he raised his left hand and summoned 2 bolts of lightning. Once the illusion was broken, these 2 half-step B-level fox demons were nothing more than lambs to be slaughtered. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, 2 thunderbolts as thick as buckets accurately hit the 2 foxes. Suddenly, the aroma of barbecue filled the entire amusement park. And in Chu Tian's mind, the mechanical sound of the system was also heard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 2 sea-level fox demons. The awakening level of the Supreme Azure Dragon has increased by 5%, and the merit points have increased by 2,000. Perfect. Chu Tian pumped his fist excitedly. I'm really sleepy and I need a pillow. With these 2,000 merit points, he now only needs to go to Yuhua district to deal with the B-level human skin ghost to unlock the tattoo of the Monkey King. But Chu Tian's gaze fell on Lin Qing'er and the other girl. Although the fox demon was knocked out of the body by Chu Tian's punch. But that punch also hit the 2 women hard. The 2 men were vomiting blood and unconscious, obviously seriously injured. Chu Tian had no choice but to suppress his inner excitement, walk to the 2 women, and perform the Qinglong magic. Under Chu Tian's healing, the 2 women soon woke up. Brother Chu. How are you? Are you feeling better? Chu Tian asked gently. Yeah, much better. Thank you, Brother Chu. You saved our lives again. I don't know how to repay you. Lin Qing'er's eyes were so gentle when she looked at Chu Tian that they almost melted into water. Although the 2 were possessed by the fox demon just now, they did not lose consciousness. So both of them saw everything that happened. Naturally, they also knew that it was Chu Tian who saved them again. It's okay, these 2 foxes are actually coming for me. You 2 were implicated because of me. I should be the one apologizing to you. Judging from the appearance and size of these 2 foxes, they were very similar to the 5 he killed in the hills behind the school that morning. So Chu Tian guessed that there was a high probability that he came to seek revenge on him. No, no. How can we possibly ask you to apologize, Brother Chu? Upon hearing this, the 2 women hurriedly shook their heads shaking like rattles. How are you 2? Can you get up? Chu Tian smiled gently. The 2 women tried, and finally, with Chu Tian's help, they managed to stand up. Okay. Since you 2 can get up, I'll leave first. I have something else to do. You can rest here for a while and then go back by yourselves. It was impossible for Chu Tian to stay here and watch the 2 women all the time. The top priority now is to improve our strength. Activate the Monkey King tattoo as soon as possible. This way he would have an extra trump card to use when facing the revenge of the coffin-carrying Ghost King tonight. Yeah. Brother Chu, if you have something to do, just go ahead and don't worry about us. Lin Qing'er immediately nodded obediently. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian left immediately. But I just used the Thunder Summoning and Azure Dragon techniques consecutively. It caused him to consume a huge amount of energy. Mentally I feel extremely tired. Chu Tian had no choice but to give up the idea of walking to Yuhua district. Otherwise, even if he rushed over, he might not be able to easily deal with the B-level human skin ghost due to his fatigue. However, when Chu Tian walked out of the amusement park and came outside to take a taxi, the taxi driver heard that we were going to the abandoned construction site. They all shook their heads immediately. In desperation, Chu Tian could only choose to take the bus. Fortunately, according to Gouda map, one of the bus routes can go directly to the abandoned construction site. And he himself can also have a good rest in the car. Soon, Chu Tian got on the bus. It was a little after 7 o'clock in the evening. There were not many people on the bus, but there were quite a few too. It was packed. Almost all the seats in the car were occupied. Chu Tian found an empty seat, sat down, and began to close his eyes and rest, quickly recovering mental strength. However, before he had rested for 5 minutes, Chu Tian felt several ghostly auras. Judging from the strength of the ghost energy, it is about D level. It was just a little devil, and Chu Tian originally wanted to kill it with a slap. But what surprised Chu Tian was that those little devils did not attack the people in the car. Instead, he used his Yin energy to lift the entire bus and headed in a certain direction. What's going on? Why are we floating in the air? Is this haunted? Mom, help! Ghost! There is a ghost, call quickly! In an instant, the bus was in chaos. Everyone screamed in fear. Someone wanted to call Bureau 749 for help. But I found that my cell phone suddenly had no signal at all. Some people even tried to escape by jumping out of the window. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open the car window. Even with a fire hammer, the car window glass cannot be broken at this time. It's over, everything is over. Wow, is there anyone who can save me? I don't want to die yet. Master Ghost, please, let me go. I have parents and children to take care of. Please. A feeling of despair instantly enveloped the entire carriage. Everyone's face looked deathly pale. Some people even knelt on the ground, begging the evil ghost to let them go. But I didn't get any response. Chu Tian still did not move, just blocked his five senses and continued to rest. These evil ghosts kidnapped all the people in their car, which was obviously premeditated and had a purpose. Maybe he was instructed by a sea-level evil spirit. Just. By the time they reach their destination, he will be mostly recovered. It won't be too late to kill the evil ghost then go to Yuhua district. At this time, the D-level evil ghost carried the bus all the way out of the city and came to the suburbs. Soon it walked out of the suburbs and came to a barren mountain. The surrounding scenery gradually changed from tall buildings to towering trees. Finally, after another 5 minutes, the evil spirit stopped, came to a place similar to an altar, and threw the bus hard in the center of the altar. Then we came to a big tree not far from the altar. Reporting to a middle-aged man under the big tree. Master, we have brought back 36 people, 21 women and 15 men. The middle-aged man was wearing a black coat and had thick dark circles under his eyes, as if he was sleep-deprived. However, combined with the gloomy atmosphere around him, he looked particularly terrifying. Well done, go back inside and practice. The middle-aged man spoke expressionlessly, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth, and then took out a blood-red flag. On the top of the flag was a baby's head. The flagpole seemed to be made of a human arm, and black smoke was billowing from it. The screams of resentful souls continued to come from it. Is this an evil cultivator? At this time, Chu Tian had already opened his eyes. With his sharp eyes, he could clearly see the blood-red flag in the middle-aged man's hand even from a distance of dozens of meters. Looking at the gloom and resentment entangled above, there is no doubt that this is a magical treasure. So, the identity of the middle-aged man then became clear. I wonder if there will be any reward for killing this kind of evil human cultivator. Chu Tian thought that the mastermind behind this was a sea-level evil ghost. I didn't expect it to be a human. But then again, this human is quite powerful. It has AB grade. It would be great if you could get a reward by killing it. The system did not answer Chu Tian's question. Chu Tian didn't hesitate anymore and kicked the door of the bus open. No matter whether he can get the reward or not, just kill him first. Anyway, this kind of evil cultivator will only bring harm to humanity if kept. Boy, get back here, or I'll kill you. Seeing Chu Tian walking out of the bus, a D-level ghost guarding the altar immediately rushed up. Countless evil spirits swept behind him and threatened Chu Tian. Seeing this, Chu Tian didn't even bother to pay attention to this little Karami. He slapped his hand casually. The evil ghost was instantly reduced to ashes. Boy, I think you are looking for death. Seeing this, the other 3 evil ghosts immediately rushed forward with roars. But it didn't even touch the corner of Chu Tian's clothes before it was slapped away into thin air. I didn't expect to catch a big fish tonight. At this time, the middle-aged man also noticed the movement at the altar. He rushed over immediately and looked Chu Tian up and down. Can kill D-level evil spirits easily. Then this person's strength must be C-level. If we can kill him, we can refine his soul into the 10,000 souls banner. Wouldn't that mean I could get another C-rank demon? The expression on the middle-aged man's face gradually became abnormal, and his eyes were full of greed as he looked at Chu Tian. It's like a pervert seeing a stunning beauty. Chu Tian frowned, too lazy to waste words with the evil cultivator in front of him. Without hesitation, he clenched his right fist and suddenly punched towards the evil cultivator. As a B-level expert, Xie Xiao is not weak in both strength and vision. Naturally, he realized that Chu Tian's punch was no trivial matter, so he quickly dodged. Boy, that's pretty impressive. Looking at the huge pit behind him created by Chu Tian's fist, the evil cultivator said with horror on his face. The look he gave Chu Tian gradually became solemn. If my guess is correct, the young man in front of me is likely to have more than sea-level strength. But he is at the same level as him, also B-level. This is where it gets tricky. But huge risks often mean huge profits. If it could be killed and refined into the 10,000 souls banner, then he will have a ghost general with B-level strength. Fortune and honor are sought in danger. A hint of determination flashed across the evil cultivator's turbid eyes, and then he unhesitatingly summoned his most powerful magic weapon, the 10,000 souls banner. The evil cultivator gently shook the 10,000 souls banner. In an instant, the whole forest was filled with cold winds, and thick black clouds covered the two men's heads. Immediately afterwards, dozens of D-level evil ghosts, more than a dozen C-level evil ghosts, and a B-level ghost general rushed out from the 10,000 souls banner, surrounded the evil cultivator, stared at Chu Tian with murderous eyes, and made shrill ghost cries. Summoning so many evil spirits obviously exhausted the evil cultivator, whose face turned pale and extremely weak. But he still laughed proudly at Chu Tian and said, "Fellow Taoist, it's dangerous outside. Quickly enter my 10,000 souls banner and help me practice." Seeing this, Chu Tian was not afraid, but became more excited. In his eyes, these ferocious-looking evil spirits were nothing more than rich experience packages. Only the B-level ghost general might be more difficult. Judging from its aura, it is much stronger than the ghost zombie we dealt with in the amusement park before. But it's just tricky. Boy, what are you laughing at? The evil cultivator took out a blood-red pill from his pocket and swallowed it, quickly recovering his magic power. The Chu Tian in front of him made him feel unprecedented pressure. "It's nothing, brother. Actually, I think you are a good person, but I have a question." The look Chu Tian gave the evil cultivator was one of kindness. A kind smile appeared on his face, and he spoke to the evil cultivator in a negotiating tone. "Good person." The evil cultivator was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously asked, "What's the problem?" "That's right, can you summon more evil spirits from that red flag of yours? If possible, I suggest you summon them all. Otherwise I'm afraid it won't be enough for me to fight." Chu Tian looked at the 10,000 souls banner in the evil cultivator's hand with shining eyes, and a wild smile appeared on his face. "Damn it. You are about to die, yet you still dare to challenge me. You really don't know how to live or die." The evil cultivator had never seen such arrogance before, and he couldn't help but get furious. "You should know that there are dozens of D-level evil ghosts, more than a dozen C-level evil ghosts and a B-level ghost general here. Such a luxurious lineup is more than enough to capture a city." Chu Tian actually said that it wasn't enough for him to fight. What a boast. "My fellow men, come on, tear him apart alive. I want him to experience endless pain." The evil cultivator showed a sinister smile on his face and swung the 10,000 souls banner in his hand violently. Roar. The next second, those D-level evil spirits roared and pounced towards Chu Tian. "Just these little Karami. How can I beat them?" A hint of disdain appeared on Chu Tian's lips, and then he opened fire at full power, shooting out several Qinglong magic spells. Bang. Accompanied by several loud noises, countless D-level evil spirits, as long as they were touched by the green light column, were instantly wiped out by the destructive aura on it. Thus, in less than 5 seconds, dozens of D-level evil spirits were completely eliminated by Chu Tian. Hiss. So powerful. What kind of magic is this? The evil cultivator looked at this scene in disbelief. He knew Chu Tian was very strong. That's why he sent out the D-level evil ghost to investigate the deer and consume Chu Tian's magic power at the same time. Who knows? Dozens of his D-level evil spirits were completely wiped out by Chu Tian in just one encounter. Chu Tian's strength was completely beyond his imagination. Especially his blue light. He had been wandering the world for so many years, but he had never seen any sect with such destructive magic. "Kid? Are you a superpower?" The evil cultivator looked at Chu Tian with a serious expression. Haha. If you beat me, I'll tell you. Chu Tian raised his right hand and hooked his finger provocatively at the evil cultivator. Humph. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you dealt with a few D-level ghosts. Evil ghosts, come on, eat his flesh and drink his blood. Chu Tian's behavior successfully aroused the evil cultivator's anger, and he waved his hand in rage. In an instant, more than a dozen sea-level evil ghosts, carrying monstrous ghost energy, roared and rushed towards Chu Tian. Well done. Chu Tian raised the corner of his mouth, then raised his left hand without hesitation and used his magical power to summon thunder. Moment. A thick dark cloud appeared above the evil ghost's head. Sizzle, sizzle. There were flashes of white lightning in the dark clouds. What's going on? The evil cultivator was full of confusion. Boom. However, the evil cultivator had no time to think about it. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket fell from the dark clouds. Above the thunder in the sky, there is an aura of destruction. It has an even more restraining effect on creatures like ghosts. Bang. Faced with the sudden thunder, the evil ghosts were unable to react at all. Accompanied by a loud bang, several sea-level evil spirits were blown to pieces without even having time to scream. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 6 sea-level evil spirits. The awakening degree of the Supreme Azure Dragon has increased by 15%, and the merit points have increased by 6,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Supreme Azure Dragon has awakened to 100%, the Supreme Azure Dragon has awakened. Chu Tian's original awakening level of the Supreme Azure Dragon was 70%. I just used the Qinglong magic to kill dozens of D-level evil spirits, which increased by 15%. Now 6 more C-level evil spirits have been killed, increasing by another 15%. It also successfully brought the awakening level of the Supreme Azure Dragon to 100%. And with the complete awakening of the Supreme Azure Dragon, Chu Tian only felt a burning sensation in his left arm. Then, the Supreme Blue Dragon tattoo on Chu Tian's left arm actually came alive. Roar! The majestic dragon horns, ferocious fangs, and small tattoos completely transformed into a 5-meter-long green dragon. It circled around Chu Tian and roared towards the sky. Suddenly there was lightning and thunder, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. The evil cultivator not far away was stunned by the scene. It's fine if you summon the thunder. I can still barely accept it. After all, the group of powerful Taoist priests on Mount Longhu have a spell called the 5 Thunders Method, which also has this ability. But what does it mean to summon a blue dragon? Is this something a human can do? This is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Without hesitation, the evil cultivator immediately made a hand gesture and waved the 10,000 souls banner. Prepare to summon back the released evil spirits and then run away. This is really impossible without running away. Chu Tian himself is of B-level strength. He even suspected that Chu Tian might have more than B-level strength. Now another green dragon has arrived, and the aura emanating from that green dragon is also a solid B-level 1. How can we fight this? He didn't want to lose all his wealth here. Want to run? Are you dreaming? Seeing this, how could Chu Tian let go of these experience packs? With a thought, the green dragon hovering around Chu Tian chased after the group of sea-level evil spirits. Qinglong's own strength is B-level, and his speed is so fast that it is simply unmatched by these evil spirits. After a while, he came behind the evil ghost and started eating them one by one with relish. Ah! Now it was the evil ghost's turn to scream in panic. But gradually, the screams became quieter and quieter, and finally disappeared completely. Because all the sea-level evil spirits were eaten by the Supreme Azure Dragon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 11 sea-level evil spirits. The awakening degree of the killing white tiger has increased by 55%, and the merit points have increased by 11,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the killing white tiger has awakened to 100%, the killing white tiger has awakened. And with the death of all sea-level evil spirits, the mechanical sound of the system rang again in Chu Tian's mind. Immediately, the white tiger tattoo on his right arm also felt hot. Finally, the killing white tiger escaped from the body and turned into a 3-meter-long white tiger with hanging eyes. Roar! The killing white tiger exuded a sharp aura and roared towards the sky. At this moment, even the thick dark clouds gradually dissipated under the king's roar. Who on earth is this person? The evil cultivator was stunned when he saw this scene. Azure Dragon on the left and White Tiger on the right. And they are all B-level. Is it really that outrageous? What kind of monster did his evil little brother catch for him? He really wanted to beat to death those evil spirits that tried to capture Chu Tian. But when he came to his senses, it seemed that those evil ghosts had been dealt with by Chu Tian a long time ago. So, now he is the only one to bear the blame. The evil cultivator was in tears. As for running, there is a terrifying green dragon standing by, staring at you intently. Didn't you see that the B-level ghost generals he trained were trembling under the roar of dragons and tigers? How dare he run? Brother, I was wrong. I was blind and didn't recognize a great man. I was blind and didn't recognize 2,500,000. I offended you. I beg you to be magnanimous and spare my life. The evil cultivator's legs went soft and he knelt down towards Chu Tian without hesitation. When it comes to my life, dignity is of no concern at all. But Chu Tian ignored him completely. At this time he was studying the Supreme Azure Dragon and the Killing White Tiger. According to the system's introduction, the tattoo, after fully awakening, has completely come alive and transformed into a real blue dragon and white tiger. And be able to practice self-cultivation. Not only that. As divine beasts, they also possess a very important ability. That's a chemical. For example, now. Chu Tian's mind moved, and the next moment, the originally 5-meter-long Supreme Azure Dragon immediately changed into a suit of armor. The entire armor is green with patterns of green dragons on it. Green energy filled with healing energy flows around the armor. According to the system's introduction, this set of armor can withstand a full-strength attack from an A-rank Ghost King. And the blue energy on it can also repair Chu Tian's injuries and restore Chu Tian's physical strength at any time. In other words, from now on, as long as he wears this armor, he will no longer have to worry about consumption. It perfectly fits the current Chu Tian. Afterwards, Chu Tian turned his gaze towards the killing white tiger. Next moment, the 3-meter-long white tiger with hanging eyes directly turned into a king's sword. The sword is about 7 feet long and has white tiger patterns on it. The hilt of the sword is snow white all over, and at the base of the sword there is a tiger head roaring towards the sky. The most terrifying thing is that the long sword is surrounded by a sharp golden aura. According to the system introduction, it can break gold and stone, and nothing can stand still. Chu Tian is confident that if he encounters the ghost zombie again, he can easily cut it into pieces with the white tiger blade in his hand. Ha 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 ha, cool. Chu Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain tonight. Whether it was the Azure Dragon or the White Tiger, they both greatly improved his strength. System. Activate the Monkey King tattoo for me. Just strike while the iron is hot. Activating the Monkey King tattoo requires 30,000 merit points. Chu Tian originally had 20,000. I just killed so many C-level evil ghosts and D-level fierce ghosts. The current merit points are as high as 38,000. That's enough to activate. Ding. Consume 30,000 merit points to activate the Monkey King tattoo. Ding. The Monkey King's tattoo has been activated successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the indestructible body. Accompanied by the mechanical sound of the system. Chu Tian could clearly feel the heat from the Monkey King tattoo on his chest. Immediately, a mysterious energy appeared out of nowhere in Chu Tian's body. Starting from the heart, it flows along the blood vessels and throughout Chu Tian's entire body. At the same time, this energy is also transforming Chu Tian's body. From blood to bone marrow, from flesh and blood to internal organs. Chu Tian lowered his head and looked at his chest, using the perspective function of his fiery eyes and golden pupils. I saw that half of his heart had turned golden. The Vajra indestructible body, according to records, belongs to the Monkey King Sun Wukong, who caused havoc in heaven, stole countless elixirs and fruits, and finally cultivated himself in Laozi's 8 trigrams furnace with the Samadhi true fire for 49 days. The indestructible body of the Monkey King, after reaching perfection, is invulnerable to all attacks and unbreakable. Even though he was finally caught by the people in heaven, neither the guillotine on the dragon-slaying platform nor the thunder and fire from heaven and earth could do anything to Sun Wukong, which was enough to show how powerful he was. According to the system's introduction, when all his internal organs turn golden, his indestructible body will be fully developed. By then, he will become like the Monkey King, immune to all attacks and indestructible. As for now, he who has just acquired this ability can only make himself immune to water and fire, immune to all poisons, and have a skin of steel. But it is also extremely powerful. Awesome. From now on, I won't have to worry about sneak attacks from villains anymore. Chu Tian raised the corners of his mouth and looked excited. As the saying goes, it is easy to block an open attack but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. But now that he has this indestructible body, he no longer has to worry about his enemies using tricks like poisoning. Brother. You are so magnanimous, can you please forgive me this time and spare my life? At this time, the evil cultivator was still kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy from Chu Tian. Even the B-level ghost general followed the evil cultivator, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing continuously. Spare your life? That depends on how valuable you are. Chu Tian, wearing green dragon armor and holding white tiger blade, came to the evil cultivator and looked down at him, revealing the aura of a king. Value. The evil cultivator was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and quickly handed the blood-red flag in his hand to Chu Tiandao. Brother, this is the 10,000 souls. This is the human emperor banner. With it, you can rely on your flesh and blood to cultivate thousands of evil spirits. With your strength, if you can train countless B-level ghost generals or even A-level ghost kings, then the whole world will be yours. Human emperor banner. Why is there billowing black smoke coming out of your human emperor banner, and there are heart-wrenching screams? Chu Tian took a careful look at it and expressed deep doubts about this so-called human emperor banner. Ah. The evil cultivator looked a little embarrassed and immediately explained. This is actually to deter the enemy. Do you believe this yourself? Chu Tian frowned and snorted coldly. The evil cultivator was immediately frightened and said quickly. Okay. Big brother, actually the righteous people call this the 10,000 souls banner. As long as you put a person's soul into it, he will always obey your orders. Then, using the flesh and blood as energy for them to practice, they can quickly hatch C-level or even B-level evil spirits. Humph. As a gentleman and a righteous person, what use is there for me to have such a thing? Chu Tian snorted coldly and swung his sword. I want to see if I can gain awakening progress and merit points by killing evil cultivators. The evil cultivator has been staring at Chu Tian closely. He was afraid that Chu Tian would attack him if they disagreed with him. So he reacted in time, quickly ejected and came to a position 10 meters away from Chu Tian. Humph. Boy, I advise you not to go too far. I can't beat you though. But even a rabbit will bite when it gets angry. If you really push me too far, I will fight you to the death. The evil cultivator held the 10,000 souls banner tightly in his right hand, with a look of madness on his face. If Chu Tian doesn't give him a chance to live, then he would just self-destruct along with the 10,000 souls banner. He himself is a B-level strength, and there is also a B-level ghost general in the 10,000 souls banner. When they explode together, their power is comparable to that of a missile. Bite. Are you sure you have the strength to do so? Chu Tian sneered, raised his right hand and released the white tiger magical power. The next moment, a 3-meter-long white tiger shadow emerged from the body and roared towards the sky. Chu Tian's killing white tiger has now fully awakened. The power of the magical tiger roar is more than 5 times stronger than before. Ah! Attacked by the sonic waves, the evil cultivator felt as if his entire head was about to explode. The evil cultivator subconsciously wanted to squat down and cover his ears. But he was horrified to find that he was unable to move at this moment. What's going on? The evil cultivator's face was filled with pain and fear. At this moment, it seemed as if his body and soul were separated. The soul is being attacked by the sonic waves of the tiger's roar. I can't control my body at all. Hee hee. A fight to the bitter end. What are you going to do? Chu Tian came to the evil cultivator with a sneer and snatched the 10,000 souls banner from his hand. Feeling the overwhelming resentment above, an idea suddenly came to Chu Tian's mind. Since this 10,000 souls banner can cultivate evil spirits, at that time, I will cultivate tens of millions of evil ghosts and then destroy them. Wouldn't it be easy to gain countless merits and awakening progress? As for where the living soul comes from, then we have to mention a small island next to our China. The people above are worse than animals. I have no psychological burden in killing them. When the time comes, kill them and refine their souls into the 10,000 souls banner. Then use their flesh and blood to cultivate these living souls. It makes me excited just thinking about it. An industrial chain was directly formed. Simply perfect. Without hesitation, Chu Tian put the 10,000 souls banner into his pocket, and then slashed at the evil cultivator's neck with a sword. Brush. The white tiger blade is so sharp that it can cut hair off. The evil cultivator's head fell to the ground immediately, with an expression of pain and fear on his face. Chu Tian watched all this with indifference. The first time he killed someone, he didn't feel any fear or discomfort. After all, he was just an evil cultivator who murdered his fellow men, so there was no psychological burden in killing him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a B-level monk. The progress of the Monkey King's tattoo awakening has increased by 1%, and the merit points have increased by 10,000. At the same time, the mechanical sound of the system rang in Chu Tian's mind. Hiss! Chu Tian couldn't help but gasp. A B-level creature can only increase the awakening progress by 1%. But it is normal when you think that the target is the Monkey King. After all, he is one of the 4 great monkeys and the devil who caused havoc in the heavenly palace. Although the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger are mythical beasts, but it still can't compare with it. There is still a long way to go, and I will have to work harder in the future. Chu Tian sighed in his heart, then took out his mobile phone and opened Gauda map. Unexpectedly, those D-level evil spirits actually brought them to the barren mountains. At this moment, he was 20 kilometers away from the abandoned construction site that Ishan mentioned. We have to hurry over there. First, there were the 2 fox demons, and then there was this cruel evil cultivator, which took up more than an hour of his time. I don't know if Ishan can handle it. As for how to get there, Chu Tian's mind moved, and he directly removed the form of the Azure Dragon armor, allowing it to transform into a 5-meter-long, majestic Supreme Azure Dragon. Awesome. Now I have a mount. Chu Tian has wanted a means of transportation for a long time. I was originally thinking of buying a sports car like a Ferrari or Rolls-Royce tomorrow when I have time. After all, he has a lot of money in his bank card now. But a pile of scrap metal and 4 wheels, how can it be as handsome as a real dragon? Chu Tian jumped to the position of the dragon head, looked towards the direction of the abandoned construction site and said, "Let's go over there." The Supreme Azure Dragon itself is a tattoo on Chu Tian's body. Being connected with Chu Tian by blood, we naturally have a mutual understanding. The blue dragon soared into the air and quickly rushed towards the abandoned construction site. It's so cool. Qinglong rose to a height of 100 meters, feeling the blowing of the night wind and looking at the brightly lit night scene below. Chu Tian was in high spirits. Moreover, there was no obstacle in the air, so Qinglong's speed was very fast, almost 120 kilometers per hour. By this calculation, it is estimated that it will arrive in 10 minutes at most. At the same time, abandoned construction site in Yuhua district. Team leader E, this is bad. 2 more team members have lost contact. So far, we have lost a total of 12 members. In the abandoned unfinished building, Ishan was searching around with a searchlight in hand. Suddenly, an urgent voice came from the intercom. What? 2 more people are missing. Ishan looked solemn. According to the information provided by the monitoring department of Bureau 749, the B-level human skin ghost is hiding in an unfinished building in this abandoned construction site. But for some reason, the human skin ghost, who obviously has B-level strength, does not confront them head-on, but hid. In desperation, Ishan could only dispatch personnel from Bureau 749 to search the unfinished building separately. Taoist Qingfeng from Mount Longhu and Zhang San and others were also among them. However, it has been more than half an hour since the search began. Not to mention the human skin ghost, they didn't even see a ghost. But there were constant reports of team members being killed. That's right, Team Leader E, we can't go on like this. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. We must find another way. Okay. I got it. Notify all members to evacuate the unfinished building immediately. Ishan gave an order and quickly went downstairs. Soon, a group of people gathered in front of the unfinished building. Master Qingfeng, what should we do now? Ishan was also at a loss as to what to do but let her confront the evil ghost head-on. But this is the first time she has encountered such a situation. We can only try to lure the snake out of its hole. Taoist Qingfeng thought for a while and decisively looked at Zhang Sen standing beside him. Zhang Sen shuddered subconsciously. Brother, what do you want to do? Junior brother, if I remember correctly, you are still a boy, right? Taoist Qingfeng looked at Zhang Sen with a smile. Yes, senior brother, but there's no need for you to say this in public. Although he felt very ashamed, Zhang Sen still nodded with a red face. I'm just confirming. Then what? Zhang Sen said speechlessly. Junior brother, as a boy, your yang essence has not been drained, and coupled with your extremely refined and pure cultivation, in the eyes of ghosts and monsters, you are a perfect tonic pill. I just need to leak out your aura, and I will definitely be able to attract that human-skinned ghost to take the bait. Taoist Qingfeng told us his plan. Then, regardless of whether Zhang Sen agreed or not, he pushed Zhang Sen to an open space. He then directed several other Longhu Mountain disciples to begin setting up a formation around Zhang Sen. This was the first time he dealt with a B-level ghost general, and he was not completely sure he could defeat him. Therefore, before attracting the ghost to come, preparations must be made. Junior brother, I have set up a heavenly thunder and earthly fire formation around you, which will definitely protect you. You can use your blood essence to attract the human skin ghost. 5 minutes later, when the formation was completed, Taoist Qingfeng shouted to Zhang Sen, who was in the center of the formation. The Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire formation is a large formation specially designed to defeat evil spirits at Mount Longhu. Whether it is Heavenly Thunder or Earthly Fire, they both have unparalleled restraining effects on evil spirits. Now with Taoist Qingfeng, who has B-level strength, in charge, Zhang Sen feels relieved. Without hesitation, Zhang Sen raised his right hand, bit the tip of his middle finger, and a drop of bright red blood flowed out. Zhang Sen then used the magic power in his body to activate this essence and blood. A fragrance that humans cannot smell gradually spread and floated towards the unfinished building. Woo-woo. In an instant, the entire unfinished building was filled with cold winds and the sound of howling winds could be heard continuously. Soon, a piece of human skin flew out surrounded by Yin Qi. It was a piece of dead person's white skin with a human face on it. It was impossible to tell whether it was happy or sad, but it made people feel creepy and terrified. Oh! Can't you help it? Taoist Qingfeng, Ishan, and others all hid in the dark, waiting for the human skin ghost to step into the Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire formation, and then jumped out and subdued it. Roar! The human skin ghost was able to cultivate and become a B-level ghost general before the ghost energy tide, and his strength and intelligence were not low. It was obvious at first glance that this was a trap. So it didn't move forward at all, but just stood in front of the unfinished building, staring at Zhang Sen with a fierce look. Oh no, Taoist Qingfeng, has it figured out this is a trap? Ishan touched the pistol at her waist with her right hand. Ordinary bullets are ineffective against ghosts. But the bullets in her pistol are all engraved with talismans and can hit ghosts directly. No hurry, let's take a look first, I don't believe it can hold back. Although there is a chance to capture the human skin ghost by going straight ahead, it is definitely not easy and may even result in heavy losses. But if it steps into the formation, it will be a lamb to be slaughtered and can be easily dealt with. At this time, the human skin ghost also discovered the pattern drawn on the ground and immediately realized that this was a formation. In this case, it would not dare to get involved easily. But Zhang San is indeed a tonic pill, and it doesn't want to give it up. Roar. After thinking for a while, the human skin ghost suddenly had an idea and shouted loudly. The next moment, the wind began to surge, and the open space in front of the unfinished building seemed to have encountered an 8-level gale. Sand and garbage were blown all over the sky. The formation drawn around Zhang San was also blown into chaos at this moment. Oh no, junior brother, run! Taoist Qingfeng's face changed drastically and he quickly shouted to Zhang San. But it was too late. The human skin ghost had already swept up a large amount of negative energy and attacked Zhang San. By the time Zhang San reacted and wanted to escape, his entire body had been bound by countless yin qi, and then he was wrapped in a huge human skin and flew towards the unfinished building. Junior brother. Taoist Qingfeng quickly chased after him with the copper coin sword in hand. Zhang San is the last disciple of the heavenly master of Mount Longhu. His talent is the highest in the entire Longhu mountain. If he dies here, not to mention that the heavenly master will not forgive him. Even he himself couldn't forgive himself. But the speed of the B-level human skin ghost was totally beyond the reach of Taoist Qingfeng. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the unfinished building. Junior brother. Where are you? Looking at the dark and gloomy unfinished building, Taoist Qingfeng shouted helplessly. I'm here, brother. Fortunately, although Zhang San was tied up, he was not in any danger. Upon hearing this, Taoist Qingfeng hurriedly followed the sound and finally caught up with the human skin ghost on the 3rd floor. Lightning Mother and Thunder God, quickly send down your magical powers and help me cure my illness. Boom 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 boom, I obey the orders of the Supreme Lord Laozi, and I will do it immediately. Looking at the human skin ghost in front of him, Taoist Qingfeng did not dare to be careless. He directly made hand gestures and recited the mantra. Next moment, a bolt of white lightning suddenly descended upon the human skin ghost's head. Boom. This move of Taoist Qingfeng is one of the unique skills of Longhu Mountain, the 5 Thunders method. It is very powerful and can specifically fight against evil. There was a loud bang, and the skin of the human skin ghost was suddenly turned black by electricity. Ah! Damn human, I'm going to kill you. The human skin ghost screamed in pain, curled up into a ball subconsciously, and yelled angrily at Taoist Qingfeng. Then, carrying boundless yin energy, he charged towards Taoist Qingfeng. The mysterious sect of heaven and earth, the root of all qi. I have practiced for billions of kalpas to prove my supernatural powers. Taoist Qingfeng's face turned grim, and he chanted the spell again. The next moment, a brilliant golden light appeared around him. And this is another unique skill of Longhu Mountain, the golden light curse. But what Taoist Qingfeng was facing at this moment was the full-strength attack of the angry human skin ghost. Even the golden light spell could not resist the overwhelming evil energy. Bang! Taoist Qingfeng was immediately knocked flying and then hit the concrete wall heavily. Ha! Watch out, evil ghost! The human skin ghost was just about to take advantage of the victory to pursue, but fortunately, Ishan also caught up. Seeing that Taoist Qingfeng was at a disadvantage, he immediately took out his pistol and fired several shots at the human skin ghost. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out continuously, and Ishan emptied the magazine within 3 seconds. But those bullets engraved with talismans might be useful against D-class evil spirits, or even C-class evil spirits. But now he is facing a B-level ghost general. Therefore, even if the talisman is engraved, it cannot hurt it at all. Ishan remained calm and composed, and condensed a ball of golden flame in the palm of her right hand. Moreover, the flames grew brighter and bigger. Soon the flame was the size of a football. Taste my flames, devil. Ishan suddenly threw the ball of fire towards the human skin ghost. Ishan is quite powerful and has reached level C. Plus, ghosts are afraid of fire. So even if the human skin ghost is a B-level ghost general, he doesn't want to take this attack head-on. Just at this time, Taoist Qingfeng has also stood up and started to make hand gestures, preparing to perform the 5 Thunders method again. Seeing this, the human skin ghost ran away without hesitation. Chase! Yishan and Taoist Qingfeng both hurriedly chased after him. Soon, the two chased to one of the rooms in the unfinished building. Suddenly, both of them were dumbfounded. Because this room is full of human corpses. Among them are ordinary people and members of Bureau 749. There were dozens of them, piled up into a mountain, and it looked extremely bloody. And around these people, there are inexplicable lines drawn in blood, which is frightening. The last one. Finally, all of them are here. The human skin ghost showed a weird smile on his face at this time, and threw Zhang San into the pile of corpses in the middle of the room. Then, the face growing on the human skin began to chant an incomprehensible spell. Damn it! Human skin ghost, you actually killed so many people. I must kill you. When Yishan saw this scene, she was furious and condensed fire in her palms again, ready to attack the human skin ghost. Taoist Qingfeng was just like Yishan at first, with a face full of grief and anger. However, when he looked at the strange patterns drawn by blood on the ground, his face suddenly changed and he shouted at Yishan. Oh no! Destroy this place quickly, it's going to open the gate of hell. Gate of hell? What does that mean? Yishan said with a puzzled look on her face. The gate of hell, the gate connecting the human world and hell. This ghost in human skin was ready to sacrifice 749 living people and himself. Open the gateway to hell. While Taoist Qingfeng was explaining, he made a spell with his hands. If the sacrifice is allowed to be completed, the gates of hell will open wide. At that time, the evil spirits in hell will flood into the human world, and the human world will be devastated. As soon as Taoist Qingfeng finished speaking, the spell was completed, and his eagle-like sharp eyes fell on the human skin ghost, and he shouted. 5 Thunders Righteousness. Boom. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck the human skin ghost. I didn't expect that you, a veteran like me, would have some knowledge. But unfortunately, you can't stop it. Because, the sacrifice has begun. Faced with the extremely powerful and masculine 5 Thunders Righteous method, the human skin ghost did not dare to underestimate it. He immediately gathered a large amount of Yin energy to resist it, and finally successfully blocked the attack. At the same time, the whole room was suddenly in turmoil. The thick Yin energy transformed into a bloody altar black hole, appearing above the hill-like pile of corpses. One after another, people fell into coma, pulled by the inexplicable suction force, and eventually disappeared into the black hole of the altar. Damn it! Taoist Qingfeng frowned and used the 5 Thunders technique again, blasting towards the bloody altar. But it is like raindrops falling into the sea, unable to create any waves at all. What now? Yishan also tried, but still couldn't cause any effective damage to the formation altar. Since we can't destroy the altar, let's get rid of the people and the human-skinned ghosts. Taoist Qingfeng didn't know whether this could prevent the disaster. But we can only try our best to save the situation. Fellow Taoist Yishan, you are responsible for rescuing those people. Save as many people as possible. If the number of sacrifices is not enough, the gates of hell may not be opened. I will be responsible for restraining the human skin ghost and see if I can destroy it before the sacrifice is completed. Taoist Qingfeng gave the command calmly. Good. Yishan agreed, this was indeed the best choice at the moment. Even if Taoist Qingfeng cannot destroy the human skin ghost, he can at least hold it up. In this way, he could quickly rescue those who were about to be sacrificed. Monster, look at the sword. Without any hesitation, Taoist Qingfeng, his whole body covered with dazzling golden light, rushed towards the human skin ghost with a copper coin sword in his hand. The human skin ghost is a B-level ghost general with great strength. Taoist Qingfeng is a high-ranking Taoist priest of Mount Longhu and a second-generation disciple. For a moment, it was impossible to take it down. The two of them fought back and forth, and the fight was so intense. At the same time, Yishan also headed towards the center of the altar. But when he was about to step into the sacrificial area, he was blocked by a barrier. Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Yishan's face darkened and he immediately raised his right hand to gather the flames. When the flame in his right hand reached its peak, he suddenly smashed towards the barrier. Boom. The fierce fireball hit the barrier, and although it consumed a lot of the barrier's power, it still failed to penetrate it. I don't believe it. Come again. Ishan continued to accumulate the power of flames, trying to forcibly open the barrier. What's going on? At this time, the unconscious Zhang Sen gradually woke up. Looking at the corpses around him and the black hole of the altar above his head, he was confused. You are about to be sacrificed. Come with me and break through the barrier, or you will surely die. Seeing this, Ishan immediately yelled at Zhang Sanda. Although Zhang Sen didn't know what was going on, he looked at the black hole of the altar above his head that was filled with a terrifying aura. He chose to trust Ishan without hesitation and quickly came to where Ishan was. Let's attack together. The flame on Ishan's right hand was already emitting brilliant golden light. But she still did not release it, and chose to continue accumulating the power of the flames. Undoubtedly, this will cause great harm to her both physically and mentally. Even if she is not careful, her right hand may be completely broken. But now is not the time to think about these things. If the conspiracy of the human skin ghost cannot be destroyed, then they all have to die in the end. Good. Zhang Sen nodded and began to make some hand gestures. After 5 seconds, Ishan finally couldn't suppress the flames in her hand anymore and threw it towards the barrier. At the same time, Zhang Sen also finished chanting, and a 5 thunders method was unleashed from his hands, blasting towards the barrier. Boom. Accompanied by a huge roar, this time, with the combined efforts of the two, they successfully tore a hole in the barrier. Roar. Damn it. The human skin ghost noticed the abnormality here, and immediately roared angrily, ready to rush over to deal with the two people. Evil beast, your opponent is me. Taoist Qingfeng held the copper coin sword in his hand and stood in front of the human skin ghost without hesitation. Although Taoist Qingfeng couldn't do anything to the human skin ghost. But in the same way, the human skin ghost could not do anything to Taoist Qingfeng. They are both equally matched. So at this time, facing the entanglement of Taoist Qingfeng, the human skin ghost could not get rid of it at all. He could only roar helplessly and watch Zhang Sen escape from the magic circle. Ishan originally wanted to go in and save people. However, the barrier recovered at an astonishing speed. The hole that was torn open with great difficulty was restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. Damn it. Let's continue. Ishan cursed inwardly, called Zhang Sen, and was about to continue. It's too late. Zhang Sen looked towards the center of the formation and said helplessly. Ishan raised her head and looked towards the center of the altar. Really? There was no one on the ground at this time. The only few people were in the air, being slowly pulled into the black hole of the altar. Humph. So what if there's one less person? I can still open the gate to hell. The sacrifice was about to reach the final step. The human skin ghost rushed straight towards the pitch black hole of the altar. Human skin ghost, you are at least a B-level ghost general. Is it worth it to sacrifice yourself like this? You must know the consequences of sacrificing yourself, right? By then, you will go to the 18th level of hell. Opening the door to hell without permission is a taboo. So whether it is a human or a ghost, as long as you break this taboo, you will be targeted by the laws of hell and automatically sent to the 18 levels of hell, where you will be tortured day and night, unable to live or die. Old Taoist, you know that the underworld is gone, right? The human skin ghost asked back. The underworld is gone, but the 18 levels of hell are still there. You will be imprisoned in the dark hell for eternity, and there will be no way out. Taoist Qingfeng continued to persuade, hoping that the human skin ghost would repent. Haha. If I tell you that I have someone in the underworld, how will you respond? Glancing at Taoist Qingfeng with disdain, the human skin ghost resolutely plunged into the black hole of the altar. Boom. The sacrifice is completed and the gates of hell are opened, accompanied by a layer of chi waves pushing in from the black hole of the altar. A dark green gate to hell slowly appeared in the room. There was a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere above, making people dare not look directly at it. It's over. I didn't expect the formation to work in the end. Taoist Qingfeng's heart instantly fell to the bottom. At this time, the door connecting hell and the human world was slowly opening. Woo-woo. Just opening a crack, in an instant, the The cold and sinister energy of hell rushed towards the human world frantically. The surrounding temperature dropped by several degrees. At the same time, shrill ghost screams continued to be heard from the gate of hell. There was an excitement that was difficult to conceal in the voices of the ghosts. These voices fell into the ears of Taoist Qingfeng and others, making the three of them restless and uneasy. What should we do now? Is there any way to stop it? Ishan looked at Taoist Qingfeng. No. The only way now is for me to hold back the ghosts here while you go get help. Taoist Qingfeng took out talisman paper and a large jar of rooster blood from his cloth bag. He wanted to set up a magic circle before the gates of hell opened completely and the evil spirits appeared. Junior brother, come and help me. Have you forgotten how to draw the 8 trigrams demon suppression formation? The gate of hell was opening wider and wider. There was even a ghost hand clinging to the eaves of the door, eager to step into the human world. Taoist Qingfeng quickly handed the rooster blood to Zhang San and asked him to help. No. Zhang San quickly took the rooster blood, then reached his right hand directly into the jar, used his hand as a pen, and drew a formation on the ground. Roar. Human world, here I come, delicious human flesh, here I come. Soon, the gate of hell was half opened. An evil ghost holding a big knife rushed out from the gate of hell. Hiss. This is a B-level ghost general. Ishan felt the aura emanating from the evil ghost and her face darkened. Unexpectedly, the first evil spirit to crawl out of hell was a B-level evil spirit. Fortunately, the formation has been completed at this time. Along with a burst of brilliant golden light, a golden bagua pattern quickly rose into the air and landed on the ceiling. It immediately turned into a golden barrier, covering the ghost general holding the big knife and the gate of hell. Roar. Damn it, damn human, I just came to the human world and you want to trap me. The ghost general holding a big knife looked at the bagua diagram under his feet and the golden barrier not far away, and suddenly became furious. He swung the big knife in his hand, swept up with boundless ghost energy, and slashed towards the golden barrier. Bang! The big knife chopped on the golden barrier, immediately creating waves of golden color. But the bagua demon-suppressing formation is not a vegetarian. This is the formation created by the 36th generation Heavenly Master of Mount Longhu by referring to the Chiman Duanjia and Bagua formations. In addition, Taoist Qingfeng, who has B-level strength, is in charge personally. Even if 2 or 3 ghost generals come, they can still be trapped. But Taoist Qingfeng did not dare to be complacent, and quickly turned his head to look at Ishan and Zhang San behind him and said, Fellow Daoist Ishan, please go back and inform the director to evacuate all residents within 10 kilometers, just in case. Junior brother, you should call the master and explain the situation here. The gate of hell opened by a B-level ghost general will only allow ghost generals with B-level strength to crawl out. But even if there are 8 or 10 of them, we can't handle it. Quickly ask him to send someone to support us. Boom. Taoist Qingfeng gave the order quickly. But before the 2 of them agreed, a loud noise suddenly was heard. Several people looked in the direction of the sound. I saw it in the gap between several people talking. Then 5 ghost generals emerged from the gate of hell. They were now attacking the golden barrier together. The originally unbreakable golden barrier suddenly began to crumble. Brothers, come on, one more blow and we will be able to shatter this barrier. A red-haired ghost general extended his red hair infinitely and suddenly smashed towards the barrier. The other ghost generals also used their own methods. That's not all. At this time, a steady stream of ghost generals were walking out of the gate of hell and joining the attacking army. You guys go quickly, I'll hold the line here. Upon seeing this, Taoist Qingfeng quickly injected the little remaining magic power in his body into the magic circle. But this amount of magic power is obviously a drop in the bucket. Bang! The Bagua demon suppression formation did not last even for a second before it was broken by 7 or 8 ghost generals. Although the formation is powerful, there are too many enemies. Puff! Taoist Qingfeng himself also suffered backlash and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Senior brother. Upon seeing this, Zhang Sen hurried over to support Taoist Qingfeng who had fallen to the ground. I told you to go, don't you understand? Taoist Qing Feng yelled at Zhang Sanda frantically. Go. Where to? The red-haired ghost general sneered, and countless red hairs attacked the two of them. Let's go. If you stay here, you will only die. Taoist Qing Feng used his last breath to throw Zhang San out. Then a brilliant golden light burst out from his body, resisting the countless red-haired people. At this moment, Taoist Qing Feng's complexion turned rosy again. But Red Hair saw through everything and sneered. Old Taoist, how long can you last burning your blood and essence like this? I can kill you. Taoist Qing Feng exuded an unrivaled aura. The magic power in his body had long been exhausted. Now, he was fighting by burning his own blood and his own life. I want to create as much time as possible for Zhang San and Yishan to escape. But now there is more than one ghost general here. The other ghost generals also rushed forward, and Taoist Qing Feng couldn't hold on at all. The dazzling golden light did not last for 3 seconds before being shattered by 7 or 8 ghost generals, and then swallowed by the red-haired ghost general with countless red hairs. What delicious flesh and blood! The red-haired ghost smacked his lips and said with a look of enjoyment on his face. Then he looked back at the gate of hell. At this time, the gate of hell has slowly closed. The energy sacrificed by the human skin ghost is only enough to keep the gates of hell open for so long. But that's enough. Because behind him, there were more than 20 B-level ghost generals standing. During this time when the Ghost King cannot descend, this force is enough to capture any place. Senior brother. Zhang San shouted in sorrow. Now is not the time to be pretentious. Let's run quickly and don't let Taoist Qingfeng's sacrifice be in vain. Seeing this, Yishan quickly pulled Zhang San and ran downstairs. You want to run? No way. Upon seeing this, the ghost generals hurriedly chased after the two men. The two of them only had C-level strength, and they were soon caught up by B-level ghost generals and blocked in a corner. I prefer to eat tender-skinned and tender meat, so this woman belongs to me. A ghost general with leprosy all over his body cast greedy eyes on Yishan. Then this man belongs to me. The ghost general who was holding the big knife walked towards Zhang San after hearing this. Go to hell. Yishan gathered flames in her palms and suddenly threw them at the lecherous ghost, still making her last struggle. But the gap in strength between Class C and Class B is still too big, so big that it makes people despair. The blazing flames were swallowed up by the cold and gloomy energy before they even touched the lecherous ghost. It's powerful, but not enough. The lecherous ghost showed a perverted smile on his face and approached Yishan step by step. Yishan felt a deep sense of powerlessness in her heart and her face was full of despair. Looking at the leper ghost getting closer and closer, Yishan simply gave up resisting, closed her eyes, and quietly waited for death to come. At this moment, the moment she closed her eyes, Chu Tian's handsome face appeared in her mind. It's a pity that I'm going to die before I can confess my feelings to you. Yishan murmured in a low voice, feeling extremely regretful. If she could be given another chance, she would definitely confess to Chu Tian as soon as possible. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Confess. Who are you going to confess to? Chu Tian. The familiar voice and familiar tone made Yishan suddenly happy and she opened her eyes subconsciously. What came into view was a tall figure, like a mountain. As soon as it appeared, it gave Yishan unlimited confidence. He was wearing green armor, holding a 7-foot-long sword, and exuding an unstoppable sharp aura. Without thinking, Yishan suddenly stood up, hugged Chu Tian tightly, buried her tender face deeply in Chu Tian's chest, and the tears in her eyes could no longer be held back and burst out. Woo! You're finally here. I thought I'd never see you again, woo! Yishan kept sobbing, and at this moment, she seemed to vent all the pressure she had suffered before. All right. Stop crying, I'm here. Chu Tian gently touched Yishan's little head and spoke softly as if coaxing a child, which calmed Yishan's trembling body. Woo! I don't want to either, but I'm really scared. I'm afraid I'll never see you again, woo-woo. Yishan was still talking to herself, pouring out all the grievances in her heart. At this moment, Yishan no longer had the demeanor of a female warrior as before. In front of the person you like, you are like a weak kitten, which makes people feel pity for you. I know, I'm here, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Chu Tian kept comforting Ishan. But this scene angered the leper ghost not far away. Boy, you dare not take me seriously, you are looking for death. The angry leper ghost opened his bloody mouth and rushed towards the two men, wanting to swallow them in one gulp. Originally, he planned to chew slowly and savor Ishan's tender flesh. But their love-showing behavior really hurt him, a single man covered with bald spots. Don't cry, don't cry. If you cry, you will turn into a little cat. You won't be pretty anymore. Chu Tian didn't even look at the lecher. He casually threw the white tiger blade in his hand towards the leper ghost. The leper ghost didn't take it seriously at first. Although this sword exudes an unstoppable sharp aura. If Chu Tian was holding a sword and coming towards him to kill him, he might still be a little afraid. But Chu Tian just threw it away. How could there be any threat? The leper ghost calmly stretched out his hand, wanting to take the sword for himself. But at this moment, the white tiger blade turned directly into a 3-meter-long white tiger, revealing its sharp white fangs, and pounced towards the lecherous ghost. I lost it. Even though the bald ghost was a ghost general, he was still frightened by this sudden scene and couldn't help but swear. What he didn't expect was that the aura coming from the white tiger was actually B-level. Not daring to be careless, the leper ghost quickly gathered his energy to resist the white tiger's attack. Roar! The white tiger has just been activated and its strength is only B-level, the same level as the Lai Zigui. But there is also a gap between Class B, not to mention that the white tiger is a divine beast. The leper ghost is just one of the many evil ghosts in hell. No matter in terms of strength or potential, he cannot compare with the killing white tiger. So with just one strike, the leper ghost was knocked away. It seems that the strength of the two is not at the same level at all. Damn it. The lecher looked at the white tiger with resentment, but did not dare to challenge him again. As for Baihu, he turned around and aimed at the big knife ghost. Although the big knife ghost is stronger than the bald ghost, he is not much stronger. He still couldn't withstand Baihu's slap and was slapped away. Who is this person? Why does he have such a powerful tiger pet? It's so cute. The big knife ghost retreated to the side of the lecher ghost and said with a look of horror. You ask me how I know. I was just slapped and it still hurts. Fuck. The leper ghost said unhappily. It's you. At this time, seeing that the bald ghost and the big knife ghost had not returned yet, the red-haired ghost also came down with more than 20 ghost generals. Looking at Chu Tian standing in front of Ishan, the red-haired ghost pupils suddenly shrank. What do you mean, boss? Who is he? The headless ghost at the side asked doubtfully. Look at his wrist. The red-haired ghost reminded. Boss, I don't even have a head. Can you show me my head? Are you an idiot? How do you usually see? You can't use your soul to perceive. The red-haired ghost kicked the headless ghost on the butt, cursing. He is the man that Lord Ghost King carrying the coffin told us to kill in the world of the living. At this time, a charming female ghost suddenly spoke. That's right. It's really easy to get. I was just wondering how to find this guy, but I didn't expect him to come to my door on his own. Brothers, go ahead, kill him, complete the mission, and we will get the reward from the Ghost King. The red-haired ghost raised the corner of his mouth, waved his hand, and called on his younger brothers to charge. The headless ghost beside him rushed towards Chu Tian without saying a word. Chu Tian was still comforting Ishan at this time, but the white tiger guarding Chu Tian was not a vegetarian. His whole body exuded a golden sharp aura, he raised his tiger claws with a cold glow, and with one slap he knocked the headless ghost that rushed towards him unconscious. The sacred beast, the white tiger. What's going on? Seeing this, the red-haired ghost couldn't help but exclaim. At first he didn't notice it and thought it was just an ordinary white tiger. Who would have known that this white tiger would actually release a sharp metallic aura unique to divine beasts? What? A divine beast? How is that possible? How could a divine beast appear in the world of the living now? The enchanting female ghost at the side said in disbelief. You must know that since the road to heaven was cut off, the world of the living has gradually entered the Dharma ending age. The monsters and wild gods either fled into the realm of mountains and seas, or sealed themselves up and fell into a long sleep. And now, the ghost energy has only been revived for less than half a month, but a divine beast, the white tiger, suddenly appeared. This is simply impossible. I don't know, could it be that it ran over from the mountain and sea realm? The red-haired ghost muttered to himself with a frown on his face. Impossible. Ever since the Great War, people in the mountain and sea realm are only allowed to enter but not leave. Even the ghost emperor cannot leave. The enchanting female ghost immediately retorted. So what's going on? The red-haired ghost felt that his brain was not enough. Whatever the case, this white tiger seems to belong to that kid. No wonder he was able to anger Lord Ghost King several times. It seems that he is hiding some big secret. We will capture him, torture him, and dig out the secrets from him. Okay. Brothers, let's go together and capture this white tiger and that kid alive. Upon hearing this, the red-haired ghost no longer hesitated and immediately took the lead in attacking the white tiger. Other ghosts will follow. In an instant, the ghostly aura around them was so dense that water could drip out of it, and it was so chilling that it made people's hearts flutter. Brother Chu, be careful. Seeing more than 20 ghost generals on the opposite side rushing towards Chu Tian, Zhang Sen shuddered subconsciously and hurriedly reminded them. He is just a small C-class Karami. He is not even qualified to carry shoes for a B-rank ghost general. If you want to survive now, all your hopes must be placed on Chu Tian. Roar. Faced with more than 20 ghost generals, the white tiger remained unafraid and rushed forward with a roar. As a divine beast, he has his own pride. I would rather die in battle than take a single step back. Roar. Facing the red-haired ghost who was the first to be hit, the white tiger went up and struck him with its claws. But the red-haired ghost can become the leader of this group of B-level ghost generals. Strength is naturally the best among them. He actually took it head-on. Die for me. The other evil spirits used all their methods to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Being able to stand out from thousands of evil ghosts and grab the opportunity to cross the gate of hell, none of these evil ghosts in front of them are weak. Although it may not be as good as killing the white tiger. But it's not much different. Facing the siege of more than 20 ghost generals, the killing white tiger soon fell into a disadvantage. Buzz. At this moment, the green dragon on Chu Tian's body suddenly trembled. Chu Tian and he shared the same thoughts. I immediately understood that Qinglong was asking for a fight. As one of the 4 sacred beasts, it is unwilling to see its good brother being bullied. Chu Tian's mind moved, and the next moment, the azure dragon armor disintegrated and turned into a supreme azure dragon with lightning flashing all over its body. Roar. With a dragon roar towards the sky, the azure dragon immediately swooped down towards the white tiger. Another divine beast. Looks like he really has a big secret. The red-haired ghost turned his head and looked at Chu Tian, his cold eyes filled with obvious greed. But as long as I catch him, these secrets will be mine. The red-haired ghost showed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, and then he controlled thousands of red hairs and attacked the white tiger. At this time, Qinglong had already rushed into the battle, sharing half of the pressure for Baihu. Even so, the 2 divine beasts were at a disadvantage when facing the siege of numerous ghost generals. Although the white tiger and the azure dragon are divine beasts, they have just been summoned. His strength has just reached B level. If the 2 beasts were allowed to practice for a while longer, we can definitely easily deal with this bunch of losers. But now, it is still a bit difficult to ask. Ms. Ishan, can you please let me go first? I have to go help my pets, otherwise they will be beaten to death. Chu Tian lowered his head and smiled gently at Ishan. Ishan then realized that she was still in danger and quickly let go of Chu Tian. Yeah. Go ahead, but be sure to be safe. Ishan looked at Chu Tian with loving eyes. After the life and death situation just now, she no longer concealed her feelings for Chu Tian. Don't worry, no one in this world can kill me. Chu Tian pinched Ishan's fair and tender little face. Yeah. I believe you. Ishan looked at Chu Tian infatuatedly and nodded firmly. Brother and sister, can we please just look at the current situation and stop talking about love? Zhang San on the side was so anxious that he was running around in circles, but he only dared to say this in his heart. After all, he is still waiting for Chu Tian to save him. Brother Chu, I think your pet beast can't hold on any longer. Zhang San kindly reminded. Yes. I know. I'll go right away. Chu Tian nodded slightly and waved his hand gently. The Azure Dragon and White Tiger immediately turned into Azure Dragon armor and White Tiger blade and returned to Chu Tian's body. Could it be you? Looking at this familiar scene, the red-haired ghost seemed to have thought of something. A look of horror immediately appeared on his face. He subconsciously looked at Chu Tian, carefully examining his entire body. When the red-haired ghost saw Chu Tian's tattoo of the Supreme Azure Dragon on his left hand and the killing White Tiger on his right hand, he suddenly understood. No wonder you have a divine beast, it turns out you are a divine pattern user. Divine rune user. What is a divine rune user? The enchanting female ghost looked at the red-haired ghost in confusion. He had never heard of this word before. The other ghost generals also looked confused. They still knew something about the previous closure of the road to heaven and the closure of the mountain and sea realm. But now, when it comes to the term divine rune user, they have never even heard of it. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. There are some things that you'd better not know. The red-haired ghost frowned, and scolded the many ghost generals and brothers, adding. There's no need to capture him alive now, just kill him directly. Follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, the red-haired ghost rushed directly towards Chu Tian. What is a divine marker, red-haired monster, what are you talking about? Chu Tian raised his right hand, pointed the tip of the white tiger blade at the red-haired ghost, and shouted. I am very curious about the person with divine runes he mentioned. Haha. What a pity, you are only a B-level now, with only 2 tattoos on your body. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare to attack you. The red-haired ghost did not answer Chu Tian's question. Instead, he controlled countless red hairs, turned them into a sharp spear, and stabbed towards Chu Tian. You won't tell me. Then I'll beat you until you tell me. Chu Tian sneered, holding the white tiger blade, raised his hand and slashed at the spear. Brush. The white tiger's blade cut through iron like mud, and the spear transformed from red hair broke instantly. While Chu Tian was swinging his sword, the other ghost generals showed their skills and attacked Chu Tian. But Chu Tian did not dodge or evade, allowing the attacks to fall on him and continued to swing his sword. It has the double insurance of Azure Dragon armor and Vajra indestructible body. The attacks of these ghost generals fell on Chu Tian, but did not cause any ripples at all. On the contrary, many ghost generals were injured by Chu Tian. The white tiger blade is attached with the sharp energy of gold among the 5 elements. Anyone who was hit by Chu Tian would be attached to their bodies like a maggot on the tarsal bone, and they would not be able to drive it away no matter how hard they tried to mobilize the negative energy. This resulted in several ghost generals being missing limbs. Because they cannot get rid of the sharp energy, they cannot use the Yin energy to regenerate severed limbs. Damn it. This is not a solution, boss. The enchanting female ghost came to the side of the red-haired ghost and said with an ugly look. The enchanting female ghost didn't suffer any harm because she was just paddling. But the red-haired ghost looked a little miserable at this time. The red hair was almost shaved off by Chu Tian. His originally flowing long hair has now become almost a buzz cut. You know, these red hairs are obtained through his practice. They are the crystallization of Yin energy and the key to his strength. Now all of them have been weakened by Chu Tian, and his strength has almost dropped by half. It would be impossible to recover without a year or 2. It seems that's the only way to do it. The red-haired ghost's eyes sank. Looking at Chu Tian, who was fighting more than 20 B-level ghost generals alone, as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. He now finally understood why Chu Tian dared to provoke the coffin-carrying Ghost King. Finally, I understood why the legendary divine marker was besieged and killed by the 5 realms back then. Brothers, can you lend me a hand? The red-haired ghost spread his arms and legs, forming a big letter shape and slowly rose into the air. At the same time, black negative energy began to gather around the red-haired ghost. After doing all this, he roared at his many ghost generals. Upon hearing this, countless ghost generals instantly understood what the red-haired ghost meant. But no one responded, and all the ghost generals showed a conflicted look on their faces. Ah! At this moment, a heart-wrenching scream reached the ears of the ghost generals. The ghost generals looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the headless ghost not only had his head missing, but even his body was cut in two by Chu Tian's sword. The headless ghost staggered and wanted to stick it back together, but the sharp energy from the wound directly cut off his idea and made it impossible to close. There is no time to think, brothers. If we don't unite, then the only outcome will be death. Seeing this, the red-haired ghost took the opportunity to speak with a tragic expression. Upon hearing this, the other ghost generals looked at the miserable headless ghost, then looked at Chu Tian who was walking in an empty space, and they stopped hesitating. They transformed into black evil spirits and approached the red-haired ghost. Soon, the red-haired ghost was completely enveloped by countless evil spirits. Ordinary people simply cannot see what is going on inside. All one could see was a blurry figure twisting and struggling in the black aura. What are they doing? Temporarily out of danger, Zhang Sen couldn't help but step forward and ask curiously. Merge. Chu Tian's pupils flashed with golden light, and with his fiery eyes, he instantly saw through the intentions of the ghost generals. In the center of the Yin energy, countless ghost generals voluntarily transformed into limbs and bones and merged into the torso of the red-haired ghost. A terrifying monster is gradually taking shape. Moreover, as more and more bodies appear on the monster's body, the monster's momentum and strength are also rising steadily. 30 seconds later, the monsters merged successfully and the negative energy gradually dissipated. A horrible monster appeared in front of the three people. He had 7 heads, more than 10 pairs of arms, was at least 5 feet tall, and was surrounded by an astonishing ghostly aura. Faced with an unknown creature, especially one so terrifying, Zhang San and Yishan were both stunned with looks of horror on their faces. What on earth is this? Just trash. Chu Tian sneered with a look of disdain, thinking that the ultimate move mentioned by the red-haired ghost could give him a little surprise. Who knows, although this monster looks scary on the surface, its strength is not up to A level after all. As long as it doesn't reach level A, Chu Tian has the confidence to kill it easily. Damn divine marker, prepare to die. The red-haired ghost was the monster's controller. He waved his 4 1-meter-long arms and suddenly rushed towards Chu Tian. The strong wind created by the arms easily destroyed the concrete wall. At this moment, although his strength has not reached A level, he is also half a step away from A level. I am much, much stronger than my previous self. On the other hand, although Chu Tian is a divine rune user, he is ultimately only at level B in strength. He just didn't believe that he couldn't beat Chu Tian like this. It's powerful, but unfortunately, it's too slow. Chu Tian sneered. After the killing white tiger was fully awakened, his body, both in speed and strength, was enhanced to the extreme. His figure flashed and a residual image appeared on the spot. He easily avoided the monster's attack and took the opportunity to cut it down with a sword. Brush. With a single movement of the knife, a strong gray-skinned arm was severed. Ah! The red-haired ghost remained calm because the arm was not his. But the owner of the arm inside his body let out a miserable howl. Damn it! I just don't believe that I can't deal with you. The red-haired ghost was furious. He didn't expect that even though he was in his strongest form, he still suffered a defeat in front of Chu Tian. Fearing Chu Tian's speed, the red-haired ghost did not dare to launch an attack rashly. He is too big now and his attack takes too long to sway back and forth. If Chu Tian dodges him, he will definitely be hit hard. After thinking it over again and again, the red-haired ghost activated the ghost energy in his body. In an instant, a cold wind blew throughout the unfinished building. Countless sand and buildings were blown up. Oh no, hold on tight, or you'll be blown away. Zhang Sen quickly spoke up and held onto the wall tightly. This is how you avoid the fate of being blown away. And Chu Tian was the target of the attack. Facing the strong wind raised by the red-haired ghost, he still stood there motionless. The red-haired ghost had never thought of defeating Chu Tian by relying on the cold wind. He just wanted to take the opportunity to slow down Chu Tian. So this was another opportunity to launch a surprise attack. But Chu Tian remained as steady as a rock in the face of the strong gale, as if he was not affected at all. When Zhang San's several arms came towards him, Chu Tian's figure flashed, and only a shadow was left on the spot again. Then he came to one of the arms and chopped it down with his sword. A strong arm rolled to the ground again. Hiss! The red-haired ghost couldn't help but gasp. The speed was not affected at all. How is this possible? You know, his current cultivation level has reached half-step A level. The summoned cold wind would have a certain impact on even a half-step A-level warrior, let alone a B-level warrior. But Chu Tian seemed to be fine. Powerful. Too strong. At this moment, there was only deep fear in the red-haired ghost's eyes when he looked at Chu Tian. Why aren't you moving? Have you run out of tricks? It seems like you, a demon from hell, aren't that great after all. There was a clear look of sarcasm on Chu Tian's face. Damn it. Damn divine marker, you forced me to do this. Today, even if my soul is torn apart, I will kill you. Looking at the arrogant Chu Tian, the red-haired ghost was so angry that his back teeth were about to break. He simply made up his mind and mobilized all the ghost energy in his body. Ha! In an instant, a strong wind blew throughout the unfinished building. At this moment, the unfinished building seemed to have encountered an 8-level gale. The unfinished building, which was originally a shoddy construction, suddenly began to crumble. The walls and ceiling closest to the monster had already fallen off and were blown away to who knows where by the cold wind. After a while, the entire unfinished building collapsed. Woo 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 woo. Not only that, along with the strong cold wind, a shrill ghostly cry came from the monster. Waves of ghost cries penetrated directly into the human body and hit the soul. Chu Tian frowned slightly. I have to say that this monster does have some intelligence and strength. He actually wanted to suppress him both physically and mentally at the same time. And he actually did it. At this time, Chu Tian was annoyed by the ubiquitous ghost cries. My body was also affected a little by the 8-level gale. Divine marker, I don't believe that you can get away with it this time. The red-haired ghost sneered, waved his forearms again, and slammed towards Chu Tian. To be honest, although the violent cold wind affected Chu Tian, he was still able to dodge it. But now, he was annoyed by the sharp ghost crying, and in anger, he chose to stand there and fight. Holding the white tiger blade, he suddenly slashed at the palm of one of the arms. Brush! There was a flash of cold light, and the attacking palm was suddenly reduced to half. At the same time, attacks from the other 3 arms also fell. He slapped Chu Tian hard. Buzz. At this moment, a green protective shield suddenly appeared on Chu Tian's body. This is the automatic protection from the Supreme Azure Dragon. You know, according to the previous introduction of the system, the Azure Dragon armor can withstand a full-strength attack from an A-rank Ghost King. But now, the monster in front of him is only half a step to A level. How can it possibly do anything to Chu Tian? Ah. I don't believe it. There was a look of disbelief in the red-haired ghost's eyes. He didn't expect that all his plans would be successful. In the end, Chu Tian couldn't be hurt. He suddenly went crazy and increased his strength, using all his strength to try to crush Chu Tian. But the green protective shield was like an indestructible stone. It couldn't be flattened or even deformed. Ha! Is that all your strength? Now it's my turn. Chu Tian originally wanted to continue playing with this monster. But his screams and howls really angered Chu Tian. Without hesitation, Chu Tian waved his hand and chopped at the 3 palms. Swish. 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 In the blink of an eye, all 3 hands became disabled. Ah. This time, even the red-haired ghost couldn't help but let out a painful howl. Because one of the arms with the palm is his. A piercing pain suddenly came from the palm of my hand. The most fatal thing is that the sharp energy on the white tiger blade is still constantly torturing the broken palm. It feels like ants gnawing at the wound, which is extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, a black cloud suddenly gathered above the monster's head, with countless white lightning jumping in it. The next moment, without hesitation, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket blasted straight towards the monster's head. Bang! The monster, still immersed in pain, didn't notice the sudden thunder at all. Moreover, given the monster's size, even if it was discovered, it might not be able to hide. Ah! The thunderbolt hit the monster accurately, and the monster immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. Heavenly thunder is specifically designed to defeat evil spirits. This monster was formed by the fusion of more than 20 ghost generals, and this attack was a direct critical hit. Half of the monster's body was completely destroyed by the extremely strong and masculine heavenly thunder. Even 2 ghost generals were forced to withdraw from the combined state. However, the souls of the 2 ghost generals at this moment were dim, and it was obvious that only 1/10 of their strength remained. And this is also the sequelae of fusion. After each disintegration, the ghost generals will enter a period of weakness. It takes about a month to recover. And if they were found by their enemies within this month, they would surely be killed. This is also the reason why many ghost generals were unwilling to merge before. What's going on? Why can he summon thunder? The red-haired ghost was stunned when he saw the 2 ghost generals being forced to withdraw from their combined state. Although I already know that Chu Tian is very strong. But unexpectedly, Chu Tian actually had such a hidden trick. Boom. At this moment, a bolt of lightning struck again. After the heavy blow just now, the red-haired ghost has been paying attention to the movements above his head. The moment the thunder struck, he immediately began to dodge. But the monster was too big, and the previous battle with Chu Tian had consumed a lot of physical strength and energy. Even if you are prepared, you still can't avoid it. Ah! Another heart-wrenching scream was heard, and 2 more ghost generals were forced to disintegrate again. Damn it! We must find a way, or we will die. This time the red-haired ghost didn't hesitate and turned around and ran away. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than the falling thunder. Boom! With a loud bang, the monster finally couldn't hold on and completely disintegrated. More than 20 ghost generals, scattered all over the ground. At this moment, the many ghost generals no longer had the high spirits they had just when they crawled out of the gates of hell and came to the world of the living. Now they are like an old man with a candle in the wind, lying weakly on the ground, with a dim soul and in imminent danger. The same is true for the red-haired ghost. Hiss! Such a powerful thunderbolt, is this also Chu Tian's superpower? At the same time, Zhang Sen on the side was stunned. The look he gave Chu Tian was filled with deep envy. Being able to summon the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger would be enough. But you also know the method of summoning heavenly thunder from the Tianchi mansion in Longhu Mountain. And the heavenly thunder summoned by Chu Tian is many times more powerful than the 5 thunders summoned by his senior brother Taoist Qing Feng. Judging from the power, it is estimated that only the thunder summoned by his master, the old Taoist priest of Longhu Mountain, can rival Chu Tian. They are obviously the same age. Wrong. You're even younger than me. Why are you so much better than me? Zhang Sen felt extremely helpless. Today he finally understood what it meant to compare oneself with others. It is so infuriating. Go ahead. And at this moment, Chu Tian's mind moved, and the Azure Dragon armor on his body and the White Tiger blade in his hand transformed into a Azure Dragon and a White Tiger. With bloodthirsty eyes, he pounced towards the 20 or so ghost generals. Now these weak ghost generals find it difficult to even move, let alone deal with the Azure Dragon and White Tiger. After all, they did not disintegrate automatically, but were forced to disintegrate by Chu Tian. It was lucky that they did not die. Roar! The Azure Dragon and the White Tiger came in front of the ghost general and swallowed him up in one gulp impatiently. After fully awakening, the Azure Dragon and White Tiger are now able to practice independently. The ghost generals are actually a kind of energy body. Devouring them will help to improve your cultivation. If the Azure Dragon and White Tiger increase in strength, it will also be fed back to Chu Tian, directly enhancing his strength. Therefore, Chu Tian does not need to practice hard on his own like Zhang San and others. He can improve his cultivation just by lying down. Chu Tian walked up to the red-haired ghost and looked down at him. This guy keeps calling himself the Divine Mark Master. Obviously he knows the secret of his tattoo. Chu Tian was also very curious about this. What do you want to do? Looking at Chu Tian in front of him, the red-haired ghost's face was full of fear, and he regretted deep in his heart why he took on the task of carrying the coffin-carrying Ghost King. If I had known that Chu Tian was a divine rune user, he would never have come even if I had given him a treasure. Tell me, what is a divine marker? Chu Tian said expressionlessly. His voice was not loud, but it carried unquestionable majesty. The red-haired ghost couldn't help but feel nervous, even though Chu Tian didn't threaten him openly. But the screams of the younger brothers around are undoubtedly the best example. But even so, the red-haired ghost still sneered. Want to know? Dream on. Seeing this, Chu Tian was not angry, but just smiled and shot out a green dragon magic. Bang. In an instant, a fist-sized wound appeared on the red-haired ghost's body. Ah. The red-haired ghost suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream, sweating profusely from the pain, and his face turned pale. How is it? This feeling is not pleasant, right? If you tell me, I can give you a quick death. There was still a faint smile on Chu Tian's lips. Ha ha. As a Divine Mark Master, you don't even know what a Divine Mark Master is. How ridiculous and pathetic. The red-haired ghost looked at Chu Tian fearlessly and said sarcastically. Chu Tian couldn't help but frown when he heard that. Are all the evil spirits in hell so tough? Not even afraid of death? In that case. Chu Tian's eyes gradually became sharp. Shoot out 4 blue dragon magic spells in succession. Bang. 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 The red-haired ghost's hands and feet exploded directly. The whole ghost turned into a ghost pig, with only the head and body left. He just didn't believe that this red-haired ghost was really so tough. Ah. The red-haired ghost wailed heart-wrenchingly. Although he is an evil ghost and a soul body, it is precisely because he is a soul body that the pain when his limbs are broken hits his soul directly. The pain of the soul is far more profound than that of the body. I'll give you one more chance, tell me or not. Chu Tian's face was grim. Snort. The red-haired ghost snorted coldly, still gritting his teeth, unwilling to reveal a single word. Actually, it's not that he is tough. However, this matter has long been banned by the powerful. Anyone who reveals anything related to the divine marker will be wiped out in an instant. So, since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well die standing. Don't waste your time, I won't tell you any information about the divine marker. Kill me. Kill me, and the coffin-carrying Ghost King will avenge me. No. Since you are a divine pattern user, it may not be your turn for the coffin-carrying Ghost King to take action, ha ha ha. The red-haired ghost endured the severe pain in his soul, suddenly laughed crazily, and looked at Chu Tian with pity in his eyes. Chu Tian frowned. It really made him uncomfortable that the red-haired ghost stopped talking halfway. But looking at the red-haired ghost's expression, I guess he won't reveal more. In that case, he no longer held back, clenched his right fist, and punched out suddenly. Bang. With a loud bang, the red-haired ghost suddenly disappeared. At this time, Azure Dragon and White Tiger had also dealt with all the other ghost generals. The mechanical sound of the system just happened to sound in Chu Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 26 B-level ghost generals. The progress of the Monkey King's tattoo awakening has increased by 26%, and the merit points have increased by 260,000. As the system sound fell, a golden energy appeared out of thin air in Chu Tian's heart. As the blood flows throughout Chu Tian's body, it strengthens Chu Tian's body. If someone could see through things, they would be able to see Chu Tian's internal organs at this moment. At that moment, his heart had almost completely turned golden. The awakening progress of 26% directly makes the Vajra indestructible body close to small success. Cool. At this moment, Chu Tian's skin was crystal clear, like divine jade. This is a sign of successful body training. When the Monkey King's tattoo is awakened to 100%, that will be the time when Chu Tian's indestructible body will be perfected. By then, Chu Tian's body will only become more exaggerated. To be honest, Chu Tian did not expect that this action would bring him such a big surprise. Not only did he achieve a small success in his Vajra indestructible body, but he also received 260,000 merit points. Although so many merit points are not enough to activate tattoos like Xing Tian and Jade Emperor. But it is completely enough to activate the tattoos of the five-clawed black dragon, the black and white impermanence, etc. on the back. However, Chu Tian was not in a hurry to activate it, as he thought he would bite off more than he could chew. The most urgent task now is to fully awaken the Monkey King's tattoo and make his body indestructible. Student Chu, thank you so much this time. A familiar voice came. Chu Tian turned around and saw that it was the fat Director Wang. Director Wang looked at Chu Tian with such a kind look. You know, when the Ghost Chi Monitoring Bureau detected the presence of more than 20 B-level ghost generals here, he was completely desperate. They rushed there as soon as possible and evacuated the people, hoping to minimize the casualties. Who would have thought that in the end Chu Tian would be able to turn the tide and save the collapsing building? He fought alone against more than 20 B-level ghost generals and won in the end. It's okay, it's just a small problem, but Director, don't forget to transfer the money. Director Chu Tianchao smiled and raised his eyebrows, reminding him. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, there are a total of 26 B-level ghost generals, each worth 1 million. But due to today's situation, I'll charge you 1.5 million each, a total of 39 million. I'll have someone transfer the money to you right away. Director Wang waved his hand and showed his inhumanity. He immediately waved and asked an assistant to transfer the money to Chu Tian. When Chu Tian saw the text message arrive, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, this was the first time he had earned so much money, whether in his previous life or in this life. Thank you, Chief. What are you thanking me for? I should be the one thanking you. Without you, with more than 20 ghost generals appearing at the same time, Xingsha City might have already become a den of ghosts. Director Wang said nonchalantly. 4 talents like Chu Tian. Never mind 20 million. Even if it was 200 billion, he would never frown. Brother Chu, I owe you another life. At this time, Yishan and Zhang Sen also walked out of the ruins. Before, the red-haired ghost stirred up a dark wind and blew down the unfinished building, and the two thought they were doomed. Unexpectedly, 2 green protective shields suddenly appeared and successfully protected the 2 people, allowing them to survive the collapse. And it goes without saying that the protective shield belongs to Chu Tian. It's a small matter. If you really feel bad about it, you can give me some money. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow at Zhang San and joked. Chu Tian still has a good impression of the Taoists in Longhu Mountain. Although he had not arrived yet, he had seen the situation of the unfinished building through his clairvoyance. Taoist Qing Feng, facing many ghost generals, knew that he could not defeat them, but he still fought to the death in order to give Yishan and Zhang Sen a chance to survive. His spirit is worthy of Chu Tian's admiration. Ah. I'm just a poor Taoist priest. Zhang Sen was immediately embarrassed when he heard this. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Chu Tian smiled and patted Zhang Sen on the shoulder. Zhang Sen looked up at Chu Tian and said seriously. Brother Chu, although I have no money, you gave me this life today. If you need help in the future, just ask, and I will definitely risk my life to help you. Okay. Chu Tian gave Zhang Sen an okay gesture, then looked at Yishan and joked. What about you? You don't have any reaction. Yishan first looked at Chu Tian deeply, then without saying a word, she took a step forward and kissed him directly. Express your gratitude through practical actions. A minute later, Yishan separated from him. Her beautiful eyes, as bright as gemstones, stared at Chu Tian closely, and she said with lingering feelings. Is that enough? Of course not. Since Yishan has taken the initiative, Chu Tian certainly cannot show weakness. He put his arm around Yishan's waist and kissed her. The kiss lasted for 5 minutes before Chu Tian separated. Is that enough? Chu Tian smiled and pinched Yishan's nose. Yishan was unconvinced and wanted to return it. Fortunately, Director Wang at the side couldn't stand it anymore and coughed. Ishan then realized that there was someone next to her, and she quickly hid behind Chu Tian with a blushing face. Ahem. I'm not saying that you can't kiss each other, it's just that now is not the right time. Director Wang explained with a smile. He was actually quite willing to see this scene. But after all, these are extraordinary times and the crisis has not been resolved yet. Hearing this, Ishan's face suddenly turned redder. Chu Tian didn't care, but asked with a smile. Chief, is there any other place in our city where there are B-level ghost generals? Do you have any energy left? Upon hearing this, Director Wang looked at Chu Tian in horror. That's about it. I'll recover after a little rest. Although they consumed a lot of physical and mental energy to deal with the red-haired ghost. But just now, his Vajra indestructible body was slightly improved, and the system injected energy into his body, allowing him to be revived with full blood. As for the mental aspect, just taking a short rest on the way there will be enough. Great. But we don't have any B-level ones yet. We do have a dozen C-level ones. Do you want to take care of them? The director recalled and asked with a smile. Forget about C-level. After tonight, when they break through to B-level, I will take action. Chu Tian shook his head decisively. These are the pigs he raised. They haven't grown up yet. How can he kill them in advance? Okay. Then I'll take you back to rest now. Although he didn't understand why Chu Tian did this, it didn't matter. Anyway, more than 20 ghost generals couldn't do anything to Chu Tian, so dealing with one or two of them would definitely not be a problem. Okay. Chu Tian did not refuse, as he had been running around all night and was a little tired. If you go to Bureau 749 to rest now, you will wait until the ghost tide arrives at 12 o'clock. If a C-level evil spirit breaks through to B-level, he will be the first to know about it. Soon, the group arrived at the 749 General Bureau, and time passed by little by little. Everyone is waiting for the ghost tide. The revival of ghost energy is actually the negative energy of the underworld leaking into the world of the living. Revive the dead souls in the world and enable them to practice cultivation. Yin energy and spiritual energy have the same origin and are both pure energy. It's just that the Yin Chi sword takes an unconventional approach and has a cold and gloomy nature. But humans can also use Yin energy to practice. Therefore, this tide of ghost energy is not only a great opportunity for ghosts. Humans can benefit from this as well. Therefore, Ishan, Zhang San and others were all waiting quietly in the training room early in the morning. Tick. 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 The clock kept ticking, and when the longest second passed the number 12. The time came exactly 12 o'clock midnight. In an instant, between heaven and earth, the entire world was invaded by a cold breath. This breath contains incomparable energy. This energy is a rare opportunity for ghosts, humans, and monsters. Chu Tian hurriedly released the Supreme Azure Dragon and the Killing White Tiger. Although he cannot practice, his divine beast can. As soon as the two divine beasts came out, they began to greedily absorb the negative energy contained in the air. The momentum on his body is also constantly rising. Chu Tian was bored and chatted with Xia Shaoxian and the female anchor Kiki. Both women said they were scared and wanted Chu Tian to accompany them. Their intentions were very obvious. As a gentleman, Chu Tian of course refused sternly. Then he taught the two girls that it is better to rely on themselves than on others. But just when Chu Tian was chatting with the two girls, the alarm of the Ghost Chi Monitoring Bureau suddenly sounded. Then Director Wang walked in hurriedly. Student Chu, the C-level evil ghost in Jiamin apartment has broken through to a B-level ghost general. Understood, give me the address and I'll kill him right away. Chu Tian stood up and stretched. After waiting for so long, he finally got his chance to work. Whether the Monkey King's tattoo can reach 50% of the awakening progress, and whether he can obtain supernatural powers, all depends on tonight. Okay. I'll arrange for someone to take you there right away. Since Ishan was still practicing, the director could only arrange for an ordinary person to drive Chu Tian. No need, I can go there myself, it will be faster. Chu Tian shook his head. Taking the bus was still too slow. It would be better to just run there. After the killing white tiger was fully awakened, Chu Tian was able to run 100 meters in a terrifying speed of only 0.5 seconds when running at full speed. Okay. I'll send the address to your phone, be careful. Director Wang patted Chu Tian on the shoulder with respect and said seriously. Thank you. No need. You have to pay for it after all. Chu Tian shrugged, turned around and walked out of Bureau 749, heading towards Jiamin's apartment. This brat. Director Wang couldn't help but smile and shook his head, looking at Chu Tian's gradually disappearing back, feeling extremely relieved. Fortunately, they have Chu Tian in Xingsha City. Otherwise, I really don't know what kind of hell on earth it would become. Huh? What's going on? Where's the B-level ghost general you were promised? Why is there nothing here? 5 minutes later, Chu Tian arrived at Jiamin's apartment. But he didn't sense any evil spirits here. Not to mention a B-level ghost general, not even the shadow of a ghost was seen. Really? Did Director Wang send the wrong address? Chu Tian frowned slightly. At first he thought it was a ghost general hiding. So he directly used his fiery eyes and golden pupils. But still no signs of ghosts were found. Wait, what kind of aura is this? Hiss, so powerful. Suddenly, Chu Tian discovered something unusual. Although there was no breath of the ghost general in the apartment, there was another breath remaining. This breath is neither a ghost nor a demon. It was something he had never encountered before. Just when Chu Tian was confused, the director suddenly called him and Chu Tian answered the call. Student Chu, you are amazing. You defeated the ghost general in just 1 minute. You are worthy of being me. Even through the phone, Chu Tian could hear the director's excitement. But Chu Tian's brows were getting deeper and deeper, the meaning of the director's words was very clear. There was the presence of a B-level ghost general in Jiamin's apartment before, but it disappeared just now. So the director mistakenly thought that he was the one who did it. But in fact, it wasn't him who did it at all. In other words, someone else dealt with the B-level ghost general. After suddenly realizing it, Chu Tian couldn't help but curse. Someone actually stole the pigs I raised. Robbed. Raised pigs. What do you mean? The director on the other end of the phone was completely confused. Nothing much. By the way, Chief, are there any traces of the B-level ghost general? Chu Tian was very upset because 10,000 merit points and 1% of progress were lost in vain. Don't let him meet this person. Otherwise, Chu Tian must let him know why the flowers are so red. Yes. I called to tell you that another sea-level demon has successfully broken through in a park in Xingsha County. Okay. Send me the address. After hanging up the phone, Chu Tian went to the address given by the director. 5 minutes later, Chu Tian arrived at the haunted park. Because it was the middle of the night, the park was quiet and no one was there. Likewise, there are no ghosts. There wasn't even any sign of a fight. That idiot got there first again. Chu Tian frowned, and with his sharp eyes, he could see clearly the remaining aura in the park. The aura I discovered in Jiamin's apartment before is exactly the same as the aura here. Obviously, that person had dealt with this B-level ghost general before Chu Tian. Who on earth is this person who is so keen on hunting down ghost generals? No. There shouldn't be such a person in Xingsha City. Chu Tian's frown deepened. Able to defeat a B-level ghost general within 5 minutes. Moreover, it was almost a crushing victory, and there was no sign of fighting at the scene. Then this person's strength is at least half-step A-level. Among the superpowered people, Ishan and her group are the first batch, and now they are only at C-level strength. Only a sect as powerful as Zhang San's could possibly produce such a powerful person. But if such a person really existed, there is no way that Bureau 749 would not be unaware of it. Isn't he a human being? Chu Tian suddenly thought of a possibility. The tide of ghost energy is caused by the leakage of negative energy in the underworld. So, is it possible that the powerful evil ghosts in the underworld followed the Yin energy and took the opportunity to come to the world of the living? Start devouring ghost generals madly, preparing to be promoted to Ghost King. Wait, that's not right. The remaining aura is obviously not ghost aura. This is a breath that is different from ghost energy, demon energy, and magic power. It was something he had never encountered before. What on earth is going on? The more Chu Tian thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Just then, the director sent another address, saying that the C-level evil ghost there was promoted to a B-level ghost general. If he couldn't figure it out, he would just give up thinking about it. Chu Tian planned to kill the pig first. We can't let that unknown creature get there first. Chu Tian headed towards his destination decisively. This time, he put all his strength into running, and in just 3 minutes, he arrived at the target club. Chu Tian's pupils flashed with golden light, and he immediately found the ghost general hiding in the club. That was a fat, big-eared sex maniac who had just been promoted to Class B and was still practicing to consolidate his realm. Chu Tian was just about to solve it when an idea suddenly came to his mind. It is better to let it act as bait, hide in the dark, and wait for the unknown creature to take the bait. Humph. I want to see what kind of creature dares to steal my things. Chu Tian snorted coldly and decisively hid himself so that even the pervert didn't notice him. Then he used his fiery eyes to stare at the direction where the pervert was. A minute later, a charming woman holding a dagger appeared silently behind the pervert. Hiss! Chu Tian couldn't help but gasp when he saw this. Because this woman has such a good figure, she is about 1.75 meters tall, with a curvy figure. From a distance, her elegant curves are like willow branches swaying in the wind. She has both the feminine beauty and the unique skinny beauty. The most important thing is that this woman is naked. On her gray skin, there is only a layer of black covering the important parts. When Chu Tian saw this, his breathing became rapid and the hormones in his body were secreted rapidly. The most terrifying thing is that Chu Tian was completely unaware of this woman from the beginning to her appearance. If it weren't for his eagle eyes, Chu Tian would never have been able to find her. Being able to achieve this level right under Chu Tian's nose. It is enough to show how terrifying its power is. This should be a superpower. From the perspective of its body shape, it is no different from humans, the only difference is the gray-black skin. Chu Tian guessed that it was probably caused by the mutation after gaining superpowers. Swish. At this moment, the charming woman was already holding a dagger and stabbing at the pervert's neck. The lecher was so absorbed in his cultivation that he didn't even notice the woman behind him. So the dagger easily pierced into the pervert's neck. Ah. An ordinary dagger would certainly not be able to hurt the ghost general, but the dagger in the woman's hand was obviously not simple. Not only did it pierce the neck of the sex demon, but it also continuously absorbed the ghost energy from the ghost general. In just a few seconds, the originally solid soul became dim. The pervert screamed, struggled to break free from the dagger, and looked back weakly. Although there was a beautiful woman behind him, the pervert didn't dare to have any other thoughts in his mind. Without hesitation, his knees softened and he knelt down, begging for mercy. Beauty, spare my life, beauty. I really have to beg for mercy. The wound on the neck caused by the dagger also left countless black energies. These black energies constantly devour the ghost's ghost energy, preventing the ghost from recovering from his injuries. Although he had just been promoted to a B-level ghost general, after that attack, his strength was reduced to only 1/10 of what it was. He doesn't want to die, as there will be many beautiful women waiting for his favor in the future. So I decisively chose to discard my dignity and pray humbly. Beauty, please, let me go, I didn't provoke you, please, as long as you let me go, I will be your dog for the rest of my life. This pervert was a man of great adaptability. As he spoke, he kowtowed to the woman madly. The woman's beautiful little face was expressionless. He didn't even bother to look at the pervert. He flashed and appeared above his head. The dagger flashed with cold light and stabbed straight into the pervert's forehead. Spare the pig. At this moment, Chu Tian couldn't sit still anymore and shouted loudly. The woman was stunned when she heard this, and her hands slowed down a beat. It was this slow beat that allowed Chu Tian to successfully rescue the pervert from the woman's hands. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you for saving me. I am willing to work like a slave for you. The frightened pervert thought he was dead. When he saw the beautiful woman who looked like a butcher walking away from him, he came to his senses and thanked Chu Tian profusely. "You're welcome. Because I'll pay you back with my life." Chu Tian smiled at the pervert and increased the strength of his right hand. In the confused eyes of the pervert, he crushed it to pieces. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a B-level ghost general. The awakening of the Monkey King's tattoo increases by 1%, 28%, and the merit points increase by 10,000, 270,000. Who are you? Why are you trying to steal my prey? Seeing this scene, the beautiful woman frowned slightly, held the dagger across her chest, and stared at Chu Tian unkindly. Like a cold and poisonous snake, it seemed as if it would launch a fatal attack on Chu Tian at any time. Who am I? I haven't even asked you who you are yet. Kill all the ghosts I raised in Jiamin Apartment and Qingsha Park. Just now, if I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid that the ghost general I left behind would have been killed by you. Chu Tian's eyes sank slightly as he looked at the woman warily. You raised all these ghosts? The woman looked at Chu Tian in surprise. What else? Chu Tian shrugged. Is your name written on it? What evidence do you have to prove that you raised them? The woman asked back. Forehead. Chu Tian was suddenly speechless after being asked this question. After a long silence, he finally spoke. I am the manager of this city. All the ghosts in this city can only survive with my tacit consent. Otherwise, they would have been killed by me long ago. So, this isn't mine. Now it was the woman's turn not to know how to refute. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Chu Tian, wondering whether to take action. To be honest, Chu Tian gave her a feeling that he might be extremely dangerous, so it would be best not to provoke him. But she couldn't swallow this. Suddenly, the woman discovered the black coffin mark on Chu Tian's right wrist. It's you. Me. What do you mean? You know me. Chu Tian was stunned and said in confusion. I don't know you, but someone is paying for your life. The woman looked at Chu Tian expressionlessly and added. Are you willing to spend money? Oh. That's a shame. It looks like we're going to become enemies. Chu Tian's eyes sank slightly, ready to take action at any time. Don't worry, I'm not interested in money, so I didn't answer it. The woman shrugged, but her eyes fell on Chu Tian, looking at him carefully. When she saw the realistic tattoos of the Supreme Azure Dragon and the killing white tiger on Chu Tian's hands, her pupils shrank and she said in disbelief. You are actually a divine marker. What is a divine marker? Hearing this word again, and from the mouth of a mysterious and powerful woman, Chu Tian became even more curious about it. You don't know. Then how did you get these tattoos? The woman asked with a puzzled look on her face. I've had it since I was born. Chu Tian couldn't reveal the existence of the system, so he could only find an excuse. I see, it seems your parents didn't tell you what happened back then. But it is true that the great man established the taboo with his trillions of merits and his own cultivation. In the living world, that matter cannot be discussed at all. The woman suddenly realized, and then murmured to herself. What do you mean? What happened back then? What great power? Chu Tian's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, as if he had heard something extraordinary. Ha ha. Do you want to know? The woman's eyes fell on Chu Tian with interest. Certainly. Chu Tian said affirmatively. I have only seen the power of divine markers in books before, but today I can experience it for myself. The woman clenched the dagger in her hand and looked at Chu Tian provocatively. If you beat me, I'll tell you everything. Okay. But I want to add your identity and who is willing to pay for my life. No problem. The woman nodded and immediately rushed towards Chu Tian with a dagger in her hand. His figure was like a ghost, and his speed was so fast that Chu Tian couldn't help but be amazed. Bang. The two of them soon started fighting. The woman held a dagger and attacked Chu Tian frequently. Chu Tian's hands were covered with the sharp aura of the killing white tiger. For a moment, he was able to fight back and forth with the woman. But the woman's dagger was like a poisonous snake. Every time it collided with Chu Tian's fist, it would absorb energy from Chu Tian. In addition, this woman's fighting skills were very good, and in close combat, Chu Tian gradually fell into a disadvantage. If Chu Tian's killing white tiger had not been fully awakened, and had not achieved some level of indestructible body, he would have been defeated by now. No. We can't go on like this. Chu Tian quickly distanced himself. Close combat is his weakness, and using one's weakness to attack the enemy's strength is not a wise choice. What? That's not enough. Is this all a divine marker can do? The woman looked sarcastic. Hee hee. Chu Tian was too lazy to waste words, so he raised his hand and shot several green dragon magic spells towards the woman. A trivial scheme. The woman chuckled, and her body flashed continuously, easily dodging several blue lasers. Do you think this is the end? Chu Tian's face was cold, and he summoned a large dark cloud above the woman's head. Immediately afterwards, several blue and white lightning bolts fell straight towards the woman's head. The woman hurriedly dodged backwards, but at this time the Qinglong magic shot out again. Hateful. The woman cursed inwardly, her pretty brows slightly frowned, and she finally felt a lot of pressure. But in the end, the woman managed to dodge the attack of the Qinglong magic with her flexible movement. It looks like we need to add more fuel to the fire. Chu Tian smiled slightly and raised his right hand. A 3-meter-long white tiger shadow immediately emerged from the body, roaring to the sky. Circular sound waves attacked the woman. Damn it, this sonic attack actually affects the soul. The woman's brows furrowed even deeper in an instant. And at this moment, several bolts of lightning fell from the dark clouds again. Not only that, a blue laser was also shot from Chu Tian's direction. Damn it. Is this the divine marker? He has so many tricks. The woman took a deep breath and began to perform her skills with all her strength. But at this moment, Chu Tian's attack was like raindrops, so dense. At the same time, there were sound waves that affected her soul and reduced her movement speed. In the end, he was accidentally hit by a Qinglong magic. Bang. With a loud bang, the woman was immediately blown away and fell to the ground in a mess, but there were no wounds on her body. Chu Tian was not surprised. This woman was mysterious and powerful. She might have some protective treasure on her. Do you want to continue? Chu Tian looked at the woman with a smile, and several bolts of lightning began to gather in the dark clouds above his head. No need. I'm definitely no match for you in a head-on collision. Although I don't want to admit it, this is the fact. If her father hadn't given her a treasure before she came out, I'm afraid she has been seriously injured. Seeing this, Chu Tian withdrew the dark cloud and white tiger, came to the woman, and extended his left hand like a gentleman. The woman hesitated for a moment, but finally stretched out her right hand and stood up with Chu Tian's help. But after the woman stood up, Chu Tian still did not let go. The woman couldn't help but frown and was about to question Chu Tian. But at this moment, he felt a warm energy flowing through Chu Tian's left hand, healing his body. Although she had a protective treasure, she did not suffer any skin injuries. But after all, he was just blown so far away. She suffered severe injuries to her back and abdomen. At this moment, after being healed by the blue energy, I could no longer feel any pain. Thanks. The woman understood and thanked Chu Tian, but her face remained expressionless. No need. Just tell me everything you want to know. Chu Tian let go of the woman's hand. To be honest, he was still a little reluctant. Although the woman's skin was gray-black, it felt extremely delicate, smooth, and soft to the touch, leaving Chu Tian with an endless aftertaste. Of course. The woman nodded and said. Then let me introduce myself first. My name is Diana, and I am a great warrior of the Ashura clan. Ashura clan. Chu Tian looked Diana up and down. It is rumored that the Ashura clan was created by the ancestor of the Styx with the help of the Sea of Blood. The men in the tribe are strong and powerful. But without exception, they were all extremely ugly and unsightly. Although women are not as strong as men, they all have stunning looks that can captivate all. Seeing it today, I find it really lives up to its reputation. That's right, the great Ashura clan. When talking about the Ashura tribe, Diana couldn't help but raise her head high, her slender swan neck made her look beautiful and confident. Chu Tian smiled without comment and asked curiously. Aren't you Asuras from the underworld? Why are you suddenly here in the world of the living? Don't worry about this. Diana hesitated for a moment, looked at Chu Tian deeply, and then changed the subject. Why don't you guess who is putting a bounty on your head? The Ghost King carrying a coffin. Chu Tian said without hesitation. Diana is from the underworld. It seems that the only person Chu Tian has offended in the underworld now is the coffin-carrying Ghost King. So it couldn't be anyone else except him. It seems you are quite self-aware. Diana smiled and affirmed. That's right, it's the Ghost King carrying the coffin. Due to the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, he cannot come to the world of the living to take revenge in person. So I issued a hunting order to the underworld and put a bounty on your head with a magical treasure. You'd better be careful recently, although I'm not interested. But it is a spiritual treasure after all, and many people covet it. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly and he remained silent. I didn't expect that this coffin-carrying Ghost King would be so cruel. According to what he knew, treasures were divided into different grades: magical treasures, spiritual treasures, and supreme treasures. Each category is divided into 4 levels: lower, middle, upper, and extreme. For example, the robes and Buddhist beads used by the group of bald monks in Keifu Temple were transformed into magic weapons with considerable power under the influence of incense day and night. But those are just inferior magic weapons. They are all inferior treasures. But Lingbao is different. Lingbao is a treasure that has been born with intelligence and has independent consciousness. Its power is far beyond that of magic weapons. There are not necessarily a few spiritual treasures in the entire world. Even resources like spiritual treasures are rare treasures in the hands of people with S-level strength. But the Ghost King carrying the coffin directly took out an item and put a bounty on his head. To be honest, Chu Tian didn't expect him to be so cruel. By the way, how did you offend him? You actually let an A-level Ghost King spend a magical treasure to kill you. Diana looked at Chu Tian curiously with her beautiful eyes, and murmured to herself. Is it because of your identity as a divine marker? Wait, that doesn't seem right. What if your identity as a divine pattern user is leaked? Not to mention a small Ghost King, maybe even the 4 judges, the 10 kings of hell, and the 5 ghost emperors will come to trouble you. What does this mean? Chu Tian frowned slightly. If it was just the Ghost King, to be honest, Chu Tian could still withstand it. But people like the 4 judges, the 10 kings of hell and the 5 ghost emperors are all people with real strength above SS level. If Chu Tian really provoked these people, even if he had the system, he would not be able to withstand it. At least before he fully grows up, Chu Tian doesn't want to be enemies with these people. I can't say more, because there are truly powerful people who have spent billions of merits and half of their own strength to establish a ban. If any creature in the 6 paths speaks of anything related to the divine marker, the heavenly Tao will send down a calamity and turn it into ashes. We, the Azura clan, also belong to the 6 paths, and I don't want to die yet. Diana moved closer to Chu Tian and whispered mysteriously. Chu Tian frowned as he listened. No wonder the red-haired ghost that crawled out of hell was so stubborn. It turns out that he is not just being tough in words, but he is going to die anyway, so he might as well pretend to be tough. And you said you would tell me. Chu Tian complained unhappily. Ah. Diana looked a little embarrassed and said helplessly. Anyway, I dare not say it. I am still young and I don't want to die. I can only say that the divine marker is a cultivation system that is not tolerated by the heavenly Tao. It once attracted the 5 realms. Boom. Before Diana could finish her words, the originally clear night sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and a purple bolt of lightning fell straight towards Diana. The speed was so fast that even Chu Tian couldn't react. But fortunately, Diana has a magical treasure that protects her. The moment the thunderbolt fell on Diana's head, a gray-black protective shield suddenly appeared. Barely took the blow for Diana. Crack. At the same time, a bell hanging around Diana's waist suddenly made a breaking sound. Diana finally woke up, gasping for breath, looking frightened. After a long while, she finally recovered and came to her senses. Diana took off the bell hanging from her waist and said with a distressed look on her face. Look. It's you like to ask too many questions. Now it's all right, my protective magic treasure is broken. You know, this is a top-grade spiritual treasure, enough to withstand a full-strength attack from an SS-level warrior. Chu Tian frowned and looked solemnly at the dark clouds that were gradually dissipating in the sky. Before, when he heard them talking about the Divine Mark Master and the Divine Mark Master, he didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. But this bolt of thunder completely woke Chu Tian up. There are 9 grades of heavenly thunder. First class fake thunder. Second grade Shaolei. Third grade palm thunder. Fourth level thunder. Fifth grade Taiching immortal thunder. Sixth grade 3 pure ones holy thunder. Seventh rank heavenly punishment purple thunder. Eighth grade 9 heavens divine thunder. Ninth grade world destroying divine thunder. Pseudo thunder is the alternating current we use in our daily lives. It is man-made, so it is called pseudo, and its power is limited. Xiaolei is the thunder that comes when it rains. Palm thunder is the Taoist magic performed by Taoist Qingfeng and others. The upper limit of its power is determined by the caster. The heavenly thunder is what Chu Tian now controls. Its power is ineffective against ghosts below level A. Above the 4th level, they are no longer ordinary thunders, each one is as terrifying as this. The 5th grade Taiching immortal thunder is the heavenly tribulation that the cultivators in the mortal world use to overcome and ascend to heaven. It is the thunder that allows them to become immortals. Its power is so great that no one can survive except those who are immortals. If you can survive it, then congratulations, you are the new immortal. And just now, purple thunder fell from the sky. That was a purple thunder of heavenly punishment that was even more terrifying than the thunder tribulation of transcending tribulation and ascending to heaven. It is so powerful that even an immortal would be in danger of death if he encountered it. Thinking of this, Chu Tian's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Diana had only mentioned a few words just now, and such a horrific thunder disaster struck. It seems that my system is not simple at all. The tattoo it made itself seemed to be unacceptable to the heavens, and was also rejected by the 6 realms. Although Diana didn't finish her words, Chu Tian could guess what she was going to say next. It's nothing more than being targeted and encircled by the 5 realms. What are the 5 realms? There are 6 realms between heaven and earth. They are the world of gods, the world of immortals, the world of humans, the world of demons, the world of monsters and the underworld. Tattooing is a cultivation system in the human world, so there is no doubt that those with divine tattoos are being besieged by the other 5 realms. Being surrounded and suppressed, it is the world of gods and immortals. Chu Tian always felt like he was on a pirate ship. System, what exactly is a divine marker? Chu Tian asked himself. But there was no response. I'm talking to you. I'm telling you, this is a top-grade spiritual treasure, a protective spiritual treasure my father gave me. Now it's broken because of you, you must compensate me. Seeing that Chu Tian ignored her, Diana became even angrier and stared at Chu Tian with her beautiful eyes. I don't have any, let alone a top-grade spiritual treasure, I don't even have a spiritual treasure. Retracting his thoughts, Chu Tian found that he seemed to be in bigger trouble. I don't care, you have to compensate me anyway. Diana crossed her arms and snorted. Okay, this incident was indeed caused by me, I owe you. But I really don't have a spiritual treasure right now. When I get one in the future, I will return it to you as soon as possible. Chu Tian looked at Diana helplessly and said. Great female warrior of the Azura clan, is it okay this time? No, words are not enough, unless you swear to heaven. Diana refused decisively and stared at Chu Tian. Okay. Chu Tian curled his lips, raised his right hand to the sky, put his thumb on the palm, and said word by word. As a witness to the heaven and earth, I, Chu Tian, will repay Diana with a top-grade spiritual treasure in the future. If I break this oath, my soul will fly away and disappear into thin air. Boom. As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, a loud bang suddenly came from the sky. Azura female warrior, now that the heavens have approved it, it's all right now. Chu Tian looked up at the black sky and shrugged. Okay. Diana always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure it out, so she could only nod reluctantly. Chu Tian was laughing in his heart. This Azura woman is indeed a simple and stubborn person. He just said that he would definitely pay it back, but didn't say when. So in other words, even if he never pays it back until his death, it's okay. No problem, I'll be leaving now, beautiful warrior woman. The matter was resolved and he had almost figured out what he wanted to know. Chu Tian turned around and walked out of the club. Just now, Director Wang sent him information about the B-level Ghost General again. According to his understanding, the Azura clan becomes stronger by devouring the souls of living people in hell. So he had to find the Ghost General before Diana, so that she wouldn't cause trouble for him again. Moreover, he now had to increase his strength quickly. The one with divine runes is always a time bomb. If some powerful people knew that he was a divine mark master, he would probably end up like the previous divine mark masters. The divine marker, is he the man in the prophecy? He looks quite handsome. I just don't know if the divine marker can overthrow the rule of the god realm and the immortal realm this time. Looking at Chu Tian's departing figure, Diana said secretly in her heart. Only when Chu Tian's figure disappeared completely did Diana disappear into the darkness. She is going to continue hunting evil spirits. When she was in the underworld, or hell, she could not devour living souls wantonly and improve her cultivation because of the involvement of various forces in the underworld and the restrictions of the law of reincarnation. This time when she comes to the world of the living, she must eat her fill all at once. Student Chu, thank you so much for making such a great contribution to our Xingsha city. Just tell me what you want. As long as it's what you want, even if it's the stars in the sky, I will pick it for you. An hour later, after dealing with all the ghost generals who had been promoted to Class B in Xingsha City, Chu Tian returned to the headquarters of Bureau 749. Before I even stepped into the general administration, the director came up to me warmly, his old face smiling as brightly as a chrysanthemum. You know, Chu Tian helped him deal with 7 or 8 B-level ghost generals. If we let these evil generals stay outside, who knows how many people will suffer. Chu Tian's merits this time can be said to be immeasurable. It's okay, it's just a mutual benefit. If you have any information about B-level ghosts, just tell me as soon as possible. Chu Tian didn't need anything. Moreover, even if Chu Tian had a need, the current 749 games could not satisfy him. For example, the best spiritual treasure. As for money, to Chu Tian now, it is just a bunch of numbers. He still cares more about B-level ghosts. Although he hunted down all the B-level ghosts in Xingsha City. However, Chu Tian did not cause trouble for many veteran and new C-level evil spirits. Just wait until an evil ghost among them is promoted to Class B, and then kill him after he is fattened up. Student Chu, you are such a good person. Director Wang put his arm around Chu Tian's shoulders affectionately and walked into Bureau 749. He no longer knew how to thank Chu Tian. By the way, there is something I need to tell you, Chu. This time, with the tide of ghost energy, it seemed that many powerful creatures ran out from the underworld. There are not only evil spirits, but also some other creatures. However, without exception, these creatures are extremely powerful and can hide themselves. Even our monitoring department cannot find them. Director Wang looked solemn. These creatures that escaped from the underworld are unknown whether they are friends or enemies. If they act recklessly, it will have a great impact on social order. I know. I have already met a person from the Ashura tribe. However, the Ashura tribe does not seem to be interested in us humans. They are more interested in hunting down evil spirits. Okay, I'll take note. The Ashura tribe is our friend. No. Chu Tian shook his head and frowned. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Although some Ashuras are not interested in humans. However, there may be some cruel Ashuras who would kill a large number of humans in order to obtain their souls. So we have to be on guard. After listening to this, Director Wang thought it made sense and immediately nodded affirmatively. Roar. Roar. At this moment, the sounds of dragon roars and tiger roars suddenly came from Bureau 749. Immediately, a green dragon and a white tiger appeared in front of Chu Tian. Hiss. He's already half a step to A level. His training speed is really fast. Looking at the supreme azure dragon that was almost 10 meters long and the killing white tiger that was more than 5 meters long and a circle larger in size in front of him, Chu Tian showed surprise. I didn't expect that the two beasts would grow to this extent in just a few hours. But it's normal if you calculate it. After all, the two beasts had swallowed more than 2 B-level ghost generals before. This is all real energy. Plus the huge amount of energy from the ghost tide. It would be strange if the two beasts' cultivation levels didn't increase dramatically. In that case, it's my turn to enjoy the results. The corners of Chu Tian's mouth rose slightly, and he waved gently at the two beasts. The two divine beasts immediately turned into blue and white streams of light and returned to the tattoo on Chu Tian's arm. Next moment, a powerful energy began to spread from the tattoo to the whole body. Boom. 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 The blood and chi surged, the heartbeat rumbled, the muscles and bones rang, like the thunder of tigers and leopards, and also like the roar of a huge bell. Awesome. After 5 minutes, the reinforcement ended. Feeling the powerful force in his body, Chu Tian couldn't help but let out a low roar. After the comprehensive strengthening just now, Chu Tian dared to guarantee that if he faced Diana again, even in close combat with her, he could easily defeat her. This time of strengthening made his physical body twice as strong. In addition, the enhanced reaction ability brought about by the strengthening of the soul. Even though her fighting skills are not as good as Diana's, he can also defeat the opponent with brute force. Hiss. Classmate Chu, what happened to the dragon and the white tiger just now? Seeing Chu Tian open his eyes, Director Wang dared to step forward and asked with a look of horror. White tigers are okay. I've seen them in zoos. Chu Tian's is just bigger. But the supreme blue dragon, its majestic dragon horns, sharp dragon claws, and dragon scales glowing with cold light, all shocked Director Wang's heart. That's my awakened superpower. Chu Tian evaded the question casually. From Diana, Chu Tian learned that the divine marker was a profession that was almost considered a public enemy among the 5 realms. Therefore, it is better that fewer people know about tattoos. In fact, for safety reasons, Chu Tian decided to only wear long sleeves in the future. At least before you have the ability to protect yourself, you cannot reveal your identity as a divine rune user. Amazing, you are worthy of being Mr. Chu. This awakened ability is so powerful. Director Wang exclaimed with sincere praise. They, the Chinese people, also call themselves descendants of the dragon. Chu Tian's superpower is that he can actually summon a dragon. This is the superpower that many people dream of. Brother Chu, Director Wang. Zhang Sen seemed to be disturbed by the noise just now. He came out of his practice state and walked out of the practice room. Not bad, I've actually been promoted to B-level. Chu Tian patted Zhang Sen on the shoulder and encouraged him. It was just luck. I can't compare to you, Brother Chu. In front of Chu Tian, Zhang Sen didn't dare to show off and spoke modestly. Are you kidding? Chu Tian is a fierce man who can fight more than 20 ghost generals alone in front of the ghost tide. Now that the ghost energy tide has arrived, who knows how powerful Chu Tian is? Can even the A-level ghost king be easily dealt with? Although it sounds incredible, Chu Tian cannot speculate it with common sense. Zhang Sen thinks it is very likely. Director Wang, is there any B-level ghost general nearby? I want to use him to practice. Zhang Sen turned to look at Director Wang with an eager expression. Having just been promoted to Class B, he feels that he is now incredibly strong. No. Director Wang spread his hands and shook his head. Ah. No. How is that possible? Zhang Sen said in disbelief. The tide of ghost energy has the greatest effect on improving the cultivation of ghosts. He has already broken through to level B. How is it possible that there are no evil ghosts breaking through to become ghost generals? Indeed not, because the 8 ghost generals who were originally promoted were all dealt with by classmate Chu Tian. Director Wang explained with a smile. Ah, this. Zhang Sen was choked for a moment and didn't know what to say. I thought Chu Tian, like him, had just come out of confinement. who knew that he had not only come out long ago, but also dealt with all the promoted ghost generals. Master Zhang-san, if you really want to try, you can also choose to compete with classmate Chu Tian. Director Wang looked at Zhang-san expectantly. In fact, he really wanted to know how big the gap was between this purple-robed disciple from Mount Longhu and Chu Tian. Ah. Director Wang, are you kidding me? Zhang-san smiled awkwardly. Compete with Chu Tian? Are you kidding? Is that called a competition? That is a one-sided crushing. You know, before the ghost energy tide, Chu Tian could fight more than 20 ghost generals alone. After the ghost energy tide, what would happen next? As for him now, let alone more than 20 ghost generals, he would be dead if 2 ghost generals attacked him together. No, it's just a competition. I'm not asking you to fight to the death with Chu Tian. Director Wang explained with a smile. Sorry, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a little tired, so I'm going to rest first. Goodbye, Brother Chu. Zhang-san said hello to Chu Tian and left as if escaping. He always felt that Director Wang had bad intentions and just wanted to see him make a fool of himself. We can't let him succeed. Director Wang, I'll go back and rest first. Just send me a message if there's anything else. Chu Tian came to Bureau 749 mainly to retrieve Azure Dragon and White Tiger, and to visit Ishan. Now the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger have returned to their positions. As for Ishan, Chu Tian sensed that she was still in cultivation. His strength is already very close to Class B, and it is estimated that it won't be long before he can successfully advance. Chu Tian originally wanted to wait for Ishan. But I am indeed a little tired tonight. After some consideration, I finally decided to go home and rest. After all, there is still a long way to go. Hiss. Did you hear that last night there was a ghost tide, and countless evil ghosts became stronger? Several B-level ghost generals and dozens of C-level evil ghosts appeared in Anqing. Now the entire Anqing is almost conquered. That's right. I have a distant relative who is from Anqing. Now I can't contact him at all in the family group. I think he is in danger. In a fried dough sticks shop, 2 middle-aged men were eating fried dough sticks, drinking soy milk and discussing the latest news this morning. Alas. The world is in turmoil right now, with evil spirits running rampant. I don't know how long we have left to live. The middle-aged man sitting on the left said with a melancholy look on his face. We are very safe. According to a rumor from a relative of mine in the 749th Bureau, there is a very powerful master in Qingsha City who can kill B-level ghost generals as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. The middle-aged man on the right whispered. Hiss, killing a B-level ghost general is as easy as killing a chicken or a dog, is it that powerful? Of course. Otherwise, you would think that there would be news about the appearance of B-level ghost generals in other cities, but why there is no news in Qingsha City until now? It is because of that master who killed all the B-level ghost generals. God bless my Qingsha. These 2 people are not talking about me. Chu Tian sat next to the 2 middle-aged men, eating breakfast with a strange expression on his face. But then again, he did see a lot of news on his phone just now, all of which were about how many B-level ghost generals appeared in a certain place, causing half of the city to fall. Chu Tian was thinking about whether he should go to these cities to help. After all, there are no ghost generals in Qingsha City temporarily, so there is no need to worry. It would be better to go to other cities to save the people from dire straits and improve your strength at the same time. Brother Chu Tian. Just as Chu Tian was thinking, a pleasant voice suddenly sounded behind him. Chu Tian turned around and saw a beautiful girl dressed in youthful and beautiful clothes. Coco. Why are you here? Chu Tian said in surprise. Of course I came to see you. Coco smiled and sat next to Chu Tian, picked up Chu Tian's fried dough sticks and started eating. Looking for me? Looking for me to help you with the live broadcast. Coco was sitting very close to Chu Tian, and he could clearly see Coco's plump, white breasts, and her round, slender thighs. No, actually I want to ask you for help with something. Coco whispered. Help? What help? Chu Tian took a bite of the fried dough stick and asked curiously. But let me tell you in advance, asking me for help is very expensive. Although we are friends, we are brothers and we still have to settle accounts. I understand. Coco stretched out her right hand and spread out 5 white and slender fingers and said, 500,000 is my reward for your help. How about that? No. Chu Tian shook his head decisively. To him now, money was just a bunch of numbers and was of no use at all. What about another 500,000? Coco thought it was because there was not enough money, so she gritted her teeth and said with heartache, no way. Chu Tian still shook his head. Ah. It's not enough. But this is the most I can give you. Coco pouted, hugged Chu Tian's arms with both hands, and said pitifully, I don't want money. Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Chu Tian smiled slightly. Then he looked Coco up and down with a rather predatory gaze, his intentions obvious. As a female anchor, Coco was very familiar with this kind of look and instantly understood what Chu Tian meant. Because of saving her life yesterday, Coco already had a good impression of Chu Tian. Plus, Chu Tian is handsome and exactly the type that Coco likes, so Coco wanted to marry him yesterday afternoon. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Ishan, she would have taken Chu Tian to get a room that night. Since Chu Tian had already brought it up on his own initiative, Coco naturally wouldn't refuse. She took a step forward and kissed Chu Tian on the lips. This is a deposit. When you're done helping me, I'll give myself to you. How about that? Coco looked at Chu Tian lovingly and spoke seriously, word by word. Make a deal. Chu Tian nodded decisively. I don't know if it was influenced by the Supreme Azure Dragon. Chu Tian now finds that he has a strong desire for sex. I had a reaction just by seeing Coco. Chu Tian didn't intend to endure it. So I took the opportunity to hint at it. Unexpectedly, Coco agreed so easily. Since the beauty has taken the initiative, Chu Tian certainly cannot refuse. What's the matter that made you come to see me so early in the morning? Chu Tian asked with a smile. My bestie is missing. When it came to business, Coco's brows suddenly frowned. Missing? What's the situation? If he's missing, shouldn't you call the police and let them solve the problem? Chu Tian's face was full of confusion. She's not just missing in an ordinary way. My best friend is a Buddhist believer. Do you remember that shitty master from yesterday? Coco said with a serious expression. You mean the monk who eats ghosts? What happened? Chu Tian thought about it and nodded to indicate that he remembered. That damn master was introduced to me by my best friend. After I told her what happened yesterday, she said she didn't believe it and wanted to go to Keifu Temple to ask in person. After that, I couldn't contact her anymore, and her phone is still turned off. So what you mean is that you suspect your best friend is under house arrest by the people from Keifu Temple? Yeah. I guess it's because the monks of Keifu Temple were afraid that my bestie would expose this matter, so they put her under house arrest. And those monks are not ordinary people, so calling the police is probably useless, so I thought of asking you for help. Accompany me to Keifu Temple and rescue my best friend. Coco nodded affirmatively. Okay. We'll go after breakfast. Chu Tian did not refuse, as he also wanted to find out the details of Keifu Temple. Last night, he asked Director Wang if there was anything unusual in Keifu Temple, but the answer he got was that he didn't detect any ghostly aura. Chu Tian thought it was impossible. Chu Tian was 100% sure that the monks in Keifu Temple ate ghosts. And with the tide of ghost energy last night, there was absolutely no way Keifu Temple could be safe and sound. Therefore, Chu Tian guessed that Keifu Temple must have some means of hiding the ghost aura. Yeah. Thank you, Brother Chuqian. Coco nodded obediently, then stretched out her right hand, concentrated her mental strength, controlled a steamed bun, and flew it to Chu Tian's mouth. Come here, Brother Chuqian, I'll feed you. You've also awakened your superpowers. Chu Tian swallowed the steamed bun in one gulp and spoke vaguely. Yeah. I can control things with my mind now, but at most it's only the weight of a bun. Coco said excitedly, then used her mind to transport a bun to her mouth. Controlling objects with your mind is a great superpower. You can be a killer in the future, killing people without them even noticing. Chu Tian praised with a smile. Killer. I don't want to kill anyone. Coco wrinkled her nose when she heard this and quickly shook her head. Ha ha ha. The killer of ghosts doesn't ask you to kill anyone, what are you afraid of? Chu Tian touched Coco's little head. That's right, but isn't a ghost a spirit? Can I hit him with my controlled object? Coco said with a puzzled look. Ordinary weapons definitely can't hurt ghosts, but if it's a special weapon, such as a peachwood nail or a bloody flying knife, it will definitely work. The two chatted and laughed and soon finished their breakfast. Keifu Temple is located in Wangqing District, which is a suburb, about 20 to 30 kilometers away from where Chu Tian lives. If it were Chu Tian alone, he would be there in about 5 minutes, but Coco was just a weak woman after all. If I run at full speed while holding her in my arms, Coco will definitely be torn to pieces by the strong wind. As for the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger, it was broad daylight now, and Chu Tian still didn't want to be too high profile. So the two chose to take a taxi. What's going on? Just as the taxi drove into Wangqing District, a man covered in a black robe and wearing a black mask on his face suddenly appeared in the middle of a remote road. Seeing this, the driver couldn't help but curse inwardly and then honk the horn frantically. But the mysterious man in the mask seemed to be deaf and still stood motionless in the middle of the road. The driver tried to get around the mysterious man, but he moved in the direction the driver went. It seems that he is seeking death. Who is this person? The driver cursed angrily and had no choice but to stop the car. After stopping, the driver opened the door and drove towards the mysterious man angrily. Driver, don't go there, that's not a human being. Chu Tian also noticed something unusual and subconsciously looked towards the mysterious man. However, with his fiery eyes, he saw a skeleton. Ah! The driver was stunned and stopped moving forward instantly. He took a deep look at the mysterious masked man and suddenly felt extremely weird. He trembled all over and finally chose to return to the car. Although he didn't know whether what Chu Tian said was true or false, he didn't dare to gamble his life. What do we do now? As soon as the driver finished speaking, Chu Tian suddenly felt a sense of danger. I looked up subconsciously and saw a huge fireball appearing on the roof of the car. The fireball was filled with a destructive aura, and the surrounding air was distorted by the scorching flames. Exclamation point. It was too late to open the car door and escape. Chu Tian cursed inwardly and decisively used the Qinglong magic to protect himself, Coco and the driver. Boom. The next second, a huge fireball fell on the roof of the car and exploded suddenly. The entire car was completely turned into a sea of fire and burned fiercely. Fortunately, the Qinglong magic has amazing defense. Although the explosion was powerful, the three of them were safe and sound. Chu Tian held Coco in his arms and carried the frightened driver, and walked out of the sea of fire in a panic. He's not dead. A surprised voice came from the mysterious man. If you could kill him so easily, do you think the coffin-carrying Ghost King would still spend a spiritual weapon to offer a bounty? As soon as the mysterious man finished speaking, a 2-meter-tall strongman walked over from a distance. The sturdy man had rough features, a fierce look, blue-gray skin all over his body, and a 1-meter-long sword on his shoulder, which gave him an amazing aura. Shi-ho, you are here too. You wouldn't also like that spiritual weapon, would you? Humph. Let me tell you, I had my eye on this guy first. If you dare to interfere, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing the person coming, the mysterious man immediately became alert, took a fighting stance, and was ready to take action at any time. You're welcome. Gu Wuxie, do you think I'm afraid of you? Shi-ho snorted coldly and smashed the 1-meter-long sword to the ground, creating a huge gap in the concrete road. It seems that you are determined to go against me. Gu Wuxie raised his right hand, and a huge fireball gradually began to condense. You're overthinking. It's just a spiritual weapon, I don't even care about it. I came here today for other things. Lord Shi showed disdain on his face. Real. Gu Wuxie is still transferring magic power and condensing a fireball. The radius of the fireball was almost 3 meters. It contained extremely terrifying power, and even the surrounding space began to distort. Of course, but, if you want to fight, I'll fight you to the end. Shi-ho dragged his sword forward, and the sword drew brilliant sparks on the ground. Humph. Then I hope you won't interfere later. Gu Wuxie was also unwilling to be an enemy of Shiho, so he snorted coldly and his eyes fell on Chu Tian. Shiho also turned to look at Chu Tian and muttered to himself. I want to see what's so special about someone who is favored by Princess Diana. A creature from the underworld. After letting the driver go first and comforting Coco, Chu Tian looked at the two of them with a frown. After the conversation between the two just now, Chu Tian was basically able to confirm their identities. The man called Shiho had the same skin color as Diana whom he met last night. He also had an ugly face, so he was most likely from the Azura tribe. As for the other one, his name is Gu Wuxie, and his whole body is made of skeletons. Based on his understanding of the underworld, it should be the Bone Clan, one of the 10 major races in the underworld. Gu Wuxie was obviously coming for him, so Chu Tian didn't plan to hold back. He raised his hand and several blue dragon magic spells shot towards Gu Wuxie. Swoosh. 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 The Supreme Azure Dragon is fully awakened, and its strength has reached half-step A level. The power of Chu Tian's Qinglong magic is much stronger than before. The green energy on it was enough to make people feel frightened and break out in cold sweats just by looking at it. Hiss! What a terrifying energy ray! Shiho frowned as he looked at the several Azure Dragon magic techniques. I imagine how I would solve it if I faced it myself. You definitely won't be able to withstand it if you resist head-on. The Supreme Azure Dragon possesses both wood and thunder attribute powers. When saving people, it contains the healing power of wood. But when the Qinglong magic is used to attack the enemy, it is filled with the aura of destruction. If there is only one, I can still deal with it. But in the face of so many rays of destruction, even if it is him, he will definitely die without a burial place. The only way to survive is to hide. But the Qinglong magic is not just terrifying in power. Its speed is equally astonishing. Almost in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Gu Wuxie. How did this human control such a powerful force? Gu Wuxie showed horror on his face, and in a hurry, he quickly controlled the fireball condensed above his head to help resist. But the fireball only blocked the impact of the Qinglong magic. There were 3 destructive beams of light shooting towards him from behind. Not daring to be careless, Gu Wuxie quickly condensed a bone shield in front of him. Bang! 3 green dragon light beams accurately shot onto the bone shield, and suddenly a loud explosion was heard. But fortunately, the pure white bone shield successfully blocked the attack. Gu Wuxie, you actually turned your bone shield into a spiritual weapon. Seeing this, Shiho said in disbelief. He, Lord Shi, with the spiritual weapon in hand, do you think you can still be my opponent? Gu Wuxie laughed wildly. Humph. You won't know whether you can beat him or not until you fight him. Besides, it's just a spiritual weapon. Do you think I don't have it? Shiho retorted. Have you forgotten the talents of our Bone Clan? Do you think I only have this one spiritual weapon? Gu Wuxie glanced at Shiho with disdain, and a bone staff gradually condensed in his hand. The next moment, Gu Wuxie raised the bone staff and condensed a fireball again. Shiho fell silent after hearing this. Among the 10 clans of the underworld, the Bone Clan is an extremely special clan. Because they can turn their own bones into treasures. Gu Wuxie can transform his own bones into a bone shield of spiritual weapon level. This proves that Gu Wuxie can also transform his own bones into other spiritual weapons. And this is also the most terrifying thing about the Bone Clan. Just imagine how terrifying it would be if your enemy was fully armed and covered in spiritual level treasures. It seems that this human that the princess has taken a fancy to will not escape death today. If Gu Wuxie was only able to condense a weapon at the magic tool level, he, as a talented warrior of the Azura clan, would not take it seriously. But now Gu Wuxie is able to condense weapons at the spiritual level. Even he found it extremely difficult. Not to mention Chu Tian, who is a human being. Last night, with the help of the ghost energy tide, many people from their Azura clan came to the world of the living. Many people also became interested in the reward for the coffin-carrying Ghost King. But at this moment, Diana, the princess of their Azura clan, suddenly gave an order, saying that no one was allowed to attack Chu Tian. This made Shi-Ho, who had always admired Princess Diana, very curious about why she would give such an order. But it was obviously impossible to go directly to Princess Diana to ask. So Shi-Ho went to Chu Tian to find the answer. But he happened to see Gu Wuxia attacking Chu Tian. Weak human, the game is over, go to hell. This time, with the help of the spiritual weapon level staff, Gu Wuxia's speed in condensing the fireball not only became faster, but the power of the fireball also doubled compared to before. As Gu Wuxia finished his words, a fireball quickly fell towards Chu Tian, as if a scorching sun was approaching. But for Chu Tian now, this level of attack, although powerful, is too slow. Chu Tian easily escaped from the falling range with Coco. Damn it, now let's see how you can dodge the Skyfire meteor. Gu Wuxia was furious, seeing that the ultimate move he had carefully prepared was so easily resolved. He immediately raised the scepter high, and countless fireballs the size of footballs condensed above Chu Tian's head. Next second, these fireballs fell towards Chu Tian like raindrops. It's still too slow. Chu Tian chuckled, holding Coco, and nimbly shuttled through the sea of fire. His body, after being continuously strengthened by the killing white tiger and the indestructible body of Vajra, had already reached an incredible level. Not to mention dodging these fireballs, even if you get hit by one, it's actually no big deal. Damn you. If you have the guts, don't hide. Gu Wuxia looked at Chu Tian in frustration. He wanted to release the fireball again. But the two consecutive waves of attacks just now consumed too much of his magic power. In desperation, he could only choose to have a verbal fight with Chu Tian and take the opportunity to recover. Haha, it looks like you're running out of energy. Now it's my turn. Chu Tian sneered, not bothering to answer Gu Wuxia's question, and simply raised his left hand. A dark cloud immediately gathered above Gu Wuxia's head, which had been cloudless. Sizzle, sizzle. There were blue electric currents flashing in the dark clouds. What's going on? Is it going to rain? Gu Wuxia was bewildered, but the next second, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket fell from the dark clouds and headed straight towards Gu Wuxia. Fuck. Gu Wuxia was stunned. He was fine, so why was he suddenly struck by thunder? There was no time to think. Gu Wuxia did not have the speed of Chu Tian. Faced with the sudden thunder, he had no choice but to condense a bone shield to resist. Boom. Click. The thunder from the sky hit the bone shield violently, causing a huge roar. Then, there was a clicking sound coming from the spiritual weapon-level bone shield. A crack appeared on the bone shield. Hiss. What a terrifying power. Shi-Ho was extremely shocked. You know, Gu Wuxia's bone shield is now at the level of a spiritual weapon. Even if it is a spiritual weapon of the lowest grade, it cannot be easily damaged without A-grade strength. In addition, this is a weapon condensed by the Bone Clan using their own bones, and its defensive capabilities far exceed those of ordinary spiritual weapons of the same grade. Unexpectedly, Chu Tian's attack created a crack. From this point of view, Chu Tian's strength is definitely more than B-level. No wonder he dared to provoke the coffin-carrying Ghost King, it turns out he is A-level himself. Shi-Ho suddenly realized. Damn it. Gu Wuxia didn't think so much. At this moment, he was just cursing in his heart. This bone shield is condensed from his body. Now that cracks have appeared, he can only use his original power to repair them. The value of a spiritual weapon is nothing compared to his original power. In this wave, even if he kills Chu Tian, he will still be at a huge loss. Boom. But before he could start repairing it, another bolt of lightning struck from the dark clouds. Fuck. He doesn't even have a pre-roll. Gu Wuxia was confused. It took him 5 seconds to condense a fireball even with the help of a spiritual level staff. But the thunder that Chu Tian brought down was obviously more powerful than his fireball. But the time it takes is much shorter than the time it takes to condense the fireball. Is there a second in between? There was no time to think, the thunder was already approaching. In desperation, Gu Wuxia had to raise his bone shield again to block the thunder. Boom. The blue and white lightning struck the bone shield again. The cracks on the white bone shield also became longer and bigger. Just when Gu Wuxie was about to put down the bone shield and check it out, a bolt of lightning struck again. No, it's endless, isn't it? Gu Wuxie was numb. Such a powerful thunder was actually launched instantly. Moreover, Chu Tian attacked 3 times in succession as if he had not consumed any energy. He now understood why the coffin-carrying Ghost King offered a reward for a spiritual weapon. Given Chu Tian's strength, if he had known in advance, he would not have come even if there were 3 or 5 spiritual weapons, let alone 1. Just when Gu Wuxie was regretting, thunder continued to fall from the dark clouds. When the 6th heavenly thunder fell, Gu Wuxie's bone shield was completely shattered into 2 pieces. The bone shield originated from Gu Wuxie himself, so when the bone shield shattered, Gu Wuxie himself also suffered a considerable backlash. The whole person's aura suddenly weakened a lot. However, Chu Tian's attack was far more than that, and another bolt of thunder fell. It hit the extremely weak Gu Wuxie accurately. The gray robe turned into ashes under the high temperature of the thunder, revealing Gu Wuxie's true form. A skeleton with only a ball of green flame on its head. But now, this flame is extremely weak. Boom. Under the thunder from the sky, Gu Wuxie exploded completely, turning into countless bones that flew everywhere. That's all. Your strength isn't that great. Chu Tian smiled contemptuously. He thought he was a tough guy, but who knew he was so vulnerable? At this time, Shi Ho, who was standing aside, was completely dumbfounded. He thought that Gu Wuxie would definitely win the battle today. But who knew that the final result would be like this? Chu Tian killed Gu Wuxie with overwhelming force. It's your turn next. Chu Tian looked at Shi Ho of the Azura clan. Big brother, please don't misunderstand me, I have no hostility towards you, really. You should know Princess Diana, I just heard Princess Diana mention how great you are, so I came here to find out of curiosity. Shi Ho hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, fearing that it would be too late or a bolt of lightning would strike him. Just kidding, although the Azuras are brave and aggressive, they are not stupid. Even Gu Wuxie was easily crushed by Chu Tian. He is no more than half the same person as Gu Wuxie, so if he goes up there he will just be asking for death, right? Buzz. Just as Shi Ho finished speaking, there was a sudden buzzing sound from all around. Chu Tianxia subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. The scattered bones suddenly began to gather together under the pull of a ball of green flame, and finally gathered into a skeleton. I was wondering why the system didn't move, it turns out he's not dead yet. Chu Tian raised his left hand, ready to summon the heavenly thunder again to kill it completely. Brother. Big brother. Dear brother. Spare my life, please spare my life. It is my fault that I did not recognize the great men and did not know the good from the bad to assassinate you. I'm sorry, please let me go. Gu Wuxie's knee softened and he fell to the ground, begging Chu Tian humbly. The Bone tribe is different from other races. As long as the fire of their life is not extinguished, they will never die. Even if the bones are shattered, they can still be reassembled. But after the reorganization, it will fall into a long period of weakness. For example, Gu Wuxie at this moment, although he was alive again, he looked listless and extremely weak. He thought about running away, but he had already seen Chu Tian's speed just now. Even when he was in his prime, he was not as fast as Chu Tian. Not to mention now. In desperation, in order to survive, Gu Wuxie could only bow down and submit. You know how to beg for mercy now. Haha, it's too late. Chu Tian sneered, decisively raised his right hand, and summoned a bolt of lightning to blast towards Gu Wuxie. He is a vengeful person. Since Gu Wuxie dares to assassinate him, he can forget about returning alive. Damn it. Since you won't leave me a way out, don't blame me for being the one who's doomed to fail. Seeing this, Gu Wuxie ran towards Chu Tian with a crazy look on his face. At this moment, he began to burn the fire of life without reservation, using the last source of life. At the cost of overdrawing his life, Gu Wuxie actually successfully avoided the attack of the heavenly thunder and successfully came in front of Chu Tian. Then Gu Wuxie decisively raised his right hand, reached into his own skull, grasped the faint green flame, and said frantically. Damn human, die with me. As soon as Gu Wuxie finished speaking, he decisively crushed the fire of his own life. The next moment, a terrifying energy wave spread out from Gu Wuxie. Its power is comparable to that of a small missile. So cruel. Chu Tian frowned slightly and quickly stepped back while holding Coco. At the same time, a green protective shield formed around the two of them. Ah. But Shiho on the side was not so lucky. Although he was still quite far away from Gu Wuxie, he never expected that Gu Wuxie would be so cruel that he would directly choose to self-destruct. Gu Wuxie has already refined his body to the level of a spiritual weapon, and his strength is half a step to A-level. The self-explosion of a half-step A-level expert was too much for Shiho to handle. In the current situation, it was too late to run away. He could only barely lift the 1-meter-long sword in his hand and use all his magic power to resist. Boom. But Shiho still underestimated the power of the explosion, and was blown away by the aftermath of the explosion. Then he fell heavily on the concrete floor, causing the ground to cave in. Blood was spitting out of his mouth, and he looked extremely miserable. What a pity, my 10,000 merit points and 1% progress. After the explosion, Chu Tian said helplessly. Gu Wuxie's self-explosion was considered suicide, so he did not receive any reward from the system. But this is also a lesson. Next time we face an enemy, we must be wary of the enemy's self-destruction. When you get the chance, kill him right away, with one strike. You know Diana. Chu Tian brought Coco to the half-dead Shiho. There was blood oozing from the corner of Shiho's mouth and his breathing was weak. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to watch the show. This wave is such a huge loss. Shiho regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He asked you to make trouble for no reason, which resulted in you getting seriously injured accidentally. Given his current condition, it will take at least 10 days or half a month to recover. He came to the human world early just to see if he could get something good before those big guys arrived. Now with this injury, everything is over. When his injuries heal and the real big guys come, will he still get a share of the good things? I know you. I'm an admirer of Princess Diana. At this time, facing Chu Tian's question, Shiho did not dare to delay. He endured the injuries on his body and quickly answered respectfully. Princess. Does Diana have a high status in your Ashura clan? Chu Tian said in surprise. Yes, Princess Diana is the youngest daughter of Prince Dai Si and Princess Xin Xian. In our Ashura clan, she has an extremely noble status. Chu Tian was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that the beautiful woman he met unexpectedly last night would be of such a distinguished status. But if you think about it carefully, it seems normal. After all, Diana possesses a top-grade spiritual weapon as a protective treasure. This would be unacceptable without some family background. How many creatures from your underworld have come to the world of the living this time? Chu Tian asked curiously. I don't know that either. Shiho shook his head, and then continued. But as far as I know, there are more than 30 of us Azuras. Among them are Princess Diana, Princess Dailin, Prince Wenyan, and others. As for other races, I guess there are more than enough. Also, Brother Chu Tian, there is something I think you might be interested in. Having said this, Shiho's expression suddenly became solemn. What's up? Chu Tianxia asked subconsciously. Although this time the ghost energy tide is rising, according to the laws of heaven and earth, only creatures with B-level strength are allowed to come to the world of the living. But I heard that the Yama clan has an A-level powerful ghost king who, with the help of the power of Fengdu City, blocked the laws of heaven and earth and successfully descended to the world of the living. Moreover, he is very interested in the spiritual weapon that the coffin-carrying ghost king offered as a reward to you. I believe that with Brother Chu Tian's strength, he has no rivals within the B-level realm. But the A-level one is from the Yanlua clan. Brother Chu Tian, I suggest you be careful. Chu Tian is very powerful and has a close relationship with Princess Diana. Shiho told Chu Tian about this matter. Actually, he also wanted to make friends with him. Thanks for the reminder. After hearing this, Chu Tian did develop some favorable feelings towards Shiho. If he didn't tell me about this, I would definitely not know about it. Now that I know this in advance, I won't be at a loss when I really encounter a ghost king with A-level strength. Brother, come on. Stand up and speak. I have one last question for you. Chu Tian smiled and stretched out his right hand. Okay. Shiho smiled heartily, put his right hand on Chu Tian's right hand, and used the force to stand up. However, he soon discovered something was wrong. Because there was a green energy that was continuously flowing into his body through the right hands held by the two people, healing the injuries caused by the aftermath of the explosion. A minute later, Chu Tian released his right hand, and Shiho knelt on one knee without hesitation, clasping his fist sincerely and said, "Brother Chu, thank you." Shiho's expression was extremely sincere, because he had just been healed in just 1 minute. Although the injuries in his body have not yet fully healed, they have almost healed. This greatly saved him 10 days or half a month of recovery time, allowing him to search for treasures in the human world and improve himself. This is a huge favor to Shiho. Brother Chu Tian, I won't say more. From now on, if you need any help from me, just tell me. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Brother Shiho, you are too serious. This is just a small matter. Chu Tian waved his hand, helped Shiho up, and then continued to ask. But I do have another question for you. Brother Chu, please feel free to speak up. I will tell you everything I know. Shiho said seriously. Chu Tian was not polite and said directly. I actually don't quite understand, even though the ghost energy in the world of the living has revived. But the density of Yin energy should be completely incomparable to that of the underworld. Then why do you, the creatures of the underworld, still want to cut your heads and squeeze into the world of the living? This is what Chu Tian is most confused about. In any aspect, the world of the living is inferior to the underworld. But now, so many underworld creatures have appeared in the world of the living. There is even a person of such noble status as Princess Diana, which doesn't make sense. You're talking about this is actually not a secret in our underworld. First of all, let's take our Azura clan as an example. In addition to absorbing Yin Qi and practicing normally, we can also improve our strength by devouring living souls. In the underworld, although there are countless souls, all of them are under the control of the underworld. If they are eaten at will, the big boss of the underworld will definitely not agree. Furthermore, we are also suppressed by the law of reincarnation above us. If we let it know that we eat the souls that were originally destined to be reborn, it will also be punished by heaven. But in the world of the living, there are no such restrictions. We, the Azuras, can devour living souls without restraint. Because the souls that stay in the Yang world will not enter the underworld, and there is no law of reincarnation in the Yang world. It can be seen that Shiho was indeed very grateful to Chu Tian and explained it to Chu Tian in great detail. So that's it. Chu Tian suddenly realized. Of course, in addition to our Azura clan, many people from the other 9 races in hell have also come. Shiho then added. Some of them don't need to rely on devouring living souls to cultivate, such as the Bone clan, the Yama clan, the Undead clan, etc. So the purpose of their coming to the world of the living is actually to inherit the great power. Great power inheritance. What does that mean? Chu Tian frowned slightly, not knowing why. Do you know the 6 realms? Brother Chu. Shiho asked. Of course, the world of gods, the world of immortals, the world of demons, the world of devils, the world of the underworld, and the world of humans are collectively called the 6 worlds. Chu Tian nodded. Then did you know that the human world, many years ago, was actually the strongest of the 6 worlds? Shiho said slowly. Chu Tian was stunned and said in disbelief. The strongest realm, how is this possible? It's hard to believe, right? But this is the truth. Many years ago, the human world had the most powerful people among the 6 worlds. Therefore, the strong ones in the world of gods and immortals were afraid of the human world, so they joined forces to attack the human world. But even if the 2 worlds join forces, they are still no match for the human world. Upon seeing this, the demon world and the monster world also joined the siege in order to prevent the human world from dominating the world. Eventually, the origin of the human world was destroyed, and the spiritual energy of the human world became increasingly thin. And this is also the reason why the human world has entered the Dharma ending age. Lord Shi slowly recounted the secrets of the past, and Chu Tian was stunned. In his understanding, I have always believed that when people die, they will go to the underworld and be reincarnated. If you have strong cultivation, you will be able to overcome the calamity and ascend to heaven. Who would have thought that the real truth turned out to be like this? And now, the yin qi of the underworld has leaked into the human world, and the ghost qi of the human world has revived. Then, the remains of those once powerful people in the human world will gradually revive under the nourishment of the yin qi and look for new successors. This is also the reason why the 10 clans in the underworld are eager to enter the world of the living. Shiho continued to explain. Chu Tian frowned, with a complicated expression. The 4 realms are conquered, the origin is broken, the Dharma ending age, the yin qi leaks. It turns out that this is the truth of the world. Wait, he seemed to have discovered another problem. Why did the yin energy of the underworld leak into the human world? What is going on with the revival of ghost energy? I don't know about that. Shiho frowned and shook his head. After all, I am only at B rank, with low power and low status in the Azura clan. I just suddenly heard that the ghost energy in the human world has revived and the inheritance of a powerful being has revived. So I came to the world of the living, hoping to find a chance to change my fate. I see. Thank you, Brother Shiho, for clearing up my confusion today. Chu Tian nodded slightly towards Shiho. If he hadn't been there today, he might not have known these secrets. It's all right. This history is unknown to you because it was wiped out by the powerful forces from the God and immortal realms. But in our underworld, any history book will record it. Shiho waved his hand generously and said, Where are you going next, Brother Chu? I have a clue to the remains of a sword immortal. Would you like to go explore with me? The remains of the sword immortal? Chu Tian asked curiously. Well, I don't know the specific name of the sword immortal. I only got the news from a friend not long ago. But what can be confirmed is that the owner of this relic was a peerless swordsman with incomparable strength. Shiho said seriously. Okay. But I have something else to do right now. Why don't you leave me your contact information? I'll come find you when I'm done. Chu Tian was still very interested in the sword immortal ruins mentioned by Shiho. He now has the white tiger blade, but he does not have the sword skills to match it. As a result, he could only swing the sword randomly every time. If he could learn the sword techniques of the sword immortal, his strength would definitely be improved to a higher level. Contact information. Brother Chu, do you have a voice stone? Shiho took out a black stone. What is this? I only have my cell phone. Chu Tian took out his latest fruit phone. All right. It seemed like the two had nothing to do with each other, and both of them felt a little awkward for a moment. There is no rush to visit the sword immortal ruins. Brother Chu, do you have anything to do? Otherwise, I will go with you. Shiho took back the sound transmission stone and smiled heartily. That's fine. Chu Tian nodded and did not refuse. Coco, let's go. Chu Tian turned around and reminded Coco, who was dumbfounded. Oh. Kiki finally came to her senses and looked at Shiho with horror on her face. Listening to the conversation between the two just now, Coco felt that her worldview had collapsed. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Chu Tian touched Coco's little head, thinking that he was frightened, and comforted him softly. It's okay, I just think this world is too magical. Coco said with emotion, hearing what this tough guy said. Won't we encounter immortals again in the future, and the immortals will be our enemies? In theory, it is indeed true. Chu Tian nodded solemnly. Shiho hadn't lied to him. Then the so-called gods are nothing but a joke. All the legends about gods and immortals in Chinese history are hoaxes created by people in the world of gods and immortals in order to cover up the truth of the year. As Shiho was from the underworld and had nothing to do with him before, there was no reason or meaning to deceive him. What's more, what Shiho said was that these things were known to everyone in the underworld and could be recorded in any history book. If there is a chance to go to the underworld, I can easily verify it then. Let's go find your bestie first. Now is not the time to think about these things. It's meaningless. Touching Coco's little head, Chu Tian comforted her softly. Aha. Coco nodded obediently. What Chu Tian said made sense. These things are too far away from her, so there is really no need to worry about them. The group walked towards Keifu Temple. Although they have entered Wangqing district, they are still 10 kilometers away from Keifu Temple. It was impossible to walk, so they took a taxi and in about 20 minutes, the three of them arrived at the gate of Keifu Temple. Keifu Temple is presided over by eminent monks, so there is a constant stream of pilgrims coming and going. Chu Tian looked up and couldn't help frowning. It was strange, because he really didn't sense any ghostly presence in there. Give me back my partner, please, give me back my partner, this is the only partner I have. At this moment, an incompatible voice appeared at the gate of Keifu Temple. Chu Tian looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man in plain clothes kneeling on his knees at the gate of Keifu Temple, crying loudly. The pilgrims around couldn't help but talk and watch curiously. At this time, a young monk walked out of the temple, came to the old man with a helpless look on his face and said, "Uncle, we really don't have your spouse here. Your spouse is missing. You should go find the police." "Yes. You guys cheated my wife away from me. Please give her back to me. Please, give her back to me." The old man knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, crying so sadly. "Uncle, you are being unreasonable. We asked you to look for your partner in our temple. It is true that your partner is not here. Why are you blackmailing Keifu Temple?" The young monk looked helpless. "My wife used to love coming to your Keifu Temple. Last night she said she wanted to go to your Keifu Temple to pray for peace, and then she never came back. If it wasn't you who hid her, who else could it be?" Upon hearing this, Coco's eyes widened. Because this is exactly the same story as her best friend's disappearance. Coco was just about to go up and ask the old man for details. But at this time, the pilgrims around had already attacked the old man. "I see you are so old, why are you so unreasonable? Just because your spouse used to like coming to Keifu Temple, you say that it was Keifu Temple that arrested your spouse." "That's right. Didn't the monk at Keifu Temple ask you to look for it? And there's no such thing, right? Why are you still making a fuss? In today's world, evil spirits are rampant. Your spouse might have been captured by an evil spirit. If this happens, you should call the police or contact the 749 Bureau." The pilgrims around were talking to each other, leaving the old man speechless. There were even pilgrims who became so emotional that they started to drive the old man away. Helpless, the old man could only leave sadly. Seeing this, Cuckoo quickly chased after him and said, "Uncle, can you tell me? What about your partner? What's going on?" The old man looked up at Coco, sighed deeply and said sadly, "It was around 6 o'clock last night. After dinner, my wife said she was going to Keifu Temple to pray for peace. After that, there was no news. She didn't come home all night, and no one answered the phone." "Then why do you think it was the people from Keifu Temple who arrested your wife?" Chu Tian asked doubtfully. "In fact, I felt something was wrong with my wife 2 days ago. She said she wanted to devote herself to Buddhism. I didn't care at the time. Looking back now, it's clear that my spouse was brainwashed. Now he's suddenly missing again. My intuition tells me that it's most likely the work of Keifu Temple." The old man blamed himself and said, "Oh, it's all my fault. If I had discovered her abnormality earlier, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Oh, it's all my fault." The old man staggered away, alone and with a lonely back. Chu Tian and Kiki looked at each other, not knowing what to say to comfort each other. "Were there any signs like this before your best friend disappeared?" Chu Tian thought for a moment and asked. "She didn't sacrifice herself, but she told me every day how great Keifu Temple was. Now that I say that, it does seem like I've been brainwashed." Coco thought about it and replied, "It seems that this Keifu Temple is a cult." At this time, Shiho on the side spoke. At this time, Shiho had already put the 1-meter-long sword into his storage ring. He was wearing a hooded sweatshirt, which covered his pointed ears and exposed skin. From a distance, you can only see that this is a strongman who is 2 meters tall. Let's go in and take a look. Chu Tian nodded and walked towards the temple. There are more pilgrims in the temple, many of whom hold 3 yellow incense sticks in their hands and worship the Buddha statue. Coco searched everywhere, looking for her best friend. Chu Tian carefully observed every monk who came and went. He even used his fiery eyes to check it out. But what puzzled Chu Tian was that he still didn't find anything abnormal. Although these monks have some cultivation, there is no ghost energy in their bodies. Is it because the cultivation base of these monks is too low that they don't rely on eating ghosts to improve their strength? Chu Tian frowned. That day in the haunted apartment, even though he didn't have a keen eye, he could clearly feel the ghostly aura emanating from the 2 monks. But today, when I used my eagle eyes, I couldn't find anything unusual. This made Chu Tian full of doubts. Could it be that Keifu Temple has really turned over a new leaf and no longer relies on devouring evil spirits to increase its strength? Wait, that's not right. This monk has sea-level strength, but he doesn't have ghost energy. How is that possible? Chu Tian frowned as he looked at a middle-aged monk who was guarding the merit box not far away. He remembered the monk that Coco found that day. He was also a sea-level monk, but he exuded a faint ghostly aura. Now, this monk with sea-level strength has no ghost aura. No way. Just as he guessed, Keifu Temple had turned over a new leaf. No. No, no, no. Chu Tian frowned as he watched the monks walking back and forth in the temple. Something is extremely wrong. Even if Keifu Temple reforms, what about those monks who ate ghosts before? There should be some ghostly aura about them. But now, let alone these monks, there is not even a trace of ghostly aura in the entire temple. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. There must be something fishy about it. It's you. You actually have the guts to come to our Keifu Temple. Just when Chu Tian found a side hall with relatively fewer pilgrims. Suddenly, an angry voice came from behind. Chu Tian turned around and looked in the direction of the voice, and found that it was the monk Yuanzhen from that day. However, what puzzled Chu Tian was that under Chu Tian's fiery eyes, there was not even the slightest ghost aura on monk Yuanzhen's body. How is this possible? Chu Tian frowned. It was clear that 2 days ago, monk Yuanzhen was still emitting a faint ghostly aura. But now it suddenly returns to normal. Something's wrong. It's so wrong. Chu Tian looked solemn. Such a strange situation was completely beyond his expectations. Brother, who is he? A middle-aged monk next to monk Yuanzhen asked in a low voice. Junior brother Yuan Jing was killed by him. Yuanzhen stared at Chu Tian and spoke word by word. What? This is outrageous. How dare the murderer come to our Keifu Temple? He really doesn't know how to live or die. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged monk on the side immediately looked at Chu Tian with anger, and at the same time made a gesture to the young monk next to him. The other 4 or 5 young monks in the side hall immediately understood what was meant, expelled the pilgrims from the hall, and then closed the door of the side hall. The side hall quickly fell into darkness, with only a few oil lamps emitting faint light. Brother Chu Tian. Seeing this, Coco felt panic for no reason and subconsciously stretched out her hand to grab the corner of Chu Tian's clothes. It's okay, I'm here. These bald donkeys can't cause any trouble. Chu Tian patted Coco's back and comforted her softly. Immediately, his cold gaze fell on Yuanzhen. Today he wants to see what secrets these monks are hiding. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you insist on breaking in. Today, I will personally avenge junior brother Yuan Jing. And Yuanzhen rushed towards Chu Tian the moment the door of the side hall was closed. He waved the Buddhist beads in his hand, which were emitting brilliant golden light, and smashed them towards Chu Tian. After last night's ghost tide, his strength has reached the peak of Class B, half a step away from Class A. As for Chu Tian, he did not feel the same sense of oppression from the other party as he did from the host. So he estimated that Chu Tian's strength was at most similar to his, only half a step to A level. But now this is his home ground. There is more than one half-step A-level person at the scene. His junior brother Yuan Ling beside him is also half-step A-level. 2 half-step A-levels. Today, he wants Chu Tian to pay the price for what happened that day. A trifle. Facing the attack from Monk Yuan Zhen, Chu Tian sneered, clenched his right fist, and swung it out suddenly. His body has been strengthened by the killing white tiger and the Vajra indestructible body. The arm strength of one hand has long exceeded 10,000 pounds. Chu Tian has not measured the exact amount. But I think it should be no problem to deal with a bald donkey. Bang. A white sharp aura emerged from Chu Tian's fist and collided with the bright golden light. The originally dazzling golden light immediately collapsed. Monk Yuanzhen was also knocked backwards by the punch and hit hard on a stone pillar in the main hall. He was embedded in the pillar and vomited blood. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. How is this possible? We are both half-step A-level, how can you be so strong? Monk Yuanzhen looked at Chu Tian in disbelief. Those cloudy eyes were filled with horror. Ha ha. Nothing is impossible. You have to know that there is a gap between half-step A-level. Besides, when did I say I was half-step A-level? Chu Tian sneered disdainfully. When he was at the B-level, he was already invincible in the same realm. Even powerful underworld masters like Gu Wuxie and Shi Ho are no match for him. What's more, Chu Tian felt that if his strength was really calculated according to levels, it would be far more than level B. However, Chu Tian was still not satisfied. Because he still didn't sense even a trace of ghost energy from Yuan Zhen. Have they really turned over a new leaf? This thought just arose in Chu Tian's mind. He immediately suppressed it. Judging from the familiar closing procedure of this group of bald donkeys just now, he is obviously a veteran and definitely not a good person. So how could they give up on improving their strength? Yuan Zhen's face turned pale when he heard this. Unexpectedly, he still underestimated the young man's strength. You bald ass, I will never let go of any grudge. Since you have chosen to attack me, you must be prepared to die. Chu Tian walked towards Yuan Zhen step by step with a cold face. At the same time, he raised his left hand and a Qinglong magic shot towards Yuan Zhen. Chu Tian did not use his full strength in this attack. He didn't intend to kill Yuan Zhen directly. Instead, he wanted to do as he did that day, first severely injuring Yuan Zhen, and then let the evil ghost in his body take over his body and transform him into a ghost monk. Evil creature, please don't hurt my brother. At this time, the monk Yuan Ling on the side immediately came to Yuan Zhen's body, pinched his hands to perform magic spells, and his whole body burst into brilliant golden light. Bang! The blue beam of light collided with the bright golden light. Even though Chu Tian had held back, the power of the Azure Dragon technique was not something that an ordinary half-step A-level could withstand. Even a genius from the underworld like Gu Wuxie didn't dare to take it head-on, let alone someone like Yuan Ling who relied on tricks to improve his cultivation. With a loud bang, Monk Yuan Ling was also blown away. However, his condition is much better than Yuan Zhen's. He just has blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He still has the strength to fight. Hurry up and send Master Yuan Zhen to the back mountain to find the host. Using a red cassock to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yuan Ling loudly instructed the little monks. After the brief fight just now, he knew clearly that the strength of the person in front of him was definitely not B-level. It's totally beyond their ability to deal with. Only by inviting a host to come out can we have the strength to fight. Upon hearing this, the young monks did not dare to hesitate. They quickly lifted Yuan Zhen and went to the back door of the side hall. Want to run? Have you asked me? Chu Tian sneered and shot out another green dragon magic towards Monk Yuan Zhen. Your opponent is me. Upon seeing this, Monk Yuan Ling hurriedly came to Chu Tian and offered his red cassock to try to resist. Bang. But the cassock is just a low-grade ritual implement, of inferior quality. Even with the blessing of Monk Yuan Ling's Buddhist Dharma, it was still easily penetrated. The Qinglong magic hit Yuan Ling's chest again. Bang. Yuan Ling flew backwards straight out, broke through the red wooden door of the hall, and fell heavily on the marble bricks outside, smashing the bricks into pieces. What's going on? What's going on? Why did the master fly out? Outside the main hall, there were many pilgrims who saw this scene and looked at it curiously. Puff. Yuan Ling began to vomit blood in large mouthfuls, and the dark red blood was mixed with pieces of internal organs. Chu Tian's Qinglong magic hit his chest, and the huge force shattered his internal organs. Not only that. Waves of black yin energy began to rise from Yuan Ling's body, and his face began to turn blue and white, and finally black stripes began to appear. It was exactly the same as Yuan Jing's situation that day. Seeing this, Chu Tian's mouth corners slightly raised. Has the truth finally been revealed? Just when Yuan Ling was about to completely transform into a ghost monk, an old monk suddenly appeared beside Yuan Ling. The old monk was skinny and looked extremely fragile, as if he could be blown down by a gust of wind. What's going on? Didn't the coffin-carrying technique say that it could remove the ghost energy in the body? Why are there still signs of ghost transformation now? When the old monk saw Monk Yuan Ling with black evil energy all over his body, he was filled with disbelief. The visitor was none other than the abbot of Keifu Temple, Master Yuan Yang. After he learned from a few young monks what had happened in the side hall, he rushed over immediately. Originally, he wanted to deal with Chu Tian and others. But unexpectedly, Chu Tian and his companions had already fought their way out from the side hall. Moreover, his junior brother Yuan Ling showed signs of turning into a ghost. Not daring to delay, Yuan Yang immediately recited the Sanskrit that he could not understand. At this moment, Yuan Yang was still thin, but he looked like a high monk, with brilliant golden light radiating from his body. Yuan Yang placed his withered right hand on Yuan Ling's back, and a steady stream of brilliant golden light immediately entered Yuan Ling's body, helping him suppress the ghost energy in his body. Under the blessing of Yuan Yang's profound Buddhist teachings, the black yin energy on Yuan Ling's body was gradually consumed by the brilliant golden light. Even the black stripes on his face were slowly disappearing. There is golden light coming out of his body. This is a high monk. As expected of Master Yuan Yang, I can feel the strong Buddhist aura from this golden light. We've come to the right place. It seems we've come to the right place. Host Yuan Yang is a man of real ability. The ordinary pilgrims around were all amazed when they saw this scene. The whole body is shining with brilliant golden light, which is a skill that only the legendary monks can master. The ignorant people looked at Yuan Yang with even more respect. However, Yuan Yang couldn't feel happy no matter how he heard the praises from the people around him. Especially when he felt the faint ghostly aura from Yuan Ling, Yuan Yang's brows furrowed even deeper. He clearly learned the method of clearing the ghost energy in his body from the coffin-carrying Ghost King. With the help of that mental method, everyone in Keifu Temple completely eliminated the evil spirit in their bodies. But why, at this moment, the Yuan Ling still showed signs of becoming a ghost? These monks are so bold that they dare to devour evil spirits with their mortal bodies. Shiho brought Coco to Chu Tian's side, and said with horror as he looked at Yuan Ling, who was gradually returning to normal. You noticed that, too? Chu Tian looked at Shiho in surprise. Well, the monk just now was almost possessed by the evil spirit. Fortunately, the old monk arrived in time. Shiho nodded, and then exclaimed. But to be honest, you people in the human world are really bold. You even dare to swallow such a yin thing as a demon. Although their Azura clan can also rely on devouring living souls to increase their strength. But that is a living soul, not an evil ghost. Evil ghosts are extremely yin creatures that are transformed after the living soul absorbs yin energy. Even if they are the Azura clan, if they directly swallow the evil spirits. In the future, it is possible that the body will be possessed by the residual thoughts of evil spirits. Not only the Azuras. It should be said that none of the 10 tribes in the entire underworld dares to directly swallow evil spirits. Because the cost is simply too high. Diana hunted evil spirits before. In fact, he only relied on the dagger in his hand to absorb the energy in the evil ghost's body, convert it into pure yin energy, and then absorb it, instead of swallowing it directly. Chu Tian remained silent and said nothing. Human beings, with their 7 emotions and 6 desires, can be said to be the craziest race among the 6 realms. As long as it can improve your strength, don't even think about swallowing evil spirits. Even if he was asked to eat me, he would not hesitate. At this time, After Yuan Yang finished treating Yuan Ling, he stood up and looked at Chu Tian. The cloudy eyes looked at Chu Tian carefully. When he saw Chu Tian's right wrist, a look of surprise suddenly flashed across his face, followed by a strong murderous intent. Snort. Chu Tian thought Yuan Yang would attack him, so he immediately prepared for battle. But Yuan Yang just looked at him deeply, and then began to comfort the pilgrims around him. After the pilgrims were appeased, they left. After a while, a monk with no cultivation suddenly came in front of Chu Tian and the other two and said respectfully, "3 donors, the host invites you. Lead the way." Chu Tian agreed without hesitation. He wanted to see what Yuan Yang was up to. Soon, the group followed the monk through the front hall and came to the backyard of Keifu Temple. The backyard is where the monks of Keifu Temple live. It is filled with bald monks in simple clothes, and there is not a single pilgrim. Please wait a moment, 3 donors. Our host will be here shortly. After the monk brought Chu Tian and the other two to the reception room, he left immediately. Hey! Brother Chu, I suddenly discovered a problem. The monk obviously swallowed an evil ghost, so he turned into a ghost just now. But why didn't I sense any ghost energy from that monk before? Sitting in a chair, Shi Ho, who was bored, suddenly thought of the scene just now and immediately found that something was wrong. I don't know. This is also what I am confused about. In fact, I already knew that the monks here rely on devouring evil spirits to improve their cultivation. Before, I could still sense the presence of ghostly and evil spirits in these people. But today, I discovered that the ghost energy and yin energy on these people disappeared out of thin air. Chu Tian shook his head, also looking puzzled. Is that so? Then they should have used some kind of technique to suppress or cover up the evil spirit's residual thoughts. After thinking carefully, Shi Ho explained slowly. I think so. Chu Tian was not sure either, but it didn't matter, he would know the truth sooner or later. So what do we do next? Shi Ho asked again. Let's wait for the host to come. Let's see what he wants from us. Maybe the truth will be revealed soon. Chu Tian pondered. That host is quite powerful. I feel the oppression of a viscount from him. Shi Ho said with a serious expression. Viscount? What do you mean? Chu Tian was stunned. Oh. Viscount is the strength classification of our Azura clan. According to the calculation of your human world, it is A-level strength. According to the strength of the Ghost clan, it is the realm of Ghost King. Shi Ho slapped his head and explained. I see. Chu Tian suddenly realized, licked his lips, and said eagerly. It's been so long since the ghost energy was revived, but I've never fought against someone with A-level strength. Have to. Upon hearing this, Shi Ho shut up immediately. He felt that Chu Tian was more like an Azura warrior than him. Even more belligerent than him. Brother Chu, there is actually a watershed between A-level and B-level. When your strength reaches A-level, you will form your own domain. Although I know you are very strong, I think you should still be cautious. Shi Ho reminded seriously. When he was in the underworld, he also met many geniuses. But to be honest, he has never seen someone with B-level strength defeating an A-level player. Do you think my ability is only B-level? Chu Tian looked at Shi Ho calmly. Shi Ho was stunned, and then carefully felt Chu Tian's strength, but did not find that Chu Tian had the oppressive feeling of A-level strength, so he couldn't help but wonder. Isn't it? Haha. You'll know when the time comes. Chu Tian smiled mysteriously. To be honest, even he doesn't know whether he has reached A-level strength now. He does not need to practice, the power he gains is all given by the system. So it is impossible to judge. But Chu Tian knew that he could now fight against B-level people, even those who were half a step away from A-level, as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Thus, it's just A-level, it's worth a fight. What's more, he estimated that Yuan Yang's A-level strength was forcibly improved by swallowing evil spirits. It is estimated that there is a possibility of going astray or turning into a ghost at any time, so Chu Tian is even less afraid. Upon hearing this, Shi Ho fell silent, and couldn't help but think of the heavenly thunder that Chu Tian had summoned just now and the horror of the Qinglong magic. Is that really the power that a B-level strength can create? The answer is obviously no. Even if he used all his strength, to be honest, the power would only be half of the heavenly thunder at most. So, is Chu Tian really already at A-level strength? Shiho looked at Chu Tian in horror and found that he was increasingly unable to understand this mysterious human being. As expected, you are the one favored by Princess Diana. But it doesn't matter. In fact, the stronger Chu Tian is, the better it is for Shiho. After all, the Sword Immortal Ruins are full of dangers. If Chu Tian's strength has reached level A, then they will be more confident. Where is the host? Soon, half an hour passed. But there was still no movement in the living room. The three of them seemed to have been forgotten. Let's go out and look for it ourselves. Chu Tian raised his foot and walked towards the door. Half an hour had worn out his patience. He was too lazy to continue wasting time here. The Buddha appeared for me. Just after the three of them walked out of the reception room door, a middle-aged woman suddenly walked in the corridor outside the door. The middle-aged woman had her hair combed very neatly and her manners were very proper. But there was an inexplicable madness in his eyes, and he was muttering to himself. Chu Tian and Kiki looked at each other and immediately realized that this was probably a woman who had been brainwashed by Keifu Temple. Coco hurriedly wanted to catch up and ask the woman, but was stopped by Chu Tian. Follow her first and see where she is going. In this way, the three men followed the woman and passed through one side hall after another. What surprised the three was that they didn't see a single monk along the way. Before I came here, the back mountain was full of disciples from Keifu Temple. The situation became more and more strange, and Chu Tian's brows became deeper and deeper. He didn't know why he had a bad feeling in his heart. This was the first time he had felt this way since he had acquired the system. Especially when he looked at the woman who suddenly appeared in front of him. I always feel that it was the people from Keifu Temple who released them on purpose. Let it lure them somewhere. But now the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. This is the only clue, and the three of them have no choice but to continue following the woman. After walking for another 5 minutes, the group finally arrived at a desolate side hall. In the side hall, there was only an unknown stone statue of Buddha, and in front of the statue was a red coffee table. The woman came to the coffee table and moved the incense burner on it slightly. Boom. The 3-meter-high stone statue of Buddha suddenly moved, revealing a dark passage hidden behind the statue. The Buddha appeared for me. The woman kept murmuring and staggered into the passage. There is something fishy indeed. Chu Tian and the other two's eyes lit up and they followed immediately. The passage was very narrow at first, but after walking for a while, it suddenly became open and a space the size of a football field appeared in front of us. The first thing that catches your eye in the cave is a high platform. A middle-aged monk on the high platform was beating a wooden fish and chanting incomprehensible scriptures. There were countless middle-aged men and women in the audience. Their eyes were closed, and their faces showed enjoyment, as if they were trapped in some kind of fantasy. Behind the platform, there are cages made of crimson Buddhist beads. Inside the cage is the evil ghost that countless people are terrified of. Headless ghost, drowned ghost, mother and child ghost. Dozens of terrifying evil spirits, some strong and some weak. The strongest one is actually Class B. But without exception, all were trapped in the cage made of Buddhist beads. There were dark red bloodstains inside the cage, which was shocking. This is raising evil spirits. Shiho understood the situation at the scene at a glance. As for what is feed? Without a doubt, it was that group of brainwashed middle-aged men and women. Chu Tian's eyes sank slightly. This was the result he had guessed a long time ago, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he was still extremely angry. There are actually people who use their fellow human beings to feed evil spirits. And it is the Keifu Temple which looks righteous on the surface. No, without my best friend, then she must be. At this time, Coco suddenly spoke intermittently with a sad face. From the moment she came in, she was frantically looking for her best friend. But she carefully looked at the faces of every person below. But she still hadn't found her best friend. A bad premonition suddenly arose in Coco's heart. I will help him get revenge. Chu Tian touched Coco's little head and comforted her softly. If I'm not mistaken, Coco's best friend has probably been killed and became nutrients for the evil ghost to increase its strength. Coco didn't say anything, but continued to search frantically in the cave, still retaining the last glimmer of hope in her heart. Chu Tian felt annoyed and raised his left hand decisively, ready to summon the thunder to kill the chanting monk. Donor. What are you going to do? At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded behind Chu Tian. Chu Tian looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was the previous host Yuan Yang. Humph. What? Destroy this place, of course. You hypocritical bald ass. Use the flesh and blood of our own kind to feed the evil spirits. This is what you call the Buddha's mercy. Chu Tian cursed angrily. Ha ha. Benefactor, you misunderstood. I did not force these people. They fed the ghosts with their own will. Moreover, they feed ghosts with their bodies, and I devour evil ghosts to increase my strength. In this way, I can eliminate more evil spirits and save more human beings. Therefore, their sacrifice is worthwhile. Yuan Yang laughed and said, absurdity. Chu Tian looked at Yuan Yang in anger. I didn't expect there are such shameless people in the world. In essence, this group of bald donkeys just want to improve their strength. But he cleared himself of all charges and spoke so righteously. Whether it is a fallacy or not, let's put it aside for now, but it is undeniable that these people are willing to feed the ghosts with their bodies. As soon as Monk Yuan Yang finished speaking, the monk on the high platform suddenly stopped chanting and said loudly, Master Yuan Jin needs a sea-level evil ghost to repair his injuries. The headless ghost in cage number 1 is about to be promoted to a sea-level evil ghost. Is there anyone willing to sacrifice himself? I do. I do. I do. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged men and women in the audience immediately rushed to speak. There was even a middle-aged woman who walked straight towards the headless ghost. His eyes were full of longing. It seems as if feeding ghosts with one's own body is a rare and pleasant job. Seeing this, Yuan Yang couldn't help but look at Chu Tian proudly and said, Donor, look, I've already told you, they volunteered. What voluntary agreement? They were just brainwashed by you. Chu Tian shouted loudly and was about to go over to dissuade the woman. But a bright golden light suddenly appeared in front of him. The golden light was like a thick wall, trapping it firmly in place. Donor. There are too many things in the world, you can't take care of them all. Monk Yuan Yang smiled strangely. Now, you should worry about yourself. Chu Tian frowned and didn't bother to pay attention to Yuan Yang. He clenched his right fist and suddenly struck out towards the bright golden light, trying to break it with his force. However, Chu Tian's powerful punch, which had always been effective before, now hit the golden light like a punch on cotton wool, without causing any ripples. Donor. Don't waste your time. This is the Vajra demon subduing formation. Not to mention you, even if someone with S-level strength came and was trapped inside, he wouldn't be able to escape. Monk Yuan Yang stared straight at Chu Tian with his cloudy eyes. He took great pains to lure Chu Tian here, and talked so much nonsense to Chu Tian, all for this moment. Boy, today is the day you die. I want you to pay for junior brother Yuan Jing's revenge with blood. At this time, Yuan Jin walked into the formation from somewhere and glared at Chu Tian. Beside Yuan Jin, there were 5 middle-aged monks. The aura on them, without exception, is all half-step A-level. 5 people want to kill me. Do you think too highly of yourselves? Chu Tian sneered. Ha ha. Don't worry, benefactor. Monk Yuan Yang chuckled, and the magic power in his body surged and was injected into the Vajra demon subduing formation. Next moment, a brilliant golden light burst out from the Vajra demon subduing formation. The golden light contains a strong Buddhist atmosphere. Damn it. This golden light actually suppressed my cultivation. Shiho's brows suddenly frowned tightly. Under the shining golden Buddha light, he felt that the flow of yin qi in his body slowed down and his strength decreased a lot. Not only that, this Buddha's light also enhances their cultivation. Chu Tian looked solemnly at the monk Yuan Zhen and the other 6 people not far away. The 6 people's strength increased rapidly under the Buddha's light. In a short while, the aura on his body turned into A level. What a terrifying formation. As expected of the human world, it has a profound foundation. Shiho was extremely shocked. He weakened the enemy by 1 level and then raised his own level by 1 level. This back and forth is the difference between 2 realms. He finally understood why the human world was attacked by the 4 realms back then. It's just a formation, but it's so terrifying. What about other things? Even more so, if the divine marker who was once known as the public enemy of the 5 realms were to be born, how terrifying would that be? Donor, go to die peacefully. After you die, we will use your flesh and blood to feed the evil spirits, and then we will devour the evil spirits to increase our strength. In this way, your death is also worthwhile. Monk Yuanyang seemed to have already secured victory and looked at Chu Tian with a smile. Originally, he didn't want to be an enemy of Chu Tian. After all, Chu Tian is an A-level strongman. If you can make friends with them, it will definitely be beneficial and not harmful. But it's a pity. Chu Tian discovered the secret of their Keifu temple devouring evil spirits. This is the foundation for Keifu temple to survive in troubled times. It must not be known to outsiders. So Chu Tian must die. Secondly, he has a deal with the coffin-carrying Ghost King. The Ghost King carrying the coffin provided him with a method to remove the ghost energy and the remaining thoughts of evil spirits in his body. And he wanted to help the coffin-carrying Ghost King kill someone. What he didn't expect was Chu Tian turned out to be the person that the coffin-carrying Ghost King wanted to kill. He was a little surprised when he discovered it in the front hall before. I even had the urge to take action directly. But just to be on the safe side. In the end, he chose to spend a huge amount of money to set up this Vajra-subduing demon formation. Want to kill me? You are not worthy enough. Chu Tian chuckled and his mind moved. The Supreme Azure Dragon and the Killing White Tiger immediately flew out of his body from his arms. Transformed into Blue Dragon armor and White Tiger blade. I have to admit that these damn bald guys put in a lot of effort to kill him. But it is far from enough. Because there is no magic power in his body. Therefore, the cultivation was not suppressed at all. As for these 6 bald donkeys with A-level strength. Hee hee. As monks, why should we fear a battle? You are about to die and yet you still dare to speak so shamelessly. Take this from me. Seeing Chu Tian still looking calm, Yuanzhen became furious and immediately mobilized the magic power in his body to suddenly strike out at Chu Tian with a palm. A huge palm print emitting golden light, carrying unparalleled power, attacked Chu Tian. Hiss! So strong! Feeling the powerful force contained in the palm print, Shiho did not dare to underestimate it. He immediately held his sword in front of him, ready to fight to the death. Is it strong? Chu Tian couldn't help but chuckle when he heard that. He clenched his right fist and punched towards the palm print. Roar! The power of the white tiger immediately transformed into a snow-white killing tiger, which pounced towards the palm print. Bang! The killing white tiger crashed into the palm print, and the originally dazzling golden light was actually being swallowed up by the power of the white tiger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! In the end, the golden palm print was swallowed up by the killing white tiger in one gulp. The killing white tiger roared to the sky and rushed towards Yuanzhen angrily. What? Why are you still so strong in the Vajra-subduing demon formation? Yuanzhen's face was full of disbelief. Especially when looking at the murderous white tiger that was pouncing towards him. The fear he had felt when facing Chu Tian in the side hall came back to his mind again. Yuanzhen was so frightened that he stood still for a moment. Fortunately, his fellow disciples beside him quickly took action and helped him block the ferocious killing white tiger. I've already told you that if you want to kill me, you're not enough. Chu Tian sneered, then turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Where are the others? Yuanzhen was startled and immediately looked around nervously. I'm behind you. Chu Tian's figure appeared behind Yuanzhen like a ghost, and the white tiger blade in his hand suddenly slashed towards Yuanzhen's back. Brother Yuanzhen, be careful. Among the countless people in the cave, only Yuanyang who was outside the formation reacted and quickly spoke out to remind them. But it's too late. although Yuanzhen was under the blessing of the Vajra demon subduing array. His cultivation level was briefly raised to the A-level realm. But that was the Buddhist practice in his body. His body was still weak. Facing Chu Tian's attack, he couldn't react at all. Swish. The white tiger blade easily cut Monk Yuanzhen in half. Bright red blood immediately splattered everywhere, and a strong smell of blood gradually filled the air. Brother Yuanzhen. Junior brother Yuanzhen. The monks around were furious when they saw this. Chu Tian. I will cut you into pieces. Chu Tian's action completely angered the group of monks. The remaining 5 monks immediately attacked Chu Tian like crazy. Bang. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, inside the cave, golden light shone brightly and shook the earth. That's it. It's too slow, really too slow. Chu Tian's figure was like a ghost, moving among the monks, making all their attacks fail. Then he unexpectedly appeared behind a monk and slashed down fiercely with the white tiger blade in his hand. Duang. However, this group of monks have also learned to be smart in order to avoid Yuanzhen's tragic situation just now. A golden protective shield quickly grew outside their bodies to protect their fragile bodies. The cold and sharp white tiger blade, coupled with Chu Tian's tens of thousands of pounds of physical strength, chopped on the golden protective shield. Even though the golden protective shield was indestructible, it began to crumble. It seems like it will collapse at any time. Why? I'm already A-level, so why can't I block his attack? The monk attacked by Chu Tian looked puzzled. I don't understand why it is clearly in the big formation. Why is Chu Tian still so powerful? No one answered his question. Because this is the question in everyone's mind. In desperation, he could only continuously supply magic power to repair the golden shield and resist Chu Tian's attack. Drink. Just when he was about to give up, the other 4 monks quickly attacked Chu Tian. Want to help out? Die. Chu Tian did not dodge or evade. He held the white tiger blade tightly and chopped down with all his strength. Crack. The golden light shield suddenly broke. Don't want. The monk cried out in despair. But it was of no avail, so Chu Tian chopped down. The monk was immediately split into 2 from head to toe by Chu Tian. At the same time, the attacks from the other 4 monks also fell on Chu Tian at the same time. Duang. But they have a protective shield, and Chu Tian also has his own defensive means. I saw a green shield appearing around Chu Tian. This is the defense from the Azure Dragon armor. The Azure Dragon armor that had just awakened. It can withstand the full force attack of the A-level Ghost King. What's more, after last night's tide of ghost energy, the strength of the Supreme Azure Dragon has been upgraded to half-step A-level. The defensive capability is instantly improved. These monks were only promoted to A-level by swallowing evil spirits and using formations. Its strength is quite different from that of the real A-level. It would be a pipe dream to want to break through Chu Tian's defense now. So when 4 dazzling golden lights fell on Chu Tian, the cyan shield didn't even make a ripple. What? How is that possible? The 4 monks were dumbfounded, and their originally confident expressions completely disappeared. Nothing is impossible. I told you that if you want to kill me, it's nothing but a pipe dream. Chu Tian showed a mocking expression and swung a knife at the monk closest to him. Zheng. The white tiger blade chopped on the golden shield. The monk was still in shock. He failed to use his internal magic power to strengthen the golden light shield in time. The golden light shield shattered instantly. Swish. The next moment, accompanied by a spurt of blood, a head rolled to the ground. Run! Run! Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 monks turned and ran without any hesitation. They are not stupid. Killing them was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables for Chu Tian. If we continue to fight like this, it will definitely be a dead end. You're running away now. Haha, it's too late. Chu Tian bent his legs and pushed hard, and in a flash, he caught up with a bald donkey. With a wave of his sword, Chu Tian cut the bald donkey in half. The pink intestines were all over the floor. Immediately, Chu Tian chased after another bald man. Just before the bald man was about to step out of the Vajra demon subduing formation. Swing out a sword energy. The white sword energy, carrying an unstoppable sharp aura, slashed diagonally at the bald man's back, easily splitting him in two. So far, 5 of the 6 bald monks with A-level strength died, leaving only one. He stood outside the Vajra demon subduing formation in shock, looking at Chu Tian in fear. At the same time, the mechanical sound of the system rang in Chu Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing 5 B-level monks. The progress of the Monkey King's awakening increased by 5%, 45%, and the merit points increased by 5,000, 365,000. System, please come out and explain to me. Aren't they A-level in strength? Why are they only giving me B-level rewards? Chu Tian suddenly became anxious. He worked so hard to kill 5 A-level people, but in the end he was only given a B-level reward. Wasn't his work in vain? These 5 people are still essentially B-level strength, but with the blessing of the formation, their cultivation has temporarily risen to A-level, so the host can only obtain B-level rewards. The system's emotionless voice sounded in Chu Tian's mind. I protest. At least they were all A rank before I killed them. Chu Tian appealed unconvinced. Protest is invalid, the right to interpret the reward belongs to the system. Fuck you. You idiot. Are you making a bully treaty? Chu Tian cursed madly in his mind, but the system simply chose to remain silent. Helplessly, Chu Tian could only accept this fact. UNG, you will be in charge of the formation from now on. I will go and avenge Yuanzhen and the others. Abbot Yuanyang came to the only surviving monk with an angry face and gave instructions. Then he walked towards Chu Tian step by step. Just now, he saw with his own eyes his fellow apprentices being killed one by Chu Tian. Yuanyang was extremely anxious. But he had no choice, he needed to preside over the formation. Otherwise the formation will become ineffective and Chu Tian will be even more difficult to deal with. Helplessly, he could only watch his fellow apprentices being killed. Fortunately, one of them finally escaped. Okay. Senior brother Yuanyang, you must avenge senior brother Yuanzhen and the others. UNG nodded heavily, then came to the center of the formation, continuously supplying magic power. Donor. You really pissed me off. Today, I want you to be neither alive nor dead. Yuanyang was emitting tremendous rage, and his eyes that seemed to be spitting fire were fixed on Chu Tian as he walked step by step into the Vajra demon subduing formation. And when Yuanyang completely walked into the formation, his aura increased dramatically. In just a few seconds, Yuanyang's aura of strength was revealed. It was almost doubled compared to before entering the formation. Interesting. Instead of feeling scared, Chu Tian felt his blood boiling. Killing those bald donkeys just now was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. It was really boring. Now, I can finally enjoy it. Let him see it for himself. What exactly is the strength of a true A-level expert? Interesting. I'll show you what real fun is. When the magic circle was completed, the area with a radius of 5 meters centered on Yuanyang was suddenly covered by brilliant golden light. Om Mani Padme Hum. Within the range of golden light, there was constant chanting of Sanskrit sounds, disturbing the souls of all creatures within the range and making people feel uneasy. This is a field. Shiho's eyes fixed, his brows furrowed, and he quickly reminded Chu Tian. Brother Chu, be careful, this guy is a genuine A-level strength and has his own field. The effect seems to be that as long as we are there, the omnipresent mantra will affect our souls. The spirits of the Azura clan were not strong to begin with. Under the interference of the Sanskrit sound that strikes the soul directly. It only takes a few seconds. Shiho's spirit became exhausted. His eyes gradually became bloodshot. This is obviously a prelude to violence. It doesn't matter. It's just a Sanskrit sound, it can't withstand a single blow. Chu Tian didn't care. His soul was extremely powerful under the reinforcement of the Supreme Azure Dragon. Although Yuanyang's domain had an impact on him, the effect was minimal. It's like there's a mosquito buzzing in my ear. Not fatal. You dare to speak so arrogantly even when you are about to die. Let me see how strong you are. Yuan Yang looked at Chu Tian unhappily. He angrily pushed out his right palm towards Chu Tian. There is a swastika symbol on the palm of his right hand. At this moment, as Yuan Yang pushed out his palm, the swastika symbol continued to grow larger. There was a dazzling golden light flashing on it, carrying a strong Buddhist aura, and it blasted towards Chu Tian. Buzz. The strong wind brought by the swastika symbol alone made the entire cave shake. Chu Tian frowned slightly. He was indeed a genuine A-level expert. His strength was indeed much stronger than Yuan Zhen and others. But still not enough. This swastika is very powerful, but its speed is too slow. Chu Tian dodged this terrifying attack easily. Boom. The swastika symbol fell on the golden barrier of the Vajra Buddha demon array. The terrifying power caused the entire formation to shake violently. Puff. Yuan Zhen is in charge of the formation at the center of the formation. Originally, he only had the strength of half a step to A level. Facing such a terrifying attack at this moment, I can't bear it at all. Immediately, he suffered backlash from the formation. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale in an instant. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Old man, you're pretty cruel to hit your own people. Chu Tian was amazed and sneered. Yuan Yang's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly looked at Yuan Zhen and said, "Junior brother, are you okay?" "It's okay, senior brother. I can hold on." Using his yellow sleeve to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yuan Zhen struggled to stand up and continued to supply magic power to the formation. Chu Tian looked at Yuan Zhen, subconsciously using his fiery eyes, looking at Yuan Zhen's empty dantian, he couldn't help but sneer. "Hey! Are you trying to kill yourself? You're starting to burn your blood. Let me guess, how long can you last? 3 minutes? Or 5 minutes? Humph. Evil creature, even if I die today, I will watch you die first." Yuan Zhen roared at Chu Tian angrily, then looked at Yuan Yang and said, "Brother, hurry up, I can only hold on for 3 minutes at most." "Don't worry, junior brother, I promise to kill this demon in 3 minutes." Yuan Yang nodded firmly. "Me? The devil? Are you kidding me? Do you think you can become decent people just by acting like brothers?" Chu Tian was stunned. He felt that he was shameless enough. But he never expected that this group of bald donkeys were even more outrageous than him. "Brother Chu, some people in your race are really..." Marquis Shi wanted to say something but stopped himself, as he felt it was not a good idea to speak ill of the human race in front of Chu Tian. But Yuan Yang's words were too disgusting. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yang's face suddenly turned pale and blue, and he stared at Chu Tian with gloomy eyes, and said angrily, "Humph! Stop talking nonsense and prepare to die, devil." This time Yuan Yang was smarter and did not use any major killing moves. Instead, he was bathed in brilliant golden light, holding Buddhist beads, and rushed towards Chu Tian, wanting to fight Chu Tian in close combat. Om Mani Padme Hum. As Yuan Yang got closer, the Sanskrit sound that penetrated people's hearts became clearer and clearer, constantly harassing Chu Tian's soul. Chu Tian just felt his head was about to burst. And Shiho and Coco behind him. He even held his head and rolled over on the spot. The expression on his face was extremely painful. "Damn it, you think you're the only one who can do that?" Shaking his head, Chu Tian shouted loudly, raised his right hand and swung it out violently. The next moment, a 5-meter-long white tiger with hanging eyes jumped out of the body and roared towards the sky. Roar. The white tiger let out a deafening roar. Circular sound waves continuously attacked Yuan Yang, resisting Yuan Yang's Sanskrit sound. The unpleasant Sanskrit sound finally disappeared. Chu Tian suddenly felt relaxed all over. "Boy, you have some tricks, but they are not enough." At this time, Yuan Yang had already come in front of Chu Tian, and the Buddhist beads in his hand smashed towards Chu Tian's head. "Not enough. Are you sure? Chu Tian sneered, then swung his sword towards the Buddhist beads. Bang! The Buddhist beads emitting brilliant golden light collided with the white tiger blade, and fierce sparks suddenly burst out. The Buddhist beads in Yuan Yang's hand were obviously no ordinary item. Under the blessing of his profound Buddhist teachings, he was able to match Chu Tian's strength for a moment. Boy, you are nothing but this. Yuan Yang looked at Chu Tian with contempt and said sarcastically. Yeah. A hint of disdain appeared on Chu Tian's lips, and he slowly raised his right hand. The next moment, a black cloud suddenly appeared above Yuan Yang's head. Dark clouds. What's going on? Is it going to rain? Yuan Yang said with a puzzled look on his face. But he quickly realized that they were clearly inside a cave, so how could there be dark clouds? Boom. At this moment, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket fell down and headed towards Yuan Yang's head. A sneak attack. Yuan Yang suddenly realized that it was not about to rain, but Chu Tian's trick. Looking at the thunder filled with destructive aura, Yuan Yang felt panicked and wanted to escape. But Chu Tian used the white tiger blade to suppress Yuan Yang. If Yuan Yang dares to give up the force and escape, this knife will surely hit him. In desperation, Yuan Yang could only come up with another plan, which was to form a golden shield on his body surface. Bang! The blue and white thunder struck Yuan Yang's golden shield accurately. Because it was a golden shield formed in a hurry. Therefore, they could not withstand the terrifying power of the thunder. Crack! The golden shield broke with a sound. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck Yuan Yang directly. A burnt smell suddenly filled Yuan Yang's body. Bang! At the same time, after suffering such a severe blow, Yuan Yang could no longer hold on facing Chu Tian's white tiger blade. He was directly chopped away by Chu Tian's sword. Fortunately, the Buddhist beads blocked the fatal blow for Yuan Yang. Otherwise, Chu Tian would have sent him to see the king of hell with this sword. But even so, Yuan Yang is not having an easy time. He was cut by the sword and flew backwards, hitting the golden barrier heavily. Crack! Under the terrifying force, Yuan Yang actually smashed the golden barrier directly. Then it continued to fly backwards and hit the stone wall before stopping. However, Yuan Yang's entire body was directly embedded into the wall. Senior brother Yuan Zhen, who was at the center of the formation, saw this scene and let out a sharp wail. But at this moment, Yuan Zhen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The formation was shattered, and Yuan Zhen, who was in charge of the formation, naturally suffered a considerable backlash. Yuan Zhen was already seriously injured, and now suffered such a severe blow. He could no longer hold on. His head tilted and he fainted completely. Yuan Zhen fell unconscious, and without anyone to preside over the formation naturally could not be maintained and dissipated automatically. You old thing. You can't do that either. Chu Tian walked towards Yuan Yang, who was vomiting blood and breathing weakly, with a look of disappointment on his face. He thought he could have a great time. Who knew that Yuan Yang, even with the support of the Great Formation, would be so vulnerable? Yuan Yang looked at Chu Tian helplessly, and for a moment he didn't know how to refute. What do you mean by you? You should just go to hell, old man. Chu Tian looked at Yuan Yang with contempt, and suddenly stabbed towards his chest with the white tiger blade in his hand. He was tired of this game. Drink. Although Yuan Yang was seriously injured, he still had some magic power in his body. Suddenly, a golden shield formed around his body, successfully blocking Chu Tian's sword. Chu Tian was just about to increase his strength and kill Yuan Yang directly to avoid a self-explosion like Gu Wuxia did before. Who knew that at this moment, Yuan Yang suddenly shouted. Du Jiao, if you don't come out, I'm going to die. There are others. Chu Tian's eyes lit up and he silently withdrew his strength to avoid killing the old man in one blow. But what made Yuan Yang despair was that 5 seconds passed and no one responded. Old man, do you have any help? Chu Tian was getting a little impatient waiting. Yuan Yang also understood the reason why he had not yet died under Chu Tian's sword. It seemed that Chu Tian was waiting for someone to rescue him. Seeing this, Yuan Yang did not dare to delay, and immediately sank his qi into his dantian, shouting with full strength. Unicorn, I know you are down there, please come and save me. Otherwise, who will provide you with a constant supply of blood food in the future? 3 seconds have passed. 5 seconds have passed. There was still no movement in the entire cave. Yuan Yang's expression suddenly became uglier and uglier. Looking at Chu Tian, whose brows were gradually furrowed, Yuan Yang wanted to continue speaking. But Chu Tian had lost his patience and pierced Yuan Yang's heart with a sword. Old man, it seems your friends don't want to save you. Chu Tian looked at Yuan Yang with contempt, and pulled out the white tiger blade that was inserted in Yuan Yang's heart. Yuan Yang's head tilted suddenly, with a deep sense of unwillingness, and he died with his eyes open. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing an A-level human. The awakening of the Monkey King's tattoo increases by 50%, and the merit points increase by 100,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Monkey King's tattoo has awakened 50%, and the awakened magical power is the law of heaven and earth. Hiss! Chu Tian took a breath, even though he had already guessed that the Monkey King's magical powers would be very powerful. But I never expected that it was the legendary Fa Tian Xiang Di. You know, this is one of the most powerful magical powers in the journey to the West mythology. It was even listed as a forbidden technique by many Western gods and Buddhas because it was too perverted. And according to the information provided by the system in my mind, the Fa Tian Xiang Di that Chu Tian has now obtained can directly transform him into a giant of 100 feet tall. Directly increase its physical strength 5 times. 5 times. What is the concept? You know, Chu Tian's original physical strength was terrifyingly strong. The force of a single-handed punch is definitely over 10,000 pounds. Even if it was only 10,000 kilograms, he multiplied it 5-fold, which would be 50,000 kilograms. With a terrifying force of 50,000 kilograms, who can withstand 2 punches from Chu Tian bang bang? The most important thing is, as Chu Tian becomes stronger, the awakening degree of his tattoo becomes higher. After mastering the law of heaven and earth, both height and strength will become greater. Brother Chu, you are too strong. Shiho walked over and said in amazement. Chu Tian finally came back to his senses and smiled at Shiho without comment. Is that strong? If I could use the power of heaven and earth, wouldn't your jaw drop? By the way, Brother Chu, I actually have a question. Shiho suddenly spoke. What's the question? The way of Chu Tianxia's subconsciousness. What is your current strength, A level? Or B level? Shiho asked curiously. He clearly didn't take it from Chu Tian. Feel the terrifying pressure from Class A. But Chu Tian solved Yuan Yang's problem as easily as eating and drinking. This is so abnormal. You guess. Chu Tian shrugged. To be honest, he didn't know what realm he was at. If we calculate based on strength, it must be A level. It should be A level. Shiho comforted himself. If Chu Tian was only at level B, it can surpass Class A. That's too perverted. Chu Tian smiled but did not answer. With a thought, the Azure Dragon armor and White Tiger blade transformed into a Azure Dragon and a White Tiger and flew towards the evil ghost below. These things are all experience packages for him. Hiss. Azure Dragon and White Tiger, Brother Chu, this. Shiho looked at Chu Tian in horror. He found that he still knew too little about Chu Tian. There are actually 2 divine beasts in Chu Tian's hands. Moreover, the strength of each divine beast is half a step to A level, and it is only 1 step away from entering A level. This is too horrible. What a fuss. They are just my 2 pets. Chu Tian smiled and waved his hand, then used his fiery eyes to search the cave. Just now, that old man Yuan Yang was obviously asking for help from something. This proves that the thing is most likely also inside the cave. None on the left. Not on the right side either. Isn't it here? Chu Tian frowned slightly, and subconsciously looked down, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Because there is actually a cave under this layer. In the center of the cave is an altar made of blood. In the middle of the altar, there were countless corpses. Among these people, there were monks wearing grey cloth robes and ordinary people. They are densely packed together and look extremely strange. On the other side of the altar was a gigantic one-horned evil spirit. The evil ghost was about 30 feet tall, with a huge horn on its head. It was surrounded by a thick black aura and exuded the terrifying aura of a ghost king. Obviously. This is the one-horned ghost king that Yuan Yang mentioned just now. At this time, the one-horned ghost king was muttering something, while the ghost energy was surging in his body. Chu Tian's right eyelid suddenly twitched wildly. This scene was familiar to him. It was obvious that the ghost king was going to start offering sacrifices and causing trouble. Chu Tian hurriedly wanted to step forward to stop them, but he couldn't find a way to get down. But this did not pose any problem for Chu Tian. He clenched his right fist and suddenly blasted towards the ground with a force of tens of thousands of pounds. Bang! With a loud bang, the ground was suddenly broken through, revealing a hole. Chu Tian jumped down. The one-horned ghost king heard the noise and looked in the direction of the sound. When he saw Chu Tian, he couldn't help but exclaimed. "What's going on? Didn't I set up a concealing magic circle? How come you still found me?" However, when the one-horned ghost king saw the altar emitting bloody light, a crazy expression suddenly appeared on his face. But it doesn't matter. The ritual has already been completed and you can't stop it. As soon as the one-horned demon king finished speaking, a black hole with a radius of about 3 meters suddenly appeared above the altar. A powerful suction force emerged from the black hole, sucking all the humans in the altar into it. When Chu Tian saw this, his eyes lit up and he said in ecstasy. "Stop. Who said I wanted to stop you?" If he remembered correctly. The headless ghost before. A similar magic circle was used to open the gate of hell. Summon more than 20 B-level ghost generals from hell. Let him return with a full load. So when I saw this formation again, Chu Tian will not stop it. He even looked towards the black hole with anticipation. The one who activated the magic circle this time is the A-level ghost king. Doesn't that mean? Is it possible that the one summoned is an A-level ghost king? Hiss. It's exciting just thinking about it. A Class A evil ghost. But it can provide him with 5% of awakening progress and 100,000 merit points. If there were a few more of them, wouldn't he be making a fortune? Hiss. The gate of hell. Brother Chu, stop him quickly, or else another A-level ghost king will descend from the underworld to the human world ahead of schedule. At this time, Shiho also jumped down from the pit above. When he saw the black hole that was constantly devouring human beings, his brows suddenly frowned and he quickly reminded Chu Tian. "Azura boy, if you keep talking, I'll pull out your tongue." The one-horned ghost king on the opposite side heard this. He immediately threatened Shiho fiercely. Shiho then noticed the existence of the one-horned ghost king and was surprised. It's actually the one-horned demon king. Chu Tian, do you know this guy? I know him. He's the A-rank ghost king I told you about who took advantage of the ghost tide last night to descend into the human world early. Shiho said solemnly. Among the ghost kings in the underworld, the one-horned ghost king's strength is above average. Once, a ghost fought alone against 2 powerful men of the same level from the undead and vampire clan. He also successfully killed one of the ghost kings and became famous in the underworld. He is extremely powerful, especially the horn on his head, which is said to be indestructible. Even a mid-grade spiritual weapon was once destroyed by his horn. Oh, come to think of it, you're a cake maker. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian couldn't help but look at the one-horned ghost king carefully. The aura emanating from him. It is indeed much stronger than the aura on Yuan Yang. Azura boy, have you heard of my legend? People tell you about your past impressive achievements. The one-horned demon king's face was filled with pride. Shiho ignored the one-horned ghost king and looked at Chu Tian with a serious face. Brother Chu, although you easily killed that A-level monk. But the one-horned ghost king is much stronger than that monk. Oh. Really? Then let me try and see how strong he is. When Chu Tian heard this, fighting spirit surged in his body. With a thought, the azure dragon and white tiger, which were still devouring the evil spirits above, immediately returned to Chu Tian's side, transformed into magical weapons, and possessed Chu Tian. Chu Tian's figure flashed, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of the one-horned Ghost King, and swung down the white tiger blade in his hand fiercely. The sharp power of the white tiger turned into sword energy, cutting through the air, and attacked the one-horned Ghost King with unstoppable momentum. Boy! You don't think I'm as easy to deal with as that old bald donkey. He was hiding underground and saw it clearly during the previous battle between Chu Tian and Yuan Yang. Naturally, I know that Chu Tian is very powerful. But the same thing. We'll only know who wins and who loses after the fight. The ghost energy in the one-horned Ghost King surged, and countless Blackeen energy suddenly gathered around him to resist. The white sword energy slashed at the Blackeen energy, directly cutting through it. But the one-horned Ghost King is obviously very powerful. The sword energy only advanced about half a meter before it was completely consumed. Haha. Does it make any difference? You will all die under my sword in the end anyway. A hint of disdain appeared on Chu Tian's lips, and he swung out several attacks in succession. Swish. 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 Countless sword energies attacked the one-horned Ghost King at a tricky angle. The one-horned Ghost King was huge in size and had no way to escape. He could only helplessly mobilize the ghost energy in his body and gather countless Blackeen energy to resist. Damn it, this kid is much stronger than I thought. The one-horned Ghost King looked solemn. I saw Yuan Yang being slaughtered by Chu Tian before. He thought Yuan Yang was just too weak. Now facing Chu Tian. Only then did I realize how great the pressure was. Breathtaking offensive rhythm and terrifying attack power. This made the one-horned Ghost King feel deeply powerless. Damn it, we can't go on like this. Feeling the ghost energy rapidly dissipating in the body. The one-horned Ghost King was extremely anxious. If he continues to be suppressed and beaten like this. Wait until Chu Tian has consumed all the ghost energy in his body. It must be a dead end. We must find a way out. The one-horned Ghost King narrowed his eyes, and while resisting Chu Tian's sword energy, he looked for an opportunity to counterattack. Damn human, die. Find the right time. The one-horned Ghost King was hit by two sword energies. Take the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Separate the huge horn on top of his head. Smash towards Chu Tian. Buzz. The giant horn of the one-horned Ghost King was 5 or 6 meters long. The power it brought as it attacked Chu Tian was so great that the entire cave began to shake. But the problem remains, the giant horn is very powerful. But if you can't hit the person, then it's completely useless. Chu Tian's speed is really too fast. He dodged this shocking attack easily, and then came behind the one-horned Ghost King and swung out several sword energies. Ah! Sudden pain. The one-horned Ghost King couldn't help but wail loudly. What's even worse is, the power of the white tiger on the sword energy was still attached to the wound, like a maggot on the tarsal bone, constantly devouring the ghost energy in his body, causing him to bleed continuously. Chu Tian. Don't let me catch you, I will cut you into pieces. The one-horned Ghost King was completely enraged, and the ghost energy in his body surged like crazy. Countless Blackeen energy attacked Chu Tian. Boom. The entire cave suddenly shook, countless rocks fell, and the cave began to collapse. Shiho, take Coco and go first. Chu Tian turned around and gave an instruction. Good. In a battle of this level, Shiho cannot intervene at all. If I continue to stay here, I will only hold Chu Tian back. So he rushed to the upper level without hesitation, picked up the shivering Coco, and left the cave. No worries. Chu Tian rushed towards the one-horned Ghost King with sword in hand again. He dodged all the attacks from the one-horned Demon King by dodging. Even if they didn't dodge, they would be blocked by the blue shield activated by Qinglong. It can't hurt Chu Tian at all. Instead, the one-horned Ghost King was once again hit by the sword energy swung by Chu Tian, and kept wailing. Chu Tian doesn't know any sword skills. At this time, he was completely relying on his amazing strength and speed to crush the one-horned Ghost King. The one-horned ghost king had more and more wounds on his body, and his aura was becoming weaker and weaker. Damn it. This human is actually a cultivator. Looking at Chu Tian, who is still full of energy. The one-horned demon king was completely desperate. It was the first time he encountered such a tough opponent. You can't hit him, and you can't escape him. He even had the urge to cry. It's so bullying. So boring, so boring. I thought you were so strong, but it turns out you're just like this. Chu Tian said with disappointment on his face. The one-horned ghost king was speechless. Boy, don't be so arrogant. When my elder brother comes out, it will be your death. The one-horned demon king looked towards the black hole beside him. At this time, the human race below the altar had almost been devoured. The ceremony will be completed soon. Just hold on until his big brother arrives. Then the two of them will join forces. We'll definitely be able to kill Chu Tian. Haha. I'm afraid you won't be able to wait until that moment. Chu Tian sneered and rushed forward again with the white tiger blade in hand. Swish. 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 Chu Tian's figure was like a ghost, moving around the one-horned demon king. Every time a cold light flashes, the one-horned ghost king will howl in pain. At the same time, there will be an extra wound on his body. Boom. Amid the screams of the one-horned demon king, the cave completely collapsed and turned into ruins. The aura of the one-horned demon king was becoming weaker and weaker. Fortunately, at this time, the black hole completely devoured all human beings and the ritual was completed. A bronze door slowly emerged from the ruins. An ancient and cold breath came from the gate. Brother, save me. When the one-horned ghost king saw this, he was overjoyed and quickly called for help. Who is so bold as to hurt my brother? The bronze door slowly opened. A deep voice came from inside the door. Humph. You're playing tricks. Chu Tian looked at him with disdain. After playing for so long, it's time to end. Chu Tian came to the top of the one-horned ghost king and raised the white tiger blade with a cold glow. Drink. Chu Tian shouted loudly, exerting all his strength and swinging out violently. Boom. The invisible sword energy slashed towards the huge body of the one-horned ghost king at an extremely fast speed. The one-horned ghost king had no time to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the invisible sword energy fell on the giant horn above his head. Swish. The invisible sword energy collided with the giant horn. An incredible scene happened. Indestructible giant horn. Unexpectedly, he was crushed by the invisible sword energy. Cut into two pieces. Then under the incredulous gaze of the one-horned ghost king, split its huge body into two. Ah. The one-horned ghost king howled in pain and tried quickly to repair his body. But the power of the white tiger contains a sharp aura. But it kept burning the cut wound, preventing the one-horned demon king's physical body from recovering. Not only that, Chu Tian once again used all his strength and suddenly swung out several sword energies. Swish. 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 The terrifying invisible sword energy directly tore the huge body of the one-horned ghost king into pieces. And the breath on his body. It was also completely severed at this moment. At the same time, the mechanical sound of the system came into Chu Tian's mind in time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the one-horned demon king. The progress of the Monkey King's tattoo awakening has increased by 5%, 55%, and the merit points have increased by 100,000. Oh my god, this human actually cut off the giant horn of the one-horned demon king with one sword. If I remember correctly, the giant horn of the one-horned ghost king once shattered a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Hiss. As expected of the human world, even though it was plotted against by the gods and immortals back then, it was still able to produce such a genius. Suddenly, there were sounds of amazed discussion around, which brought Chu Tian back to his senses. Chu Tian looked in the direction of the voice. I didn't know when the place was surrounded by people. No. Can't say he is a human being. It should be said that it is a living thing. Some of these creatures are skeletons made of bones. There are also Asuras who are as ugly as Shiho. There are also undead vampires shrouded in black fog. Chu Tian recognized at a glance that these creatures were all from the 10 tribes of the underworld. Chu Tian even saw an acquaintance among them. It was Diana, the princess of the Ashura tribe whom I met last night. At this time, Diana was looking at Chu Tian with horror and complicated eyes. And the reason why they appear here. In fact, he was attracted by the monstrous ghost aura of the one-horned Ghost King. Driven by curiosity, I came over to join in the fun. Then he just happened to see Chu Tian's shocking attack. Directly cut off the giant horn of the one-horned Ghost King. You know. The one-horned Demon King is also quite famous in the underworld. But they didn't expect it. He was actually slaughtered by a human from the human world. Monkey. Monochrome, my brother. Feeling the unicorn's breath disappear, the ghosts in the gate of hell suddenly roared madly. But at this time, the gate of hell was only 1/3 open. He could only stretch out one arm and frantically pull at the gate of hell, trying to speed up its opening. Who is this? Is there another A-level Ghost King coming to the human world early? That should be it. This guy calls me Unicorn Brother. Could he be the Ghost King carrying the coffin? That's right, it must be the coffin-carrying Ghost King. This human is in great danger now. Upon seeing this, the people from the 10 clans of the underworld started discussing again and instantly guessed the identity of the person who came. At this time, Shiho came to Chu Tian again and introduced. Brother Chu, you really shocked me. You killed the one-horned Ghost King so easily. But the Ghost King that is about to crawl out of the gate of hell is not ordinary, you must be careful. How unusual is it? Chu Tian chuckled, still looking calm and composed. He is the Ghost King who issued a hunting order against you. He is the coffin-carrying Ghost King. He is the most powerful Ghost King in the underworld. Oh. Chu Tian looked interested when he heard this. Carrying a coffin. Are we finally meeting? That's perfect. Today we will settle all the new and old grudges together, just to get to know each other. He once fought alone against more than a dozen opponents of the same level and still held his own. He even had an impressive record of holding out for an hour in the hands of the Ghost Emperor. He is the #1 person under the Ghost Emperor. Shiho continued to introduce. The most important thing is that this person is a close confidant of the Western Ghost Emperor Zhao Wenhe. The coffin he was wearing was the one once used by Emperor Gui of Zhao. That's how he got his name. According to legend, the coffin-carrying Ghost King was trusted by the Ghost Emperor and was rewarded with countless treasures. Among them is an extremely high-grade spiritual weapon. So Brother Chu, if you can't win at that time, just run away, don't hesitate. With your talent, no matter how hard things go, you will be able to get your place back sooner or later. In fact, I think you should just run away now before he comes out. When my strength improves in the future, it won't be too late to seek revenge on him. Although Chu Tian easily defeated the one-horned Ghost King. But the one-horned Ghost King was in front of the coffin-carrying Ghost King. Nothing at all. A Ghost King as powerful as the one-horned Ghost King. The coffin-carrying Ghost King can even fight 100. This is the strength gap between the Ghost King and the Ghost King. In addition, there is a top-quality spiritual weapon in the hand of the coffin bearer. So he felt that Chu Tian had no chance of winning. Chu Tian's expression became solemn when he heard this. Although I know that carrying the coffin of the Ghost King is not easy. But I never expected that the background was so awesome. A confidant of the Western Ghost Emperor, he possesses the best spiritual weapon. A tough opponent indeed. But whether you can beat it or not, you have to beat it to know. Chu Tian adjusted his mentality. The burning desire to fight ignited in his eyes again. And at this time, the coffin-carrying Ghost King also crawled out from the gate of hell. It is nearly 50 meters tall, blocking out the sky and the sun. He was carrying a huge black coffin on his back. Endless black ghost energy surged around his body. It only appears for a moment. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. Chu Tian. After coming out completely, the Ghost King carrying the coffin cast his terrifying green eyes on Chu Tian and said angrily. You have repeatedly ruined my plans and killed my brothers. Today is the day you die. I'm going to peel off your skin and pull out your tendons. Send your soul to the 18 levels of hell. Hee hee. You, the Ghost King, are quite good at talking. Chu Tian sneered, his face showing disdain. He slowly raised the white tiger blade in his hand, pointed the sharp tip of the sword at the coffin-carrying Ghost King, and said lightly, "Today you live or die, and it depends on whether you are strong or weak." Hiss. Hearing this, everyone in the audience gasped and looked at Chu Tian in disbelief. Is he trying to provoke the coffin-carrying Ghost King? Awesome. He actually dared to challenge the coffin-carrying Ghost King, who is the #1 person under the Ghost Emperor. He is indeed a genius in the human world. Whether you live or die today depends on whether you are strong or weak. This sentence is so pretentious. I have to remember it and say the same thing next time I fight against someone. Boy, you are so arrogant, then let me see how strong you are. The Ghost King carrying the coffin laughed in anger, then decisively raised his black palm and smashed it towards Chu Tian. The black palm carried countless terrifying evil spirits, covering the sky and the sun. Just the strong wind that was stirred up was enough to crush the collapsed mountain into dust. The 10 clans of the underworld who were watching the show from a distance were directly knocked to the ground by this terrifying chi wave. It seems that the coffin-carrying Ghost King is really angry. He opened fire at full force right from the start. Can this human withstand it? I don't know, but I think it's difficult. Do you think the title of the #1 person under the Ghost Emperor is for nothing? This was earned by the Ghost King carrying the coffin at the Dangzhong mountain with his punches. Not necessarily. This human dares to challenge the coffin-carrying Ghost King. He must have his own trump card. Anyway, I trust this human more. The 10 clans of the underworld hurried to a safe place. The heated discussion continued. However, most people are optimistic about the coffin-carrying Ghost King. After all, the coffin-carrying Ghost King is very famous in the underworld. And Chu Tian is just a nobody. But there are also a small number of people who support Chu Tian. The human world was once the leader of the 6 worlds. Both his strength and background are unfathomable. Even if it is being plotted against by the gods and immortals in both worlds. Still, there are many talented people being born. Zhang Daoling, Du Ziren, Zhong Kuei, and so on. These people enter the underworld after death. But it caused quite a stir in the underworld. They believed that the Chu Tian in front of them was such a person. As expected, he is the #1 person under the Ghost Emperor. He is indeed much stronger than Du Jiao and Yuan Yang. Looking at the black palm that covered the sky, Chu Tian frowned. He wanted to dodge. But he found himself seemed to be trapped in this space. There is no way to escape. What's going on? Chu Tian couldn't help but frown even deeper. Why doesn't he run away? He's obviously very fast. Seeing this, Shiho became as anxious as an ant on hot pan. He clearly remembered that Chu Tian's speed was like a ghost. Yuan Yang and the one-horned Ghost King are 2 A-level warriors. At first, I couldn't even touch the corner of Chu Tian's clothes. You can't dodge. Have you forgotten the domain of the coffin-carrying Ghost King? Diana suddenly appeared beside Shiho and spoke expressionlessly. Hiss. Brother Chu is finished now. Shiho suddenly realized. The domain of the coffin-carrying Ghost King is to fix people in one space. Forcefully create a one-on-one situation. The Ghost King carrying the coffin has profound cultivation and a top-grade spiritual weapon in his hand. Naturally, no one in the Ghost King's territory can be his opponent. No. It's not over yet. After all, he is not just a human. Diana shook her head expressionlessly. Chu Tian is a divine pattern holder in the human world today. She absolutely didn't believe it. Would he die so easily at the hands of a Ghost King? Although this Ghost King is known as the #1 person under the Ghost Emperor. It is also impossible to kill the legendary divine marker. Not finished. How is that possible? This is the Ghost King carrying coffins. Sister, are you talking in your sleep? Just then, another stunning beauty came over with her long legs. She has the same skin color as Diana and is apparently also an Azura. Behind her, there were two burly men. His eyes were fixed on the woman. It seems to be her follower. Princess Dai Lin. When he saw the visitor, Marquis Shi immediately greeted him respectfully. The Azura clan has a strict hierarchy. As the offspring of one of the 72 princesses of the Ashura clan, Dai Lin has a noble status and is someone that Lord Shi cannot afford to offend. None of your business. But Diana never spoiled Dai Lin. She and Dai Lin were both princesses, and Dai Lin was just born earlier than her. Dai Lin had been at odds with her since childhood. He's looking for trouble again. Naturally, Diana would not give her a good face. Haha. Sister, we are both princesses of the Ashura clan. When we go out, we represent the reputation of the Ashura clan. If you say some nonsense, it will be a disgrace to our Ashura clan. How can it be none of my business to maintain the reputation of the Ashura clan? Dai Lin forced an explanation. None of your business. Dai Lin's answer was still 4 cold words. During this period, Diana didn't even look at Dai Lin, her beautiful eyes were always fixed on Chu Tian. When Dai Lin heard this, his face twitched stiffly, and he slowly raised his right hand, feeling the urge to attack Diana. But now they are in the human world. If there is an internal fight among the Azura clan and the news is sent back to the underworld, they will definitely be punished. In desperation, Dai Lin could only grit his teeth and put down his raised right hand, staring at Diana unwillingly. Suddenly, Dai Lin followed Diana's gaze and saw Chu Tian, and an idea came to his mind. Dai Lin smiled and approached Diana and said, Sister, it seems that you have great confidence in that human kid. How about this, let's make a bet. Just bet on who will survive in the end. I bet on the coffin-carrying Ghost King, and the bet is a top-grade spiritual weapon, how do you think? Hearing this, Diana turned around and looked at Dai Lin coldly. What? Is my sister scared? Dai Lin provoked him clumsily. Humph. Let's gamble. It's a top-grade spiritual weapon. Don't deny your debt if you lose. Diana looked at Chu Tian, and seeing Chu Tian's handsome face which was still calm and composed, she immediately nodded firmly towards Dai Lin. Haha. That's a deal, but it seems like that human kid is about to be dealt with by the coffin-carrying Ghost King. Dai Lin thought he had a sure win and smiled brilliantly. Boom. As soon as Dai Lin finished speaking, a huge black palm fell to the ground with a bang. The ground was shaking, and even those far away could feel the tremor. It's over. With such a heavy blow, not to mention the human race, even our stone clan can't withstand it. Still can't do it. Oh, it seems my vision is still not sharp enough. What a pity. If I remember correctly, it seems that the ghost energy has only been revived for less than half a month, and it has already grown to this level. If he is given a little more time to develop, I can't believe how strong he will be in the future. Haha. When a person dies, it's like a light goes out. No matter how much you say, it's useless. There is never a shortage of geniuses in the 6 realms. The creatures of the 10 tribes in the underworld were discussing with each other. Countless people felt sorry for this. When Dai Lin saw this scene, he laughed even more happily. Sister, it looks like you lost. Dai Lin looked Diana up and down. Which top-grade spiritual weapon are you going to give me? Oops, sorry, I almost forgot, you seem to have only one top-grade spiritual weapon on you. As he spoke, Dai Lin's eyes fell on Diana's waist, where a yellow bell was hanging. Humph. Chu Tian's aura hasn't disappeared yet. Are you sure he is dead? Diana snorted coldly and stared at the black palm of the coffin-carrying Ghost King. She had fought with Chu Tian before and was familiar with Chu Tian's aura. At this time, she could clearly sense that beneath the terrifying aura of the coffin-carrying Ghost King, there was also an extremely familiar breath. Therefore, Chu Tian must not be dead. Haha. You and I both know the power of this attack. Not to mention the human race, even if it's the Ghost King in the underworld, how many people can withstand it? Dai Lin sneered, thinking that Diana was going to cheat, and couldn't help but sneered. Sister, I came to the human world last night and heard something that made a lot of sense, so I'm giving it to you now. As a member of the Ashura clan, we must admit defeat and stand at attention when we are beaten. Ah. As Dai Lin finished speaking, a painful wail suddenly resounded through the sky. Dai Lin subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and found that the scream actually came from the Ghost King carrying a coffin. Is this the power of the White Tiger? The Ghost King carrying the coffin held his right hand, his face full of horror. I saw a 1-meter-long wound on the palm of his hand. This wound is nothing compared to the huge palm of the coffin-carrying Ghost King. But there was no way to stop the sharp white aura from the wound. It was constantly eroding the ghost energy in his body. Ha! As expected of the Ghost King, he is very knowledgeable, Chu Tian said in surprise. Before, whether it was Yuan Yang or Du Jiao, even Shi Ho and Gu Wuxie and others, no one recognized what this power was. I only know that this force is like a maggot on the tarsal bone. Once it touches you, you will be in great trouble. But now the truth was revealed by the Ghost King carrying the coffin. What? He's not dead. Not only did he not die, but he was also unharmed. How did he do it? Ha ha ha, it seems my vision is correct. Humans, beat up the coffin-carrying Ghost King. At this moment, seeing the unharmed Chu Tian, the 10 clans of the underworld who were watching were all stunned. Their faces were filled with disbelief. He was hit by the full force of the coffin-carrying Ghost King. Chu Tian was actually fine. Even. Look at the Ghost King carrying the coffin. It seemed that he was also injured by Chu Tian. This was completely beyond their expectations. How is this possible? How is this possible? The smile on Dai Lin's face froze. Those beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. I told you before, don't jump to conclusions before the matter is over. After glancing at Dai Lin with contempt, Diana's gaze fell on Chu Tian again. You. Dai Lin was immediately furious, but the facts were before her and she couldn't refute them. She could only say stubbornly. Humph. So what if you manage to dodge an attack? Anyway, there is only one ending, that is, the human race dies and the coffin-carrying Ghost King lives. Hee hee. Diana sneered twice without even turning her head. Dai Lin hit back. Just wait and see. Boy, I don't know how you survived, but I will definitely kill you with this blow. After trying for a long time, he found that he was unable to use Yin Qi to remove the power of the White Tiger from the wound. The Ghost King on the coffin became even more furious. He endured the pain in the palm of his right hand and took out a black stick directly from the storage bag. The long stick was engraved with strange patterns and exuded a red evil aura. The evil spirit was so overwhelming that the moment the long stick was taken out of the storage bag, the wind and clouds surged, and even the blacking energy could not help but retreat. This is a top-grade spiritual weapon, the world-destroying creation stick. Hiss. The coffin-carrying Ghost King is going to use all his strength, even using the ultimate spiritual weapon. This human race is doomed now. This is a top-grade spiritual weapon. Coupled with the cultivation of the coffin-carrying Ghost King, even the Ghost Emperor will fall flat on his face if he is not careful. Chu Tian's solemn gaze also fell on the black stick. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura above. This feeling even exceeded that of the coffin-carrying Ghost King himself. Not simple, this long stick is definitely not simple. There was a greedy look in Chu Tian's eyes. The coffin-carrying Ghost King looked at Chu Tian and felt very unhappy. He raised the black stick and smashed it hard on Chu Tian's head. Boy, you deserve to be proud of dying under my world-destroying fortune stick. Ha. In an instant, the entire world was filled with blood-red evil spirits. The evil spirit invaded everything. Anything that was targeted, whether it was flowers, trees, birds, or animals, all lost their vitality in an instant. And the terrifying evil spirit, guided by the world-destroying creation stick, all attacked Chu Tian. Hiss. Such a terrifying power, is this a top-grade spiritual weapon? With that monstrous bloody murderous energy, I'm afraid no Ghost King-level warrior can survive this blow. Although I am optimistic about this human, but, hey. It would be better if it could be allowed to grow for a while. The 10 clans of the underworld who were watching were trembling in their hearts just by seeing the attack of the coffin-carrying Ghost King. No one believed that Chu Tian could withstand this blow. Even the dead clan who had always supported Chu Tian. At this time, he also looked helpless. Dai Lin laughed wildly at Diana and said, "Sister, I told you, there is only one ending. This human will definitely die." Diana frowned and didn't answer, nor was she too lazy to answer Dai Lin. A pair of beautiful eyes were fixed firmly on Chu Tian. She believed that Chu Tian must have a way to solve it. "Kid. Without that armor this time, I wonder how you can fight." In the center of the battlefield, the coffin-carrying Ghost King stared at Chu Tian with his dark green eyes. Field full exertion. Chu Tian was imprisoned in place, leaving him with no escape. Chu Tian's only choice now. It is a head-on confrontation with the world-destroying creation stick. The palm strike before. The coffin-carrying Ghost King could feel it very clearly. It's that blue armor. He took the fatal blow for Chu Tian. But the armor seemed to be scrapped and disintegrated automatically. Now Chu Tian has no means of defense and is doomed to die.